Jiang Yan had just transferred to the prestigious private academy when she was confronted by a pretentious rich girl and her sycophantic admirer. She promptly delivered a decisive blow. How absurd! Despite his handsome appearance, this sycophant harbored a bizarre obsession. He actually reveled in the scent of girls' armpits, with a lifelong aspiration to sip a cola that had been washed in Jiang Lian's armpit. Disgusting, she felt nauseated. The entire class 22 of year 2 exchanged incredulous glances at him, exclaiming, "Who would have thought you were such a person? What wrong has Cola ever done?" His face flushed crimson. Observing her deskmate, who was blooming with laughter, Jiang Yan felt a pang of sympathy. How could she still be laughing? Her fiancé was currently pinning the transfer student against the wall, kissing her. Oh dear, what a situation! The laughter of her desk mate faded, shifting to the faces of other classmates. As the lesson continued, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts erupted once more. Goodness, our school bully is being cornered by the genius from the next class. Teacher, hurry up, keep the genius in our class, and perhaps with a little persuasion, we can turn a blind eye to their affairs, and the genius will surely join us. You won't have to worry about your year-end bonus. The class fell into an abrupt silence. They recalled that the school bully was indeed male. As the days passed, Jiang Yan noticed her popularity in class blossoming, as everyone seemed eager to pamper her. Jiang Yan stroked her chin, pondering. Had she inadvertently acquired the role of a cherished darling? In the continuation of the previous chapter, chapter 86, the humiliation was palpable. Was it truly so? Everyone was bewildered. After all, Jiang Yan's perception of Ling Shichu diverged from their own, leaving them momentarily unable to judge. Yet lackey was unwavering in her conviction. Regardless, let's just assume that everything the nemesis has done is indeed an affront. Jiang Yan yielded. Lackey murmured, "It is indeed an insult." However, it must be said that lackey's thoughts aligned remarkably with her future selves. Jiang Yan spoke. Since Xiao Lu has been under the care of his nemesis for a month, aside from showering him with gifts, the nemesis has not set foot in the villa. Xiao Lu finds this utterly contemptible, aware that this is all a deliberate ploy to demean him, waiting for him to ingratiate himself. Sigh, how could they possibly develop a physical relationship? It was all so futile. Jiang Yan shook her head at the gossip, sighing repeatedly. The gossip compendium. I am merely a vessel for idle chatter, not an online forum. Thank you. Who would have thought Ling Shichu was this kind of person? Poor Xiao Lu has already suffered so much, and yet he continues to be belittled, forced to seek his nemesis's favor. I truly misjudged him. Someone give me a punch for my earlier thoughts. I shipped those two. I must be insane. Don't be too quick to judge. This is merely lackey's perspective. What if Ling Shichu's viewpoint differs? That is a valid point. Meanwhile, lackey had lowered her head, turning as red as a boiled shrimp. She had never envisioned such a relationship with Ling Shichu, and now the entire class was privy to their future entanglements. Lackey felt utterly humiliated, her sense of shame nearly overwhelming her. Jiang Yan surveyed the room, regretfully shaking her head. Why wasn't Ling Shichu a classmate of theirs? Yet Jiang Yan's inner thoughts sparked an epiphany among her peers, their eyes lighting up as they turned towards the gathering's guest of honor, Chuju. The eager glances directed at Chuju imposed considerable pressure upon him. While I know Ling Shichu, we aren't particularly close. I'm unsure if I can invite him. Please, give a try. Is it really appropriate to call him here? This is all our classmates. It would be rather presumptuous for him to show up. We have socially anxious individuals in our class too. Hearing Jiang Yan's thoughts, lackey disregarded her embarrassment, hastily trying to intervene. In such a moment, having the other party present seemed like a scheme to mortify her, as if they intended to inherit her vast fortune. Even though I'm socially anxious, if it's Ling Shichu, I can handle it. Socially anxious individuals are willing to endure for the sake of gossip. Lackey was left speechless. At any rate, this is unacceptable. If he shows up, it will be too awkward. Xiao Lu, have you forgotten? Only we can. He cannot hear us. Oh, even if he remains unaware of his future, we can still learn his gossip. You can know, and you have the chance to retaliate. Exactly. Xiao Lu, with his gossip in hand. Won't you have him firmly in your grasp? Lackey suddenly understood. Indeed. Since Ling Shichu could not hear Jiang Yan's musings, revealing his embarrassing secrets would give her leverage against him. Let's do it. That Mian was eager. Why not you call? We aren't close enough to invite him on the day of the birthday party. If I call, will he actually come? Mian lacked the confidence to summon her nemesis to a party attended by students from other classes. Give it a try, you won't lose anything. While there was no loss, she could be subjected to his ridicule. The thought of such a possibility made Mian hesitate. Observing her indecision, Chu Ju took it upon himself to reach out to Ling Shichu via WeChat, coincidentally adding that Mian would also be present. I invited him. After all, it's my birthday, it's more fitting for me to extend the invitation. He agreed and will arrive shortly. Seeing this, Mian breathed a sigh of relief, her anticipation of Ling Shichu's arrival mounting. Just the thought of having leverage over him almost made her burst into laughter. The others continued to quietly enjoy the unfolding drama. Oh my goodness, Xiao Lu's cohabitation with his nemesis is undoubtedly colorful and enriching. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, occasionally glancing at Mian, feigning shock. The gossip was intoxicating, leaving everyone eager to glimpse the gossip compendium. Yet Mian felt a sense of foreboding, a nagging apprehension creeping in. In a bid to humiliate Xiao Lu, the nemesis purchased a bunny girl costume, compelling him to wear it and dance. Such playful antics from him. Jiang Yan envisioned Mian in that outfit and, thankfully, felt no urge to lose control. She was a respectable girl. Who would have imagined that such a demure person as Ling Shichu could be so playful? Those who knew Ling Shichu, as well as those who had only heard of him, were taken aback by Jiang Yan's inner dialogue. Everyone's gaze converged upon Mian. Those lacking imagination could not envision Mian in a bunny girl costume. Those with vivid imaginations struggled to suppress their laughter, covering their mouths to stifle their grins. Their eyes sparkled with mischief, a fiery light causing Mian to squirm uncomfortably. Was a bunny girl costume? Innocent Xiao Lu queried. Bunny girl. IPG. No need to thank me. That Mian stared at the image of the bunny girl, her eyes widening in shock. The heat that had just faded surged back through her, igniting a profound sense of shame within her. Ling Shichu, that scoundrel, would stoop so low as to humiliate her. How detestable! She truly despised him. It was all Ling Shichu's fault. Mian could no longer bear to look around, shrinking her neck and bowing her head, her hands clutching her phone tightly, her toes ceaselessly tapping against the ground. Yet Jiang Yan's thoughts were far from over. Apart from the bunny girl outfit, they also engaged in role-playing. Xiao Lu, the student, portrayed a pupil, while his rival assumed the role of a remedial teacher. The rival forced Xiao Lu to complete assignments, administering severe punishments for any incorrect answers. How exactly did he punish him? Please elaborate on that. If the gossip compendium possessed self-awareness, it would undoubtedly express its exasperation by stating, "Let me reiterate, I am not a Huangwen website." Chapter 87. Do I actually like him? Mian felt an intense heat rising within him, nearly causing him to combust. Why did he have to say it out loud? It was utterly embarrassing. How could that scoundrel, Ling Shichu, be so adept at playing these games? Was it all just to humiliate him? This was too much. He genuinely wished to ascend from this place, to escape the earth entirely. His classmates, having savored such a delightful piece of gossip, wore satisfied smiles. Is this truly humiliation rather than mere playfulness? Is this how rivals operate in the city? What an eye-opener. No, rivals in the city are not like this. The relationship between Xiao Lu and Ling Shichu is an exception. How infuriating. Why won't the gossip compendium elaborate? We are not outsiders. What is there that can't be seen? Shouldn't you consider what you are saying? Please, stop discussing it. Can't you see Xiao Lu is about to ignite? Huh? Ignite? What do you mean by that? No worries. Ling Shichu will be here soon to stoke the flames further. Damn, you are incorrigible. Mian could no longer bear to read the messages in the group chat. He promptly turned off the screen, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. If I pretend not to hear, these matters will not concern me. Of course, their indulgence was not solely in frivolity. Xiao Lu had never forgotten his original intention of accepting the arrangement with his rival. After their first physical encounter, he requested assistance from Ling Shichu, who readily agreed. Subsequently, the rival provided Xiao Lu with a considerable amount of investigative material, significantly narrowing the scope of his inquiry and saving him much effort. Even in his current state of embarrassment, feeling as if he might explode, Mian felt a flicker of determination upon hearing this. This matter concerned the lives of his parents. The other teasing classmates also grew solemn. They understood when to joke and when to be serious. As long as that individual is within our circle, even if they belong to another circle, I will find a way to gather information on them. Indeed, if someone has meddled, we will ensure they face the consequences. It is said that 3 incompetent cobblers can rival a Jiang Lian, no matter how numerous their schemes. They cannot surpass the number of us in this class, and we will certainly prevent them from harming our parents. Prompted by his classmates, Mian reopened his phone and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Thank you all, and oh need for thanks, we are all in this together. Regardless, I am profoundly grateful to you. Mian spoke earnestly. Kindness should always be remembered. Class monitor Jiang surveyed the room, noting the smiles on everyone's faces. The atmosphere in their class had transformed, and the catalyst for this change was Jiang Yan, who remained blissfully unaware. Jiang glanced at Jiang Yan and smiled softly. He truly appreciated the current ambience of their class. Why is the class monitor looking at me with such a smile? Could it be that he likes me? That would not do, he is not my type. Moreover, he is already deceased. Jiang. Others stifled their laughter. If the class monitor confesses, I will surely reject him without leaving any room for speculation. Jiang Yan mused, tossing his hair back. Ah, this cursed charm. Jiang Yan, why are you so endearing? The classmates stifled their laughter, yet inwardly echoed Jiang Yan's sentiments. Indeed, you are particularly charming. They all cherished him. Our heavy affection, Jiang Yan might not withstand it, it could even break her spine, someone quipped. No worries. Jiang Yan possesses immense strength. Such a heavy love is but trifling. I must say, Jiang Yan is truly fascinating. I adore her immensely. Fortunately, she is a girl, otherwise, Jiang Yu might issue a death warning. Indeed, that makes sense, Jiang Yu chimed in. Not to Xiao Yu, we all feel the same. Suxing Ji also joined the conversation. Let it be known, if anyone in our class likes Jiang Yan, they must first pass her scrutiny. Xiao Yu's sister is our sister. Jiang Yu's entourage wholeheartedly supported Suxing Ji. Count me in, I must have my say as well. Jiang Yu brandished her fist, her piercing gaze sweeping over the boys present. Hearing you all speak this way, I suddenly feel pity for anyone who dares to pursue Jiang Yan. Not only will they face our classmates' evaluation, but upon standing before Jiang Yan, the gossip compendium will unearth every detail about them. Indeed, what a miserable fate. Upon seeing this, everyone unanimously mourned for the future suitors of Jiang Yan. Having indulged in enough vanity, Jiang Yan continued reading. Later, someone approached Xiao Lu, informing him about intel concerning his parents prior to their tragic leap. Xiao Lu subsequently sought this individual. The informant was someone Xiao Lu had previously offended, who demanded to sleep with him in exchange for the information. As the rival spoke, he draped an arm around Xiao Lu's shoulders, igniting a fiery rage within him. Just as he was about to strike, his rival arrived and pulled him away. Back at the villa, the rival questioned Xiao Lu, asking if he would be willing to sleep with anyone who could assist him in investigating his parents' matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu was infuriated, launching a barrage of punches and kicks, exclaiming, "Do you think so little of me?" Thus entering a cold war with his rival. Afterward, as Xiao Lu reflected on the day's events, he questioned why he felt so wronged and exhibited such strong reactions to his rival's words. He imagined that if the person offering to support him was not his rival, but another individual, much like the man from earlier, he realized he would be unable to accept it. Even if it took a long time to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths, he still could not accept it. So why was it that he accepted his rival? At this moment, Xiao Lu was no longer the innocent youth he once was. He quickly realized that he had unknowingly developed feelings for his rival, which is why he could accept him, without any psychological burden. Mian was infuriated by his rival's earlier careless remarks, but was momentarily stunned upon hearing Jiang Yan confess her feelings for him. What? Do I actually like Ling Shichu? Is the world truly enchanted, or am I the one enchanted? Mian found himself engulfed in profound doubt, realizing he did not understand himself at all. Yet, considering a future where his family faced bankruptcy and his parents met untimely deaths, leaving him isolated and helpless, if someone other than Ling Shichu were to appear, offering assistance in exchange for intimacy, would he acquiesce? Merely contemplating close proximity or physical contact with anyone else made him shiver with revulsion. However, if the subject were Ling Shichu, although he would feel reluctant, there was no sense of repulsion or nausea. Liu Mian pondered, startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that I truly like Ling Shichu? Regardless of the truth of this revelation, I cannot reveal it to Ling Shichu. If he were to discover this, I cannot fathom the humiliation that would ensue. Although Ling Shichu's words were quite irksome, it genuinely seemed as if he was experiencing jealousy. Could it be that he also harbors feelings for Xiao Lu? Unreciprocated, mutual affection, or rather, a mutual affection that remains entirely unrecognized? Oh no, hearing you say that, I sense they might indeed be. Wake up, they were always destined to be. Just look at the future couples in our class, which one of them is not meant to be? Regardless of the reasons, he should never speak of Xiao Lu in such a manner. It significantly diminishes the impression he leaves. Even if Xiao Lu has developed feelings for him now, she must not yield so readily. He must experience the trials of love. Liu Mian. Do not inquire, the current state of his mind is quite tumultuous. As for the classmate's assertion that Ling Shichu harbors feelings for him, he regrettably perceives no evidence of such. Ling Shichu must merely be indulging in the act of tormenting him, for otherwise, such derogatory remarks would not be made. Despite his reluctance, Liu Mian cannot help but feel a pang of disappointment. Had he known, it would have been preferable not to realize his affections thus. He would not be burdened with such intricate and ineffable emotions. Tea times, ignorance truly is bliss. Chapter 88, He never returned again. It is time to employ the art of memory restoration. Xiao Lu exclaimed, there is absolutely no possibility between him and me. Even if I were to leap from the bridge, I would never harbor feelings for him. Xiao Lu added with a chuckle, if I am proven wrong, I shall publicly bark like a dog. Woof woof. At the sound of the bark, an eerie silence enveloped the garden, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Did he really bark? It was merely a jest, wasn't it? The classmates surrounding Liu Mian were astonished and gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his adaptability. He was destined for greatness. Liu Mian, covering his flushed face, remained silent. What just happened? Did I hear a dog barking? Does Chu Ju still have a dog? Did you hear the dog bark? Jiang Yan inquired of Jiang Yu beside him. Jiang Yu glanced at Liu Mian and calmly replied, yes. They are playing truth or dare, and the dare is to bark like a dog. All right then. Jiang Yan promptly lost interest. Games were far less entertaining than gossip. Xiao Lu came to the realization that he had feelings for his rival, but showed no indication of it, fearing that his adversary would mock him if he found out. The thought of being taunted by his rival for his feelings was too pitiful to bear. Therefore, Xiao Lu guarded his emotions vigilantly, relieved that they were currently in a state of Cold War, allowing him time to sort through his feelings. Eventually, his rival took the initiative to apologize, marking the end of their silent standoff. Acknowledging his wrongdoing and extending an apology was a sign of hope. It would spare him some of the anguish of love, but it would not exempt Liu Mian from the trials of affection. The class expressed satisfaction at Ling Shichu's act of contrition. However, the next moment, they heard Jiang Yan say, when the rival apologized, he mentioned that he should not have spoken ill of Xiao Lu, and his anger stemmed from his own frustrations. Upon hearing this, Liu Mian's heart raced, contemplating whether Ling Shichu might harbor some feelings for him, perhaps driven by jealousy that day. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Ling Shichu, do you even realize what you were saying? I genuinely want to punch you. I was somewhat shipping you and Xiao Lu, but now I can't even. Please keep your distance from Xiao Lu. He is merely being supported by you, not selling himself to you. Let us keep it mutually beneficial, shall we? And as for personal belongings, bah, scoundrel. Bah, scoundrel. Xiao Lu, while still unentangled, should swiftly seek someone new to cherish, casting aside thoughts of his rival as if they were unworthy of consideration. Indeed, as the saying goes, one hand cannot clap alone. If he approaches and clarifies things, they can part ways amicably, no longer rivals. If his rival persists, that would be his own issue. Yes, Xiao Lu, steer clear of scoundrels and find enduring happiness. I misjudged you, Ling Shichu. How on earth am I supposed to ship you two now? Are you all right? Wang Yan, seated beside Liu Mian, inquired while carefully observing his expression. Liu Mian shook his head. I am fine. There is no need to worry about me. He had long since accepted that Ling Shichu would not reciprocate his feelings. Although disappointed, he was not particularly heartbroken. Perhaps he did not like Ling Shichu as much as he believed. Wang Yan looked at him, hesitating to speak, before ultimately casting a helpless glance towards their classmates. The others shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. What's wrong? Liu Mian noticed Wang Yan's unusual demeanor and asked curiously. Wang Yan lifted a hand and pointed at him, saying, "You are crying." Liu Mian was taken aback, touching his cheek, which was indeed damp. It appeared that Xiao Lu's affections ran deep, unbeknownst to him, and it was truly tragic. Why must he fall for his rival? Was it not self-inflicted suffering? In matters of the heart, who can predict outcomes? Look at Yang Xingqing and Liu Yunyan. They had no interactions in our class. Yet they ended up liking each other in the future. The two exchanged awkward glances before hastily averting their eyes. Liu Mian felt equally embarrassed. He had cried in front of the entire class, which was utterly mortifying. Curse it. Whenever he encountered Ling Shichu, misfortune followed. Liu Mian felt disinclined to engage with anyone. Do not be disheartened. His lack of affection for you reflects his poor judgment. You are wonderful, Wang Yan consoled. That is indeed the case. It is clearly his issue. Liu Mian wholeheartedly agreed with his classmate's sentiment. Although Ling Shichu was quite disagreeable. He had indeed been a significant help to Xiao Lu, and soon they found the person his parents had met long ago, Liu Hui, an old friend who had once collaborated with Xiao Lu's parents. Liu Mian silently recited the name Liu Hui in his mind, yet could not retrieve any memories of this individual from his recollections. Helpless, he turned to his classmates for assistance. Liu Hui, no recollection. He likely does not belong to my circle. However, I can investigate further. Upon hearing Chu Ju, the classmates from his circle remained silent. Their social circles were quite similar, and if Chu Ju had no recollection, they likely did not either. Nonetheless, having learned the name and knowing that Liu Hui was a former business partner of Liu Mian's parents, uncovering details about him would not be overly complicated. I do recall that name, but I am unsure if it is the same person. He likely isn't the same. Considering Xiao Lu's family is in the home appliance sector, while Liu Hui's pursuits differ entirely, it would be better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential lead. Investigating further would not be a burdensome task. Understood. With the suspect identified, the investigation should become considerably simpler. Through relentless efforts day by day, Liu Mian indeed uncovered some information. Shortly after his birth, his parents' company faced a crisis that could potentially lead to its downfall. As his parents were frantically seeking ways to prevent bankruptcy, Liu Hui, fearing that his years of hard work would go to waste, decided to sell all his shares before the crisis became widely known. Liu Mian's parents were furious upon learning of this, yet they could not dictate Liu Hui's choices. To prevent their company from falling into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, they pooled their savings to purchase all of Liu Hui's shares. Liu Hui, aware of the emotional investment Liu Mian's parents had in the company, raised the price egregiously, showing a complete lack of conscience. Ultimately, Liu Hui, having received a substantial sum, departed, taking with him the company's proprietary technology and relocating abroad. Taking away the proprietary technology was akin to exacerbating the already precarious state of the company. However, Liu Hui, who did not fare better abroad, harbored resentment upon learning of this, believing that Liu Mian's parents had orchestrated everything to seize the shares he held. Now that the motive was clear, the suspicion surrounding this individual grew stronger. There is a 70 chance that it is him, the future detective novelist, Li Conan declared. What do you mean 70? It is 100 him. Evidence must be prioritized, Li Conan replied with a hint of exasperation. Having reached this point in the investigation, Liu Mian began to suspect that the bankruptcy of his parents' company might have some hidden intricacies, potentially linked to Liu Hui. At this moment, his rival informed Liu Mian that he had discovered some crucial evidence. Chapter 89, sworn by a decade of singlehood, Liu Mian felt a sudden tightening in his chest. The thought of such a possibility left him unsettled. Since hearing about their futures from his classmates, he believed that not only he, but also others in the class had mentally prepared for dismal outcomes, even potential demise. Yet, instead of hearing his own fate, he learned that Ling Shichu might be in trouble. The thought of something happening to the one he admired would undoubtedly bring him immense sorrow in the future. As Liu Mian pondered this, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Jiang Yan sat beside Liu Mian on the road and naturally noticed the tears welling in his eyes. She spoke softly, "The future can change." Liu Mian nodded in agreement. The other classmates in their small group began to send words of encouragement to Liu Mian. Upon seeing this, warmth filled his heart, slightly lifting his spirits. The conclusion of Ling Shichu's fate had settled like dust. Liu Mian's tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. He did not wish to cry, yet the tears seemed relentless. Just as he had begun to realize he might harbor feelings for Ling Shichu, why did the mere thought of his future demise evoke such profound sorrow? Why? He truly did not wish to weep, yet the tears betrayed him, flowing freely. Unable to express his emotions, Liu Mian could only voice his feelings in the small group. The others, witnessing this, felt a myriad of emotions. Perhaps he had liked him earlier than he had thought. To prevent Jiang Yan from noticing Liu Mian's distress, Su Xingji and a few others shifted their positions to shield Jiang Yan's line of sight. The person who had forced him was attempting to seize his belongings. If he had simply released his grip, allowing the other to take what was theirs, he would have remained unscathed. However, his nemesis desperately protected those belongings. And amidst the struggle, a tragic accident occurred. Under Liu Mian's witness, the police uncovered the items his nemesis had fought to protect. 2 discs. One disc contained all the evidence of Liu Hui's framing of Xiao Lu's family company, while the other held a video of Liu Hui threatening Xiao Lu's parents with their child's life, leading to their suicide. Thus, the truth behind Xiao Lu's parents' demise was revealed, and Liu Hui received his due punishment. It was unclear how his nemesis had learned of this. Perhaps Ling Shichu had obtained incriminating evidence against him, prompting someone to intercept, resulting in the accident. Ling Shichu must have recognized the importance of those discs to Xiao Lu and thus refused to relinquish them. Indeed, he was a man of contradictions. Do not rush. Once he arrives, perhaps the questions will be answered. I offer my decade of being single as a sacrifice, hoping to unveil Ling Shichu's future, said a roommate. Our 10 years of singlehood combined. Please, gossip compendium. You two are clearly aiming for balance, aren't you? Truly, roommates. Not only did everyone struggle to comprehend Ling Shichu, but even Liu Mian found him perplexing. Evidence is significant, yet no life should be deemed less important. Evidence can be sought again, but a life lost is irretrievable. Why, despite being so astute and cunning, did this individual act so foolishly this time? Liu Mian pondered, his heart aching as if he had witnessed that scene, as if he had laid eyes upon Ling Shichu's lifeless body. Could the gossip compendium possess the ability to evoke empathy for one's future self? Lost in his thoughts, Liu Mian mused. Xiao Lu achieved his goal, yet he found no joy in it. The anguish from Ling Shichu's death drove him to contemplate ending his own life, but he refrained, as Ling Shichu's parents still needed care. Thus, he suppressed his sorrow, diligently tending to them, only ending his own life after they had passed away. Jiang Yan sighed deeply. Love is indeed a troublesome affair. Yet, despite its complications, many continue to pursue it, drawn by its perilous allure. Upon hearing her sentiments, the group nodded in agreement. Now that the truth had emerged, the next steps were clear. They would first ascertain whether Wang Zhongyi's Liu Hui was indeed the one they sought before keeping a close watch on him. Given his capacity for malevolence, he likely had a checkered past. Uncovering just one misdeed would eliminate his chances of evading justice. Liu Hui probably believed that after spending so long abroad, he could act with impunity upon returning home. It was time for the authorities to teach him a lesson. Let us arrange a time to gather Liu Hui, the detestable Qi Zhang, and the Xia family together. Perhaps Jiang Yan might glean valuable information, avoiding aimless searching that could alert them. This was indeed a feasible plan. However, whether the gathering was organized by others or themselves, it may not be possible for every classmate to attend. As you understand, some individuals lack respect for others. Understood. Just keep the group updated. Indeed, if I were to stand among a group of elites, I might become so weak-kneed that I couldn't stand. It's best to avoid embarrassment. With no objections from the group, the student who had raised the matter felt reassured. At that moment, a servant led over a tall, handsome, and seemingly refined young man. Jiang Yan, hearing the commotion, turned to look. Who is this? Having just transferred, Jiang Yan was unaware of his identity, but the others recognized him immediately. This was none other than Ling Shichu, the second male lead in Liu Mian's future. Finally, he had arrived. The anticipation in the room was palpable. All eyes were fixed intently on Ling Shichu. Sensing the unusual expectation, Ling Shichu inquired, "What is going on?" Although he did not fully grasp why the students from class 22 were observing him so intently, his gaze instinctively fell upon Liu Mian, noticing his reddened eyes. As though he had been crying, Ling Shichu's brow furrowed slightly. Wow, he noticed Xiao Lu first. Could it be an inexplicable attraction between rivals? Perhaps he harbored feelings for Xiao Lu as well? If so, it might explain why he noticed him right away. Surely not. In Xiao Lu's future, any signs of affection only emerged later. Even if he did have feelings, they likely developed afterward. Regardless, the truth would soon be revealed. Indeed, the group awaited with bated breath. In Chapter 90, "You understand him well?" Chu Ju smiled and responded, "Thank you. It has been a long time since we gathered, and I thought it would be nice to take this opportunity. I hope my audacity has not caused any disturbance." "Not at all. I was rather bored. The timing is perfect." Ling Shichu smiled back, seemingly casually asking, "Is something the matter? I noticed Liu Mian seems off." Chu Ju raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. He suddenly started crying, and after some comforting, it seemed to be fine. Aren't you close with him? Why not ask? If I go and ask, he might leap up and hit me." Ling Shichu said this, yet his body moved toward Liu Mian. When Liu Mian saw Ling Shichu approach, he instinctively covered his face, not wanting Ling Shichu to witness his disheveled appearance. If he did, it would likely lead to ridicule. As expected, Ling Shichu remarked, "Liu Mian, are you 3 years old? Crying like that? With that little face, one might mistake you for a stray kitten." Lowering his voice, Ling Shichu leaned in to look at Liu Mian, ensuring only he could hear. "Look over here. Let me take a picture. I can print it out and post it at school for everyone to see young Master Liu crying. What do you think?" "No thanks." Liu Mian's voice was still choked with emotion. "If you want to post it, go ahead. My face is already ruined." His public humiliation had only just concluded. Had it been any other time, such provocation would have sparked Liu Mian's ire, prompting him to hiss like an indignant cat and retaliate. "Do you know what this is?" Ling Shichu raised 2 fingers. Liu Mian, confused, responded too. "What about it?" It seems your brain is still functioning normally," Ling Shichu declared, resembling a doctor making a diagnosis. Then, he clapped his hands, shaking his head. "No. A brain filled with wastewater cannot be considered normal. It can only be deemed unchanged." Liu Mian. The information reached Wang Yan, who shared it in the group. After a brief silence, everyone tagged Liu Mian. Support. Liu Mian. Ling Shichu. Do not bully the younger ones. Liu Mian. A classmate shouted loudly. The others echoed, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Jiang Yan. "We can only assist you up to this point, Jiang Yan." Is he really Ling Shichu? What is this? A nap arrives with a pillow? What a coincidence! Upon hearing these words, everyone's hearts raced. However, Jiang Yan did not delve deeper. Her curiosity was overshadowed by the excitement of gossip. "Yes, we are counting on you, Ba Gua Tu Jian. Our happiness hinges entirely on you. We are willing to offer a decade of singlehood for the entire nation, in exchange for Ling Shichu's future." The citizens exclaimed, "Is this polite?" As soon as the search results loaded, Jiang Yan eagerly scrolled down. The others held their breath in anticipation, for the truth would be revealed at this moment. "Wonderful, it's here. Fantastic." Everyone could finally breathe easy. Liu Mian also sighed with relief, unable to resist leaning in to listen. Ling Shichu, who had been observing him, grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth was wrong with Liu Mian today? To prevent Ling Shichu from noticing something amiss, he engaged a mutual acquaintance in conversation, pulling him aside to chat absently. Although Ling Shichu cared for Liu Mian, it was evident that Liu Mian had no time for him at present. Thus, he resigned himself to conversing with that classmate, his thoughts still occupied with Liu Mian's odd behavior. Consequently, 2 distracted individuals conversed, oblivious to each other's peculiarities. "Let me see." Jiang Yan quickly skimmed through the information. "What?" Ling Shichu initially proposed to support Liu Mian because he had heard that someone whom Liu Mian had offended intended to take revenge on him. Given that Liu Mian was his sworn rival, it was only natural for him to intervene. He approached Liu Mian with the intention of supporting him, believing that as long as Liu Mian became his, those seeking vengeance would dare not act recklessly. Jiang Yan gazed at Ling Shichu in disbelief. This fellow did not intend to humiliate Liu Mian by offering support. Why not clarify this? The other classmates shared her confusion. Liu Mian was equally bewildered, yet also astonished. The future Ling Shichu's motive for supporting him was to prevent him from being harmed by others. This was a rationale he had never considered. Yet, why did Ling Shichu fail to clarify, thereby allowing him to misconstrue the situation? Ling Shichu believed that even if he revealed the truth, Liu Mian would not believe him and would think it was a fabrication. He assumed that Liu Mian would always perceive his actions as an attempt to humiliate him. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Jiang Yan found a situation hard to articulate. Very well, you understand Liu Mian quite well. He indeed thinks this way. Liu Mian was utterly stunned, unable to muster a rebuttal, because whether in the present or future, he held the same belief. Consequently, I am told that Ling Shichu's actions were not motivated by a desire to humiliate him. How surreal is this? Liu Mian suddenly felt as if he had never truly understood Ling Shichu. So it is this way. This incident serves as a reminder that one must not view matters from a singular perspective. Indeed, one must not judge hastily. But Ling Shichu's words were undeniably harsh. That is true. Without knowing the truth, it is wise to remain silent. Let us continue listening. The answers shall soon unfold. Ling Shichu merely wished to protect Liu Mian from being bullied by others. Hence, he had no ulterior motives towards him. The various gifts he bestowed upon Liu Mian were not intended to humiliate him, but rather because he believed Liu Mian would appreciate them. In fact, while purchasing these items, he even thought, Liu Mian must believe I'm giving him these gifts to humiliate him. Well, you were indeed correct. Liu Mian thinks this way. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Liu Mian, who appeared dazed, as if his soul had floated away. It seemed Ling Shichu's perspective had profoundly impacted him. They all understood that had they been in his position, they would likely react similarly. I am certain that Ling Shichu harbors feelings for Liu Mian. If not, I shall eat my words. There is no need to take advantage of this opportunity for a free meal. Leave. I too believe Ling Shichu may have feelings for Liu Mian. He simply remains unaware of them. One of the classmates, conversing with Ling Shichu, felt a surge of emotion, desperately wishing to inquire whether Ling Shichu liked Liu Mian, but reason and impulse battled within him, leaving him speechless as he gazed at Ling Shichu with a complex and fiery expression. Ling Shichu. His confusion deepened. Ling Shichu glanced at Liu Mian, noticing his dazed expression, and felt an urge to capture the moment on his phone to use as material for future teasing. As he pondered this, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts continued. Ling Shichu assumed that everything would proceed smoothly with Liu Mian. Yet Liu Mian approached him, sitting on his lap and kissing him, saying, "Are you satisfied now? As you wished, I took the initiative. You must be quite pleased, right? Your sworn rival is now so submissive, openly expressing affection towards you." He instinctively looked at Ling Shichu, who was also gazing back at him, causing his face to flush with heat. Why must Ling Shichu subject him to such torment? Liu Mian felt utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 91. Zundu Jia Du he originally intended to refuse, but he found himself shamefully stirred. He then lifted Liu Mian's chin, chuckling softly as he said, "Well done. Keep up the good work next time." "Wait, what are you saying? You clearly had no intention of prompting Liu Mian's initiative. Why utter such words? No wonder Liu Mian misconstrued your intentions, believing that whatever you do ultimately aims to humiliate him." Jiang Yan truly wished to pry open Ling Shichu's mind to discern his thoughts. Did he genuinely enjoy watching Liu Mian misunderstand that he was ridiculing him? The other classmates shared a perplexed glance at Ling Shichu, once again met with their collective gaze. Ling Shichu. He was already bewildered, and now everyone turned their heads in unison to type on their phones. Ling Shichu, Class 12, is quite peculiar. While he lamented the oddity of Class 12, they too discussed him. Some claimed that pursuing a partner often leads to heartbreak, which holds some truth. How shameful to be stirred by someone like Liu Mian. Liu Mian, what are your thoughts? Liu Mian could only smile bitterly. What thoughts could he possibly have now? Like everyone else, he felt utterly confused. Reflecting on his past with Ling Shichu, he realized how much of it he had perceived as humiliation. Though he knew Ling Shichu was duplicitous, he had not anticipated this complexity even in their interactions. He had assumed Ling Shichu was genuine in front of him, without pretense, only to discover he had been concealing aspects of himself. Ling Shichu was far too intricate. At this moment, Liu Mian felt Jiang Yan and the others were correct. He could not outmaneuver Ling Shichu. Even if one day he were to be with Ling Shichu, he would still be at the latter's mercy, manipulated as he pleased. The day after Ling Shichu and Liu Ke-mian's encounter, Liu Ke-mian approached Ling Shichu with a request for assistance. Upon hearing this, Ling Shichu felt a peculiar discomfort, believing Liu Ke-mian was undervaluing himself. Even if Liu Ke-mian had not made such a request, he would have offered help. In fact, he had indeed been assisting in the investigation, having continued delving into Liu Ke-mian's parent situation since learning about it. So Liu Ke-mian's damiano. He grew quite irate and told him, "You are quite adept at negotiating equivalent exchanges." Subsequently, Ling Shichu provided Liu Ke-mian with all the information he had gathered, declaring the transaction complete. Upon reading this, Jiang Yan was left in a state of confusion. "Dude, are you alright?" At the outset, why not honestly inform Xiao Lu that you have long been investigating? Is it really necessary to create a FAAD that makes him believe this is a transaction between you two? Please, the mouth is not merely for uttering trivial remarks. Upon hearing this, everyone else felt at a loss for words, their gazes towards Ling Shichu filled with disappointment. You seem quite astute in general. Yet when it comes to Xiao Lu, you appear as foolish as a pig. I am at a loss for words regarding Ling Shichu. Some people simply lose their partners this way. Perhaps he is afflicted by some disorder, such as masochism, which compels him to engage in self-deprecating behavior. It is likely. Xiao Ke-mian had not anticipated that Ling Shichu was helping him not out of a bond formed through intimacy in the future, but rather because he had been investigating from the beginning. So why not disclose this? Is it fear of disbelief? As Xiao Lu reflected on the situation, he imagined how he would react if Ling Shichu were to speak the truth. Surely, he would be taken aback and cautiously appraise Ling Shichu, inquiring if he was all right. He might also wonder if this was some form of conspiracy by Ling Shichu. Just as he began to feel moved by Ling Shichu's words, Ling Shichu would laugh and declare, "Just kidding. Your expression was delightful. I am pleased today." Contemplating this, Xiao Ke-mian began to understand why Ling Shichu chose silence. Ling Shichu knew him so well that he could anticipate his thoughts. Xiao Ke-mian sighed and shared his musings in their group chat. Ultimately, it was Ling Shichu's own doing. Had he not consistently bullied you, you would not have perceived his kindness as a sinister plot. Thus, the fault does not lie with you. No need for self-reflection. Well said, quite reasonable. Xiao Ke-mian resolved to heed his classmate's advice. Ling Shichu gazed at Xiao Lu's smile and suddenly felt that the effort he had expended in gathering information was worth it. Realizing his feelings, Ling Shichu abruptly recognized that he harbored unique emotions for Xiao Lu. After all, he was not as oblivious as Xiao Lu. Once he became aware, everything fell into place. He had liked Xiao Lu for as long as he could remember. Caught off guard by such explosive news, Xiao Ke-mian was momentarily stunned. Ling Shichu also liked him? Had he liked him since childhood? It was not a matter of doubting Jiang Yan's sentiments. Rather, Xiao Ke-mian found it hard to believe that Ling Shichu had liked him for so long. Although he was indeed exceptional, a handsome young man, it seemed utterly astonishing and bizarre that Ling Shichu had harbored feelings for him since childhood. See, I told you, Ling Shichu definitely liked Xiao Lu, right? Huh, I don't understand. If Ling Shichu likes Xiao Lu, then why does he always bully him? He has bullied him to the point where Xiao Lu doubts Ling Shichu's kindness. Some immature boys tend to tease those they are fond of, engaging in small antics to garner their attention. Ling Shichu is likely one of them, albeit he has yet to recognize his own feelings for Xiao Lu. Is that truly the case? Xiao Ke-mian still found it hard to believe. It probably is. Xiao Lu, be more confident. You are wonderful and exceptional. It is only natural for him to like you. Observing this, Xiao Ke-mian glanced back at Ling Shichu, his eyes sparkling like twinkling stars. This fellow actually likes me. Now I have something to hold over him. A smile crept onto Xiao Ke-mian's face. Although he too liked Ling Shichu, it was unfortunate that Ling Shichu could not hear Jiang Yan's heartfelt thoughts. He suddenly realized that his classmates were correct. He should let Ling Shichu experience the trials of love since he had bullied him so much before. The incident of the slap would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Chapter 92. What a pitiful state Ling Shichu and Xiao Lu first met in kindergarten. At first sight, Ling Shichu was captivated by Xiao Lu and took the initiative to greet him. However, Xiao Lu was distracted by others and completely ignored him, leaving Ling Shichu disheartened. By chance, he accidentally pulled off Xiao Lu's hat, finally capturing his attention, which delighted him. After several attempts, he discovered that by teasing Xiao Lu, he could command all of his attention. Thus, he frequently bullied Xiao Lu, though this teasing was not bullying in the harsh sense, but rather akin to playful banter. As time passed, they became fierce rivals. It's confirmed. Ling Shichu is indeed the type of immature boy who attracts attention through teasing those he likes. Haha, Ling Shichu. Yet another piece of evidence is in my possession. Xiao Mian was filled with enthusiasm. Noticing Ling Shichu looking at him again, he flashed a grin. You'd better watch out. Your time of oppressing me has come to an end. My era is dawning. At that moment, Xiao Mian's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he found a message from Ling Shichu. The message contained an unflattering picture of Ling Shichu grinning widely, with watermelon seeds stuck in his teeth. Xiao Mian quickly zoomed in on the image for a closer look. Soon after, he received another message from Ling Shichu. Just kidding, that was a smile. Xiao Mian, casting aside all feelings, glared fiercely at Ling Shichu and began typing furiously. Ha! Your evidence is in my hands now. Let us see how long you can keep up the charade. Frustrated, Xiao Mian raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a surge of indignation. Was that a cannonball jump? I merely meant to scare you with a shallow splash. But who knew I would stumble and fall into the water myself? Observing the interplay between the two, their classmates felt as if they were witnessing a dazzling display. Am I not shining brightly right now? Jiang Yan, not just you, we're all quite radiant, smiling. Xiao Mian noticed this, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered his head, his cheeks flushed as he murmured, It's not like we're showing off our affection. I'm just angry. The back and forth between them was unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, who was engrossed in her own gossip explorations. Ling Shichu, upon recognizing his own feelings, felt a bittersweet ache. He believed that Xiao Lu only regarded him as a villainous antagonist who enjoyed bullying him. Thus, even if he treated Xiao Lu well, Xiao Lu would perceive it as having ulterior motives. Even if he confessed his feelings, Xiao Lu would likely interpret it as yet another method of humiliation. Helplessly, Ling Shichu chose to bury his feelings deep within, even finding solace in the thought that while he may not have won Xiao Lu's heart, at least he had secured his presence. It's hard to assess. Xiao Lu would probably indeed think this way. Xiao Lu concurred. Had he not realized he also liked Ling Shichu, he would have absolutely viewed a sudden confession as a prank. Ling Shichu was rather pitiable. Pitiable my foot. Isn't it just his own doing? I wholeheartedly agree. Do not show any weakness. Hold strong. Xiao Mian. Xiao Mian retorted, I am not being weak. Ling Shichu's inability to express his feelings is unfortunate. But does that mean he is the only one to be pitted? Afraid of being mocked and bullied by Ling Shichu for revealing his feelings, he too refrained from voicing his emotions. In summary, it is all Ling Shichu's fault. Although he cannot express his feelings to Xiao Lu, Ling Shichu thinks he can leave a lasting impression in Xiao Lu's heart. Even if one day Xiao Lu achieves his goals and departs from his life, he wishes to be an indelible presence in Xiao Lu's memory. Therefore, he chooses to engage in various delightful antics with Xiao Lu. Oh, delightful antics? What is there that we cannot witness? What delightful variations there are! The allure of the bunny girl costume and the role of a private tutor indeed bring forth a sense of joy. Xiao Lu, what is your perspective on Lu Mian? Lu Mian, with a flushed face, covered his burning cheeks and remained silent. He harbored no opinions on the matter. After all, these events had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, a classmate beside Ling Shichu cast a meaningful glance at him and gave him a thumbs up. Ling Shichu, perplexed, inquired, what is it? The classmate chuckled and shook his head, saying, it's nothing. I just think you are quite impressive and have some intriguing ideas. Ling Shichu retorted. That is akin to saying nothing at all. Later, on a particular day, he heard that Xiao Lu was meeting another man, the very individual who had once threatened to retaliate against Xiao Lu. Concerned that Xiao Lu might be mistreated, he rushed over, only to witness that man behaving inappropriately toward Xiao Lu, who remained indifferent. A surge of anger ignited within him. It was impressive that he managed to refrain from delivering a beating to that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Lu Mian's heart skipped a beat. Was Ling Shichu's presence there out of concern for him? Should he treat him with a bit more kindness, perhaps even using a threat to lower his demands? You must not show weakness, Xiao Lu. Remember how he once bullied you. However, upon reflection, it seemed that not all of those past encounters were purely bullying. Many instances were merely his own perception of it. Regardless of perception, it was still bullying, and he needed to understand that always bullying one's wife does not win her heart. I'm not his wife. Mian felt his ears grow warm. Ultimately, he resolved not to relent. Ling Shichu took Xiao Lu away, and the mere thought of Xiao Lu being touched by another man ignited a fierce jealousy within him. In a fit of irrationality, he uttered words that were deeply hurtful. The regret that followed, especially upon hearing Xiao Lu's accusations, compounded his remorse. In a secluded spot where Xiao Lu could not see, he slapped himself twice. Inflicting pain upon himself in solitude did nothing to assuage Xiao Lu's anger. Why couldn't he just quickly bring a keyboard, kneel before Xiao Lu, and apologize by striking his own face? Jiang Yan was utterly speechless. Engaging in such actions privately would not allow Xiao Lu to know. Moreover, although his protective instincts for his partner were commendable, his emotional stability left much to be desired, as evidenced by the hurtful words spoken in jealousy. He must understand the damaging power of language. Chapter 93. Inconsistency of words will lead to losing a partner. What suddenly ignited such fervor? It is not incorrect. The power of words is formidable, as seen in instances of online harassment. The importance of emotional stability cannot be overstated. There are too few individuals who maintain it. I too struggle with emotional stability, often succumbing to anger. My life's goal is to become an emotionally stable person. Mian found Jiang Yan's portrayal of Ling Shichu surreal, almost detached from reality. The notion that one could privately inflict self-pain after uttering hurtful words was challenging to reconcile with Ling Shichu's character. Yet such surreal occurrences had indeed transpired. Was he dreaming? Would everything dissipate upon awakening? Mian pinched his thigh, wincing at the pain. This was no dream. Damn it, Jiang Yan was right. If an apology was due, it should be delivered openly. Self-inflicted punishment in solitude served no purpose. Mian cast a disdainful glance at Ling Shichu. Yet a flicker of joy lingered in his heart. At least Ling Shichu still cared for him. Ling Shichu yearned to apologize, but Xiao Lu's feelings were tumultuous, leading him to refuse any interaction and maintain a cold front. Consequently, he would stealthily circle the vicinity daily, seeking an opportune moment to offer his apology. Why the secrecy? Why not approach openly? Was he ashamed to be seen? Would it truly be so difficult for Xiao Lu to know? Jiang Yan was astounded by Ling Shichu's antics. Other classmates whispered and pointed at him, leaving Ling Shichu bewildered and increasingly convinced of the peculiarities of his class. Were it not for his recent arrival, he might have left with Mian. After Ling Shichu's persistent waiting, he finally caught Xiao Lu in a better mood and immediately jumped out to apologize. Reflecting on Xiao Lu's perspective, Jiang Yan chuckled softly. She was eager to see how Ling Shichu would express his contrition. Initially, Ling Shichu candidly admitted that his hurtful words were a result of anger, but then he added, "I support you. You are my personal possession, and no one desires their belongings to bear the scent of another." He continued, "You are a man, and you should comprehend a man's possessiveness." Yet within his heart, he thought, "If only you truly belonged to me, I could keep you locked away, visible only to myself. Do you know how much I despise those who gaze at you with lewd eyes? I wish I could gouge out their eyes and shred them to pieces. You should only belong to me. But I am aware that you are free, and one day you may leave me." Outwardly, he said, "When I grow tired of you," while inwardly he lamented, "I will never grow weary of you. I want to grow old with you from dawn to dusk, year after year, day in and day out." He said, "You can seek whoever you wish," but in his heart, he pleaded, "No. You cannot seek anyone else. Only I can." Did he need to break your legs to ensure you would remain by my side? Surely, that would keep you close, but it would not bring you happiness. You are free, and I cannot clip your wings. At the very least, after you leave me, I hope to occupy a cherished place in your heart, rather than being remembered as the villain. Yet, this was evidently a fanciful notion. I must be a detestable fiend in your eyes. Why not voice these thoughts? How could he know if you remained silent? Did you assume he possessed the ability to read minds, to see through your exterior and discern your true feelings? You must declare your affection for him. If he refuses, then forcibly love him, finding ways to make it impossible for him to escape your grasp. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The mouth is meant for speaking. Jiang Yan truly felt a sense of exasperation for both individuals. At this moment, she wished to shout at Ling Shichu, "Dear classmate, if you do not wish to speak, perhaps you could donate your mouth to someone in need." Ling Shichu's inconsistency was vividly apparent. If one were to disregard his spoken words and instead listen to his inner thoughts, it would be an unabashed confession of love. Xiao Lu sincerely advises that in the future, Ling Shichu's words, unless they are declarations of love, should be interpreted in reverse. In this day and age, being tsundere is no longer fashionable. It often leads to failure. A certain golden retriever of a failure remarked, "Are you being polite?" Ling Shichu also exhibited traits of a yandere. Xiao Lu should be cautious, as the prospect of being confined or having his leg broken was rather alarming. He had gained insight. The notion of yandere is enthralling in novels, but terrifying in reality. Fortunately, Ling Shichu retained a semblance of rationality. Jiang Yan was indeed correct. The goal should simply be to make Xiao Lu fall for him. If that fails, a more aggressive approach could be employed. Xiao Lu, who was often ensnared in Ling Shichu's grasp, would surely find it difficult to escape. Bleh I'm touched his flushed ears and refrained from speaking up in the group chat. Ling Shichu's inner dialogue was far too embarrassing. It was fortunate that Ling Shichu could not hear him. Otherwise, he would surely die of embarrassment. Then again, Ling Shichu, with his thick skin, would likely not show any shame, but rather tease him for feeling shy. Indeed, as everyone has said, I cannot compete with him. Reflecting on it now, even if I were to expose his secrets, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory, inflicting more harm upon myself than upon him. It is truly disheartening. The subsequent events mirrored those of Xiao Lu, as he continued to assist her in uncovering the truth. At that moment, someone approached him, presenting 2 discs. The reason he possessed evidence implicating Lu Hui in deceiving Xiao Lu's parents was due to the foresight of Xiao Lu's parents, who had left a backup disc behind, having sensed signs of life nearby. This individual was cunning. He merely claimed to have found the disc that contained evidence against Xiao Lu's parents' company, omitting any mention of the video recording Lu Hui's threats. Lu Hui appeared to accept the situation amicably, yet he swiftly initiated an investigation into this individual, subsequently orchestrating his abduction under the guise of a prize-winning trip abroad, intending to have him eliminated by foreign assassins. Upon learning that Lu Hui was behind this, the individual harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Hearing that Ling Shichu was searching for information on Lu Hui, he voluntarily approached her, handing over both pieces of evidence. Bleh I'm felt a sense of discomfort upon hearing this. He was uncertain whether to blame this person for withholding information. Humanity is indeed complex. Malicious individuals have their own means of dealing with each other. This fellow was rather skilled, having witnessed Lu Hui's coercion of Xiao Lu's parents to the brink of suicide. He should have recognized the danger Lu Hui posed, yet he still contemplated extorting him. Who can fathom the thoughts of such individuals? Nevertheless, Lu Hui certainly exuded arrogance. It seemed his dealings abroad were far from clean. Ling Shichu, holding 2 pieces of evidence, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. With the evidence in hand, Xiao Lu's objective had finally been achieved, rendering him no longer necessary. Although he did not wish to lose Xiao Lu, he had never considered withholding the evidence from her. Unfortunately, Lu Hui's associates had kept a close watch on the individual, and upon discovering that he had handed the materials to Ling Shichu, they sought to retrieve the evidence through force. Little did they know, Ling Shichu would fiercely protect those pieces of evidence, ultimately resulting in a tragic accident that escalated the situation. In his final moments, Ling Shichu's thoughts were unexpectedly, Bleh I'm, you are free now. The villain you despise has forever exited your world. Sighing softly, Jiang Yan could only lament the cruel twists of fate. How unfortunate it was to encounter a speeding vehicle. Had it not been for that massive truck, injuries might have occurred, yet life would not have been endangered. But such hypotheticals hold no weight. What she could do was inform Xiao Lu about Lu Hui's transgressions at the appropriate moment, thereby preventing a cascade of ensuing events. As for the emotional entanglements between Xiao Lu and Ling Shichu, she was not a matchmaker. She would allow their relationship to develop organically. Much like her own feelings towards Gu He, she had no intention of interfering. Whether they ended up together or apart would depend solely on their own choices. Bleh I'm had foreseen Ling Shichu's fate within his own future, so when he heard the news again, though saddened, he refrained from tears. Yet, a surge of pent-up frustration lingered within him. After much contemplation, he found Ling Shichu's WeChat and sent a message. You are truly a scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment, came the reply. Bleh I'm glanced at Ling Shichu, who smiled faintly at him. He shot him an annoyed glare and turned away, refusing to engage. Chapter 94. The annual family recognition drama commences. The classmates, having listened to Liu Mian and Ling Shichu's complete future, felt utterly satisfied. At that moment, Chuju's parents arrived, pushing a grand three-tiered cake, as no birthday celebration would be complete without one. Jiang Yan, noticing this, quickly stood up and joined Jiang Yu and the others. Following the customary birthday procedures, Chuju began distributing cake. Chu Qianyu and Fu Liu smiled as they watched the festivities, but Fu Liu's gaze froze the moment it landed on Lin Lu. "Darling, look." She tugged at Chu Qianyu's arm, silently urging him to observe Lin Lu. He turned to see, momentarily taken aback. He bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Shan. Could it be? Fu Liu hesitated, but Chu Qianyu understood her implication. He gently patted her hand, saying, "If it concerns you, perhaps you should investigate, or ask Xiao Zhu about this classmate." Indeed, Jiang Yan, standing nearby, overheard their hushed conversation and her eyes lit up. Wow, is the annual family recognition drama about to unfold? The crowd, engrossed in their cake, failed to notice, quickly redirecting all their attention to Jiang Yan's thoughts. Realizing that the 12th class had collectively spaced out yet again, Ling Shichu increasingly felt that this class was shrouded in mystery. Setting aside their previous unexplained absences, their tendency to zone out collectively raised suspicions. He glanced at Liu Mian, who was also lost in thought. His curiosity piqued. Perhaps he could pry some information from him. Ling Shichu smiled subtly, while Liu Mian, feeling an inexplicable chill, abruptly turned to face him, contemplating whether he was up to no good. I knew it. Lin Lu and Fu Lishun looked so alike. Any member of the Fu family would undoubtedly take notice. It was indeed about Lin Lu. Everyone understood now and turned their attention towards Lin Lu, scrutinizing his face. With those familiar with Fu Lishun nodding in agreement at the striking similarity, Lin Lu felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He was not prepared for a family revelation. Although he had been unhappy at home lately, Zhang Wenwen never dared to act up in front of his father, targeting him instead, often whispering in his father's ear, which only exacerbated his father's discontent towards him. He felt as though he had become a secondary child, easily disposable if he did not measure up. Yet, his father remained unaware of whether the secondary child was male or female, which provided him with a temporary reprieve from his father's harshness. Despite feeling disheartened, Lin Lu earnestly followed the advice of his classmates. He had quietly secured his portion of the inheritance left by his mother. To prevent further escalation of conflicts, he was contemplating living on campus, though he struggled to muster the resolve to do so. Perhaps after moving in, he and his father would truly drift apart. Regarding Jiang Yan's earlier comment about having a place to go if his maternal grandfather had not left, Lin Lu could only laugh bitterly. His maternal grandfather's family was also comprised of self-serving individuals. Otherwise, they would not have disregarded his mother's wishes for a marriage alliance. Jiang Yan, possessing foresight, remained oblivious to the true nature of his grandfather and uncle. At his mother's funeral, he had witnessed their callousness firsthand. They had not even attended the service, merely sending an unknown person in their stead, and during the phone call, they had lamented that his mother was unworthy, unable to live longer and provide them with greater benefits. He vowed to never forget the chilling words that had seeped through the phone. At this moment, Chuju was equally conflicted, pondering whether to disclose the truth about Lin Lu to his parents should they inquire. By the way, I must find an opportunity to inform Lin Lu that his stepmother intends to smear him on her wedding day, escalating the conflict with his father. After all, she does not want another child, one not her own and much older than her child, to stake a claim on the inheritance. She fears that by the time her child matures, Lin Yang's company will be under Lin Li's control, prompting her to devise ways to sow discord between Lin Lu and his father. Her subsequent plan required her to give birth to a son. Fortune smiled upon her. And indeed, she bore a son, albeit not Lin Yang's. But who would be the wiser? With a son, she could proceed with her next scheme, to ensure Lin Lu was thoroughly expelled from the Lin family, stripped of any claim to inheritance. Such an adult stepson would pose no threat to her son's position. It was truly a pity that this woman was not born into a palace intrigue. Jiang Yan sighed in exasperation. At that moment, Lin Lu's mood was hardly any better. Did his father truly have no trust in him? Did he harbor no feelings for him at all? Do not be disheartened, Lin Lu, someone consoled. If the Lin family does not welcome you, the grand doors of the Fu family stand wide open for you. Please, let Lin Yang and Zhang Wenwen be permanently locked away. May they not bring misfortune upon others. At this moment, I can only exclaim, the time for retribution has arrived. They have demeaned you in countless ways. Yet you shall transform into the esteemed son of the Fu family, leaving them in awe of your ascent. Indeed, at that time, let your stepmother witness that you have no desire for the Lin family's cast-offs. I am eager to traverse time and witness this moment of vindication in the future. Observing the playful banter around him, Lin Lu felt his sorrow dissipate. Wow, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Huh, was Lin Yang, his father, arriving? The crowd glanced around in search of the man they suspected to be Lin Yang, but no one else was in sight. Class 12 was indeed peculiar. Perhaps some classmates on the forums were right. It seemed their class was cursed. I will save you, but you can only be bullied by me. Ling Shichu cast a knowing glance at Liu Ke, who was also scanning the surroundings. Random gossip has unexpectedly revealed Lin Li's father's secrets. Could this lad possess the demeanor of an emperor, or perhaps be favored by fortune? The crowd responded, honestly, one could benefit from reading less web fiction. I see. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. This story dates back to Lin Yang's university days. During that time, Lin Yang had a girlfriend he adored, yet his family disapproved of her. As she hailed from a humble background, they pressured him to end their relationship and marry Lin Li's mother. Young and headstrong, Lin Yang rejected his family's arrangements. They threatened to cut off his funds, but he scoffed at their threats and discarded all his cards in pursuit of love. However, as one might expect, a person accustomed to a life of comfort struggles to adapt to a life of poverty. He had always dined on gourmet delicacies, but now he could only fill his stomach with large steamed buns. How could he bear such a disparity? Nevertheless, his girlfriend was quite commendable. Seeing Lin Yang's defiance against his family for her sake, she was deeply moved. She gently advised him that there was no need to create such animosity with his family, promising to improve herself to gain the Lin family's acceptance. Yet, Lin Yang was obstinate and refused to listen. His girlfriend, feeling helpless, worked multiple jobs to alleviate his financial strain. Lin Yang, however, was ambitious and too picky about the jobs he sought, ultimately earning nothing and alienating numerous potential employers, such that no one would refer him for work. Though his girlfriend's income kept him from destitution, after half a month of hardship, he could endure no longer. With his family's persuasion, he acquiesced, breaking up with his girlfriend and entering a union with Lin Li's mother. It is often said that the more one is forced to let go, the more one clings to what they have lost. Lin Yang was no exception. He remained haunted by thoughts of his girlfriend, often misplacing his resentment onto Lin Li's mother, believing her to be the reason for his forced marriage and the loss of his beloved. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lin Li's mother, and even after marriage, he sought out affairs. Bah! Lin Li's mother truly drew the short straw in this relationship, Jiang Yan scoffed. It was indeed a case of benefiting from the situation while feigning virtue. Jiang Yan flicked his hand in disgust, wishing to sever any connection with Lin Yang. Lin Lu was taken aback. He had never imagined his father to be such a person. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Yet, he wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Yan's sentiment. His mother had truly suffered a lifetime of misfortune by being tied to his father. Chapter 95. Ruthless moves. It is well known how potent the allure of a beloved can be, particularly when that beloved has passed. Although his girlfriend was not Lin Yang's ideal, she was someone he cherished deeply, and their forced separation left an indelible mark on his heart. Tragically, she was coerced into marrying an older man, leading her to take her own life. Upon learning this news, Lin Yang was devastated, his world shattered. Naturally, he directed his wrath towards Lin Li's mother. Believing that the Zhao family's intention to forge a union with his family was the cause of his and his girlfriend's separation, which ultimately led to her tragic fate. What a twisted mindset. Even without the Zhao family, there were the Liu and Wang families. Would his parents truly allow him to be with a girl from an ordinary family? Instead of reflecting on his own issues, he merely cast blame on others. The crowd wholeheartedly concurred. You understand him, Lin Lu. There is no reason for you to feel sorrow. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. It is merely a change of fathers. Lin Lu remarked, classmate Wang Zhizhi always has a knack for uttering the unexpected. People nodded in agreement, once again convinced that Wang Zhizhi's future may end in tragedy. Lin Yang's disdain for Lin Li's mother only deepened after this incident, extending to Lin Lu himself. This is why he readily believed Zhang Wenwen's one-sided narrative, unjustly placing the blame on Lin Lu. He is a shrewd man. How could he not see through Zhang Wenwen's antics? Yet, his dislike for Lin Lu clouded his judgment, preventing him from exploring the truth or siding with Lin Lu. How intriguing. Lin Lu sighed deeply, a bittersweet sensation washing over his heart. However, Jiang Yan's revelations shattered the long-held image he had of Lin Yang as a father. He thought to himself that he could now begin to let go. Yet, he was not psychologically prepared to acknowledge Fu Li's hint. I wonder if Jiang Wanwen realizes that Lin Yang's affection for her stems from her striking resemblance to his late girlfriend. Just when they thought the gossip had reached its conclusion, a new, significant twist emerged, leaving everyone stunned. Oh my, so, it is a case of substitution literature. His girlfriend exclaimed, "What the hell are you trying to repulse me with?" One cannot deny that Lin Li's mother and his girlfriend had drawn the short straw by becoming entangled with such a person. I am curious to know whether Jiang Wanwen is aware of this situation. If she is not, and she discovers the truth, it would certainly make for an entertaining spectacle. What do you think, Lin Lu? Lin Lu, who had been tagged, felt helpless. He had only just learned of this matter today and had no idea whether Jiang Wanwen was aware. In Lin Yang's study, which he does not allow anyone to enter casually, there lies a safe containing all the photographs from his relationship with his girlfriend. If Jiang Wanwen were to see them, it would be quite the spectacle. Of course, this is under the assumption that she does not realize she is merely a stand-in. The crowd was eager to investigate whether Jiang Wanwen knew of this situation. If she did not, they might be able to assist her in some way. Can this significant task be entrusted to you, Lin Lu? Lin Lu hesitated at this suggestion. Perhaps it would be best not to involve him. After all, Jiang Wanwen was plotting to malign Lin Lu. What if she was already concocting a scheme? Wouldn't we be caught off guard? That is a valid point. Regrettably, she is still not qualified. Otherwise, I could have invited her to the banquet and pretended to comment on how she resembles Lin Yang's college girlfriend, observing her reactions to gain insight. However, the banquet approach is unfeasible. Perhaps a chance encounter would suffice. Indeed, why hadn't I thought of that? Shall we arrange to meet tomorrow afternoon? Absolutely. My home is not far from Lin Li's neighborhood. I must go. We, a group of girls, have decided to coincidentally encounter Jiang Wanwen tomorrow afternoon. I believe there is no need for such haste. We could wait until the day of their wedding to casually bring up this matter in her presence. An absolute coup. Ruthless. You are truly ruthless. The girls collectively altered their plans. As for not attending the wedding, that is out of the question. As Lin Li's classmates, attending his father's wedding is hardly excessive. Is it? Some classmates also reminded Lin Lu. Based on his experiences, he suggested preparing a recording device. As long as he shares a space with Jiang Wanwen, he should turn it on. If she slanders him later, he can present the evidence before them. Understood. Lin Lu solemnly committed this matter to memory. Before arranging accommodations, he must remain vigilant against Jiang Wanwen to avoid unnecessary trouble. Speaking of the experiences of girlfriends, it brings to mind another girl's future. Jiang Yan sighed softly. After being brought to this city, she had no desire to share space with Jiang Lian, so she ventured out alone, encountering individuals from whom she gleaned fragments of information. Jiang Yan remarked, "That is a couple who prioritize sons over daughters. They aspire for their son to receive a superior education and plan to purchase a home in the city, but their down payment is insufficient. What will they do then? They turn their attention to their daughter, intending to sell her to those who cannot find a wife. Had I not stumbled upon this limited information, I wouldn't even know who their daughter is. I would certainly rush to inform her to escape while she still can." Jiang Yan felt a sense of regret. She had scrolled through the couple's details numerous times without uncovering their future, and although she had some information about their daughter, locating her was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This girl is truly unfortunate. What era are we in to still prioritize sons over daughters? It must be said that such a bias has always existed, albeit less frequently witnessed. One can easily find evidence of it on social media platforms. Is there a way to learn about this girl's situation? Would this qualify as human trafficking? Yes, it would. Yet, Jiang Yan had no access to the girl's information, leaving us in the dark as well. What a pity. Upon hearing this, the group's mood subtly shifted to one of melancholy. Speaking of which, their daughter is our schoolmate. I wonder if their parents have already executed their plan. If not, perhaps we could anonymously post this information on the campus forum. Their daughter should notice it. Jiang Yan was uncertain if the girl would pay attention. After all, given the couple's attitude, they likely mistreated their daughter. Perhaps they hadn't even provided her with a phone. The group gasped in surprise. So they're alumni? This necessitates close attention. Jiang Yan's suggestion is viable. As long as she can connect the dots and remain alert, she should be able to evade danger, provided she has a phone and checks the forum. However, this family seems remarkably oblivious. Their daughter managed to enter Twinge Academy. Given their inability to gather a down payment for a house, it suggests a disadvantaged background. Their daughter must be a full scholarship student. Full scholarship students are either academically gifted, possess a unique skill, or exhibit exceptional talent. Even if her grades plummet after entering Twinge Academy, akin to the full scholarship students in our class, of course, I am not mocking you, merely drawing a comparison, she must be a worthy investment. After all, aside from educational resources, Twinge Academy's most significant asset is its network. Indeed, it is perplexing how they could think otherwise. They prioritize sons over daughters. Would they truly care about their daughter's abilities? The group found his classmates' reasoning quite compelling. Perhaps Jiang Yan is referring to me, a voice timidly interjected. The group fell silent. Chapter 96, Another Infatuated Classmate. The group exchanged glances, realizing they had unwittingly turned the spotlight on themselves. After a moment of confusion, all eyes turned toward the girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, standing awkwardly to the side, nervously clutching her phone. They remembered her well. Her name was Ling Shichu, one of the top 10 students in their class. However, her grades fluctuated significantly, sometimes landing her in the top 3, other times dropping to 10th place, extremely unstable. The group's impression of her was not based on her academic performance, but rather her notable tendency to sleep through class. She was often dubbed the sleeping deity among them. "Are you certain it's you?" Ling Shichu's friend, Jiang Sui, whispered. "Don't assume it's your family, just because they also prioritize sons." "Classmate, think it over carefully. Could it really be about your family?" Ling Shichu's deskmate, Jiang Yan, expressed concern. "It must be about me. Should I confirm with Jiang Yan? How do you propose to confirm?" "Create some commotion to catch her attention, ideally something that piques her interest." Ling Shichu pondered for a moment, then picked up a drink and approached Chuju, exclaiming loudly, "Chuju, happy birthday! May your life be smooth sailing. May you be healthy and worry-free. And may you enjoy peace year after year." Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of his parents, Chuju's lips twitched, but he raised his glass and smiled. "Thank you for the blessing." He then downed the drink. "Wow, is this working?" "Excellent." Jiang Yan's attention has been captured. Ling Shichu breathed a sigh of relief. "But he belongs to the medical sister." "Oh, the medical sister." Li Qinan teased. Yang Xingqing chimed in. "Yes, you must avoid spreading yourself too thin. Be cautious, lest the medical sister retaliate." Chuju. Ling Shichu anticipated Jiang Yan's thoughts when she made this move and had little reaction, except for a twinge of guilt toward Chuju. "Let me see. Look, it's fine. If I can help you, that's enough." However, an explanation will be needed for his parents. Chuju glanced cautiously at his parents, who were indeed exchanging knowing looks. "So, her name is Ling Shichu?" Jiang Yan mused. "Oh, she doesn't like Chuju. She once had a crush on her deskmate Jiang Yan, but upon discovering he was infatuated with Yun Lioli, she promptly lost interest." Jiang Yan's instincts kicked in. Deskmate, infatuation. She scanned the room, trying to locate the student named Jiang Yan. Which one is Jiang Yan? Does he not realize how difficult it is to be an infatuated admirer? For details, please refer to classmate Gao Yuhua. "What the heck? I was called out without a word." Gao Yuhua lamented. "What's wrong with being an infatuated admirer? Does it strip me of my rights?" Gao Yuhua felt on the verge of tears. "Wasn't it just a playful jab at you initially? Must it be held against me forever?" Jiang Yan, under scrutiny, managed to maintain a polite smile while inwardly shouting, "What's wrong with being an infatuated admirer? Did it consume your family's rice?" Still, he was unaware that Ling Shichu had once liked him. He had been completely oblivious. However, that was to be expected. His heart was entirely with Lioli, leaving no room for other girls. Thankfully, Ling Shichu had moved past her feelings. Otherwise, navigating their interactions would have been quite challenging. As for Ling Shichu, she stared down at her feet, her toes nervously tapping the ground. She was mortified. How could they dredge up such old matters? Had it not been for her concern over whether his parents intended to sell her, she would never have approached Jiang Yan. "Ouch! Jiang Yan, you stepped on my foot." Wang Zongyi quietly approached Jiang Yan from behind and shouted, startling him. "Jiang Yan, which one?" Jiang Yan quickly looked over. Jiang Yan's smile abruptly froze. He cast a deathly glare at Wang Zongyi, raising his middle finger and muttering, "Damn you, Wang Zongyi, go to hell." "Don't worry, Wang Zongyi, we will protect you," exclaimed the classmates around them, all fixated on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pleaded, "Please, don't look at me." He cried out in despair. Naturally, Jiang Yan, lacking the ability to read minds, was oblivious to his wails. After uncovering Jiang Yan's secrets, She swiftly bypassed them and glanced into the future, regarding him with a look of pity. This gaze made Jiang Yan's heart race. This little sycophant resembles Gao Yuhua. Gao Yuhua took the blame for his goddess, and you're doing the same. While Gao Yuhua's transgression was merely cheating, your goddess has committed vehicular manslaughter, and you are still taking the fall for her. Truly, you are the epitome of a sycophant. Even Gao Yuhua would bow down to you. Jiang Yan was completely bewildered. What? Li was involved in a drunk driving incident that resulted in death? How could that be? She would shed tears over eating rabbits, lamenting their cuteness. Despite the deliciousness of spicy rabbit heads, Li was genuinely kind-hearted. How could someone like her be involved in drunk driving, let alone cause a fatal accident? Jiang Yan was reluctant to believe it. Yet thus far, Jiang Yan's insights had proven accurate. The only anomaly had been concerning Jiang Say, who was suspected of reincarnation. One must understand, we have encountered numerous individuals whose appearances do not reflect their true natures. Someone patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder, attempting to make him face reality. Jiang Yan opened his mouth to retort, but the truth was undeniable. He could not help but begin to question whether Li was indeed such a person. He found himself pondering, hoping for Jiang Yan's inner voice to provide clarity. Jiang Yan asked, "Why aren't you continuing to speak about me? I, the sycophant, taking the blame. Surely that is more interesting than the Xinyang situation? Don't fret, your turn will come," the classmates reassured him. What? When she received the admission letter from Twinge Academy, her parents insisted she relinquish her spot to her younger brother. She patiently explained that the admissions process at Twinge Academy was stringent and substituting students was impossible. They refused to listen, deeming her a thankless child, and declare they would not give her a single penny for her education. Have you ever given Li Xinyang any pocket money for living expenses? Those tuition fees were only paid because the teachers persistently urged you. Li Xinyang listened to Jiang Yan's thoughts, feeling no emotional upheaval. The bitterness, injustice, and sorrow had already been experienced over the past several years. Thus, even if her parents truly intended to sell her, she would only feel anger and fear. Anger at their trampling of her dignity, fear of being powerless to resist, and ultimately being sold into an unknown fate, ending her life. Chapter 97. The gossip hits close to home. Although Twinge Academy waived Li Xinyang's tuition and accommodation fees, she was still responsible for her living expenses. Consequently, she worked part-time after school to earn money and even collected trash to sell. This was also why she often slept during the day. Due to this exhausting routine, her academic performance plummeted, ultimately landing her in Class 12, where her grades remained unstable. This is too much hardship. Her parents truly do not treat her like a person, Jiang Yan exclaimed indignantly. The other students, unaware of the true reason behind Li Xinyang's daily drowsiness, felt a pang of regret for having given her the nickname Sleeping God without understanding. They collectively acknowledged their mistake and sincerely apologized to Li Xinyang. "It's all right. I don't mind," she replied. She was already aware of her nickname, but truly did not care. "By the way, my cousin is looking for a female tutor. You might want to give it a try. They offer quite a decent salary, enough to cover your living expenses and even save some." A classmate recalled this and mentioned it in the group chat. If you only take one part-time job, Li Xinyang, you might find it easier. However, it was made clear that whether she could succeed in the interview would depend on her own abilities. "Thank you." Li Xinyang expressed her gratitude and contemplated asking this classmate for further details privately. If a tutoring position could replace her multiple part-time jobs, she would have more time to study and would no longer doze off in class, likely improving her grades. Li Xinyang felt a flicker of hope and resolved to prepare thoroughly to secure this tutoring job. What? Li Xinyang was sold by her parents to that strange old man, just to gather the down payment for a house in the city? Why does this version seem so familiar? Of course, it felt familiar. Hadn't you just mentioned it? The classmates thought in unison, feeling a weight lift from their hearts. That couple was indeed Li Xinyang's parents, and they had indeed planned to sell her, having already found a buyer. Concerned glances were cast towards Li Xinyang, although such a future would not come to pass. Being sold by one's own parents would surely not feel good. However, it was evident that they were overthinking it. Aside from anger and fear, Li Xinyang exhibited no other emotions. "Xinyang," Jiang Sui tightly grasped Li Xinyang's arm, her eyes slightly reddened. "Don't be afraid. That future will not happen." She empathized with Li Xinyang, as her own family, though not favoring sons over daughters, had not shown her love, often resorting to physical punishment. Particularly after her outstanding piano talent earned her admission to Twinge Academy, Her mother nearly broke her fingers in a fit of rage, only to be stopped by a neighbor. Naturally, a mother who despised her would never allow her to pursue piano studies. Her acceptance into Twinge Academy had been a stroke of luck. She had played the piano once, catching the attention of the academy's principal, who had spontaneously performed a piece and invited her to play. Having never learned the piano, she stumbled through the notes, but managed to replicate the principal's melody well enough to be admitted. Unfortunately, under her mother's neglect, she eventually injured her fingers and could no longer play, feeling she had let down the principal's expectations, an enduring source of guilt. Perhaps Jiang Sui's hopeful gaze fell upon Jiang Yan. Perhaps through Jiang Yan's thoughts, she could understand why her mother harbored such disdain for her. Was it, as she suspected, due to the man who had abandoned her mother, her father? If you need anything, just let us know. Our class will definitely support you, Jiang Yan declared. Indeed, we will help. Selling you is a crime. Human trafficking must not be tolerated. It is time for them to learn about the law. Yi remarked in the group chat. When we catch them red-handed, they will surely regret their actions. Ling Shichu nodded. Believing this classmate's words had a strong likelihood of becoming reality. She intended to follow their advice and leave herself a trump card for the future. After a minute of stunned silence, Jiang Yan also came to a realization. Is Ling Shichu the unfortunate daughter of that couple I saw before, who planned to sell their daughter to gather a down payment? Damn, this gossip hit close to home. Jiang Yan felt a whirlwind of emotions. But she was more relieved that this unfortunate girl was someone she could reach out to, allowing her to offer a timely warning to avert such a fate. I will look for an opportunity to slip a note to Ling Shichu. I hope she can change that outcome. Upon hearing this, Ling Shichu cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yan, resolving to seek more part-time work after the college entrance examination, intending to transfer more money to Jiang Yan's account, so she would have an abundance of funds in the future. Unaware that someone intended to deposit money into a bank card she did not recognize, Jiang Yan continued to read on. Upon realizing she had been sold, Ling Shichu was engulfed by a tempest of anger. She longed to flee, but having consumed the drugged water, she succumbed to a profound weakness and fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place, confronted by a predatory old man. In this village, there were many women like her, purchased rather than sold by their parents. Most had become numb, resembling mere shells of their former selves. They observed Ling Shichu's struggles with indifference, believing she would soon capitulate, for they too had once resisted and attempted to escape, only to ultimately surrender. Yet, despite the torment she endured, Ling Shichu refused to give in. At last, she managed to escape. She was unaware of how many times she had fallen or rolled down hills, how many wounds she had sustained, or how much blood she had lost. She only knew that victory lay ahead. Just before losing consciousness, she spotted a familiar face, her high school classmate, Yi. Yi was equally astonished to find himself involved. Yet an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Upon hearing that Ling Shichu had successfully escaped, their classmates collectively sighed in relief. Encountering Yi provided a sense of security. Chapter 98. The perks of being a villain. Seeing Yi eased Ling Shichu's taut nerves. She recounted the situation in the village to him, prompting Yi to contact his family. Subsequently, Ling Shichu guided the police to the village, where they rescued all the abducted women. How wonderful! Everyone simultaneously rejoiced for the salvation of those women. Witnessing the rescue of all, Ling Shichu finally exhaled the tension she had held within her. As everyone rushed toward a brighter future, she collapsed at the threshold of that very light. Why? Wasn't Shichu the one who escaped and brought help for the other women? How could she have died? Surely those vile individuals did not retaliate at the last moment? Yi perceived the truth and remarked. Ling Shichu sustained injuries during her escape. She must have suffered a fatal wound, but held on long enough to save those women, only to release her last breath once her purpose was fulfilled. How could this be? Ling Shichu. Some emotional classmates were now filled with tears, gazing sorrowfully at her. Ling Shichu felt little about her own demise. She took pride in having saved those women. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate, grateful that she had not succumbed to depravity despite her descent into hell. Let's play their game. Perhaps we can rescue those women ahead of schedule, Ling Shichu proposed in the group chat. However, her classmates unanimously disagreed with her notion. It was far too dangerous. Indeed, you are merely a defenseless underage girl. Being a bait is exceedingly perilous. We can devise alternative methods, such as tracking that old man to his village, can't we? Tracking is not reliable. If we lose him, we may be left in the dark about when we can rescue them. Ling Shichu remained resolute, persuading them. You have heard. There is no detailed information about that village. The only way to ensure success is to take the risk. What do you think, Yi? Understood. Excluding the possibility of tourism, has he discovered something? Yi could not draw any conclusions and could only hope for Jiang Yan's insight. It remained uncertain whether Jiang Yan would pursue his revelations. At 9 o'clock, Chu Ju's birthday party concluded. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan quickly slipped a note into Li Xinyan's pocket before parting ways. She had another crucial matter to attend to. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, worried about her sister venturing out alone, but Jiang Yan declined her offer to accompany her. At the Jiang residence, a series of knocks interrupted Jiang Lian, who was applying a facial mask. Curiosity piqued, she speculated it might be Jiang Shun and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was met by an unexpected visitor, Jiang Yan. You. Before Jiang Lian could finish her sentence, Jiang Yan cheerfully interjected, Hello. The delivery has arrived. Before Jiang Lian could react, Jiang Yan, gloved hands at the ready, pushed her inside and locked the door. The soundproofing of the room reassured her that no one would overhear. Even if someone did, she felt no fear. What do you want? Jiang Lian asked, retreating cautiously while glancing at the glove Jiang Yan wore, her heart racing. Had Jiang Yan prepared so thoroughly to harm her? Various gruesome scenarios flooded her mind, causing her legs to tremble. Did I not just say? Delivering a meal, Jiang Yan replied, revealing a cake box she had been concealing behind her back. I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you a meal. Jiang Yan smiled as she advanced toward Jiang Lian, who was retreating until she could back away no further. In truth, I had intended to deliver this last night, but it became too late, so I postponed it until today. You know why it was delayed, do you not? What do you mean? I don't know, Jiang Lian stammered, pressing herself against the wall, eyeing the cake with trepidation. Memories of being force-fed green grapes resurfaced vividly. You genuinely do not know? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you, Jiang Yan said calmly, recounting all the things Jiang Lian's admirer had done for her. Jiang Lian swallowed hard, attempting to refute. That was his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. How can it be unrelated? Jiang Yan stood 5 paces away, smiling. He was standing up for his beloved you, was he not? Do you dare deny that you did not play the victim in front of your admirer? Meeting Jiang Yan's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, Jiang Lian dared not breathe. Yet she reluctantly replied, I did not. Perhaps they misunderstood. Oh, is that so? Noticing a shift in Jiang Yan's demeanor, Jiang Lian hurriedly continued, that is indeed the case. I truly never spoke ill of you in front of them. You know I am rather clumsy with words, so perhaps they misinterpreted my meaning. I sincerely apologize for their actions. Oh, Jiang Yan nodded, and Jiang Lian exhaled in relief. So what does that have to do with me? What? Jiang Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yan maintained her smile, exuding an air of casual camaraderie. I said, it has nothing to do with me. I am merely seeking the instigator. With that, Jiang Yan deftly restrained Jiang Lian, shoving the cake in her mouth before she could scream. A foul odor overwhelmed her senses, causing her to feel nauseous. Jiang Yan, unyielding, prevented her from spitting it out, holding her mouth shut while gently stroking her neck as if comforting a cat, compelling her to consume the cake, exuding a peculiar stench. Once Jiang Lian finished, Jiang Yan promptly stuffed the remaining cake in her mouth, forcing her to swallow it all in the same manner. Finally, Jiang Yan released Jiang Lian, who collapsed to the floor, clutching her throat and retching, but only saliva came forth. The lingering, foul odor clung to her palate, filling her eyes with terror. What did you make me eat? Are you blind? Durian cake. What did you add to the cake? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Are you sure you want to know? As she spoke, she leisurely displayed her gloved hands. Why do you think I wear gloves? Jiang Lian retched into the trash can, the foul odor becoming increasingly pronounced. After a spell of vomiting, Jiang Lian glared fiercely at Jiang Yan, demanding, why would you do this? I see that you are not only blind, but also deaf. Perhaps it is time for your parents to take you to the hospital before you succumb to illness at such a tender age, Jiang Yan suggested kindly, before adding, you should confront the root of the trouble. I am quite content with my current life. While speaking, Jiang Yan unexpectedly extracted a silver needle from her bag and swiftly jabbed it into Jiang Lian. Jiang Yan gently patted Jiang Lian's plump, collagen-rich face, her eyes sparkling with mischief, sending a chill down Jiang Lian's spine. It seemed that Jiang Lian could see in Jiang Yan the ever-smiling Jiang Se, one of the very few individuals she feared. From now on, If your sycophants or lackeys come to trouble me once, I shall retaliate in kind. Right now, I merely fed you a cake laced with a hint of dog excrement. If they come back again, I will serve you the real thing and ensure you maintain your current appearance. Do you understand? At that moment, despite her inner fury, Jiang Lian dared not express it, nodding repeatedly, though she felt bewildered by Jiang Yan's words. Maintain my current appearance? What does that mean? And what was the purpose of that needle? What was the needle for? Are you trying to emulate Rome Mama? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan smiled brightly. You will understand the purpose of my needle once you look in the mirror. Jiang Lian's anxiety reached its zenith as she hurriedly stood up and rushed to the cloakroom, staring at her reflection, utterly stunned. Ignoring the peculiar color of the durian cake on her lips and face, she realized she had a crooked smile. Jiang Lian collapsed to the ground as if the sky had fallen. She had disfigured herself. Do not panic. You will recover in a week. Of course, if you can find a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, your recovery could be expedited. Jiang Yan leaned against the doorframe and remarked, although I am not well-versed in traditional medicine, I possess a few secret remedies, so do not provoke me. Understood? Jiang Lian's terror of Jiang Yan had reached its peak. Listening to Jiang Yan, she nodded fervently, vowing never to cross her path again. Tonight, she hoped to enjoy a good night's sleep. Being a villain is indeed exhilarating. However, Jiang Lian would be sorely mistaken if she thought she could sleep well tonight. Chapter 99. The Terrifying Old Jiang. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Ju sat on the sofa, with Chu Qinyu and Fu Liue seated across from him, their gazes scrutinizing him intently. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Chu Ju fidgeted with the seam of his trousers, saying, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring at me. If this concerns Li Xinyang, you have misunderstood. She and I are merely ordinary classmates. Although he cared about this classmate, it was not her business. Fu Liue interjected. What about that child in your class who resembles your uncle? Why have you never mentioned him before? Suddenly, everything clicked for Chu Ju. The moment he heard Jiang Yan's thoughts, he had anticipated the inquiry but had not yet decided whether to tell the truth. Initially, he was curious about the resemblance to his uncle, but since the child had parents, he thought it had nothing to do with his uncle and thus paid no further attention. Chu Ju spoke frankly. His name is Lin Lu, from Lin's jewelry, which belongs to his family. Fu Liue appeared somewhat puzzled. Chu Qinyu, on the other hand, had some knowledge, as his family also owned a jewelry company, so he kept an eye on the market. Lin's jewelry was a well-established brand, albeit one that catered to the masses, thus its renown in the circle was relatively modest. Fu Liue's unfamiliarity with it was understandable. With Chu Qinyu's explanation, Fu Liue learned more about Lin's jewelry, her hopes diminishing significantly. Under these circumstances, Lin Lu was likely just a coincidence, resembling Fu Li deeply. Fu Liue sighed, worrying about her troublesome brother. Chu Qinyu glanced at Fu Liue, then fixed his gaze on Chu Ju, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked with a light laugh, Little Ju, do you think your uncle and Lin Lu share any blood relation? Fearing that speaking too much might lead to mistakes, Chu Ju chose to remain silent after his few statements, not expecting his father to pose such a question. His heart raced, and his fingers instinctively curled. He endeavored to maintain a calm facade, contemplating whether to speak. Perhaps not, he replied, striving for nonchalance. I see. Chu Qinyu mused, lightly tapping his thigh with his fingers. Though there are indeed people who resemble each other without being related, it is wise to be cautious. I have retained the utensils used by Lin Lu. Li Yu will collect a strand of his hair tomorrow for a paternity test. All right, Fu Liue acquiesced. Damn, old Jiang is indeed formidable. Chu Ju was left dumbfounded. Does little Ju have anything to add? Chu Qinyu smiled slightly. Chu Ju felt utterly deflated, surrendering with a raised hand. All right, I confess. Lin Lu is indeed my uncle's son. I have undergone a paternity test, and he knows as well. However, he is not yet prepared to accept it. This is the current situation. Are you serious? Fu Liue grasped Chu Ju's arm, incredulous. Where's the paternity test? Show it to me. I am afraid of it being discovered, so I left it with Cheng Zhou, the Cheng family kid? Yes. Upon hearing this, Fu Liue regained her composure and shot a reproachful glare at Chu Ju. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Lin Lu asked me not to say anything. We must respect the wishes of the parties involved. But Fu Liue was about to protest, but was interrupted by Chu Qinyu. Do not rush. Little Ju is right. We should respect the child's wishes. Besides, do not forget, he still has parents. After hearing this, Fu Yue recalled this point and grew curious about Lin Li's mother, asking Chu Ju what kind of person she was. Chu Ju shook his head. I have not met her. She passed away. Fu Yue was taken aback, feeling uneasy. If her brother had refrained from marrying due to Lin Li's mother, what would happen now that he learned she had passed away? Fu Yue shuddered at the thought, letting out a long sigh. Simultaneously, she was puzzled about how Fu Li could have been involved with a married woman and produced a child. If Lin Li's current father found out, it would undoubtedly create chaos, given the stigma attached. Thinking about it made Fu Liue's head throb. How is Lin Li's relationship with his father? Fu Liu inquired. It's just average. Chu Ju chuckled, his expression dripping with sarcasm. The man is getting married next month. What do you know? Share it with us, Chu Qianyu prompted. That's a lengthy tale, Chu Ju replied. No worries, go ahead. There is still time, even if you claim you need to sleep. You will only lie in bed playing on your phone, said Chu Qianyu. I can share, but you must not ask how I know, Chu Ju relented. Agreed. Seeing this, Chu Ju divulged all he could to Chu Qianyu and Fu Liu, withholding no details about the imminent events. After all, if his parents questioned him about the source, he could concoct a lie, but he had no way of knowing events that had yet to unfold. Indeed, Chu Ju thought to himself, planning to accuse Lin Lu of kicking him out of the house. Enough of that. Calm down, Chu Qianyu said, patting Fu Liu's hand. This matter should be approached with the thoughts of the individuals involved. You should take the time to inform Xiao Shun so he can manage this. Little Ju, you should also inquire about Lin Li's thoughts. Fu Liu and Chu Ju nodded in agreement. What do you think Lin Lu wants? If he wishes to see me, then let it be. Very well, I will convey that. On Tuesday, as dawn broke, Jiang Yan eagerly opened the gossip compendium. Yet the 10,000 gold coins she had been anticipating had not arrived. The situation left her momentarily bewildered before she sighed in regret. Indeed, my expectations were too idealistic. Such fortuitous events are rare, and to alter someone's future while receiving a reward of 10,000 gold coins is unrealistic. If she were to change the destinies of others, in a world governed by celestial laws and fate, her actions would be considered defiance against the heavens. It would be fortunate if she were not struck down by divine wrath, let alone receive any reward. Jiang Yan shook her head. The last 10,000 gold coins credited to her account were likely due to a malfunction in the Bagua, 8 trigrams, compendium. Jiang Yan was not disheartened for long. She quickly regained her spirits. Upon entering the classroom, she immediately spotted Jiang Yan and recalled that she had not thoroughly examined his Bagua and future the previous night due to her poor mood. She casually opened the Bagua compendium, thinking, let us use Jiang Yan's Bagua as an appetizer. The appetizer featuring Jiang Yan. Chapter 100. You must have cursed someone. Oh my goodness, Jiang Yan did such things in his childhood. This statement ignited the curiosity of those around. What could you have done to astonish Jiang Yan so? Li Xinyang inquired of Jiang Yan. Yinan, equally perplexed, could not recall any actions of his that would elicit such a response from Jiang Yan. Noticing Jiang Yan's confusion, Li Xinyang's curiosity only intensified. In the 6th grade, he sat next to Yun Lioli. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's long-buried memories resurfaced. He discreetly glanced at those around him, and, seeing their attention focused on Jiang Yan, crouched down, intending to slip away unnoticed. As for his future, he could rely on his classmates to relay it to him. This was not a place to linger. Jiang Yan, what are you up to? Zhao Yining inquired softly from behind. Though Zhao Yining's voice was low, it was audible to those nearby, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward Jiang Yan. Realizing he was trying to escape, they all wore knowing smiles. The class is about to start, Jiang Yan. You should sit tight and focus on your studies. Jiang Yan felt utterly speechless. Why had they never shown such enthusiasm for learning before? However, with so many eyes upon him, his escape plan faltered, forcing him to cover his ears in vain. Regrettably, Jiang Yan's thoughts directly resonated in his mind, rendering his attempts futile. At that time, Yun Lioli had her menstrual period and, caught off guard, stained her pants. Not knowing what to do, her deskmate, Jiang Yan, noticed. He harbored feelings for Yun Lioli and could not bear to see her in distress. Jiang Yan, in a moment of inspiration, suggested they switch seats and suddenly stood up, exclaiming to the teacher, Teacher, I have my period. Not only the teacher, but the entire class was taken aback by his declaration. To convince the teacher, he pointed to the blood-stained seat and said, See, there's blood here. After making this proclamation, Jiang Yan felt particularly proud, believing he had left a good impression on Yun Lioli. Whether that impression was indeed favorable, I cannot say, but I'm certain that Yun Lioli would have wanted to strangle him. No wonder he has been a devoted admirer for so many years, still unable to rise above being a mere backup for her. Such an act, surely Lioli would remember for a lifetime, perhaps wishing for a memory-erasing spell to obliterate the recollections of that day from everyone present. Is this how one conducts oneself? Although Jiang Yan's intentions may have been noble, one cannot overlook the absurdity of his actions. Such folly must stem from a lack of common sense. I'm not one to be easily impressed, yet you, Jiang Yan, truly defy all logic. To declare your period, what were you thinking? Surely, you could have sought assistance from a female classmate who was closer to Lioli instead of meddling inappropriately. Why not choose someone else to fawn over? After such an incident, it is utterly impossible for Lioli to ever be with you. Feeling the vibration of his phone, Jiang Yan knew his classmates were likely mentioning him in their group chat, but he had no desire to engage. Not only did he wish to erase the memory of this incident for Lioli, but he also wished to forget it himself. He must have been momentarily possessed to commit such a foolish act, which only served to embarrass Lioli. Jiang Yan truly is a character, Jiang Yan mused internally, glancing at the despondent Jiang Yan before continuing to read. Once, Jiang Yan joined Lioli and her friends on an outing. Passing a rabbit meat shop, Lioli lamented, "Rabbits are so cute. Why must we eat them?" Jiang Yan, feeling a surge of affection, rushed to buy some food for Lioli to cheer her up. She enjoyed the meal immensely, and indeed, her sorrow dissipated. Those with them exchanged meaningful glances at Lioli, whose face turned green. Yan, oblivious, foolishly asked her what was wrong and how much she wanted. He would buy it for her. Lioli, unable to contain her frustration, stormed off, leaving Jiang Yan bewildered. Jiang Yan, do you truly like Lioli, or are you merely her adversary? Why do you consistently engage in actions that embarrass her? No wonder she thought of you first when wanting someone to take the blame after a drunk driving incident that ended in tragedy. You have offended her beyond measure. Despite Jiang Yan's observations, Jiang Yan remained perplexed. He could not fathom how he had so thoroughly offended Lioli. While the incident regarding her period was indeed a lapse in judgment, what fault lay in sharing the rabbit meat? The spicy rabbit meat from that shop was genuinely delectable, which was why he wished to share it with Lioli, hoping to bring her joy. The evidence supported his claim. She had indeed enjoyed it. Although she remarked on the cuteness of rabbits, their adorability did not negate their tastiness. Cute and delicious. Was this not a double delight? Unable to comprehend, he shared his thoughts in the class group, seeking his classmates' opinions. After reading his musings, the group fell into a prolonged silence. I am at a loss for words. In short, this is a lamentable situation. Jiang Yan, what will become of you? Lacking both intellect and emotional intelligence, it is truly pitiable. I light a candle for you. May you find peace. The others chimed in. Could you not say less? Wang Zongyi said, kicking Wang Zhiji's chair. Wang Zongyi rolled her eyes and remarked, "You're no better than he is." Jiang Yan once again accompanied Lioli and her friends on an excursion into the mountains. Jiang Yan discovered a particularly beautiful flower field and excitedly invited Lioli to join him. Naturally, as a girl, she was interested in the flowers and followed him. The flower field was indeed stunning, but as Jiang Yan animatedly waved a branch in excitement, he inadvertently poked a hidden wasp nest, causing the two to be chased by swarming wasps, leaving them covered in painful stings. Goodness, is Jiang Yan truly a jinx for Lioli? Why is it that whenever she is with him, calamity follows? Do not be so superstitious. Such misfortunes are mere accidents. Jiang Yan vehemently disagreed with Jiang Yan's assertion. Yet, many of his classmates found her perspective to be quite reasonable. This is indeed peculiar. You should be cautious, Jiang Yan, for the sake of your goddess. Perhaps it would be wise to keep your distance. You are all too superstitious. Jiang Yan remained resolute. No one could sway his affection for Lioli. When you all went boating, did Lioli not fall in the water? This question rendered Jiang Yan momentarily speechless. Seeing his silence, the others recognized that such an incident had indeed occurred, leading them to further believe that Jiang Yan was a calamity for Lioli. Yet, despite this apparent misfortune, one would think Lioli would avoid Jiang Yan altogether. She should not lack for admirers, and one more or less would hardly matter. Jiang Yan shared this same curiosity. Given all this, why does Lioli still associate with Jiang Yan? What could her motives possibly be? Their family backgrounds are comparable. She is certainly not interested in his status. Could she potentially be an exceptionally kind-hearted person? Lioli is indeed a remarkable person, Jiang Yan declared proudly, his chest swelling with pride. This compliment pleased him more than flattery directed at himself. As for the matter of whether he can or cannot, he has already cast it aside. Oh, I see. So this is her intention. Poor Jiang Yan. Chapter 101 is true love. Jiang Yan's words struck Jiang Yan like a thunderbolt, leaving him astonished, his mouth agape, and unable to move, staring blankly ahead, his mind almost paralyzed. Li likes his brother? When did this happen, and why was he completely unaware? Observing Jiang Yan's incredulous expression, everyone was puzzled. Ling Shichu, acting as the spokesperson for the group, inquired, "You didn't notice anything at all?" "Not at all." Jiang Yan clasped his head with his hands, utterly disheartened. Li could like anyone, so why did it have to be his brother? If she were to pursue his brother, how would he face Li? Would he become an ungrateful person who harbors feelings for his sister-in-law? Ling Shichu frowned, pondering whether Li had concealed her feelings with great care. Think about it. When she comes to your house, does she dress up specially? Jiang Sui, sitting behind Ling Shichu, asked. Indeed, she did, and she appeared even more exquisite than usual, though she was already beautiful at all times. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile at the thought. Seeing his foolish grin, everyone exchanged glances, shrugging in exasperation. This guy is hopelessly lovesick. She dresses up every time she visits your house, and you don't find that strange? Of course. She must have dressed up out of politeness, although I really wish she did it just to see me. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. You regret that she didn't dress up just to see you, yet you never considered that she might have dressed up to see someone else? I hadn't thought of that, Jiang Yan admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, followed by sorrow. Could it be that Li truly dressed up specifically to see his brother? When she saw his brother, did she not exhibit any signs of shyness or discomfort, her gaze revolving around him like a sunflower? Jiang Yan pondered, stroking his chin. Yes. When my brother is around, she indeed becomes more reserved and often gazes at him. You never questioned this? The group stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Yan felt as if he might cry. I thought she was just afraid of my brother, hence always keeping an eye on him to avoid bumping into him. Is there no instance where she has tried to separate you, allowing her to be alone with your brother? Well, shortly after my brother appears, she does ask me to help her with other things. You didn't suspect at all? The group looked at him with deadpan expressions. Jiang Yan's voice grew weaker. I just thought she genuinely needed my help. The group exchanged glances. Li's actions had been exceedingly transparent, yet Jiang Yan had failed to notice. Well, Jiang Yan does seem rather dim-witted, one remarked. Her behavior was so obvious. Your brother must have noticed, right? Didn't he hint at it to you? Is it really that obvious? Jiang Yan's expression darkened, as if he were about to crumble. Very obvious, the group concluded without indulgence. When did this happen? After Li visited? Yes, but I thought he was talking about someone else. Li is not a stranger. The group fell silent, exchanging looks of exasperation. Jiang Yan, you are beyond help, Wang Zhizhi declared decisively. I wonder how you will interact with Li in the future. Jiang Yan felt a whirlwind of emotions. I don't know. Well, he said this. He thought to himself, if Li were to ask for his help, he might just assist her in pursuing his brother. Jiang Yan initially had no idea about this matter, only discovering later in college that Li had feelings for his brother. He had even taken the effort to enroll in the same university, major, and class as Li to remain close to her. However, his joy was short-lived when Li pitifully approached him, confessing her feelings for his brother, who did not reciprocate, leaving her devastated and wishing to die. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart shattered into pieces. Although he felt sorrow, he could not bear to see Li in pain. So he voluntarily offered to help her pursue his brother. Wait, you voluntarily offered to help the girl you like pursue your brother? Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yan with a mix of astonishment and admiration. It seems Jiang Yan truly loves Li, willing to endure his own suffering to fulfill his goddess's wishes. What exactly are you thinking? The group struggled to comprehend Jiang Yan's actions. Logically, at such a moment, he should have comforted Li gently and then pursued her fervently, rather than assisting her in chasing someone else. I don't want Li to be sad. The group was rendered speechless. Have you considered that if she succeeds, she would become your sister-in-law? How would you face her? What if one day your feelings for her are revealed? What would your brother think? What would your family think? What would others think? My brother already knows I like Li. Besides, if she succeeds, I will leave and not disturb them, ensuring they do not have conflicts because of me. The group acknowledged that it seemed Li was indeed Jiang Yan's true love. They found little to advise him, as he was clearly on his own path. Yet, observing him, They understood why he would unhesitatingly take the blame for Yun Li in the future. Jiang Yan's assistance was genuine. He often created opportunities for the two to encounter each other alone and frequently praised Li in front of his brother. However, his brother remained unmoved, as he had already found someone else, an innocent flower, unlike the flashy temptresses outside. Yun Li had always kept an eye on his brother and was aware of this new girl's existence, feeling intense jealousy and anger. She complained to Jiang Yan about the innocent flower enticing his brother and bullying her, often defaming her in front of him, which is why his brother always treated Li disdainfully. Jiang Yan, being hopelessly infatuated, believed whatever Li said. Thus, he sought trouble with the innocent flower to stand up for Li, resulting in his brother warning him repeatedly. Yet, he ignored the warnings and became increasingly frustrated with the innocent flower, believing his brother no longer loved him as he once did. Whenever something good happened to his brother, Jiang Yan felt that his brother thought of the innocent flower first, rather than him. Isn't it normal for a brother to think of his future wife first, rather than a sibling? If your brother has someone he likes, thinking of you first might not mean much at all. Do you want to pursue an incestuous relationship with your brother? Also, just because your brother warned you a few times doesn't mean he doesn't love you. Those who bullied the innocent flower were merely punished lightly. They were far better off than those who lost everything overnight. Isn't that right? The group silently agreed, uncertain about how to approach Jiang Yan further. Listening to Li, he was clearly unable to distinguish right from wrong. Jiang Yan felt utterly bewildered, unsure of who was right or wrong, and was confused about what kind of person Li truly was. Was her future manipulation of him to bully the innocent flower a result of unfulfilled desires leading to irrationality, or was she inherently that type of person? He could not comprehend, feeling as though he were navigating through a thick fog, without any direction. Goodness, Jiang Yan actually did such a thing. Chapter 102, Hopelessly Lovesick. What happened? The group instantly became alert. For Jiang Yan to curse without addressing him as a classmate, Jiang Yan must have done something truly detestable. What else had he done? Let not be too excessive. Yun Li, frustrated by her inability to win over Jiang Yan's brother, concluded that eliminating Xiao Baiwa was the only way to garner his affection. She then persuaded Jiang Yan to drug Xiao Baiwa, rendering her unconscious. This way, Xiao Baiwa would be too ashamed to face Jiang Yan's brother, and he would refrain from pursuing his brother's woman. To Jiang Yan's dismay, this love-stricken fool readily agreed. It was appalling to discover such a scoundrel among his classmates, one who would tarnish a girl's reputation and fabricate scandalous lies. How foolishly he had pitted Jiang Yan for being manipulated by Yun Li. Jiang Yan glared at Jiang Yan in outrage and turned away, refusing to look at him any longer. The disdainful gazes of their classmates echoed her sentiments, believing Jiang Yan to be irredeemable for agreeing to such a scheme. Li Xinyang, who had once harbored feelings for Jiang Yan, now questioned what sort of scoundrel she had been infatuated with. She lamented the tarnishing of her once pristine reputation. This was tantamount to rape, she thought, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. Jiang Yan, too, was plagued by self-doubt. Was he truly so mindless as to engage in such despicable acts? A sense of dread washed over him as he contemplated a future where he might succumb to such depravity. Although he cherished Yun Li, he would never partake in illegal activities. If she ever urged him to do so, he would attempt to dissuade her. Yet here he was, envisioning a future where he had done just that. He feared his classmates would soon shun him. Jiang Yan felt despondent, realizing that his present self was accountable for the misdeeds of his future self. He brought the unconscious Xiao Baiwa to the hotel specified by Yun Li, confiscating her communication devices. Upon her awakening, they played video games together for the entire night. Well, he thought, at least he hadn't completely lost his conscience. He hadn't gone too far. Hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a weight lift from his heart, relieved to know he still possessed some rationality. Yet, his classmates commented that he may have rationality, but not in abundance. Jiang Yan forced a bitter smile, acknowledging that if he were truly rational, he would never have engaged in such actions. Though Jiang Yan had not actually committed any wrongdoing, the following day, when Xiao Baiwa brought his brother to catch him in the act, she falsely accused him of having relations with her. Xiao Baiwa was left speechless. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's brother did not misconstrue the situation, but his disappointment in Jiang Yan was palpable, as Jiang Yan had indeed crossed a line. Disappointment aside, being his brother, he wished for Jiang Yan to escape Yun Li's manipulation by sending him abroad. However, Jiang Yan, obstinately refusing to heed his brother's counsel, uttered hurtful words, resulting in his brother severing ties with him. Was it worth it? To be so reviled for the sake of someone who had been exploiting him from the start, causing even his beloved brother to distance himself? All eyes turned toward Jiang Yan, their collective curiosity piqued regarding whether his actions were truly justifiable. Would he not regret his choices? While the present Jiang Yan's thoughts remained uncertain, the future Jiang Yan likely believed it was worth it. Otherwise, he would not have taken the fall for Unrequited. Jiang Yan questioned within himself whether it was worth it. He did not know. If his soul existed, it felt as if it were being torn in two, one half convinced of its worth and the other believing it to be folly. Later, Jiang Yan's brother became engaged to Xiao Baiwa. Enraged, Unrequited turned to alcohol for solace, subsequently causing a fatal accident while driving under the influence. Fearing repercussions, she coerced Jiang Yan into taking the blame, and he acquiesced. To ensure Jiang Yan would be implicated, Unrequited destroyed the dashcam footage, forced him to drink, dressed him in her clothes, and applied makeup to portray him as a deranged lover who became obsessed with her. Thus, even if other surveillance footage captured her face, she could deflect the blame. Jiang Yan bore the consequences for Unrequited's actions. Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of complexity as she considered whether it was truly worth it to take the fall for someone who had repeatedly harmed others. The thought of Unrequited's ruthlessness sent chills down her spine. Was Jiang Yan truly bewitched by such a monster? Everyone in the class shared a collective concern for Jiang Yan's well-being. They hoped he would eventually awaken to the truth. Jiang Yan sighed, contemplating the bleak future of their class, noting that they might be able to help one another, but Jiang Yan's delusions were beyond her capacity to rectify. As the students held their breath, fearful of drawing attention, Jiang Sui felt an urge to uncover the reasons behind her mother's disdain for her. Just as she contemplated how to attract Jiang Yan's attention, Jiang Yan declared, "You shall be the chosen one, my classmate in front of me." Those not called upon exhaled in relief, while the selected students tensed. Jiang Sui, however, felt disheartened, pondering whether she could capture Jiang Yan's notice after her examination of Wang Nianian's gossip and future. Wang Nianian, what a charming name, Jiang Yan remarked, eliciting nods of agreement from the others, who found it quite endearing. Initially, they had assumed it belonged to a girl, only to discover he was a boy. Some even speculated he might be related to Wang Zhizhi, but they were not connected at all, as the group delighted in the cuteness of his name. A bitter smile crept across Wang Nianian's face. His name was not a wonderful existence. Wow, it seems Wang Nianian has been taken advantage of. This is not merely a metaphor. He has genuinely been exploited. What? Wang Nianian is a married young man. The joyous laughter abruptly ceased as shock swept through the crowd. What? Married? Young man? The classmates surrounding Jiang Yan suppressed their curiosity, avoiding glances toward Wang Nianian, concerned that their interest might draw Jiang Yan's attention. They began to bombard Wang Nianian with messages demanding an explanation. Eventually, Jiang Yan revealed, Wang Nianian has wed a girl from their village named Xiaohua, celebrating with a 3-day banquet that included their family's goose, rabbit, chickens, ducks, and the neighbor's dog. Everyone was left in disbelief. What? Xiaohua is renowned in their village for her beauty, and everyone who encounters her praises her looks. Impressive. Wang Nianian has captured the village beauty. Wang Yan, other classmates, everyone is holding their breath, unable to vent their frustrations. As the saying goes, I've already bared myself. And this is what you show me? It's absurd that they imagined a chaotic drama around it. For instance, the girl is forced by her family to marry Wang Yan. Wang Yan and the girl are mutually infatuated, eagerly becoming a couple. The two unfortunate children find warmth in each other, their feelings blossoming into lifelong commitment. And yet, this is the outcome? Fortunately, our world is not one of metaphysics. Otherwise, years later, a stranger woman might approach Wang Yan, demanding he take responsibility. Wang Yan would be utterly bewildered until the stranger reveals details of their wedding ceremony, at which point he would realize she is the little dog, Xiaohua, he once wed. Wang Yan would categorically refuse, explaining that they are fundamentally different. Yet Xiaohua remains undeterred, firmly believing in her bond with him. Despite his numerous rejections, Xiaohua, in her anger, would force affection upon him, leaving him with no escape as he dances at her command. Wang Yan feels immensely grateful that the world is a normal one. He prefers a tranquil life over the tumultuous waves of existence. If their world were one of metaphysics, and Xiaohua truly transformed into a human seeking him out, it would only serve to throw his life into disarray. Regarding the matter of marrying Xiaohua, Wang Yan dismissively countered the teasing of his peers in the group chat, saying, "Didn't you all play house as children? Perhaps you play with friends or dolls, while I merely happen to play with small animals." Those who had also played this game fell silent, while those who hadn't continued to tease. Just from the descriptions, one could tell that the sister-in-law still possessed charm, yet such a lure could lead to misfortune. The pride of the village taken by you is a model for us. At 50, I will teach you how to win over the village beauty. Wang Yan, Jiang Yan exclaimed in awe. Hearing Jiang Yan mention the little dog, Wang Yan lowered his head, staring blankly at his fingers. When will you bring out your big nephew for us to see? Wang Yan, you already have a large son. You've defeated 99% of the new generation. I'll buy dozens of pounds of dog food for your big nephew. Don't be shy. This is my heartfelt gesture as an uncle. You're buying dog food, so I'll purchase some pet jerky. Do you have a photo of your big nephew? I'm dying to see what he looks like. Wang Yan. Everyone was oblivious to his unusual demeanor, passionately discussing the matter, even imagining the joyous scene of Wang Yan secretly bringing his big nephew to school, where they would run wild together. Just the thought brought them joy. Wang Yan named the little dog Kai Xian and took excellent care of it. Generally, rural dogs are fed bones after their owners finish eating the meat, but Wang Yan fed Kai Xian directly with meat. He would even use his pocket money to buy various treats for Kai Xian, take it on outings, and give it baths. Jiang Yan observed these details and seemed to genuinely witness the blissful life of a person and a dog, unable to suppress a maternal smile. The other classmates shared this sentiment, increasingly looking forward to meeting their nephew Kai Xian. What? His parents sold Kai Xian? Right in front of Wang Yan. They sold the dog he had cared for so lovingly to someone who would send it to the butcher? How could they? Just because one son disliked it. They sold the cherished possession of another. Wang Yan tried to stop them, yet they blamed him for being unreasonable, holding on to Kai Xian. Wang Yan refused to let go, but they forcibly pried him away, allowing the buyer to take Kai Xian. Wang Yan cried out in heartbreak, but they acted as if they couldn't see him, dismissing his tears. Meanwhile, his parents took the money from selling Kai Xian to buy snacks for his brother. How ridiculous! I wish I could slap them across the face. Do they not understand the harm such actions inflict upon a child? The other classmates felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. They had looked forward to playing with little nephew Kai Xian. Yet he was sold by Wang Yan's parents, ending up in someone else's stomach. How despicable! They clenched their fists in rage. Damn it! I wish I could punch them. Ah, yet another pair of biased parents. The youngest son is a treasure while the eldest is merely a nuisance. It is said that childhood traumas require a lifetime to heal. How could they act so cruelly? Wang Yan must be devastated. As mentioned earlier, their bias knows no bounds. How could they care whether Wang Yan is hurt or saddened? Is it too much to ask for a parental qualification examination? Only those who pass should be allowed to have children, preventing so many unhappy childhoods. Indeed, Wang Yan currently lives with his parents and younger brother. Given their level of bias, does he truly have a good life? Do they often bully you, Wang Yan? Helpless. Everyone could only ask Wang Yan's classmates to keep an eye out for him. Chapter 104. Too vulgar in their curses, Wang Yan naturally felt the vibration of his phone, but his mind was elsewhere. As Jiang Yan stated, this incident caused him profound hurt, a wound that he would never forget. As for his parents' bias, he had grown accustomed to it. He now only wished to finish his college entrance exams, become an adult, and distance himself from them, ideally never to see them again. As he contemplated this, he noticed the concerned gazes of his classmates around him. Clearly, he had worried them, so he opened the group messages, which were filled with concern and comfort. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved, even though it was uncertain what the future held for Wang Yan based on current knowledge. I suspect his unfortunate and tragic future is largely tied to his parents. Everyone wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Yan's conjecture. Beyond that, they could think of nothing else that could lead to Wang Yan's tragic fate. After all, from what it appears now, Wang Yan's life is far from happy. Given the extent of his parents' bias, one can only imagine the grievances he has suffered in silence. Let me see. Jiang Yan's tone dripped with disdain. What garbage. Even more absurd is that their house in the city has 3 rooms. One for them, one for their youngest son, and one for guests. Isn't it laughable that even guests have a room while their eldest son does not? Jiang Yan wished to cleanse his eyes. as just seeing them described in words felt dismal. Because Wang Yan was present, they couldn't possibly deny him a place to stay at home, begrudgingly. They assigned him the guest room, while complaining that there would be no place for guests in the future. Jiang Yan's curses were too foul to be translated, fearing they might corrupt young minds. With Jiang Yan's outburst, the others in the group followed suit, unleashing an avalanche of harsh words, with not a single message worth reading. Their pent-up anger continued to build. Had Wang Yan's parents appeared before them, they would surely have beaten them senseless. While Wang Yan did not share their fervor, he still felt sorrow over his parents' actions. Even with a heart riddled with wounds, they could always find a way to inflict another stab at the intact parts, causing him a pain that he could not articulate. He believed that healing his battered heart might only be achievable by distancing himself from them. Wang Yan arrived in the city, naturally needing to handle the enrollment procedures for his new school. His mother took him to the new school, which was quite far from their home, necessitating a subway ride. How amusing that their youngest son's school is conveniently located nearby. Jiang Yan once again spoke with a sarcastic tone. Wang Yan was visiting the city for the first time and was unfamiliar with the operation of the subway, which led to his confusion and difficulty. His mother, feeling embarrassed, abandoned him at the subway station. How could she leave him alone in an unfamiliar place? After a vigorous outburst of anger, Jiang Yan's frustration subsided a little. The other classmates quickly joined in the criticism. Wang Yan found the situation both amusing and disheartening. He was touched by his classmates' support while still feeling sad about past events. His emotions fluctuated between sorrow and warmth, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. His mother disparaged him for being embarrassed, yet she never considered that they had not provided him with a phone, taken him to the city, or taught him how to navigate the subway. His understanding of the outside world came solely from books and television, which hardly offered guidance on riding the subway. How could he explore the world when his grandparents owned only outdated mobile phones? If Wang Yan were a sensitive soul, that subway trip could haunt him for a lifetime. Sensitive classmates nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if faced with similar circumstances, they would likely never wish to leave their homes again, let alone ride the subway. The mere sight of a subway train would evoke memories of helplessness, shame, and embarrassment. If they had to ride the subway, they would prepare meticulously to ensure such an experience would never happen again. Some individuals truly do not deserve to be parents. Indeed, the actions of Wang Yan's parents nearly caused my blood pressure to rise. They even criticized him for coming from the countryside, judging him to be dirty and poorly raised. How absurd! What is wrong with coming from the countryside? Is he unclean? Or does he lack manners? Moreover, why was he in the countryside in the first place? It was because they were too busy with work to care for him, resulting in his relocation. Now they blame him for being distant. With such behavior, how could they expect him to be close to them? He has shown them no resentment or anger. He has remained remarkably patient. I cannot fathom their thought process. It is astonishing. They claim Wang Yan lacks upbringing. Yet whose fault is that? He was born to parents who did not raise him properly. I could unleash a mighty blow upon them, making them wail. Wang Yan, do not be disheartened. Such parents are unworthy of your affection. Distance yourself from them. I once believed that Wang Yan's grim future was partially due to his parents, but now I firmly believe it is entirely attributable to them. Wang Yan silently agreed with this sentiment, feeling the weight of its truth. Furthermore, his parents criticized him for being skilled only in academics, unlike his brother who could play the piano, dance, and paint. How ironic. If they believed he lacked skills, why did they not invest in his education? They refused to enroll him in extracurricular classes, yet they belittle him for not having other talents. Their disdainful words reveal their true character. Jiang Yan had initially sought to enjoy the light-hearted gossip among her classmates, but as the conversation progressed, her irritation surged. She felt as though she were a powder keg, ready to explode. This reaction likely stemmed from her own experiences with neglectful foster parents and biased, oblivious biological ones. Their actions were truly disheartening. Wang Yan had a passion for music from a young age, but when he was in the countryside, he had no means to pursue it outside of music class. He often searched the school library for books on music, but the selection was scarce. The few books available, he read repeatedly until he had memorized them. Upon arriving in the city, he had more opportunities to learn music and bravely approached his parents to express his desire to study it. However, his parents, who criticized him for lacking abilities, admonished him not to compare himself to his brother, saying they could not afford to support him. After hearing their contradictory words, what more could Wang Yan say? Ultimately, he purchased a modest phone with his own savings and began learning music online. Fortunately, he later received an acceptance letter from Twinge College, where he could study various instruments and vocal techniques. I sincerely hope that Wang Yan's dreams come true, and one day I may hear the music he creates. Jiang Yan wished him well from the depths of her heart. Although his future may seem bleak, she was determined to do everything in her power to change that fate. Other classmates also sent their blessings to Wang Yan, hoping he would achieve his desires. If he ever chose to enter the entertainment industry, he could count on my family. With me around, no one would dare to bully you, Jiang Zhu chimed in. Wang Yan smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you." Chapter 105. The worthless brother. His brother is also troublesome, taking advantage of their parents' favoritism to bully Wang Yan and often shifting the blame onto him after causing trouble. No matter how Wang Yan tried to explain, their parents only believed his brother, further diminishing Wang Yan's standing in their eyes. They frequently demeaned him in front of others while praising his brother, having mastered the art of favoritism. Jiang Yan's sarcasm was unrestrained. Even though such incidents still occurred, Wang Yan had grown numb to the emotional turmoil. He had already experienced enough sadness and injustice. What remained was a sense of annoyance. Annoyed that his brother constantly sought to trouble him. Considering their parents had already poured all their love into him, he pondered what could possibly displease his brother. If it was merely his existence that caused discontent, he could only apologize, as his presence was not something he could choose. If given a chance, he would prefer to live alone in the countryside rather than share a life with family members who did not care for him. To put it bluntly, Wang Yan's parents epitomized several behaviors I despise in parents: favoritism, inability to discern right from wrong, empty words without actions, and the tendency to blame their children for their own shortcomings. I wholeheartedly agree. The practice of belittling children is indeed a common flaw among many parents. Indeed, my parents are like that. They often criticize me in front of others, highlighting my flaws and shortcomings. It is utterly absurd, showing no consideration for how their words might instill feelings of inferiority or unhappiness in me. Moreover, they always preach that one should not compare oneself to others. Yet they consistently compare us to others, praising them while questioning why we cannot measure up. It is truly hypocritical. The sentiments expressed resonated with many, even those who had never encountered similar situations, resulting in an atmosphere of solidarity. The group nodded vigorously in agreement with any statement that echoed their thoughts. Jiang Yan, engrossed in the gossip, remained oblivious to this peculiar scene, while those passing by the classroom were taken aback, hastening their steps to escape. Subsequently, a post about Class 12 being possibly possessed went viral, causing teachers who saw it to feel apprehensive about attending class. They quietly inquired with the homeroom teacher whether it was necessary to consult an expert. Meanwhile, they mused about how these little rascals could not show a bit more restraint. Yet, they too were curious about whose gossip Jiang Yan was discussing. I longed to listen. Perhaps we should go and take a look? It seems there are even more amusing tales. Wang Yan's parents remain oblivious to the whereabouts of his high school education, under the impression that he attends an ordinary institution. After all, their unwavering focus is on his younger brother, whom they believe will undoubtedly achieve greater success. Indeed, with such cunning and dexterity, how could the future not be bright? To speak bluntly, please do not chastise me. Some have expressed skepticism. While I too believe that Wang Yan is destined for greater things than his brother, given the current trajectory of our class, it is likely that Wang Yan's future may not be promising. One cannot assess the known future with present perspectives. Once the future is known, it becomes uncertain. It is certain that difficulties lie ahead. However, as Jiang Yan aptly remarked, the known future can only serve as a reference. The actual course of events relies on personal choices. Take, for example, the previous classmate, Jiang Yan. He must choose whether to continue as Yun Lu Li's devoted admirer or to distance himself from her. Alternatively, he might remain her admirer while resolutely avoiding any wrongdoing, leading to different outcomes. You are correct. If the futures of the subsequent classmates are also bleak, there is no need for alarm. When the future is known, it can be altered. Indeed, observing Zhang Yuran and Xu Zhu reveals that they are currently thriving, and such dire futures will not come to pass. I understand. Wang Yan posted in the group chat that regardless of whether his future is grim due to his parents, he is mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, his classmates felt a bit more at ease, yet they remained cautious. After all, matters of the heart are often unpredictable. At times, when one claims to be indifferent, Can it truly mean they are unaffected? Will they not feel sorrow due to the actions of others? Many emotions are merely articulated as indifference, yet they are deeply buried within, masquerading as apathy. When those individuals perform acts of kindness, buried feelings may resurface, bringing joy. Conversely, when they act in a particularly hurtful manner, those emotions will also re-emerge, causing profound sadness. It is only when one is utterly battered and devoid of feeling that they may not be swayed by others. Everyone exchanged glances. What has sparked another outburst? What have Wang Yanyan's parents done to deserve such ire? I truly wish to help Wang Yanyan distance himself from his family. Toxic relatives are better left behind. What ill fortune! Associating with them is indeed a calamity for Wang Yanyan. It appears that once again it is due to them. The classmates were no longer surprised. Had it not been for them, Jiang Yan might not have been so furious. Let us witness what outrageous act Wang Yanyan's family has committed to incite such anger in Jiang Yan. On the eve of the college entrance examination, Wang Yanyan's younger brother insisted on playing with boiling water. Wang Yanyan warned him against it, yet he refused to listen. Consequently, he suffered burns to his hand. This led to a severe amputation, leaving him bedridden and extinguishing Wang Yanyan's hopes of escaping this family, plunging him into despair. Rather than feeling guilt or remorse, his parents blamed Wang Yanyan for the trouble, lamenting why he did not perish in the incident and asserting that his brother would now bear the burden of caring for a disabled sibling. Their words were harsh and unkind. If only I could find more words to express my anger towards them, I would curse them for days on end. Wang Yanyan is presently enveloped in despair, and yet these words emerge from his parents? Surely, they cannot be his real parents. Regrettably, they are indeed his biological ones. Wang Yanyan, who has also questioned his lineage and secretly undergone paternity tests, mused in his heart. He did not foresee such a tragic outcome. While he suspected his future would be grim, likely due to his parents, he had considered various scenarios. For instance, any money he earned would be used to support his brother. He would never escape this family. His happiness would be sabotaged by them. And at the peak of his success, they would emerge to tarnish his achievements, leading to his ultimate downfall. The possibilities were numerous, but never did he imagine being left disabled by amputation. His parents, who already showed disdain for him, would likely not wish to care for such a burden. Chapter 106. The cook who occupies the magpie's nest. I am astounded. My blood pressure has never surged this high. Are these truly his parents? How can they not be regarded as enemies? I once envisioned Wang Yanyan achieving his musical dreams, becoming a celebrated musician. Then, his parents would appear, disparaging him, causing his popularity to plummet and his dreams to shatter, leading to a life of despair. I even thought that if such were the case, Wang Yanyan should gather evidence of his parents' favoritism and mistreatment, and when they accuse him, he could present the evidence and strike back hard. Yet, this is the reality. When will a parental qualification examination be established? Given Wang Yanyan's current circumstances, becoming disabled may merely be the beginning of his misfortunes. I tend to be rather pessimistic. I find myself aligning with the thoughts of Wang Yanyan's parents. Perhaps it would have been better had he perished in the accident, thus sparing him from further suffering. I concur with the previous sentiments. It would be wise to collect evidence of their mistreatment, for when you achieve success and they attempt to create trouble, you will have the fortitude to retaliate against Wang Yanyan. I understand and will consider this. Thank you all. Bang! Everyone was taken aback and quickly turned their attention to Jiang Yan. She had slammed her fist onto the table, the earlier sound being a result of her action. It was unclear what had ignited her fury, but it seemed everyone could see the almost palpable rage burning in her eyes. I apologize. I recalled something infuriating. The classmates feigned understanding as they turned away, yet they strained to listen. It appeared that Wang Yanyan's troubles were far from over, with even more distressing revelations to come. They say that after enduring storms, one shall see rainbows. After such suffering, why does Wang Yanyan encounter a future even darker and more desolate? Even without money, he could sustain himself through gardening. Free from external disturbances, Wang Yanyan immersed himself in songwriting, releasing all of it online. His powerful songs, akin to resilient weeds thriving in cracks, stirred a significant uproar online. Most of the songs were infused with his emotions, making them profoundly moving. As his fame grew, he also earned money, alleviating his financial burdens. Life gradually improved, yet happiness is often fragile. An insidious thought took root in his mind. By then, he had been accepted into university, albeit a mediocre one. but his pride drove him to aspire to stardom. Wang Yan's emergence was merely a cherry on top of his dream career. After discussing it with his parents, they cut off Wang Yan's internet access and confiscated all his communication devices to prevent his escape, even hiring someone to keep watch over him. Meanwhile, his brother showcased Wang Yan's works on screen, achieving instant fame and fortune. Oblivious to this betrayal, Wang Yan could only pour his emotions into his songs, which his brother then claimed as his own. Though his brother feared exposure and sought to silence Wang Yan, he knew he could never write a song himself. To secure a more brilliant future for himself, he begrudgingly continued to support Wang Yan. Jiang Yan exploded in anger once more. However, they indeed deserved the scorn. Not only had his brother usurped Wang Yan's achievements, but he also resented the need to continue supporting him. What kind of person behaves this way? Had he not taken Wang Yan's works, he could have been self-sufficient without relying on their goodwill. Ah, the lamentable world of law. How I long to strike down those worthless beings. What unabashed audacity. If they had any sense of shame, they would not engage in such despicable acts. It is best to distance oneself early and protect one's own interests. Wang Yan, you must preserve their grotesque visages. The more the better, allowing them to taste the power of the internet in the future. For the first time, I find myself anticipating online outrage. Wang Yan gazed blankly at his phone. Do so many truly admire his work? Rather than fixating on his brother, who has usurped all his achievements, he is more concerned about whether he can create those soul-stirring songs. His brother's actions have indeed infuriated him. Yet his greater anxiety lies in whether he can still compose that which resonates deeply. Without having lived such a life, can he still write moving melodies? Contemplating this, his brow furrowed. You can certainly write many exceptional songs. Jiang Sui, also a music student, recognized Wang Yan's troubled thoughts. Although he would no longer experience that particular life, he would encounter other unknowns, and those experiences would imbue his music with a different kind of emotion. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's reassuring words, their classmates gathered to encourage him. You are right. I have been overthinking. Thank you all. Wang Yan smiled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Even if he could no longer craft those awe-inspiring songs of the future, he would pour every ounce of effort into his creations, leaving no regrets. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yan's words of comfort had calmed him, allowing him to continue reading. Wang Yan's despicable brother, who intends to live in the shadow of Wang Yan's work, hoping to disguise his own emptiness, underestimated one significant factor. The caretaker they hired is, in reality, a guard over Wang Yan. This caretaker, being perceptive, recognized the family's disdain for Wang Yan and thus became negligent in her duties, leaving him to suffer from hunger, ultimately leading to his demise. Sighing, Jiang Yan reflected on her classmates, all seemingly doomed to unfortunate fates. Alas, she too shares in this misfortune. It appears that this class indeed harbors some darkness. Shaking her head, she pondered when to alert Wang Yan. After some contemplation, she resolved to speak up soon to spare him further distress. After reading such infuriating predictions of the future, she lost her desire to scroll through gossip and instead turned to short videos for some amusement. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, Wang Yan responded, contemplating when to finalize his boarding school arrangements. They were correct. It was best to distance himself from them as soon as possible to escape the torment. Chapter 107. He is acting afternoon at the entrance of Twinge Academy. A discreet black sedan came to a stop by the roadside. His deep-set eyes were fixed upon the gates of Twinge Academy, occasionally glancing at the expensive watch on his wrist. Recalling the events of that morning when his sister approached him with news, he felt as if he were dreaming. Launu, he whispered the name softly. Even during his student days at international conferences, he had never felt such anxiety as he did now. Zhao Wan. He murmured another name, his heart inexplicably aching. Who would have thought that years later, to learn of her would be akin to facing a chasm between realms? Did you choose to end our relationship after my confession because you are already married? Marriage is not an insurmountable barrier to separation. Why then? From what Fu Li you had conveyed, it seemed Zhao Wan bore no affection for her husband, having ended things with him for Lin Yang, which was evidently not the case. Was it due to familial obligations? Perhaps, but not likely. At least during their time together, Zhao Wan had not shown much fondness for her family. What then was the true reason? To this day, Fu Li Shun remains unable to discern the answer. and he will forever remain ignorant of it. At that moment, the school bell rang. Soon, students began to exit the academy. Fu Lishun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze unwavering at the entrance. He had informed Chu Ju to bring the individual over after school. He need not watch so intently, yet he yearned to be the first to see that child. Before long, Chu Ju came into view. However, Fu Lishun had no time to regard him. His attention was entirely captured by the youth standing beside Chu Ju. His sister had told him that Lin Lu bore a striking resemblance to him, yet he perceived the youth as resembling Zhao Wanwan, with facial contours akin to his own but eyes and brows that mirrored hers. Chu Ju brought Lin Lu over and casually remarked, "You two chat before departing. Would you mind sitting somewhere else?" Fu Lishun inquired, looking at Lin Lu. Lin Lu stared at Fu Lishun's face in a daze, and upon hearing the question, quickly nodded in agreement. "Not all. Buckle your seatbelt," Fu Lishun instructed, and only after Lin Lu complied did he drive away. Meanwhile, in Class 12, Yibi stopped Li Xianyang, who was about to leave, saying, "My father wishes to meet you at the CAF outside the school." Li Xianyang, aware that this involved human trafficking, readily agreed. Moments after entering the CAF's private room, she hurriedly excused herself to attend to her part-time job, nearly running late. Regarding the part-time opportunity introduced by a classmate, she had inquired and learned that there was no rush. She had time to resolve her own issues first. She knew she needed to take care of her current problems before accepting help, as she could not let others bear the burden of her troubles. That evening, Jiang Yan, taking advantage of the cover provided by others to avoid surveillance, nonchalantly strolled past Wang Nianyan's seat and tossed a note into his desk. Content. She returned to her own spot, relieved that Wang Nianyan could not attend evening study sessions due to the distance from school, facilitating her actions. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to accomplish her task with him present. Some classmates who witnessed Jiang Yan's actions pretended not to notice, lowering their heads to feign interest in their books. Having completed a significant task, Jiang Yan was in high spirits until receiving a message from Jiang Yu, summoning her to the back for supplementary lessons. Her smile immediately faded as she picked up the textbook Jiang Yu had mentioned, making her way slowly to his side. There, 3 desks had been pushed together, with Jiang Yu seated in the center, Gu He-chi to his left, and an empty space on his right. It was evident that the vacant spot was reserved for her. Jiang Yan exchanged a knowing glance with the obediently seated Gu He-chi, pulling out a chair to join him. When Jiang Yu had previously messaged her to ask if Gu He-chi could join the tutoring session, she had already sensed his intentions. "Oh, my dear brother, with your awareness of his feelings, you cannot escape his grasp," Jiang Yan mused inwardly. However, her musings were soon interrupted as she faced the daunting problem Jiang Yu had assigned her, nearly pulling her hair out in frustration. No matter how she approached it, the solution eluded her. Deciding to clear her mind, she opened a gossip app, hoping to alleviate her mental fatigue with something enjoyable. Just as she opened the app, she overheard Gu He-chi softly ask Jiang Yu, "I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Could you explain it again?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan turned to Jiang Yu, who appeared exasperated. "It's quite simple. Look here, you just need to draw an auxiliary line to solve it." "Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Yu, you're truly impressive." "It's nothing special," Jiang Yu replied. "Wow, Xiao Yu, you are amazing." Jiang Yu responded, "Keep pretending. Just continue your charade." Jiang Yu was speechless. How was he pretending? Wasn't he merely being modest? Besides, the problem he had solved was indeed not difficult. How could the future founder of Gu Yuan Group be unable to solve a simple geometry problem? Surely, he is only feigning ignorance to be closer to Xiao Yu. This fellow truly conceals himself deeply. No one can play the role of a fool better than you. He clearly possesses abundant knowledge, yet pretends to know nothing. Although he understood that Jiang Yan was not referring to him, the outcome was still less than favorable. He shot a furtive glare at Gu He-chi, desperately wanting to throw down his tools and abandon the task. Yet Jiang Yan was observing their interaction, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his frustration and explain to Gu He-chi with a hint of annoyance. "Please don't be upset, all right?" Gu He-chi wrote on the paper. "Get lost." Jiang Yu's pen nearly tore through the page. "I'll be your human model. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? I might consider it." Jiang Yu felt a shameful flutter in his heart. Why is Xiao Yu angry? Oh, I see. It seems that no matter who tutors, they'll go a bit crazy. Jiang Yu's heart, which had been in turmoil, settled as he rolled his eyes at Jiang Yan in exasperation. His sister truly had a knack for stirring emotions. Speaking of which, Gu He-chi's ability to hide his talents stems from his grandmother advising him not to stand out too much, After all, those who understand do indeed understand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret for quarreling with Gu Heqi. Gu Heqi, understanding Jiang Yu well, quickly wrote on the paper, "It's normal to be upset when deceived. It is my fault, unrelated to you." Jiang Yu, seeing this, felt much better, though he wrote with some concern. "As for being a human model, I am willing to be your human model for a lifetime." Upon reading this, Jiang Yu's ears began to flush again. What? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise, having caught wind of some gossip. Everyone's attention shifted to Jiang Yan, eagerly awaiting her next words. In the neighboring elite academy, 4 individuals have fallen for the same transfer student, and now they are fighting over her. Why does it have to be from the neighboring school? If it were from our school, we could have gone to watch the excitement. Jiang Yan sighed repeatedly, finding it somewhat amusing. In this day and age, there are still 4 people. I wonder if there are any in our school. If so, it would surely be quite entertaining. Chapter 108. Another new classmate does our school have 4? Jiang Yan asked Jiang Yu. Her curiosity piqued. No, it seems our school is still quite normal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Compared to the neighboring elite academy, their school was indeed rather ordinary. After all, the neighboring school not only had 4, but also boasted princes and princesses, which was utterly awkward. Walking alongside students from that school, hearing them casually refer to Ice Prince and Black Swan Princess would make anyone instinctively quicken their pace, lest they inadvertently burst into laughter. Most importantly, even if their school was not normal, they could hardly find 4 individuals. After all, those who could be considered for were few and far between. It's not as if a 3-digit title could emerge. If that were the case, 4 would be ubiquitous. Who would cherish such a title? If our school had 4, Chuju would undoubtedly be among them. However, Chuju despised such notoriety. And let us not add EB. I have no desire to be associated with that title. I don't know. I only know that 2 transfer students have arrived in our school this month, but I haven't paid attention to others. I know. There's a particularly strange girl with an extraordinarily long name. I can't fathom what her parents were thinking. However, she indeed looks quite well behaved, though not to the point of being breathtaking. I wonder why they are fighting. Perhaps she is the type that 4 would fancy? Oh, really? A girl that 4 likes? Is that name for real? So long. Is it a test of memory? Jiang Yan gazed at the lengthy name on the gossip chart, eager to glimpse the transfer student from the neighboring school. Phew, my lips are tired just trying to pronounce it. The other students were left dumbfounded, remembering none of the characters except for Bai and Lan. They shared Jiang Yan's curiosity, wondering what kind of person the transfer student was, capable of bearing such an extensive name. Did she even remember it herself? Such a peculiar character, indeed. This one stands out exceptionally. By the way, how will she handle the college entrance examination? The answer sheet must have a limited number of characters for names, right? Even if there were no restrictions. Writing such a long name would mean she wouldn't finish writing it before the exam questions. It was quite likely. Everyone silently agreed, let alone the answer sheet. Her ID card wouldn't accommodate her name. She probably goes by Yuelon or something similar, merely adding a long string of names for style's sake. When out and about, it's all about the FAAD. That makes sense. How frustrating. I want to see her. By the time I arrive, it might already be over. I just saw the follow-up. Everyone perked up. The fight was quite intense, and at that moment, one person was hugging another tightly, crying out in terror, "Jiang." Then, another person reached out towards by something Lan, shouting, "Yuelon, say something." Yuelon, anxiously watching from the side, flailed her small hands helplessly, shouting, "Please stop fighting. I love you all, every one of you." As she spoke, she proceeded to hug each of the 4, giving them a kiss. Everyone left harmoniously, hand in hand, bringing the farce to an end. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, bewildered. Are you sure that was the follow-up and not just some joke? Could Jiang Yan be teasing us because she realized we could hear her? Who knows? Everyone felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. If the follow-up is like this, it would be incredibly amusing, perfectly fitting their state of mind. Jiang Yan smiled slyly. The next day, until the bell rang for class, Jiang Yan noticed a missing student in the classroom. She inquired with Zhou Qingya and learned that the absent individual was Li Xinyang. She wondered if Li Xinyang would believe her little note and hoped he was safe. Jiang Yan silently prayed to various deities. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Su Lin, walked in. Not only Jiang Yan, but the other students were puzzled as well. Class, we have another new student joining us today. Another new student? Why are there so many? The crowd immediately began discussing in the class group, which included Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just came a month ago. And now there's another one? Is there no room in other classes? Are they all coming to ours? Could it be another prince from somewhere? Regardless of whether he is a prince, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, he'll be a good classmate. I wondered why there was an extra desk in a classroom. Now it makes sense. What? There's an extra desk? Hey, at least pay attention to your own classroom. Some students expressed their exasperation. Jiang Yan was also curious about who the new student was, especially since there were no records of this individual in the future she had glimpsed. This student, some of you should know him. He is a student from our school who voluntarily transferred to our class. Su Lin said, calling out to the person outside, "Come in." As he finished speaking, a familiar figure walked in. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and they unconsciously turned to the equally astonished Liu Mian. "Hello everyone, my name is Ling Shichu." Ling Shichu flashed a friendly smile, stating, "I will be your classmate from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Liu Mian's deskmate nudged his arm. Who knows what trick Ling Shichu is up to? But can he hear us? Someone asked in their small group. Unclear. Your seat is at the back. Go ahead. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Ling Shichu nodded with a smile, casually glancing at Liu Mian as he made his way to the back row. His presence here was prompted by the feeling that something was amiss with Class 12 during Chu Ju's birthday party on Monday. Although it is advisable to maintain a certain distance during such times, Liu Mian found himself in a peculiar situation where his rival was only able to bully him. Thus, he felt compelled to delve into the depths of the matter and uncover the truth. Jiang Yan, perplexed, opened the gossip compendium in search of intriguing tidbits about Ling Shichu, hoping to fathom the reason behind his actions. Could it be that Ling Shichu discovered his affection for Xiao Lu Tongshui and sought to draw closer, believing that proximity would grant him an advantage? Chapter 109. 2 in 3 years. Ling Shichu stumbled, almost losing his composure. His smile faltered. What? Who like Xiao Lu Tongshui? Who is Xiao Lu Tongshui? Liu Mian? Who could possibly harbor such feelings for Liu Mian? Me? Who suggested that? Such rumors are outrageous. Ling Shichu surveyed the surroundings, seeking the source of this gossip. The voice belonged to a girl, most likely from Class 12. Those who had been observing Ling Shichu realized he could hear Jiang Yan's innermost thoughts. Liu Mian also recognized this and felt a sense of dread. His plans for revenge had not even been set in motion yet and were already thwarted. How infuriating! Why did Ling Shichu have to come to their class? It seemed that joining their class allowed one to overhear such thoughts. What kind of principle was at play here? Who knows? While they could hear it, the reason remained a mystery. Would this not enable others who joined their class to listen as well? It was unwise to entertain perilous thoughts with too many people involved. Vulnerabilities would inevitably emerge. Not everyone could remain tight-lipped. It would be prudent to let things unfold naturally without imposing interference. Jiang Zhua articulated a valid point. The more individuals who were aware, the greater the risk posed to Jiang Yan. They had accepted her kindness and must not forget their gratitude by placing her in potential danger. Understood. I was merely voicing my thoughts, not advocating for action. We share no such intentions, rest assured. To speak bluntly, if it were indeed the case that so many could hear, then our ability to do so would lose its uniqueness. It'd be akin to our school lacking a select group because too many could qualify for it. Hardly remarkable. Indeed, as things stand, only our class can hear, allowing us to indulge in the fantasy that this is our unique superpower. Everyone simultaneously glanced at Li Kunan, who had made this statement, signaling with their eyes that he was indulging in fanciful thinking. Li Kunan, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Is there no one among you who thinks this way?" A significant portion remained silent. Bringing Ling Shichu in was unnecessary. Liu Mian complained while locating Ling Shichu's WeChat to add him to the class group. Ling Shichu was preoccupied searching for his target, oblivious to his phone, and thus failed to notice he had been added to another group. What is he doing? Why is he just standing there? Ling Shichu, feeling uneasy, swiftly scanned the classmates around him, only to find them silent. Could it be his imagination? Is it the same as before? Ah, here it is. Ling Shichu recalled sensing something amiss at Chu Ju's birthday celebration, as if some malevolent force had taken hold, leading him to worry about Xiao Lu Tongshui. Yet, he would not admit to being concerned for Xiao Lu Tongshui. He still maintained the pretense of rivalry, believing he must infiltrate the situation to uncover the truth. I could weep. You truly must care for him. Jiang Yan mused, incredulous at Ling Shichu's willingness to investigate despite the possibility of their class being cursed. If only he could articulate his feelings, they would not be so entangled in this complex web. Liu Mian covered his burning ears, burying his head, muttering to himself. What nonsense is Jiang Yan spouting? What does 2 in 3 years even mean? It's impossible. Ling Shichu, equally taken aback by the statement, remained baffled as to how this individual could read his thoughts, let alone claim he liked Liu Mian. Yet, he realized one critical truth. Class 12 indeed harbored secrets. The voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind, leaving him uncertain of the speaker's identity. Moreover, he worries about Xiao Lu Tongshui. Not only did he venture into the lion's den, but he also sought out a master to procure a protective talisman for Xiao Lu Tongshui. However, he feared that if he presented the talisman directly, Xiao Lu Tongshui would perceive it as a curse and refuse to accept it. Hence he planned to find an opportunity to discreetly place it on her person. His concern for her safety knows no bounds. You truly must care for him. While it was undeniable that their class had an air of mystery, this world was not governed by the supernatural. It was more likely that unfavorable circumstances led to peculiar behavior. Surely, it could not be that the ability to hear one's innermost thoughts made them act so strangely? Jiang Yan pondered, casting a skeptical glance at those present. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, feigning engagement in other activities, wary of revealing any indication that they could hear Jiang Yan's thoughts. Thoughts? Ling Shichu's heart skipped a beat, and, just as he contemplated further, he locked eyes with Jiang Yan. Why is he still standing there? Could it be that our class truly possesses something unusual, and he has fallen victim to it? Is this world indeed governed by the supernatural? Although he knew it was improbable, Jiang Yan felt a chill sweep over him, instinctively drawing closer to Gu Hiqi. Gu Hiqi grasped Jiang Yan's hand, softly reassuring him not to be afraid. Nearby, Su Xingji turned to witness this scene, instantly feeling averted. He quickly swiveled back to nudge Qin Shuyan's arm, gesturing towards the two beside them with an expression of disdain. Unbelievable, they show no restraint. His voice was moderate, yet those nearby could hear him. Upon noticing, he shot a disgruntled glare at Su Xingji. What nonsense are you saying? Is it not true? Su Xingji raised an eyebrow. I am merely frightened. Come, my arms are open for you. Su Xingji spread his arms wide. Jiang Yan responded with a raised middle finger. Su Xingji flashed a victorious smile. This small interlude did not distract Jiang Yan or Ling Shichu. At that moment, Ling Shichu confirmed that the speaker was indeed the girl with whom he had locked gazes. What astonished him was that her lips had not moved. Yet he heard her voice. The term heart voice echoed in his mind once more. Could he truly hear this classmate's thoughts? You, what do you mean by that? Hurry and sit down. Do you not see that class has already begun? The bell has rung, and the teacher is waiting outside. Liu Mian shouted at Ling Shichu, who was urged by his classmates to stand up. Jiang Yan's attention swiftly shifted to Liu Mian. Xiao Lu Tongshui exuded such authority. Yes, he should maintain this assertiveness to avoid being overshadowed by Ling Shichu. How intriguing that Xiao Lu Tongshui seemed to be aware of Ling Shichu's feelings and was poised to let him taste the bitterness of love. Bravo, Xiao Lu Tongshui. I wonder who would still dare to call you dull. You are far more perceptive than Ling Shichu. Ling Shichu gazed at Liu Mian, who was blushing fiercely. This prompted memories of what Liu Mian had said at Chu Ju's birthday party. He had grasped Ling Shichu's secrets. Was it indeed a reference to his feelings for him? Ling Shichu yearned to protest, yet a sense of shyness enveloped him, as if a hidden truth had been unveiled, and he realized the gravity of the situation. Beside Ling Shichu, Yibi offered a timely reminder. Ling Shichu quelled his tumultuous thoughts and took his seat, retrieving his phone, which had been vibrating incessantly. Upon reading the messages in the new group, he felt as if his worldview had been entirely reshaped. Hearing Jiang Yan's heart voice was nothing short of magical. So, he truly harbored feelings for Liu Mian? Ling Shichu's heart raced, yet he maintained an impassive facade. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, Su Lin, cast a glance at Liu Mian and Ling Shichu, surprised to learn that Jiang Yan's thoughts could be heard during class. Does this count as inviting a wolf into the house? Had I known, I would have never agreed to let Ling Shichu join their class. I must keep a closer watch from now on. Su Lin pondered as he exited the classroom. Chapter 110, A Poor Classmate. The gossip, the future, these concepts felt so surreal, yet they had manifested in his life. At that very moment, he could still hear Jiang Yan's devilish laughter, followed by her lamenting about someone wearing shoes that had not been donned for ages. leaving a trail of shoe remnants behind. Or someone mistakenly addressing their boss as husband in the group chat, resulting in collective astonishment. Even after her explanation, the colleagues continued to believe she had an illicit liaison with the boss. In essence, was Chu Ju's sudden invitation to his birthday party merely to delve into his gossip? Ling Shichu abruptly realized this and hastily inquired in the small group chat. Well, it was because we were curious about you after seeing Xiao Lu's future. After all, you occupy a significant part of it. The speculation was confirmed, yet he felt no joy. Everyone present was aware of some of his scandals, such as the incident that occurred when lackey Mian took care of him. Although he had a thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame deep down. This also explained why the classmates from class 12 often regarded him with strange looks. My future has been revealed? Yes. Someone briefly recounted Ling Shichu's future. Upon hearing it, Ling Shichu's mood became complex. He instinctively glanced at lackey Mian, who was only showing the back of his head. Ling Shichu smiled faintly, and his mind began to concoct mischievous plans. Meanwhile, lackey Mian si vered involuntarily, almost immediately turning to face Ling Shichu. The moment he saw Ling Shichu's smile, he knew this fellow was up to no good. Isn't it common knowledge that you like me? Why the secrecy? Lackey Mian felt a surge of worry. The group from class 12 shifted their focus. Next was music class, and they needed to head to the music room. Upon arriving, the music teacher was already waiting. Today, we will learn a soothing piano piece called Jiang Sui, the teacher cheerfully announced. Please play it for us. Jiang Sui nodded and placed her fingers on the keys. In their class, the best pianists were she and Wang Yan, and the teacher favored having them perform. However, after Jiang Sui injured her fingers, the teacher only allowed her to play less demanding, soothing pieces. Jiang Yan, who had never played the piano before and had not learned it in the previous week's music class, feared she might not be able to wing it this time. As she contemplated, her brows furrowed slightly. Sensing Jiang Yan's anxiety, Jiang Yu comforted her, saying, music class is merely about cultivating our artistic sensibilities. Whether or not we can play is not of great importance. Su Xingji has been playing for more than a year longer than you, yet he still plays terribly. Hey, is that polite? Su Xingji rolled his eyes. If I play terribly, how much better are you? Better than you, Jiang Yu retorted playfully. I scored higher than you in piano last semester. Uffed. Just 1 point higher. What is there to be proud of? Still higher than yours. Su Xingji raised his middle finger in disdain. Observing this, Jiang Yan felt less anxious. After all, she had beauty and wealth. And if she wished to lead a leisurely life in the future, not playing the piano was no great loss. If she ever desired to cultivate her artistic sensibility, she could simply hire a university student to play for her. Their daily wage would be lower than those of famous musicians. Yet they would play well and engage in conversation, a delightful arrangement indeed. With this thought, Jiang Yan decided to relax. She rested her chin on her hand, watching Jiang Sui while opening the gossip tome. At that moment, she noticed Jiang Sui's fingers trembling slightly on the keys. Is she too nervous? Hearing Jiang Yan's thoughts, Jiang Sui pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and began to play. As she started, her trembling fingers surprisingly displayed remarkable steadiness. Wow, is there such a talented person in our class? The others silently glanced at Jiang Yan, thinking, everyone in our class is exceptional. Jiang Sui, right? I wonder if she will become as renowned in the music world as Wang Yan. However, only the music teacher and Wang Yan seemed to notice. The music teacher furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Jiang Sui's hands, a flicker of regret passing through her eyes, yet she said nothing. What? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Sui, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Jiang Sui actually scavenged through trash to eat? Seriously? The other students turned their astonished gazes toward Jiang Sui. Scavenging for food and trash. Was that something one did during childhood out of ignorance? Teacher, at that moment, Wang Yan raised his hand and stood up. His action interrupted Jiang Sui's performance. While Wang Yan was also a favored student of the music teacher, interrupting someone else's performance was deemed quite rude, prompting the teacher to ask sternly what the matter was. Jiang Sui seems quite uncomfortable. Allow me to play. Jiang Sui looked gratefully at Wang Yan upon hearing this. Now that Jiang Yan was focusing on her, it was indeed challenging for Jiang Sui to play without distraction. Jiang Sui, are you unwell? The music teacher looked anxiously at Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui bit her lip and nodded. After ceasing to play, her formerly steady hands began to tremble incessantly. Witnessing this, the music teacher felt a renewed sense of regret. Here was a budding pianist, yet her wings had been clipped. Then you should take a break, the music teacher advised, signaling to Jiang Yan to resume. Jiang Yan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sui's trembling hands, her confusion deepening. She could only place her hopes on a gossip tome, yearning for answers. Jiang Sui's mother completely disregarded her. She often goes hungry. Due to persistent hunger, she would grab anything to eat. She has consumed plastic bags, dirt, leaves, and grass, and later discovered that delicious food could be found in trash cans, leading her to scavenge there. How tragic. Could this truly be her biological mother? Jiang Yan found it hard to fathom such a life. Although she was not the biological daughter of her adoptive parents, who frequently scolded and forced her to do various chores, they at least had the decency not to let her starve. Yet Jiang Sui's mother, who was present, did not provide her with food, compelling her to consume whatever she could find. The other classmates were equally shocked to learn of Jiang Sui's past hardships. The thought of eating plastic bags, dirt, and leaves was enough to make one feel nauseous. Is that still your situation? Does your mother still neglect you? Don't worry. Once I was able to access a kitchen, I started cooking for myself, and I still do. Upon hearing this, the classmates finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, just like Li Xinyang, we can help you find some well-paying part-time jobs. Thank you. She struggled to type those 2 words with her trembling fingers. Observing her classmates' messages, warmth filled her heart, and her eyes began to glisten. Apart from her friend Li Xinyang, no one had ever treated her this kindly. Chapter 111. Is it a rivalry? Jiang Sui's mother didn't even plan to let her attend school. It was only after repeated urging from community workers that her mother allowed her to go. If Jiang Sui's family faced financial difficulties and her mother opposed her education, that would be understandable. However, her mother owns a clothing store and often flaunts wealth with expensive jewelry and luxury goods, which hardly paints a picture of poverty. Not only did her mother prevent Jiang Sui from attending school, but she also refused to give her any money, resulting in Jiang Sui learning to scavenge for money alongside the elderly in the neighborhood from a young age. Even when the school required fees, her mother paid no heed, allowing Jiang Sui to endure repeated reminders from the teachers, enduring humiliation and shame. To be honest, this situation is even more outrageous than that of Wang Yanyan's parents. At least Wang Yanyan's parents provide tuition and living expenses, albeit meager. Alas, they are akin to Li Xianyang's parents in their disregard. Has Jiang Sui ever contemplated a paternity test? It is evident that your mother harbors resentment towards you. Jiang Yan felt a surge of frustration, her fists itching to strike. The information about her classmates has been exceedingly vexing lately. Is your mother treating you this way too? Refusing to provide tuition or living expenses? Well, I have acquired a skill that allows me to earn money, so you need not worry. Jiang Sui gazed down at her hands, contemplating whether to pursue the paternity test Jiang Yan mentioned. After all, perhaps her mother's disdain stemmed from having abandoned their father. Due to her mother's refusal to finance her education, Jiang Sui was unable to participate in many group activities, leading to her gradual isolation. Before high school, she had no friends. It was only after meeting Li Xianyang, who shared her struggles, that she found her first companion. Oh, my poor thing, just wait. I shall be your friend. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Jiang Sui's face uncontrollably. With her hands clasped together, she silently thanked Jiang Yan. The experience of being ostracized was far from pleasant. Despite her self-affirmations to disregard the neglect, each instance of being ignored left her feeling despondent, even contemplating skipping school. Yet, she believed that education could alter her fate and mused whether becoming exceptional would earn her mother's affection. Unfortunately, she was gravely mistaken. It seemed that only her misfortunes brought her mother joy. Reflecting on these thoughts left Jiang Sui feeling choked with sorrow. Jiang Sui's academic journey was marred by isolation. Yet she persisted in her studies, hoping to become someone her mother would admire. However, her poor mindset resulted in consistently mediocre grades, often failing to meet the standards for high school admission. This disappointment led her to contemplate ending her life, though she refrained from acting on it due to her fear of pain. Thankfully, she did not attempt it, or else she would not have gained such a delightful classmate and future friend. Jiang Yan was relieved that Jiang Sui feared pain. Otherwise, she might have followed through with such a drastic action. The other classmates felt similarly grateful. If anything troubles you, do not hesitate to share with us. We are all here to support you. There is nothing insurmountable. Indeed, difficulties shall eventually pass. Some hearts are impervious to warmth, so be cautious, Jiang Sui. There is little more to say. Simply know that I am here if you need me. Thank you, Jiang Sui replied, her tears flowing anew. Being a classmate of the 12th class and hearing Jiang Yan's heartfelt sentiments perhaps marked a stroke of fortune in her otherwise unfortunate life. Upon witnessing Jiang Sui's plight, her mother exhibited neither concern nor comfort. Rather, she seemed pleased. Indeed, is this truly a mother? More like an adversary. The group instinctively nodded in agreement. Jiang Sui's mother resembled an enemy. The more despondent Jiang Sui became, the more delighted her mother appeared. Perhaps my mother behaves this way because my father abandoned her. The classmates, upon hearing Jiang Sui's explanation, found themselves at a loss for words. If that were the case, it would indeed be understandable. A collective sigh escaped them. Jiang Sui's average academic performance led her only to a mediocre high school. Yet, she possessed a remarkable talent for the piano, despite never having formally studied. She could reproduce any piece she had heard. This talent caught the attention of the principal of Twinge Academy, granting her admission. However, her mother later sabotaged her by forcing her to carry heavy objects, resulting in an injury that left lasting repercussions. It was no wonder Jiang Sui's hands trembled after playing the piano. It was a remnant of her injury. Jiang Yan now increasingly suspected that Jiang Sui's mother bore her ill will. Could it be that Jiang Sui's mother was not her biological parent? Perhaps the real mother had been robbed of her child by someone who wished to torment her enemy's daughter? The group, upon hearing this conjecture, found it plausible. I believe Jiang Sui should consider a paternity test. Her mother's behavior is exceedingly suspicious. The possibility of her being disliked due to abandonment could hold some truth, but a paternity test would provide peace of mind. Exactly. If the test confirms she is indeed your biological mother, we can explore ways to alleviate her prejudices, or, at the very least, maintain distance. After all, you will soon be an adult. Once you can take care of yourself, you may choose to support her as best you can. If she is not your true mother, then you should distance yourself as far as possible. Jiang Yan's speculation seemed increasingly credible. Leave it to me. However, I actually believe a paternity test may be unnecessary. What do you mean? Some astute individuals quickly grasped the implication and continued speaking. Jiang Yan articulated her thoughts, and the group suddenly understood, eagerly anticipating Jiang Sui's future. Jiang Sui, having entered through a special talent program, faced unique challenges. In this program, Ling Long, the daughter of the Du family, often bullied her in secret, envious of her superior abilities and beauty. For instance, she locked Jiang Sui in a restroom, leading to her tardiness and subsequent reprimand from the teacher. She also placed a non-venomous snake in Jiang Sui's desk, resulting in a bite, and scattered her books everywhere, forcing her to pick them up. Had it not been for Jiang Sui's hand injury, preventing her from continuing in the special program and leading her to the 12th class, the bullying would likely have persisted. Jiang Yan held no affection for such bullies and found herself contemplating becoming a villain. Should she ensnare Ling Long in a burlap sack tonight? Perhaps one filled with excrement? The group responded, while capturing her in a sack is one thing. There is no need for such grotesque measures. The group resolutely decided they would never provoke Jiang Yan again. The only one who had dared was Gao Yuhua, who now shrank back, grateful that Jiang Yan was not one to hold grudges. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a sack, especially one containing excrement, which would surely haunt him for life. Chapter 112. The calculations extend overseas. Wang Zong. Do you know Ling Long? Indeed. Aunt Lon has been very kind to me, which is how I came to know her. She has always been quite obedient in my presence. I never suspected she harbored such a dark side. Most importantly, Aunt Lon intended to matchmake him with Ling Long, but he felt no romantic inclination toward her. Rather, his mother wished to pair his younger brother with Ling Long. Yet another individual who is familiar in appearance, but not in heart. There are far too many such people. It's truly frightening. I think in the future, when I consider dating, I will introduce potential partners to Jiang Yan first to assess their character before deciding whether to pursue a relationship. Indeed, I share your thoughts. I have no desire to end up with a hypocritical scoundrel. Wow. As it turns out, Jiang Sui's mother is not her biological mother. Jiang Sui was taken aback, her mind replaying Jiang Yan's words. Her mother is not her true mother. Thus, the disdain she faces is not due to her father's abandonment, but rather because she is not her biological daughter. Strangely, she felt no surprise. Neither did I. Jiang Sui's mother truly resembles an adversary. Could Jiang Yan have guessed correctly? It seems highly plausible. Otherwise, Why would she have kept Jiang Sui if she disliked her so much? Truly, scoundrels abound. This year, there are particularly many. Jiang Sui's plight is truly tragic. Jiang Yan could not help but glance at Jiang Sui, her eyes brimming with sympathy. Upon Jiang Sui's birth, she was swapped with her father's illegitimate daughter, whose mother is now Jiang Sui's current mother. To Jiang Sui's mother, Jiang Sui is essentially the daughter of her rival, and naturally, she cannot bear to see Jiang Sui thrive, hence her relentless attempts to thwart Jiang Sui's happiness. Felt her mind go blank. The words, seemingly simple, took her an inordinate amount of time to comprehend. This revelation was in stark contrast to her initial assumptions. She had always believed that her father had abandoned her and her mother, which led her mother to harbor resentment towards her. To her astonishment, the truth was that her biological father had swapped her with her mother's daughter, resulting in her separation from her true mother and the disdain she faced from her. At that moment, she found her life to be utterly absurd. A complex whirlwind of thoughts filled her, and a tinge of fear surged within her. She yearned to escape the classroom, to cease hearing Jiang Yan's inner voice. She dreaded the possibility that her biological mother was aware of the situation, and even more so, she feared that her mother might favor the adopted daughter, just as Jiang Yan's mother did. The fear that gripped her heart manifested physically, causing her to tremble lightly. "Shall I take you for a stroll?" Zhao Yining, Jiang Sui's deskmate, noticed the unusual behavior of Jiang Sui. Although unaware of the cause of her trembling, she sensed that Jiang Sui required assistance. She grasped Jiang Sui's hand, intending to stand up and request leave from the teacher, but Jiang Sui gently shook her head, holding her hand tighter. "No, I'm fine. I can manage." Indeed, she could. She might truly be alone in the future, and she needed to be strong. Zhao Yining gazed at her for a long moment and smiled softly. "All right, I will stay with you. Do not be afraid." Despite her words, Zhao Yining did not release Jiang Sui's hand. Instead, she tightened her grip. Feeling the warmth and strength of Zhao Yining's hand, Jiang Sui cast her a grateful glance. The other classmates who had been silently observing the scene sighed in relief, sending words of encouragement to Jiang Sui in their chat group. Ironically, the very person who had bullied Jiang Sui, Du Linglong, was her mother's biological daughter, the illegitimate child who had swapped lives with her. It was evident that her father and mother had orchestrated a cunning plan. An illegitimate daughter had become a legitimate child, the prized possession of both Du Corporation and Lan Corporation, living a life of luxury, while the true jewels suffered in squalor, barely able to attend school. Jiang Sui's fingers clenched tightly, causing Zhao Yining discomfort, yet she remained silent, understanding the complexity of Jiang Sui's emotions. The other students were equally stunned by this revelation. It seemed that the machinations of Jiang Sui's parents could be heard even overseas. If one day, Jiang Sui and her mother were to find out, the title of illegitimate daughter would fall upon Jiang Sui, leading to her mother's extreme disdain. If Jiang Sui remained oblivious to this, it was one matter. If she became aware, it would be utterly heartbreaking. The cruelty of it all was overwhelming. The classmates looked upon her with sympathy. Wang Zongyi, however, was taken aback. He never expected the gossip to hit so close to home. Did Aunt Lan know about this? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head firmly. Aunt Lan absolutely did not know. She was not that kind of person. Wang Zongyi glanced at the nearly shattered Jiang Sui and spoke up in the group chat. "I can assure you 100% that Aunt Lan is completely unaware of this. Do not worry, do not overthink it. Aunt Lan is not someone who lacks discernment. Once she learns the truth, she will surely care for you." Yet, Wang Zongyi couldn't help but worry about how Aunt Lan would react upon discovering the situation. Given her emotional nature and her fondness for Uncle Du, it was shocking that such a gentle and kind person could commit such acts. The students voiced their agreement, noting how prevalent disingenuousness was. Moving forward, they decided they would first introduce potential partners to Jiang Yan before dating. As for Jiang Sui, she was preoccupied with thoughts of her impending demise. Strangely, she felt no surprise at the notion of her death. It seemed her mother did possess maternal love, albeit directed toward another. A bitter smile curled her lips. The object of that love simply was not her. As the bell rang, Jiang Yan quickly approached Jiang Sui and asked, "Would you like to go to the restroom together?" Making friends often begins with such simple gestures. Jiang Sui's heart was tumultuous. Had it been anyone else, she would have declined. Yet, when Jiang Yan called her, even without a desire to visit the restroom, she found herself somewhat inclined to agree. Jiang Yan, not forgetting her good friend Zhou Qingya, invited her along as well. The three of them linked arms and made their way to the restroom. Along the way, Jiang Yan took the opportunity to connect with Jiang Sui on WeChat. The plan to establish a friendship progressed to the next step, exchanging contact information. To cultivate their bond, they would engage in mutual communication and involve Jiang Sui in activities, gradually deepening their connection and naturally evolving into friends. Time in class slipped away, and soon it was time to leave. Encouraged by Jiang Yu, Jiang Yan opted to join her and her companions for barbecue outside the school, mingling among the throng of students as they exited. To help Jiang Yan avoid any awkward encounters with Du Linglong and Jiang Sui's mother, Jiang Yu and Su Xingji strategically positioned themselves behind Wang Zongyi, maintaining a leisurely pace. Wang Zongyi was careful to match his speed, ensuring that any unexpected situations would not cause them to fall behind. As they progressed, Wang Zongyi soon spotted Du Linglong amidst the crowd. He discreetly signaled to Jiang Yu and the others and made his way toward her. Observing Wang Zongyi's actions, Jiang Yu and the group did not quicken their pace but kept their eyes on him, inching closer. Other classmates, eager not to miss the moment, blended into the crowd, following at a safe distance. Aunt Lan, Linglong, Wang Zongyi greeted with a smile as he approached a silver-white vehicle, addressing Du Linglong and a beautiful woman seated inside. To ensure Jiang Yan could hear him, he deliberately raised his voice. As expected, Jiang Yan, who had just reached him, promptly shifted her gaze toward Du Linglong. Feeling deep sympathy for Jiang Sui, she remembered Du Linglong and instinctively thought about whether she was the one who had bullied Jiang Sui. A glance through her metaphorical window confirmed her suspicions, and she couldn't help but feel that it was an uncanny coincidence, attributing it to her own good fortune. After all, being an extraordinarily beautiful girl, luck seemed to be her ally, to prevent them from leaving first, which would hinder her from using the fox window to observe Jiang Sui's biological mother. Her fox window was aimed at the car. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that aside from the driver and what appeared to be Jiang Sui's mother, Lan Shuyun, there was also a handsome man inside. Jiang Yan unabashedly scrutinized the two. Today truly felt like a stroke of luck. Jiang Sui's father, Du Juanhe, was also present. The other classmates mingling in the crowd felt incredibly fortunate as well. They were convinced they could indulge in 2/3 of the melon. Unfortunately, Jiang Sui's mother was absent. Otherwise, they could have savored the entire fruit. Jiang Yan's unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of the three members of the Du family, who regarded her with curiosity. Jiang Yan felt no embarrassment and offered them a slight smile, internally dismissing her thoughts as mere fabrications, while saying aloud, "You all seem so happy as a family. I couldn't help but wish to capture this moment. However, I realized that taking unsolicited photos is impolite, so I refrained. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Du Linglong cast a jealous glance at Jiang Yan's beautiful face and muttered discontentedly, "It's a good thing you didn't take a picture, otherwise you would be in for a lawsuit." Wow, am I being envied? Alas, this cursed beauty of mine, why does it provoke such jealousy? Jiang Yan reveled in her vanity for a moment, yet her mind was busily searching for information on Du Linglong. Observing this, Lan Shuyun disapprovingly glanced at Du Linglong and softly addressed Jiang Yan. "I apologize, dear classmate. Linglong has been spoiled by us and has become somewhat arrogant. She means no harm." "Yes, I understand, Auntie." Jiang Yan thought, "Bah, the jealousy in her eyes could pierce me. That's not harmless. That's not arrogance. That is a deeply ingrained jealousy." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they could perceive the venomous jealousy and malice in Du Linglong's gaze from afar, something only Lan Shuyun, blinded by her maternal affection, failed to notice. "Well, it's getting late. We have a restaurant reservation. Let us hurry," Lan Shuyun instructed, nodding towards Wang Zongyi, urging Du Linglong to get into the car quickly. Once Du Linglong settled in, their vehicle drove away. Jiang Yan followed the car with her gaze, internally lamenting, "I never expected Du Linglong to be aware that she is not Lan Shuyun's biological daughter. Yet she pretends to be oblivious for the sake of maintaining the title of Lan Shuyun's daughter, suppressing her curiosity and refraining from discovering who her real mother is." The knowledge of this situation came to her by chance when she overheard a phone conversation between Du Juanhe and someone else. Although everyone was surprised that Du Linglong knew her origins, they were not astonished by her choice. Most people would likely make the same decision, as human nature tends to seek profit. However, if Du Linglong had not investigated, she probably did not know that Jiang Sui was indeed the true daughter she had usurped. Not only were they uncertain, but Wang Zongyi was also unsure. had he not known beforehand that Jiang Sui was Lan Shuyun's biological daughter. He would never have perceived any resemblance between Jiang Sui and Lan Shuyun. After learning this fact, he looked at Jiang Sui and felt he could discern traces of Lan Shuyun and Du Junhe within her. Therefore, if Du Linglong remained unaware of Jiang Sui's identity, she would most likely not consider that angle. Her jealousy stemmed purely from Jiang Sui's superior piano talent, which led her to bully Jiang Sui. This was simply an embodiment of inherent malice. Oh my, Du Linglong, who appears to be dressed like a fairy, has done such a thing. Jiang Yan's face nearly blossomed with laughter. Were it not for the fear of being branded a lunatic, she would have burst into laughter at the sky. This revelation piqued the curiosity of everyone about what Du Linglong had done to elicit such amusement from Jiang Yan. Those familiar with the previous gossip speculated that it must involve Du Linglong's embarrassing misstep. Similarly, Jiang Sui, who had previously refrained from approaching Du Linglong for fear of encountering Lan Shuyun, momentarily set aside her complex emotions to listen intently. Ha! There was this one time Du Linglong sneezed, but she couldn't hold it in, and oh my, she leaked. The revelation was filled with humor. How would she face Du Linglong in the future? She would undoubtedly think of this incident every time they met. Although no one wished for such events to occur, and it was inappropriate to mock, the thought of it being a malicious act against Jiang Sui made Jiang Yan find it hilariously satisfying. Serves her right. Perhaps this was her retribution for her previous misdeeds. Didn't she have kidney problems afterward? I suspect that was karma. Indeed, I am particularly curious about the circumstances surrounding Du Linglong's unfortunate incident. What on earth is wrong with Du Linglong? Chapter 114. Truly wicked. Listening to Jiang Yan's frustrated thoughts, everyone wondered what Du Linglong had done. Wasn't this just a revelation of her embarrassing incident? When Du Linglong leaked, it just so happened to be in a classroom. Afraid that others would smell the odor and mock her for it, she, feeling nauseous, smeared a bit of feces on her female classmate's chair. Unbeknownst to the classmate, she ended up sitting on it. When the stench spread, everyone began searching for its source, and Du Linglong pretended to be surprised, pointing at her classmate's backside. Seeing this, the others turned their disdainful gazes toward the classmate. The classmate, in tears, tried to explain, but the evidence was irrefutable, and no one believed her. Du Linglong even hypocritically comforted her, saying it must have been an accident, and that everyone would understand. Bah! Were it not for Du Linglong's departure, Jiang Yan would have ensured she experienced the same fate, tasting the bitterness of her own actions. As a result of this incident, everyone ostracized the female classmate, frequently mocking her and giving her unpleasant nicknames. They would pretend to fan the air and exclaim how foul it was whenever they passed by her. Eventually, the classmate developed severe depression and dropped out of school. No one felt guilty. Instead, they were delighted that she had finally left. Even Du Linglong, the instigator, was pleased with her successful scheme, knowing that no one would suspect her. What a vile person. Truly wicked. Jiang Yan was indignant. Although she was unaware of the current state of that female classmate, based on the numerous gossip tales she had heard, it was likely that the classmate had not yet emerged from the shadows of that experience. She hoped that the classmate would soon find solace in a brighter future. Not only Jiang Yan felt outraged, but the other classmates shared her sentiments. Du Linglong had indeed gone too far. Since learning about this, their perspectives had broadened. Du Linglong's actions of falsely accusing a female classmate of stepping in feces were certainly better than accusing someone of having feces in their pants. If she could act so immorally, she would not have resorted to such actions. I suspect she has bullied many others. The rest merely endured in silence due to her status. Jiang Yan had previously mentioned that bullying incidents would soon attract fervent attention. They could discreetly gather evidence of her bullying other classmates and expose her, when the time was right, to see how she would continue her reign of terror. This plan was feasible. They decided to document this incident and intended to implement it once Jiang Sui's matter was settled. Du Linglong's first experience in high heels ended with a spectacular fall. Coincidentally, her little follower was nearby, and in her embarrassment of being seen at such a humiliating moment, she made her follower wear 13-centimeter heels and climb stairs nonstop for over 3 hours, until the follower's feet were bloodied and swollen. How malicious! Jiang Yan felt inadequate in comparison, horrified by Du Linglong's cruelty at such a young age. Had she known about her classmates' discussions, she would undoubtedly have agreed with them. Du Linglong must have bullied many people. She, along with her peers, decided to gather evidence of Du Linglong's bullying, ready to expose her when the bullying scandal erupted. How frightening! How old was she at that time? I have worn high heels, and even 7-centimeter ones caused me significant discomfort. 13 centimeters, and still climbing stairs incessantly. How painful that must be. Du Linglong is inherently malevolent. Jiang Sui, you should be cautious in the future. Although we are here to protect you from her bullying, there will always be unseen circumstances. I understand. Even without having received the answer from Jiang Yan, Jiang Sui is certain that Du Linglong is utterly oblivious to her true identity. Du Linglong does not genuinely enjoy playing the piano. Her desire to learn stems solely from her admiration for Lan Shuyun, a renowned pianist. Upon discovering that she is not Lan Shuyun's daughter, she becomes even more determined to master the piano. However, her talent is mediocre at best. Nevertheless, due to elite education and having a mother who is a pianist, her skills surpass those of her peers. The champion of the competition turns out to be a classmate who had never previously stood out. This classmate entered the contest solely for the monetary reward, as her mother's birthday was approaching, and she hoped to win a prize to purchase a gift for her. To her surprise, she ended up securing first place, which brought her immense joy. However, Du Linglong was not pleased. Subsequently, she cornered the girl in a secluded area and viciously broke her hand. Afterward, she threatened the girl, leveraging her own identity, warning that if the girl dared to expose her, her parents would lose their jobs. Fearing for her family's well-being, the girl refrained from revealing the incident, claiming it was an accident. How wicked, truly despicable. It's no wonder her kidneys failed later on. With such malice, it is only natural for her to suffer. It is a pity that our dear Jiang Sui must bear the consequences of your misdeeds. Disgusting. How vile. Jiang Yan vented her frustrations with a torrent of unutterable curses before finally silencing herself, satisfied. Some passionate classmates joined in her tirade until she ceased, after which they expressed their thoughts in the group chat. Lawlessness abounds. Capture her. Du Linglong is utterly audacious. What does she consider the law? Capture her. It is outrageous that she brazenly threatens others with her identity. Her company must be corrupt. Investigate her. I am beginning to fear Du Linglong. Do not disrupt the formation. Oh, my apologies. Yi Bi, feeling exasperated, thought it was not as simple as capturing Du Linglong. He too wished to see her imprisoned, but the matter required evidence. Wang Zongyi, who knew Du Linglong, was utterly stunned. Each revelation from Jiang Yan left him in disbelief that it was the same Du Linglong he had known. The image of her as a well-behaved girl had entirely faded, replaced by that of a fearsome demon. This person is truly terrifying. Furthermore, Du Linglong was often referred to as the piano princess due to her skills. It was only upon entering Twinge Academy that she realized there were many who surpassed her in talent. Even some classmates from ordinary backgrounds, whom she had previously looked down upon, excelled due to their superior abilities and diligence, receiving excellent professional education and improving rapidly, which stirred feelings of envy within her. The foremost among them was Jiang Sui, whose remarkable talent she was unaware was derived from being Lan Shuyun's biological daughter. Fortunately, she remained ignorant of this fact. Otherwise, she might have devised even more malicious schemes against Jiang Sui. Given her vindictiveness, she might have even driven Jiang Sui to despair, ensuring that her glamorous identity remained concealed. This reasoning resonated with everyone as they nodded in agreement. Others in the group also cautioned Jiang Sui to remain vigilant and advised their classmates to keep their lips sealed until they secured evidence of Du Linglong's wrongdoing. They must not leak any information that could provoke her into desperation. Everyone assured that they would remain tight-lipped, not revealing a single word. Jiang Sui felt warmth in her heart and silently thanked them. Chapter 115. He surely doesn't prefer men, does he? Huh? Why is there a mention of Chu Ju in Du Linglong's gossip? What does that have to do with me? I'm merely an onlooker. Chu Ju pondered this, rummaging through his memories, attempting to find any trace of Du Linglong. Yet he found nothing. Could be a glimpse of future events? Has Jiang Yan uncovered Du Linglong's future? Without any recollection of Du Linglong, Chu Ju could only speculate. After learning of her lineage, Du Linglong aimed to ensnare a classmate with a prestigious background, ensuring that even if her origins were revealed, she could ascend to greater heights, dismissing the modest reputations of the Du and Lan families. At Twinge Academy, the students with the most distinguished backgrounds were Chu Ju and Yi Bi. Considering Yi Bi's military connections, she feared that once they were together, his family might investigate her, exposing her past misdeeds, leading her to abandon her pursuit of Yi Bi. Thank you for not selecting me. Yi Bi felt genuinely relieved and cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Ju, who was mingling in the crowd. My friend, You bear this fortune alone. After a moment of silence, Chu Ju envisioned a dramatic scene of a quarrel, retreating from any association with her. Stay away. It's too ominous. Upon selecting Chu Ju, Du Linglong envisioned a meticulously orchestrated romantic encounter. However, he was always in the company of Yang Xingqing and Li Kainan, making it impossible for her to seize an opportunity. This led Du Linglong to question whether Chu Ju was truly interested. Chu Ju thought, while it may not reflect well on his sexual orientation, being suspected by Du Linglong was not entirely unfavorable, as long as she did not pursue him. Fortunately, he had his friends by his side. He was grateful for their constant companionship. Otherwise, Du Linglong might have latched onto him. While he did not believe he would ever develop feelings for her due to a romantic encounter, the constant entanglement would be bothersome. Surely, no one else would misinterpret their closeness, right? Yang Xingqing, oblivious to Chu Ju's relief, was consumed by deep concern. Knowing his future, he found it troubling regarding his own sexual orientation. Although he was indifferent to others, it was disconcerting when it pertained to himself. Yes, it's quite worrisome. If people misconstrue, wouldn't he that jeopardize my chances of finding a girlfriend? Li Kainan echoed the sentiment, equally troubled. Listening to their concerns, Chu Ju felt exasperated. My friends, I'm facing a crisis regarding my own chastity, and you are worried about not finding girlfriends? How heartless. Chu Ju rolled his eyes, internally recognizing their folly. Although Du Linglong harbored such intentions, she was not one to give up easily. Please, abandon this endeavor. Chu Ju silently echoed Jiang Yan's thoughts. She extensively searched for ways to orchestrate a memorable encounter with Chu Ju, ultimately deciding to feign a fall into his arms. Thus, even with Yang Xingqing and Li Kainan present, she could direct her focus solely on Chu Ju. Soon enough, the opportune moment arrived. She approached Chu Ju and deliberately stumbled, collapsing into his embrace. As for Chu Ju, he had no inclination to play the gallant hero. Instead, he whispered to Yang Xingqing and Li Kainan, preparing them to testify that he had done nothing, and it was merely her misstep. Realizing this, Du Linglong felt mortified and hurriedly covered her face to flee, subsequently harboring resentment toward Chu Ju. Furthermore, after learning of Chu Ju's accident that left him in a vegetative state, she even hosted a celebration. Later, under the guise of a concerned classmate, she visited him, not out of compassion, but to witness his plight, seizing the opportunity to inflict pain upon him when others were not looking. Du Linglong's desire for vengeance is truly profound. Even Chu Ju has become a vegetable, yet they still refuse to let him be. This situation renders me hesitant to share the same space with Du Linglong, fearing that I might inadvertently offend her and face dire retribution afterward. Quickly consider if you have offended her, Wang Zongyi. Indeed, Wang Zongyi, you are in grave danger. As he pondered, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Zongyi's brow, and the more he searched through his memories, the more he perspired. It seems there were quite a few instances. If his future does not bode well, could it be the doing of Du Linglong? Wang Zongyi could not help but shiver at the thought. It appears he must pay close attention to Jiang Sui regarding this matter. As long as he eliminates Du Linglong's rampant minions, she will be nothing more than a powerless chick in a fit of rage, devoid of any true menace. Chu Ju, too, appeared contemplative. It seems such events have indeed occurred, but they were of little consequence, so he did not dwell on them. As for being choked by Du Linglong after becoming a vegetable, he could only accept his misfortune. Jiang Yan stroked his chin in thought. Yang Xingqing and Li Kainan immediately cast skeptical glances at Chu Ju. Chu Ju gritted his teeth. I do not fancy men. After saying this, he felt it lacked conviction, and with a slight flush of his cheeks, he added, let us not forget the divine physician. Chu Ju rolled his eyes at the two and grumbled. Thank you ever so much, my dear sons. The two waved him off nonchalantly. Get lost. Chu Ju vito evitabili. The misdeeds committed by Du Linglong could fill 10 days and nights of discourse. It is a pity I could not unveil her future. Otherwise, I would be quite curious to see how it all concludes. Could it be that a villain's legacy endures for a millennium? Jiang Yan swiftly exited Du Linglong's information page, as if avoiding a plague, and turned to search for gossip about Lan Shuyan. What? Lan Shuyan once suspected Du Linglong was not her biological daughter? Upon hearing this revelation, everyone perked up, their ears pricked and fully attentive, fearing they might miss a crucial detail. Jiang Sui instinctively tightened her grip on her bag strap, swallowing hard as she fixated on Jiang Yan. Her heart raced furiously. Chapter 116, Raising Fish. Uncertain whether it was the instinct of an artist or that of a mother, Lan Shuyun once doubted Du Linglong's lineage. Yet was tormented and guilt-ridden by her suspicions, leading to considerable anxiety. Seeing her in such a state, Du Junhe did not chastise her. Rather, he empathized deeply and offered gentle comfort. Eventually, he took her for a paternity test, which confirmed that Du Linglong was indeed her daughter. Of course, Du Junhe knew where Jiang Sui was and could easily acquire her samples, so the result was hardly surprising. Jiang Yan's face wore a sardonic expression, tinged with pity for the woman kept in the dark. Upon seeing the test results, Lan Shuyun felt immense guilt and remorse, leading her to shower Du Linglong with affection to an excessive degree, almost to the point of fulfilling her every whim. Had it not been for her parents reminding her that such indulgence could spoil a child, she might have continued on this path indefinitely. It is truly regrettable. Du Linglong's inherent wickedness is unchangeable. I harbor a multitude of expletives aimed at Du Junhe. I wish to hammer him into oblivion. He was so close to uncovering the truth, yet ultimately missed it due to misplaced trust. Would it not be better if Du Junhe ceased to exist? It infuriates me. I shall no longer purchase products from his family. Rubbish. Jiang Sui also felt a sense of regret regarding this outcome, yet simultaneously experienced a subtle relief. Lan Shuyun remained oblivious to this matter, so it was not that she rejected her. Could she dare to hope that Lan Shuyun might come like her? Yet reason compelled her to reflect on Jiang Yan's circumstances, and her fleeting yearning was buried deep within. The families of Lan Shuyun and Du Junhe are long-standing allies, leading to their childhood camaraderie, free from malice. Yet, how could Du Junhe treat his childhood companion so callously? You grew up together. Even if you do not harbor romantic feelings for her, at the very least, you ought to regard her as a sister. To so ruthlessly exploit her trust is truly despicable, Du Junhe. I am eager to see how you justify your actions. Jiang Yan decisively exited Lan Shuyun's page, no longer interested in her gossip, and instead searched for Du Junhe, whose gossip page soon loaded. Ah, so that is the case, Jiang Yan said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. When Du Junhe's family offended someone, they feared retribution and hastily sent him to another city, repeatedly warning him to conceal his lineage. Naturally, for the sake of his own safety, Du Junhe kept his origins tightly guarded. As he arrived midterm, many had already formed cliques, leaving him feeling isolated and lonely. During this time, a girl as fresh and pure as a white jasmine appeared in his life, offering warmth and concern, even facilitating his connections with others, alleviating his loneliness. Thus, Du Junhe became infatuated with this pristine jasmine, trailing behind her like Jiang Yan, day after day. Jiang interjected, "Thank you." Gao Yuhua cast a sympathetic glance. "Good brother, welcome to the frequently bullied club." However, unlike Jiang Yan, Du Junhe was exceedingly confident that the jasmine reciprocated his feelings. Yet, his confidence was soon shattered when the jasmine suddenly ignored him. Du Junhe racked his brain, perplexed as to what might have displeased her. Unable to discern the cause, he turned to the omniscient internet for guidance. The wise netizens suggested a strategy. Regardless of fault, simply apologize. Heeding their advice, Du Junhe purchased milk tea from Mishue and sought out the jasmine to apologize. Although he believed only the most exquisite gems could possibly befit the jasmine, his family's strict financial restrictions left him living in hardship, affording only Mishue's milk tea. He even contemplated that once his limitations were lifted, he would buy her an entire jasmine garden as a gift. Had I been unaware of his future actions, I would have commended him. However, knowing what he would eventually do, it is evident that human nature is incredibly complex. I cannot fathom why he treated the jasmine so kindly while being so heartless towards his childhood companion. Could it be that, like Lin Li's father, he resented Lan Ai for being compelled to marry her? It is possible. Does this imply that the jasmine is indeed Du Linglong's biological mother? It seems likely. Earlier, I questioned why Du Junhe treated the jasmine while yet was so cruel to Lan Ai. The answer is simple. It is due to a lack of love. And where there is no love, one can inflict harm without hesitation. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement. This sentiment resonates perfectly with her own experience. She poured her fervent love onto her mother, yet due to her mother's lack of affection, her love was trampled upon. The jasmine did not accept the milk tea from Mishue and urged Du Junhe not to seek her out frequently. Du Junhe was heartbroken, questioning the jasmine as to where he had gone wrong. With tears brimming in her eyes, the jasmine replied, "You have done nothing wrong. It is my issue, Unable to bear seeing his beloved Jasmine in tears, he urged her not to weep, assuring her they could resolve any issues together. It was then that the Jasmine confided, "Lately, rumors have circulated that we are in a romantic relationship. My family is strict, and if they discover this, they will punish me severely. Moreover, I wish to focus on my studies and do not wish to entangle myself with other matters. So it would be best for us to limit our interactions for now." Upon realizing that the Jasmine's distance was not due to disdain, Du Juanhe was overjoyed and readily acquiesced to her wishes. "I sense an unusual aroma. How coincidental. I too detect it. Huh? What is happening? What do you know? Speak. Speak, speak. Do not play the riddle master. Are you possessed by Huang Xiaotian?" Someone remarked in exasperation. "Speak. Riddle masters deserve no good fortune. Du Goubai might have been treated like a fish in a tank." The group fell silent. After several seconds, someone finally spoke. "Zundu Jiadu? There was a 70% chance." "Ah, indeed. Bad people have their own ways of dealing with each other." Du Goubai, not wanting to trouble Mo Li Hua, naturally complied with her request and ceased his pursuit. However, his gaze inevitably followed her. In response, Mo Li Hua flashed him a charming smile, capturing Du Goubai's heart entirely. As time went on, Du Goubai's feelings of longing deepened. Yet he noticed Mo Li Hua growing closer to other male classmates. He even overheard some gossip, which made him furious. He stormed over to confront Mo Li Hua, but stumbled upon her with another boy. Just as he was about to explode, Mo Li Hua pulled him aside. Visibly displeased, he questioned her about her closeness to other boys. Mo Li Hua cried, her tears like rain on pear blossoms, evoking his sympathy. Despite his anger, he remained silent. She explained that the boy persistently approached her even after she rejected him, expressing her helplessness against his advances, citing her own ordinary and delicate nature as reasons for not standing up to him. Du Goubai thought to himself, "I am far more capable than him," but, valuing his own safety, he refrained from speaking out. He could only endure and promised Mo Li Hua that she could seek his help in the future if such situations arose. Mo Li Hua was deeply touched, insisting that she did not wish to burden him or cause him harm. She claimed that as long as he was safe and not troubled by that boy, she could tolerate their continued interactions. At that moment, Mo Li Hua firmly secured Du Goubai's heart. Indeed, Mo Li Hua was nurturing him like a fish. The wise ones in the group silently agreed with Jiang Yan's words. Those less astute, upon receiving the wise one's hint, began to see the situation as one of nurturing. It was surprising to see Du Goubai in such a light. It was a revelation for him. Could it be that he was utterly unaware of being nurtured? Unlikely. For if he were truly selfish and self-serving, would he love Mo Li Hua so dearly? If he discovered the truth, it would surely be a spectacle. Some amused classmates exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 117. That night, they made a mistake as Du Goubai's heart began to flutter. He naturally desired to be with Mo Li Hua. Yet, he did not want to burden the optimistic Mo Li Hua or earn her disdain. So he kept his feelings hidden, hoping to confess after graduation. However, Du Goubai had forgotten a crucial detail. He was merely seeking refuge here, not intending to stay. Soon, his family resolved their issues and planned to take him away. Du Goubai was heartbroken that his romance had not even begun before it ended. Yet, he understood what mattered most and chose to leave, burying his budding love deep within. Later, as Du Goubai matured, he acquiesced to his family's arrangements. How ironic. He had indeed agreed to their plans when they inquired about his opinion. Yet, it all morphed into him merely following their dictates. It seems that unfaithful men share a common trait. They prefer to shift blame onto others, showcasing their helplessness and grievances. Jiang Yan nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Had it not been uncivilized to spit, she would have felt compelled to express her irritation toward Du Goubai in such a manner. Unfaithful men also share another trait. They never look for reasons within themselves, but instead seek them in others. If he disliked Jiang Sui's mother, why marry her? Wasn't that a disservice to her? Surely, marrying Lan Shuyun was a decision made for selfish gain, where the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Observing the lively discussions in the group, Jiang Sui couldn't help but concur. Although she was discussing her biological father, his role had been absent from her life, and she felt little emotional connection, let alone fondness. In the past, she had fantasized about what her father might be like. Sometimes, she envisioned him as a tall, handsome, and responsible man, believing there had to be a reason for abandoning her and her mother. Yet, more often, she imagined him as a scoundrel who would abandon them. In truth, her father was not far from this imagination. He was indeed a cad. Jiang Sui sighed. As the discussion continued, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts persisted. Thus, when he was asked if he wanted to marry Lan Shuyun, he readily agreed. He was lured by her family status, believing it would secure his position and prevent his younger brother from usurping him. After all, if he married Lan Shuyun, her family would support him, and indeed, it had been their assistance that led to his victory in the power struggle against his brother, who ultimately chose to develop abroad. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging that Du Bai was driven by self-interest. Some female classmates angrily exclaimed in the group chat, "If he chooses profit, then he should abandon Mo Lihua. He can't have both. It's inhumane to treat Jiang Sui's mother like this." Agreed. This infuriates me. The male classmates, observing the female classmates' fury, remained silent, choosing to eavesdrop. Everyone was curious about this issue. Logically, Du Bai and Mo Lihua were from vastly different worlds. Even if Mo Lihua came to this city, their differing statuses would have made it challenging for them to encounter one another. Did Mo Lihua work in some upscale establishment, leading to their fateful meeting? It was a possibility. Regardless of how Du Bai and Mo Lihua were reunited, he remained an unfaithful scoundrel. Indeed, as the curiosity about this matter swirled, Jiang Yan too was intrigued, but her questions were soon answered by the unfolding narrative. This tale began at a class reunion. Initially, when Du Bai transferred to a remote place, he stayed for only 2 months and was not particularly close to his classmates, hence lacking their contact information. Logically, he should not have known about the reunion. However, fate had a hand to play, as he encountered a former classmate while golfing with a client at a country club. Having transferred midterm, his classmates remembered him quite well. Recognizing Du Bai and realizing his distinguished status, that classmate sought to ingratiate himself and informed him about the reunion. At that time, Du Bai had just resolved a tense situation with his scheming brother, and he was in a relaxed state of mind. When the old classmate mentioned the reunion, he couldn't help but reminisce about the pure, white Mo Lihua. His dormant heart began to stir once more, and he agreed to attend. No one anticipated that their reunion would hinge on a class gathering. Just a reunion for a class of which he had been a part for merely 2 months. This was indeed a testament to the obvious intentions underlying the situation. It seemed that once the Lan family was no longer useful to him, he became indifferent. When he needed them, they were precious. When he did not, they were mere weeds. If I were Lan Shuyun, I would insist he meet my ancestors to show them the kind of scoundrel that had emerged from their lineage. I once watched a video featuring a woman whose husband cheated on her. She knocked him unconscious and severed his member. I strongly recommend that Aunt Lan Shuyun takes similar action. She must not let him off lightly. This could work. Seeing others agree with this sentiment, everyone turned their eyes toward Jiang Sui. She looked up in confusion, wondering what was happening. The group admired her, giving her a thumbs up. As for her biological father, he had indeed switched her. Oh well, that was no concern. At the class reunion, Du Bai once again encountered Mo Lihua. She remained as enchanting as ever, rekindling the affections he had long concealed within his heart. Coupled with Mo Lihua's flirtations, his emotions intensified uncontrollably. That night, they both made a grievous mistake. Upon hearing this, several individuals nearly spluttered with laughter. The following day, Mo Lihua wept profusely, expressing her regret for being unable to control her feelings. Upon hearing her lament, Du Bai's heart raced as he inquired whether she still harbored feelings for him. Mo Lihua affirmed this, revealing that she had fallen for him at first sight, which prompted her to approach him. She had initially intended for them to focus on their studies and confess their feelings only after the college entrance examination, but was taken aback when Du Bai transferred schools midway. This left her despondent for a long while, impacting her studies and resulting in her admission to an ordinary institution. Indeed, how could one expect to excel academically while indulging in such distractions? It was scarcely surprising that she failed to gain entry into a prestigious university. The others readily concurred with Jiang Yan's sentiments. If Mo Lihua were to maintain her studies while caring for fish, it would defy all logic. Curious, one wondered if she used similar lines with every fish in her pond. Clearly, she was not a master of the sea. She would surely tailor her words to suit the distinct personalities of the fish, ensuring their unwavering affection. If her approach were uniform, it would be ineffective on certain temperaments. How perceptive you are. Surely, you cannot be suggesting no, that cannot be. Very well, for the sake of our camaraderie, I shall reluctantly accept your perspective. Hua also lamented that she could not forget Du Gubi and had resigned herself to marrying someone else, believing they would never meet again. Until fate brought them together once more, leading to her overwhelming emotions and subsequent misjudgment. Du Gubi, moved to compassion, professed his feelings to Hua, claiming he had always regarded Lan Shuyun as a sister and was coerced into marrying her by his family. Upon hearing this, Hua's heart soared, and she embraced him with joy, though she felt guilty for being happy about his affections. She insisted that she could not be the third party that disrupted another's family and urged Du Gubi to forget the events of the previous night, asserting that they should part ways amicably. Yet, having just experienced the ecstasy of being with the one he adored, Du Gubi could not bear to let Hua go. He insisted that she was not the third party, but rather it was those unloved who held that title. How absurd! Thus, the true fool was Lan Shuyun. Many female classmates were incensed. Du Gubi had no shame. Indeed, it was outrageous to suggest that those unloved were the third parties. He deserved a beating for his audacity. If he cherished Hua so dearly, why not divorce Lan Shuyun? Yet, he continued to keep her in the dark while secretly causing her pain. His self-interest prevailed, revealing that he cared more for his own gains than for Hua. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement, but worried that revealing these truths to Lan Shuyun might cause her harm. Jiang Sui thought to herself that it was better to endure temporary pain than to allow a malignant tumor to persist. Hua, swayed by Du Gubi's charms, remained by his side as he showered her with gifts under the guise of investment. Soon, Hua found herself pregnant, prompting Du Gubi to celebrate with his entire company. Coincidentally, Lan Shuyun was also pregnant, and upon hearing the news, mistakenly believed Du Gubi was elated about her condition, further deepening her affection for him. It is worth noting that Lan Shuyun had cherished Du Gubi since childhood, leading to her unfortunate infatuation with him. It was undeniable that she had been blindsided by her feelings. As the others nodded in agreement, they expressed their disbelief that she would choose to love such a scoundrel. Unbeknownst to her, she had suffered greatly due to Du Gubi's actions. She devoted herself to nurturing the daughter of the mistress, while her own child endured suffering. Du Gubi's declaration that he only regarded her as a sister shattered her heart. Moving forward, they resolved to keep their eyes wide open. For even childhood friends are not to be taken lightly. Many who shared such bonds felt a pang of concern, fearing that their own childhood companions might also be deceitful. As feelings clashed with reason, some classmates grappled with the dilemma of trusting their childhood friends versus viewing them through a more discerning lens. In contrast to their inner turmoil, Jiang Yan remained furiously indignant. Yet, despite her anger, she felt compelled to continue observing the unfolding events. Before long, Du Gubi noticed Hua's somber demeanor and inquired about her distress. She expressed her anguish over the prospect of their child being labeled a bastard, suggesting that she wished to terminate the pregnancy to spare the child from future ridicule. This revelation spurred Du Gubi to contemplate divorcing Lan Shuyun to marry Hua. Having eliminated his brother, he felt fearless and no longer reliant on the Lan family's support. He could not bear to see Hua and their future child suffer. Thus he assured her that he would soon divorce and marry her. Hua feigned concern for Lan Shuyun, claiming she, too, was pregnant, and seemed reluctant to disrupt another's family. Du Gubi, however, dismissed her concerns, suggesting that Lan Shuyun would fare well on her own due to her advantageous background, asserting that their marriage was a loveless union and separation would be in the best interest of both parties. Jiang Yan lamented that Du Gubi's plans for divorce were thwarted. Had he succeeded, although Lan Shuyun would have been heartbroken, she would have been liberated from a toxic relationship, and her daughter would not have suffered. Others shared her disappointment, speculating that parental disapproval might hinder the divorce. However, Du Gubi, emboldened, was unlikely to heed his elders. As they continued to listen, Du Gubi's divorce intentions remained unspoken until he overheard his father praising his brother, who was thriving abroad. In disbelief, Jiang Yan mused that Du Gubi had chosen to marry Lan Shuyun to leverage the family's influence against his brother. Now that he was contemplating divorce, he felt threatened by his brother's success, causing him to hesitate. The group exchanged glances, never anticipating that this would be the catalyst for his indecision. For Du Gubi, who prioritized self-interest, a capable brother indeed posed a threat. Alas, Lan Shuyun was truly pitiable, as Du Gubi treated her not as a person, but merely as a means to an end. When he needed her, she was a beloved. When he did not, she became the unloved third party. Ultimately, Du Gubi recognized that without the Lan family's backing, he could not compete with his brother, leading him to abandon his divorce plans. Later, he approached Emily Hua to inform her of a recent investment from the Lan family, warning that divorce would result in the withdrawal of their support and potentially lead to his financial ruin, thus jeopardizing his ability to provide her with the finest things in life. Jasmine expressed that it was of no consequence. Possessing the love of Du Gubi was already a source of great contentment for her, and she believed that baby would understand. Upon hearing this, Du Gubi felt an even greater pang of guilt, leading him to concoct a rather misguided plan. Jiang Yan was left with a myriad of questions. Damn, so it was you, this dog, who came up with that swap scheme. I thought it was Jasmine, but it turns out to be you. Jiang Yan was nearly overwhelmed with expletives. Du Gubi was utterly unworthy of being human. He even claimed to treat Lan Shuyun as a sister. If he treated his own sister in such a manner, what kind of sister would that be? What sort of foolishness could lead to such an idea? Lan Shuyun zet ponde. Thank you for considering me so much. Because of you, the seasons feel warmer. She added, politeness, is it? And then, beep. She had always assumed that it was Jasmine who devised such a mischievous idea and wished she could pry open Du Gubi's mind to see what thoughts resided within. Was Jiang Sui not his child? If he did not care for her, naturally, he would not be concerned about her future. At that moment, Jiang Sui was also filled with a torrent of curses she wished to unleash. What a worthless scheme. Could he not keep his distance from her biological mother? Chapter 119. A man's intuition. Du Gubi believed he owed Jasmine a great deal and felt that the only way to make amends was through their shared offspring, which led him to devise this outrageous child-swapping notion. He wanted their child to live a life befitting a princess, wishing to bestow upon her the finest things in the world. I must thank you on behalf of Lan Shuyun and Jiang Sui. You are truly magnificent. What a touching manifestation of love. Who would have thought there would be outsourcing for filial piety, benevolence, and now, love as well? Lan Shuyun and Jiang Sui must consider themselves exceptionally fortunate to be the first to experience such an outsourcing of affection. Listening to Jiang Yan's sarcastic tone, the crowd, who had initially been filled with righteous indignation, could not help but chuckle. However, Du Gubi truly did not act like a human being. He expressed his deep emotions by hurting others, completely disregarding their feelings. Indeed, he was a selfish individual. How could he care for the emotions of others? With this plan in place, he aimed to prevent any opportunity for Lan Shuyun to give birth before Jasmine. Thus, he had Jasmine undergo a cesarean section slightly earlier than Lan Shuyun. After swapping the children, Du Gubi would still inquire about Jiang Sui's situation, and Jasmine would naturally convey that everything was well, claiming that she would treat Jiang Sui as her own flesh and blood. Whether she actually viewed her as her own child is well known to Jiang Sui. Regardless of the truth, Du Gubi chose to believe Jasmine's words without question. Thus, it could be said that Du Gubi had a conscience, albeit a limited one. As time passed, the two children gradually grew, and Du Gubi would occasionally ask about Jiang Sui. Jasmine insisted that if Jiang Sui were to meet Du Gubi, she feared Jiang Sui would question why they were not together, leading to an uncomfortable revelation of her true identity that might upset the child, hence preventing Du Gubi from seeing Jiang Sui. Du Gubi, of course, followed Jasmine's wishes, praising her thoughtfulness, and thus their meetings occurred only in public. Although Du Gubi was unaware of Jiang Sui's true circumstances, believing she was well cared for, he accepted Jasmine's accounts without seeking to verify them. Now, standing before him, Jiang Sui, he might not even recognize her. Ultimately, he was indifferent to Jiang Sui. If he had cared for Jiang Sui as he did for Du Linglong, how could he remain oblivious to her situation? Indeed, it was precisely due to his indifference that he did not take the initiative to understand. Jiang Sui smirked sarcastically. After listening to Jiang Yan's thoughts for so long, her heart had nearly grown numb. No matter what outrageous actions Du Gubi and Jasmine undertook, she doubted they would stir her emotions any further. Jiang Yan took a moment to regain her composure and began contemplating Jiang Sui's predicament. Even if I remind her, what can Jiang Sui do? Surely, she cannot foolishly approach Lan Shuyun and declare herself to be her biological daughter. With Du Gubi lurking nearby, and Jasmine likely to repeat her earlier actions, she would probably end up labeled as mentally unstable. If Lan Shuyun believed her and sought a paternity test, as long as she trusted Du Gubi, he would have the means to manipulate the situation extinguishing any hope for Jiang Sui. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, everyone began to ponder. What if they approached from the perspective of Lan Shuyun's family? That could work. Duke Gubi could not possibly keep tabs on Lan Shuyun's family, and Jiang Sui seeking them out had a fair chance of success. The question was how Jiang Sui would meet Lan's family. With so many second-generation offspring in our class, creating an opportunity for her to encounter Lan's family should be relatively simple. The main concern was how to convince Lan's family to believe Jiang Sui and agree to a paternity test. Indeed, if someone suddenly appeared before me claiming to be my father, my first thought would be that he was a lunatic. It would have been better if Jiang Sui resembled Lan Shuyun a bit more. Seeing this, everyone expressed their agreement. Although Jiang Sui was the child of Lan Shuyun and Duke Gubi, she bore little resemblance to either. Only upon closer inspection could one discern some similarity in her features to Lan Shuyun. It would be exceedingly difficult for Lan's family to see Jiang Sui and immediately recognize her resemblance to Lan Shuyun, thus leading them to heed her words. It appeared that this matter would require a gradual approach. First, they would need to familiarize Lan's family with Jiang Sui. This was the only course of action for now. Jiang Sui looked at everyone brainstorming for her benefit, deeply touched, and expressed her gratitude once more. At that moment, Jiang Yan also thought of a solution. If Jiang Sui could obtain a sample from Lan Shuyun and conduct a paternity test, presenting the results to Lan's family, it might just lead to a successful acknowledgement from Lan Shuyun. As it stands, Lan Shuyun appears to be a genuinely decent person and is unlikely to be as blind as Jiang's family. I hope Jiang Sui can have a bright future. Jiang Yan sincerely wished for her and resolved to write a note shortly and find an opportunity to pass it on to Jiang Sui. As Jiang Yan's voice faded, the others understood she would no longer be perusing gossip, and they gradually dispersed. Only a few classmates remained, discussing with Jiang Sui, ultimately deciding to have Wang Zongyi obtain a sample from Lan Shuyun, then enlist Song Qingzhou to conduct the paternity test, and finally, take Jiang Sui to places frequently visited by Lan's family, creating an opportunity for their meeting. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Xinghui Entertainment, a disheveled man with unruly, curly hair tossed a yellow envelope onto Jiang Shui's father's desk, casually plopping into a chair and crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner. President Jiang was already accustomed to his antics and merely remarked that water was available for him to pour himself before beginning to open the envelope. The man, observing this, stroked his chin and chuckled. They say the darkness is greatest under the lamp. This truly embodies that saying. Just by hearing him say that, President Jiang could already surmise the contents. Upon opening the envelope, he found a disc and a stack of photographs. Jiang Shui's father began to examine the photos one by one. Doesn't it seem familiar? Each of these bears some resemblance to our dear nephew. Tracing back in time, it all began when that scoundrel first encountered their nephew. The man, curious, inquired, "How did you come to know? That kid has hidden himself quite well." I exerted considerable effort to gather this information. President Jiang set down the photos, placing his hands on the desk, and lightly tapped his fingers on the surface. Upon hearing the man's question, he thought to himself that he too was curious how his son had discovered this. Remembering Jiang Shui's excuse made him smile, and he replied to the man, a man's intuition. The man nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. He scrutinized President Jiang from head to toe, even tugging at his cheek, muttering to himself, "Hey, how strange. His face isn't fake. Has he lost his mind?" Jiang Zong did not become angry due to his rudeness. He merely brushed aside the man's mischief without expressing any opinion on his words, simply stating, "Keep an eye on him for me. With your identity, does he really dare to target our nephew? Do not underestimate human desires. We are immersed in a world of temptation and understand the terrifying nature of desire better than anyone. Do we not?" The man shrugged. "Rest assured, I will handle it. I won't let that pervert get near our nephew. I need not say more in gratitude. Shall we dine together later?" All right. Chapter 120. A desire to observe the following day. Jiang Yan entered the classroom, her gaze inevitably drawn to Jiang Sui. The previous night, during the late self-study session, she had taken the opportunity to slip a small note into Jiang Sui's desk, uncertain if Jiang Sui had noticed it. At present, Jiang Sui appeared deeply engrossed in her studies, showing no signs of distraction. Could she have missed the note? Perhaps due to their twin bond, Jiang Yu. Observing Jiang Yan's distressed demeanor and her frequent glances toward Jiang Sui, intuitively understood Jiang Yan's thoughts and tagged Jiang Sui in their group chat. Show a hint of unusual behavior. My sister thinks you have yet to discover the small note. Wait, Jiang Yan has already tossed me a note? Exclaimed Jiang Sui, astonished. Didn't you notice? Some classmates who had shared the late self-study session and observed Jiang Yan's actions expressed their surprise. They had assumed that Jiang Sui would remind herself of the note after hearing Jiang Yan mention it, yet it appeared she had not. I'm behind on my homework, and upon arriving, I had to catch up, so I missed it. All right. The others shared a sense of helplessness. Catching up on assignments indeed took precedence. You should find an opportunity to bring out the note, lest Jiang Yan continue to dwell on it. Okay, Jiang Sui agreed, then focused on her homework, furrowing her brow. She nudged her classmate Zhao Yining and asked, Ning, do you know how to solve this problem? Jiang Sui was separated from Jiang Yan by only Zhao Yining and an aisle, so Jiang Yan, already attentive to Jiang Sui, naturally heard her voice. Zhao Yining, astute, understood Jiang Sui's intentions and pretended to study the question seriously. After a moment of deep thought, she apologetically replied, I'm sorry, Sui. I don't know how to approach it either, but I recall there are similar problems in the textbook. Perhaps you could take a look? Jiang Sui feigned disappointment and nodded. All right, I will take a look. Subsequently, Jiang Sui rummaged through her desk and retrieved a small note, displaying an appropriate amount of confusion. Upon seeing that Jiang Sui had finally discovered the note, Jiang Yan's anxious heart settled. Yet, she wondered whether Jiang Sui would believe the contents I had shared. Jiang Sui unfolded the note and, after reflecting on all the shocking events of her life, displayed a natural expression of astonishment. Her hand trembled slightly as her expression shifted from shock to disbelief, and then, as if her spirit had momentarily left her body, she tightened her grip on the note. Her gaze blankly fixed ahead. She thought to herself, oh dear, I have poured every ounce of my acting skills into this moment. I hope to deceive Jiang Yan. Perhaps all the students in Class 12 possess some acting talent. Seeing Jiang Sui's demeanor, Jiang Yan harbored no doubts. Instead, she nodded in full agreement. If I were in such a situation, I would likely react similarly. Dear girl, stay strong. A beautiful tomorrow is just beyond the horizon. You can do it. Jiang Yan silently encouraged Jiang Sui. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Su Lin, entered, clutching a textbook. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yan for a few seconds before shifting to Liu Mian and Ling Shichu, before he began his lecture at a deliberate pace. Although these two were currently seated far apart and had not yet engaged in any inappropriate behavior, they still required supervision. In his class, anything could happen, but early relationships were strictly prohibited. If discovered, his year-end bonus would be at risk. Their class was already among the lowest performers. If rumors of early romance surfaced, the bonus would be entirely out of reach. How dull. Let us see which classmates' gossip I can find. Su Lin paused for a moment before continuing his lecture nonchalantly. What? Jiang Yan's eyes widened as if she were verifying something, repeatedly scrutinizing the invisible transparent screen that others could not see, nearly piercing it with her gaze. The other students watched curiously, wondering which classmate had done something outrageous to provoke such a reaction from Jiang Yan. Having already seen the gossip, those without knowledge of it felt an anxious thrill, secretly praying it was not about them. Oh no, two shameless individuals sneaked into our school to engage in inappropriate behavior, claiming it was thrilling. Phew, our school is a sacred place for learning. Is this what you would use it for? Thrilling? What nonsense. Those despicable lovebirds. Where are they? I shall deliver justice upon them. Jiang Yan's tone was filled with indignation, yet her expression radiated intrigue, eager to investigate. The others cast sideways glances at Jiang Yan, thinking, your intentions are so transparent that even those abroad can hear your scheming. In the athletic storage room? Really? TSK. Perhaps they have watched too many videos. Many nodded in agreement, earning the disdainful stares of those who did not join in. Surely you haven't watched such videos, have you? Facing the skeptical gazes of their dear classmates, those who nodded resolutely declared, no, how can we possibly watch such things? We are model students, firmly rejecting vice. Oh, how I wish they were true. Clearly, their explanations were met with skepticism. They too felt helpless about this. Now, if I ask for a bathroom break, will the teacher allow it? Of course not. Su Lin mused while continuing his lecture. Such inappropriate content could not be permitted for Jiang Yan, as she was still underage. Su Lin decisively pulled out his phone and sent a message to the security office, requesting them to inspect the athletic storage room. Teacher, Jiang Yan thought, how unfortunate. Had I known, I would have stayed silent. Jiang Yan hesitated as she stood, gazing at the math problem on the electronic blackboard, her head spinning, and involuntarily cast a pleading glance at her deskmate Zhou Qingya. Zhou, the less academically inclined, quickly shook her head to indicate her ignorance. 46. Song Qingzhou's voice rang out from behind. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, exclaiming 46. Oh dear. Qingzhou is truly a good friend to Xiaoyu. I acknowledge this brother of yours. Song Qingzhou. Su Lin's gaze passed over Song Qingzhou, who lowered his head and scratched his neck, feeling quite helpless. He was merely passing along the answer for Xiaoyu. Other subjects were manageable, but math was truly taxing for her. To soothe her wounded spirit, Jiang Yan continued to peruse the random gossip. What? Our school's bully has been wall slammed by the neighboring academic genius. Chapter 121. Teacher, fortune has arrived. What? The bully has been wall slammed by the academic genius? Wait, hold on. The bully Xia Qi, isn't he a boy? And the academic genius Huoyan, is he not also a boy? The crowd exchanged glances, pondering whether this was the elevation of a platonic friendship. This is a live version of wall slam literature. I want to see it. We all wanna. The crowd internally shouted. Teacher, I wish to. No, I do not wish to. That classmate quickly sat down. Initially, Jiang Yan had considered making a move, but upon witnessing this, she completely abandoned the thought of escaping and began searching for gossip about Xia Qi. Some classmates, who could have ignored Su Lin and left, preferred to stay for the first-hand gossip rather than the live wall slam literature. While Jiang Yan searched for gossip about Xia Qi, she contemplated the current situation. Although she had not encountered any gossip regarding the academic genius Huoyan, her years of experience as a student and gossip enthusiast led her to suspect that Xia Qi and Huoyan were entangled in something more than mere friendship. Aside from playful banter among good friends, which two boys would engage in wall slam behavior. From her previous encounters with Shi Q's gossip, it appeared that Shi Q had no romantic interests. This implies that if there were indeed something between the two, it would undoubtedly be the studious Huoyan who had initiated it. How delightful. The adorable one managed to win over the brilliant scholar Huoyan from next door. Everyone, upon hearing Jiang's insights, felt that her analysis was astute and greatly admired Shi Q. The school tyrant seldom intervened, but when he did, he made a remarkable impact. If the neighboring school were to discover that their esteemed scholar had been swept away by a red-haired charmer, they would surely be in tears, flooding their institution. As Jiang Yan pondered this, she exchanged knowing glances with XLN, who, intrigued, wished to understand Jiang Yan's intentions. If the neighboring scholar truly holds affection for our charming school tyrant, immense fortune may soon befall your family, she suggested. XLN was bewildered, unable to discern the connection between the two. Some astute classmates, upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, immediately grasped the implications and surreptitiously regarded her, thinking, you are indeed a clever one. XLN, however, furrowed his brow. To falsely accuse Shi Q of bullying, making it public knowledge. Who could be so cruel to a child? In this age of rampant information, once exposed to the public eye, it could lead to dire consequences. Was the intention to turn Shi Q into a pariah? XLN did not consider himself an exemplary teacher. Yet he could not bear to see an innocent student unjustly accused. He mentally noted the incident, planning to keep an eye on the unfounded allegations against Shi Q. Although he was aware that these children would likely take action, their actions were theirs to determine. His involvement was a separate matter. Still, he could not comprehend how this related to the anticipated fortune. Could it be that Jiang Yan intended to discreetly inform him, so he could prevent such occurrences, and, in doing so, garner the gratitude of the Shi family? This notion was plausible, considering the Shi family was rumored to dote on Shi Q. At that moment, the homeroom teacher stepped forward, expressing his belief in Shi Q and inviting her to join their class. Although the teacher would likely face criticism, once Shi Q's transfer was finalized, he could present evidence against those who had falsely accused her, thus reversing public opinion. The teacher would not only gain praise, but also earn Shi Q's trust and gratitude. This would mark the first step towards that anticipated fortune. XLN was taken aback. He had thought this was the end of it. The perceptive students saw through the facade but remained silent, leaving those less astute, like XLN, in confusion. The most crucial step towards that fortune is to find the scholar Huoyan, appeal to his emotions and reason, and assure him that as long as he joins our class and does not compromise his grades, he can turn a blind eye to his relationship with Shi Q, even allowing them to sit together. With Huoyan on board, teacher, ISNT your fortune assured? You won't need to worry about year-end bonuses. This is an opportunity within reach. You could even gain the reputation for producing top provincial students. Others, who had not initially understood, suddenly realized the implications and turned to XLN, eager for his response. XL and inwardly rolled his eyes. There was no way he would engage in such endeavors for the sake of a year-end bonus or an empty title. While he could assist with Q's situation, it was solely to ensure that an innocent student was not wronged. With the scholar in our class, those who are naturally inclined to study or wish to excel will seek his guidance, leading to rapid improvements in their grades. Wouldn't that elevate our acceptance rates? Indeed, many enthusiastic learners nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances towards XLN. He, however, remained oblivious to their eager anticipation, lost in thought. Perhaps there was potential here. You must understand, I'm doing this for your benefit, to help you gain admission to a good university, he conveyed with a glance at his students. They responded with knowing looks, as if to say, we understand. Yet, XLN thought to himself, they were utterly mistaken. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yan, who seemed unaware of his scrutiny, he silently cautioned his classmates, let me pour some cold water on your enthusiasm. The success of this endeavor hinges on whether Yan truly has feelings for Q. Indeed, all of this was merely Jiang Yan speculation, and whether it held any truth remained uncertain. With this thought, the initially excited students felt a twinge of disappointment. As a scholar, I assert that the connection between the school tyrant and the scholar is 90% genuine. Perhaps my extensive reading has led me to this conclusion. In truth, the scholar may not be enamored with the charming demeanor. Rather, he appears frequently in the presence of the school tyrant simply because of the latter's affections. Is that so? I always thought the aloof scholar and the charming one were an odd match. If that is the case, it would certainly make sense. I suggest you temper your expectations. Jiang Yan has not confirmed anything yet. Many rolled their eyes, silently wishing for the conversation to remain optimistic. Wow, how fortunate, Jiang Yan exclaimed, a smile gracing her face. Although I have yet to uncover Q's future, I have stumbled upon fresh gossip related to the recent wall confrontation. This delightful tidbit feels like I was present at the scene. The group shared a quiet laugh, acknowledging her cleverness. However, my earlier suggestion was quite ingenious. Class 12 possesses a certain mystique. Perhaps upon Q and the scholar joining us, I could catch a glimpse of their future as well. Though their fate may be intertwined, the future remains malleable. Indeed, that makes sense, the classmates mused internally. I am genuinely curious as to how the school tyrant and the scholar became acquainted. If the scholar truly does not harbor feelings for the charming one, when might their paths have crossed, considering they hail from different schools? I'm exceedingly curious. Chapter 122. He appears quite affectionate this morning. Q discreetly climbed over the school fence, only to unexpectedly encounter Yan. Just as he felt awkward, Yan pinned him against the wall. He couldn't quite catch what Yan said. His attention fixated on the rhythmic movement of Yan's lips, which appeared remarkably kissable. Ah, dear one, do you wish to know what you were saying? Friends, who understands? I once thought it was merely a one-sided crush from a scholar. But it turns out it is mutual. Q is indeed real. Oh my, how thrilling. The budding romance literature had captured my heart. I shall proudly bear the flag of Q. Why not call it QYN? The school tyrant clearly possesses a dominant aura, does he not? Dear friends, do you not think that the typically aloof scholar, when tenderly treated, would blush and shed tears of joy? That scenario is quite delightful. That is blasphemy. Even if the scholar is not the one in control, he too can display vulnerability. Girls, perhaps you should wear some pants to manage the excitement. Most importantly, Yan is taller than Q. Height determines dominance. Is a partner shorter than you even conceivable? All right, let us not quarrel. On this matter, no amount of debate will yield a conclusion. Let it unfold naturally. Their lives are their own, and we shall merely observe. Many silently resolved to refrain from discussing this topic in the future. After all, each person possesses a unique perspective, as the saying goes. 1,000 people will have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. It is best for everyone to enjoy the spectacle without unnecessary conflict. Qi, upon realizing that his thoughts were awry, surprisingly did not consider that he might have feelings for Yan. Instead, he pondered whether Yan was genuinely hungry, reflecting on whether his prolonged singlehood had led him to find anyone with a pleasing appearance. One could only remark that as a school bully, even if his reputation was purchased, must he be so innocent? Does he truly not recognize his affections for someone? Furthermore, if he claims that being single for too long makes anyone appear attractive, why has he not noticed that his less-than-ideal underlings also possess charming features? Jiang Yan felt a mix of disappointment and curiosity about what Hui Yin might have said during their encounter. Could it have been a confession? If so, it would be tragic if Xiaqi missed it. It likely was not a confession. Even if Xiaqi had been distracted, he would have surely caught a few key phrases. Words like or love would surely trigger an alarm in his mind. Once the homeroom teacher brings Hui Yin to their class, everything would be elucidated. Indeed, Jiang Yan hoped the homeroom teacher would be up to the task. She was also curious about what Hui Yin had uttered, but the new gossip about Xiaqi ended there. With a sigh, Jiang Yan continued perusing random gossip, soon finding herself amused enough to dispel her earlier gloom. It was not until the school bell rang that she closed the gossip app and, accompanied by Zhou Qingya, approached Jiang Sui, suggesting they go to the restroom together. Upon reaching Jiang Sui, Jiang Yan noticed that the desk in front of Jiang Sui was still vacant, which made her heart race. Could it be that Li Xinyang did not believe her note? Had she already been taken away? Jiang Yan mused, feeling regret for not paying more attention to Li Xinyang. If she had indeed been taken, how much suffering would she endure? Now, she could only wonder where Li Xinyang might be in the future and how she would go about finding her. What's wrong? Jiang Sui noticed Jiang Yan's unusual expression. Do you know where Li Xinyang has gone? Jiang Yan inquired. I noticed she hasn't shown up for school in 2 days, and I'm a bit worried. Of course, this was a fabrication. She had not received any messages from Li Xinyang. Yet, to spare Jiang Yan from unnecessary worry, she felt compelled to deceive her. However, she had inquired with Yi Bi, who assured her that Xinyang was currently safe. As for the specifics, he was not involved in the situation and could not provide further details. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's anxious heart finally settled. As long as Li Xinyang was unharmed, that was sufficient. She speculated that Li Xinyang must have prepared herself upon discovering her note, thus thwarting her parents' nefarious plans and managing to create a ruckus. Generally speaking, apart from adventurers, it would be rare for anyone to venture into the deep mountains and forests for leisure. Clearly, Yi Bi's presence there was rather suspicious. Once settled in her seat, Jiang Yan casually opened the gossip app to search for Yi Bi. Who would have thought that the seemingly aloof Yi Bi would engage in such foolishness? Jiang Yan's inner thoughts unexpectedly echoed, causing her peers to momentarily pause before slowly processing her words. Everyone turned to the frozen Yi Bi. Yi Bi himself was puzzled as to why Jiang Yan suddenly took an interest in him. Moreover, what did she mean by seemingly aloof, but actually not at all? He considered himself quite aloof. Hey, what foolishness have you committed? Yi Bi's deskmate Wang Zhizhi inquired with great curiosity. The people around them couldn't help but perk up their ears, fingers poised over their phones, ready to relay the tale in their group chat for others to enjoy. The more Yi Bi contemplated, the more anxious he became. This was disastrous. His aloof image would be irrevocably tarnished. Hearing this, everyone couldn't suppress their smiles. Those with a lower threshold for humor attempted to stifle their laughter, leaning over their desks to avoid drawing attention. What must he have felt back then? Would he have found it embarrassing? Would he have wished to flee the planet? Wang Zhizhi, seemingly concerned that Yi Bi might miss the messages in the group chat, took her phone and quietly asked him. Yi Bi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That was a long time ago. I barely remember." "If you don't remember, how do you know it was a long time ago?" Wang Zhizhi seized upon this inconsistency. "Because my memory is quite hazy, so I can only assume it was a long time ago." Yi Bi bit back. The others exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent while conveying understanding through their expressions. Chapter 123. The underwear incident. Yi Bi chose to attend Tongji Academy in pursuit of a fresh start. Not literally, but to reshape his image. In his previous environment, everyone was aware of his true character, which posed a significant challenge to his aspirations for transformation. Thus, upon receiving an admission invitation from Tongji Academy, he accepted without hesitation. He resolved to establish a new persona at Tongji Academy, aiming to embody the archetype of an aloof male deity. However, no matter how he attempted to portray an air of indifference, the essence of his silliness remained unchanged. Thus, those familiar with him recognized that he was merely a facade of aloofness. His classmates nodded in agreement, affirming this observation. Indeed, it was true. He was a pretender to aloofness. Is that so? Why has no one mentioned this before? One student remarked. I always thought Yi Bi was quite aloof. I wouldn't dare approach him, another chimed in. Me too. I even felt hesitant to speak too loudly when passing by. fearing I'd be met with a disdainful glare. It's not that we didn't mention it. We simply wanted to respect his efforts to maintain his aloof persona. Someone else added. Exactly, the nearby students echoed. Yibi replied, I truly appreciate your concern for my well-being. He recounted a childhood incident where he and his friends, inspired by a well-dressed child on television, decided to emulate the look. Considering himself the leader of the group, he raided his mother's cosmetics and smeared it all over himself and his friends. The result was a comical sight, with their faces painted red and their eyes resembling bruises as if they had been through a brawl. Yibi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. There was no need to dredge up such ancient tales, especially since he now attended Twinge Academy. Otherwise, his childhood friends would undoubtedly have laughed him to scorn. Even though these anecdotes included them, as long as their names were not mentioned, they were indifferent. Yibi had been quite mischievous in his youth. It was likely that his antics extended far beyond this, and one could only wonder how many times he had been on the receiving end of a beating. Perhaps over 100 times? Surely it was more than that. While I am not Yibi's mother, I can empathize. If my cosmetics were treated in such a manner by my younger brother, I would feel inclined to strangle him. Am I the only one who cares about those flowers? If my cherished blooms were to be ruined, I wouldn't only punish the culprit. I'd ensure they became fertilizer. Respect the metaphor, a voice piped up. Once, when Yibi's cousin visited, he pointed at his cousin and exclaimed that a little sister was standing behind him. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Despite his parents' repeated inquiries, he insisted there was indeed a little sister, which caused his cousin to burst into tears. Yibi's grandfather, a man of principle, admonished them not to frighten themselves and asked Yibi what this little sister looked like. Yibi pointed to a cartoon character on his cousin's shirt, stating, She looks like this. The room fell into stunned silence. From that day onward, his cousin never wore clothes featuring characters again. Oh my, I got goosebumps. That took me by surprise, and the twist was completely unforeseen. Is he just making things up, or is he speaking the truth? If he's truthful, it's quite abstract. Hearing the tale, I could almost feel a chill in the air. And this was the outcome? Xiaoyu, you're not afraid again, are you? Would you like a comforting embrace from Guhachi? Xiaoyu, don't hesitate to embrace Guhachi. You're among friends, Jiang Yu said. As long as Xiaoyu desires it, I don't mind, Guhachi responded. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him, turning away in silence. Upon turning her head, she noticed Su Xingji giving her a knowing look. Jiang Yu, exasperated, shot him a middle finger and decisively laid her head on the desk, ignoring everyone. Those who are merely spectators thrive on teasing others. At this moment, they're already jesting about Liu Ke-mian and Ling Shichu. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Liu Ke-mian's fingers swiftly jabbed at the screen. I have absolutely no connection with that scoundrel Ling Shichu. Although we are bitter rivals, if you're frightened, my embrace is available for you to borrow. Ling Shichu, however, displayed no awareness of being one of the targets of mockery, and with a smile, he joined in the banter. The others, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim at his audacity. No, need. Liu Ke-mian glared fiercely at Ling Shichu. Yet, Ling Shichu merely flashed him a grin. Liu Ke-mian's heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks warmed as he turned his attention to his phone, allowing the heat to rise further. Damn, he is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. While everyone might tease about future couples in class, they also understand the boundaries. For instance, Yang Xingqing and Liu Yanyan would not be subjected to such jesting, as they currently have no interaction, making it inappropriate to mock them. I never expected the single bar to make a comeback. Upon hearing this, Yibi instantly became alert, as he seemed to anticipate what Jiang Yan was about to say. His toes pressed more firmly against the ground. Damn, is there no respite? Yibi wished to showcase his skills in front of his peers, so during gym class, he attempted a 360-degree spin on the horizontal bar. However, upon reaching 180 degrees, he lost his grip and was flung off, landing in front of a group of female classmates with a sliding kneel. Both the girls and Yibi were taken aback. Most absurdly, rumors spread that the young master was simultaneously proposing to several girls that very day. What was your emotional state at that moment, Yibi? What are your thoughts on the rumors of your simultaneous proposals to multiple girls? Wang Zhizhi rolled up a notebook to use as a microphone and approached Yibi. With a forced smile, Yibi replied, I felt nothing. No opinion. Really? What about your friends? What do they think about this incident? Do they tease you about it every time you gather? How does that make you feel? Can you share with us? I don't want to. Just leave. Yibi glared at Wang Zhizhi. All right, I'm leaving now. The others, witnessing this, nearly laughed themselves to tears. My goodness, how awkward. It's no wonder Yi wanted to flee the scene. If it were me, I would escape as well. If he didn't tee, everyone would point and say, look, it's Yi. He once performed on the horizontal bar and ended up sliding on his knees. How hilarious. How mortifying. Although it was quite embarrassing. It truly made me want to laugh. Social death punishes every person who seeks to show off. Oh, there's an even funnier one. Please, no more. I'm almost out of underwear. Yi gazed at the sky, utterly despondent. Once while traveling by subway, Yi found himself in a crowded carriage with no available seats. He casually grabbed what he thought was a handrail. After a few stops, he realized that what he had been gripping was not a handrail, but someone's drying rack. He was bewildered and turned to see that he had indeed been holding a drying rack. I truly want to ask that person how they managed to remain still and suppress their laughter. And for those who noticed this absurdity, did you all quit laughing? Why not? Is it because you don't find it amusing? Excellent. Those forgotten memories are now haunting him again. Yi wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Do you think that didn't he laugh? When that fellow took away the drying rack, everyone erupted in laughter. He endured the laughter of the crowd for several stops before feigning indifference and exiting the train. In truth, he still had several stops to go. However, he couldn't bear to remain on that subway for even a second longer. Chapter 124, Others' Melons. Wow, I never expected to find out about others' melons through Yi's. Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and those familiar with her knew she had stumbled upon something she found particularly intriguing. I wonder whose gossip it is this time. Do you know? Wang Zhizhi inquired curiously. Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. He was indeed aware of many scandals, but he had no idea which one Jiang Yan was referring to. Yi, though small, was audacious and unafraid, choosing to take a shortcut alone. After traversing a good distance, he heard some commotion and curiously approached, discovering two individuals engaged in a fight. Yi, being a spirited young student, wholeheartedly embraced the spirit of helpfulness at that moment. He turned and ran, shouting loudly, "Come quickly! Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang are fighting in the little grove. Hurry! Someone stop them!" He continued to run and yell, and soon everyone in the courtyard heard him and rushed to see what was happening. Naturally, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang ceased their brawl, likely grateful for Yi's eagerness to help, probably moved to tears. At that moment, Yi's parents looked at him with a mixture of exasperation and concern, merely saying he would understand one day. Jiang Yan stifled a laugh as she gazed at Yi, subtly giving him a thumbs up. "Well done, our helpful classmate Yi." Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose. Now do you understand why their families fell apart? The eager reporter Wang Zhizhi pressed on with her interview. Yi replied, "I also want to say well done. Yi, just don't give those cheating scoundrels any face. Let them face social death. I only want to ask them, is this thrilling enough for you now?" Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang probably still remember Yi. Such an incident is surely unforgettable, even if they wish to erase it from their memories. Do their families still live in the same area as you? Shortly after this incident, they all moved away. Upon hearing Yi say this, everyone was unsurprised. After all, if such an embarrassing event happened to them, they would want nothing more than to escape the planet, let alone remain in a place where they would be the subject of ridicule unless they couldn't afford to leave. Why does Yi's information consist solely of his own melons and others' melons? Others' melons occupy 2/3 of his own information. Could it be that he is also a seasoned gossip enthusiast? Jiang Yan regarded him skeptically. Yi remained steadfast, maintaining an air of aloofness, fully embodying his facade, even though everyone knew he was merely pretending. As for Jiang Yan's suggestion that he was a seasoned gossip enthusiast, that was a complete misunderstanding. He was not. He was aware of so many scandals solely because there was an abundance of gossip surrounding him, and he passively absorbed it. For instance, there was a classmate from the dormitory next door whose older brother, in pursuit of culinary delights, fervently pursued the cafeteria lady. There was also a classmate from a dormitory further down who had a peculiar collecting habit. He collected used tissues, empty mineral water bottles, straws, and anything that had been used by others. When this was discovered, it was due to the overwhelming stench emanating from his cabinet. The entire dormitory could not tolerate it and forcibly opened his cabinet, revealing a trove of items he had once used, causing the whole dormitory to erupt in chaos. News travels, and that is how he learned about it. Besides these, there was an even more explosive piece of gossip shared by a female classmate in his class. Upon hearing this scandal, Yi felt utterly disheartened. How could you repay kindness in such a manner? Forcing a young woman in the prime of her life to be with your elderly father as a stepmother? Are you certain you truly like her? Or do you harbor a deep-seated resentment? Had it not been for the sister's cleverness in escaping in time, she would have surely faced dire consequences. Reflecting on these events, Yi's maternal instincts were stirred once more. At this moment, sharing this gossip in the group serves as a reminder to the female classmates that it is wise to remain vigilant, especially when venturing into unfamiliar places. It is best to travel in groups of 3 to 5 rather than alone, as the dangers are indeed significant. Do we, as male classmates, not need to be concerned for our safety? Yi was momentarily at a loss for words before stating that all students, regardless of gender, should pay attention to personal safety, for the transformation of a person into a villain may hinge on a mere thought. Yi is sympathy. I have personally encountered a similar situation. A university roommate invited someone over to her home, and that individual was subsequently abducted, never to be found again. I have also seen various stories on Douyin about online friendships leading to in-person meetings that resulted in dire consequences. Before parting, a man presented a gift to a woman, instructing her to wait a certain period before opening it. With eager anticipation, she opened the gift at the appointed time, only to discover a message from a man, welcoming her to the AIDS family. His intention was to ensure her infection by timing the gift's opening after the window for preventive measures had passed. Such malevolence is truly disturbing. There are good people in this world, but there are also bad ones. We must all keep our eyes wide open to avoid falling into their traps. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi is indeed quite a remarkable young man. At this moment, Jiang Yan found herself admiring Yi. Upon realizing that Jiang Yan was about to recount his good deeds, Yi perked up, ready to listen intently. When Yi was younger, he once encountered a lonely elderly woman in a park and approached her to inquire about her troubles. The woman shared a story about a girl who grew up according to her parents' expectations and eventually became a teacher. However, the girl struggled to find love, prompting her anxious parents to arrange a marriage. They believed the suitor was a suitable match, possessing a stable job and a respectable background, warning that if she waited too long, she might end up with someone undesirable. Persuaded by her family, the girl married her suitor. But her married life was fraught with unhappiness. Any slight dissatisfaction on her part was met with cold treatment from her partner. Despite her desperate pleas, he remained indifferent, continuing his emotional abuse. After many years, once their children had grown and no longer needed her support, the girl contemplated divorce after another instance of cold treatment. She excitedly shared her thoughts with her children, only to be met with condemnation and ridicule. The elderly woman chuckled sadly and asked Yi what he thought. He replied, "The girl has been unhappy for decades. Why should she continue to suffer in the remaining years of her life?" "Oh, Yi is an angel, isn't he?" To that elderly woman, "You must surely be an angel." Indeed, when everyone else opposed her, only young Yi, a stranger, supported her, wishing for her to find happiness in her remaining days. How endearing young Yi is. If all the children in the world were like him, I would undoubtedly adore children. Wake up. You want to encounter only delightful children, but also mischievous ones. By the way, did that elderly woman succeed in getting a divorce? Yi replied that he did not know. She was merely a chance encounter. Reminded by Jiang Yan, Yi sincerely hoped that the elderly woman could live joyfully for the rest of her life. After consuming Yi's tale, Jiang Yan continued to explore his future. Upon finishing, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Others sensed that Yi's future was not promising. This was anticipated, but the specifics remained unclear. Would he suffer an undeserved calamity, be wronged by others, or face a natural disaster? Not only were others speculating, but Yi was pondering as well. Given his family's background, he wondered if they had committed treason, engaged in corruption, or participated in bribery, leading to a tragic fate. Although he couldn't claim to know his family completely, he was confident they would never partake in such actions. Thus, the reason for his potential misfortune was likely due to some individuals harboring grudges against his family, seeking retribution through him. During his university break, Yi went cycling and, while resting in a particular area, noticed two suspicious individuals. His instincts prompted him to follow them, leading him into the mountains where he encountered Ling Shichu, who had escaped. After assisting Ling Shichu, he continued to pursue the two individuals, enduring numerous hardships until he discovered their hideout, a hidden cavern where a group of drug traffickers operated. They produced drugs there and disguised themselves as merchants selling mountain goods. Upon realizing this, Yibi immediately contacted his family using a communication device they had provided. But he was discovered. After discarding the device, he was captured by the traffickers. Despite being cautious, he was recognized by the two men, who assumed he was a police officer. To buy time so his family could arrive and bring these criminals to justice, Yibi neither confirmed nor denied being a policeman. To extract information regarding what he had communicated, the traffickers subjected him to torture, yet he remained silent. Ultimately, he perished from the torment. Fortunately, his strategy of delay was effective, as the entire gang was apprehended. Oh, how tragic your demise was. I shall surely nominate you for the title of the world's most righteous person, Wang Zhizhi said tearfully to Yibi. Yibi's aloof demeanor nearly faltered as he looked at Wang Zhizhi, enunciating each word. I am still alive, classmate Wang Zhizhi. Oh, right. Wang Zhizhi quickly adjusted her expression and smiled, saying, You surely don't mind, do you? Consider it a rehearsal. Yibi replied, Thank you, classmate Wang Zhizhi. Yibi is truly a man of honor. You are a hero. Yibi felt a surge of pride as his classmates praised him in the group. Naturally, he wouldn't disgrace his family. However, he felt a twinge of sadness at the thought that, if he were to die in the future, his parents and grandparents would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet, if faced with a similar situation again, he would still make the same choice. Can't you see? Countless individuals have sacrificed themselves on the path to combating drug trafficking. Indeed, this path has never been lined with flowers, but rather paved with blood. You must never act foolishly again. I have nothing more to add. You have said it all. Here, I can only reiterate my sentiments. Gao Yuhua felt overwhelmed by emotion, wishing to kneel before his classmates. After all, it was the future version of him who would take those actions, not the current him. Besides, knowing the future, he would certainly avoid repeating past mistakes. With a heart full of grievances, Gao Yuhua could only transform his sorrow into strength, continuing to focus on his studies. 30 years of change shall reveal the outcome 1 year hence. At the police academy, he thought, I will demonstrate my determination. This time, it is indeed fortunate to have learned the whereabouts of the drug traffickers. I shall slip a note to Yibi. If I report it myself, I fear the inquiry might lead back to me, and I wouldn't know how to explain the source of the information. Yibi cast a sideways glance at Jiang Yan, pondering how he could possibly clarify the source of such information to his family. In the past, the trade of human lives could still lead to Li Xinyang. However, the current situation is considerably more complicated. We can create an opportunity for Jiang Yan in a location devoid of surveillance, alleviating any concerns about your family checking the monitors. When the time comes, you can simply state that you receive a note. Indeed, Yibi believes his classmates are overestimating the simplicity of the matter. It will be exceedingly easy for their families to investigate their chat messages. Fortunately, it appears that they are primarily concerned with protecting Jiang Yan. Thus, aside from those who can hear Jiang Yan's thoughts, others cannot see their small group, which is filled with her profound sentiments. Upon realizing that he could not express Jiang Yan's thoughts directly, he discovered that merely stating he had heard her words was not restricted. This led him to wonder if some astute individuals might discern something. Consequently, he took a risk and allowed his friends to view their class group. Of course, he fabricated an excuse, claiming that their class was discussing a specific ability setting and inquired about his friends' opinions. As a result, his friends could not see the small group and only had access to the larger one. The outcome of this experiment reassured Yibi, allowing him to engage in discussions within the small group without hindrance, and he did not deter others from doing the same. He believes that, aside from himself, other perceptive individuals have recognized this nuance and conducted similar experiments before feeling secure. In every regard, Yibi hopes that this somewhat exceptional classmate can remain safe and sound forever. Chapter 125. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yu. On Friday, as soon as school ended, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu joined the throng exiting the campus, heading straight for the mall. After a bout of busyness at home, the once desolate, sample-like house finally began to exude the warmth of a home. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Yan gazed out at the grassy expanse, envisioning a future adorned with vibrant flowers, where she could leisurely bask in the sunlight amongst blossoms, with milk tea and desserts by her side, enjoying life to the fullest, causing her to burst into laughter. The ingredients were prepared. Jiang Yu, who could only manage instant noodles and grilled meat, sensibly assisted Jiang Yan. Soon, a meal consisting of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup was ready. As per tradition, the phones were to be used first for a photo. Jiang Yan snapped a series of pictures of the meal before sending them to Jiang Say and posting them on her social media. Jiang Yu quietly liked the post before diving into the meal. Perhaps still uneasy about the two minors being home alone, Jiang Say sent over a phone number. "This is my friend Shun Li's number. He lives here as well. I've informed him that you can reach out to him if you encounter any issues." "Already eaten? You're great at remembering meal times," Jiang Say exclaimed, showering them with praise. Jiang Say stared at the chat screen for a while before looking up at his agent. "Tianyi, which brain-nourishing supplement brand do you think is the best on the market?" Chenja puzzled asked. "Why? Are you considering endorsing such a product? That could be risky. We don't really need the endorsement money." "No," Jiang Say replied, maintaining his composure. "Perhaps my sister needs a little boost for her brain." The next day, after enjoying a leisurely morning of sleep, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu set off with renewed vigor. They had arranged to meet with their companions, Su Xingji and others at the flower market, to first enjoy lunch before selecting plants. Given the distance from Jiang Say's villa to the flower market, the two opted for a taxi. Half an hour later, they arrived at the flower market, where Su Xingji was already waiting. Upon seeing them approach, he exclaimed, "You finally made it." Song Qingzhou and Zhongli Jiaza found Su Xingji's reaction somewhat curious, but thought little of it as they casually draped an arm over Jiang Yu's shoulder and moved forward. "We just checked out some nearby shops, and there's a noodle shop that seems quite good. How about we eat there for lunch? They have the most customers," Zhongli Jiaza added. Jiang Yu nodded in silence. Meanwhile, behind him, Gu Hachi was staring at Jiang Yan with an intense gaze that felt almost scorching. Su Xingji, Qin Shuyan, and Xueji all exchanged teasing glances at Jiang Yan. "My sister is just in a whimsical mood," Jiang Yan said, feeling embarrassed and wishing to find a place to hide, especially under Gu Hachi's scrutinizing gaze, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. "Hey, don't say that. You're dressed so similarly that I can hardly tell you apart from Jiang Yan," Su Xingji remarked, sizing up Jiang Yu. "If it weren't for the fact that we both wear the same pants, I wouldn't recognize you." At this point, he looked curiously at Xueji. "Considering Hachi is quiet and Shuyan is sharp, how did you know this Jiang Yan is not the same as that Jiang Yan?" Before Xueji could respond, Jiang Yu interjected, "He is a seasoned master of disguise. How could he not tell? Completely forgot about that," Su Xingji said, slapping his forehead. Xueji then leaned in to ask, "Can we take a photo?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Yu replied firmly, determined not to leave any evidence for this group of friends to tease him about later. Suddenly, a click sounded, and Jiang Yu turned sharply toward the source. It was Qin Shuyan. "Shuyan!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, wide-eyed. "This is not the right way to approach this." Qin Shuyan, taking on the role of the wise mentor, advised Xueji, "Don't ask him." "Ah, I see," Xueji said, suddenly enlightened, raising his phone to capture a flurry of shots. "This isn't a comic convention. We're all good brothers, so it doesn't matter. You guys, no pictures." Jiang Yu protested, exasperated. Seeing Su Xingji join in, Jiang Yu let out a string of curses. "Damn. I said no pictures. Can't we just be good brothers?" "Right now, we're not good brothers. Just wait until after the photos," Su Xingji retorted. Jiang Yu could only take solace in the fact that Gu Hachi had not joined in their antics. "It's almost time," Qin Shuyan remarked, hastening to follow the unfolding drama. Jiang Yu maintained a steady pace behind them, with Gu Hachi walking beside him. "Little fish," Gu Hachi began, "if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. Can I take a picture?" Jiang Yu paused, turning to face Gu Hachi, only to be taken aback by his strikingly handsome face, causing his heart to race. "Is that okay?" The eyes that sparkled like stars dimmed momentarily. Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt. "All right, but only one photo." Gu Hachi's eyes lit up, shimmering like a galaxy. "Can it be at a specific location?" Yes. "Can I choose the pose?" Yes." Jiang Yu, overwhelmed by Gu Hachi's charm, could only mumble his agreement. After a moment, Jiang Yu realized the situation. "Damn, Gu Hachi is using his looks to manipulate me." He shot a sideways glance at Gu Hachi, pinching his arm sharply. Gu Hachi realized his guilt and remained silent, stifling any cries of pain. "Stop flirting. They might find out," Su Xingji shouted from the front. Jiang Yu, grumbling that he wasn't flirting while hurrying to catch up, feigned confusion as he glanced at Jiang Yan. Zhongli Jiaza also looked at him quizzically, seemingly puzzled by his sudden silence. What did you say?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile, playfully stepping on Song Qingzhou's foot. "Who has too short?" Sister, let go. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying you're shorter than little fish, not that you're short. You're quite tall among girls." Song Qingzhou quickly begged for mercy. Humph. That's more like it. Jiang Yan released her foot, deciding to let it slide this time. As soon as Song Qingzhou escaped, he whipped out his phone and began snapping pictures of Jiang Yu. Zhongli Jiaza, after a brief pause, reacted and followed suit. Jiang Yu groaned inwardly, thinking, this group of brothers is simply unbearable. Chapter 126. Unsavory thoughts. The group, having feasted, began to explore the flower market. What was initially meant to be a selection of flowers for Jiang Yan and her family turned into a quest for them to choose their favorite blooms, dragging Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu around to admire the flowers they fancied. As a result, they purchased a variety of flowers and plants. In any case, the garden would surely be a riot of colors by the time it was finished. Jiang Yan selected numerous roses and hydrangeas, spending quite a bit of her money on several Zhonghua Muxiuqiu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu chose some climbing roses, envisioning a painting against the backdrop of the vines once they covered the wall. The owner would soon arrange for the flowers to be delivered to their home. After they departed, the owner stared blankly at the address left by Jiang Yan, repeatedly searching for its location on the map. What's wrong, boss? An employee inquired, noticing the owner's distracted demeanor. Do you know where that address is? Where? The owner mentioned the address. The employee's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, isn't that where the wealthy congregate, with numerous celebrities residing there? The owner nodded. Ordinarily, he would not have welcomed such news, but at that moment, he couldn't help but concur. Indeed, I verified it multiple times. It is indeed that place. I must accompany the delivery. Such locations are not easily accessible. I want to go too, the employee exclaimed. You don't want to. Focus on your work, the owner replied as he hurried off to arrange the delivery, pondering what type of flowers to send as a gift. Upon entering the courtyard, Shuiji suddenly became reserved, contrasting with the earlier jovial atmosphere. Jiang Yan noticed this change and immediately became wary. Let us be clear, my elder brother's room is on the 3rd floor. You must not approach. Fearing that Shuiji might not be able to suppress his desires, she cautioned earnestly, please don't engage in any inappropriate behavior. It would be quite off-putting. Shuiji protested, I want tea. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on him. Song Qingzhou took on the responsibility. Shuiji felt speechless. Although he was indeed curious, he would never act inappropriately. He was not some kind of pervert. Seeing Song Qingzhou's assurance, Jiang Yan nodded, her gaze shifting to Gu Heqi. Just as Gu Heqi was about to promise something, Jiang Yan averted her eyes, opening the door and stepping inside. Make yourselves comfortable, as if it were your own home, Gu Heqi said. Jiang Yan went to pour drinks for everyone, and they quickly rushed to assist her. Now let us go to your room. Jiang Yu looked at him suspiciously. I want to do anything. I have no excessive demands. Without saying a word, Jiang Yu motioned for him to follow as she headed upstairs. Gu Heqi hurriedly followed. The group, having just poured the drinks, exchanged knowing glances and silently trailed behind. They pressed against the door, straining to hear any sounds from within. However, the soundproofing was excellent, leaving them in silence. Surely they won't lose control? Zhongli Jiaza expressed concern. They were still minors, after all. Surely not. Song Qingzhou replied uncertainly, believing both Jiang Yu and Gu Heqi to be sensible individuals. One can never be too sure. They say that when emotions run deep, things naturally come to fruition, Xing Ji remarked wisely. Qin Shuyan concurred, knowing that Jiang Yu and Gu Heqi would not overstep boundaries, but wouldn't hurt to fan the flames. What should we do? Should we rush in and stop them? Shuiji worriedly asked. He would be thrilled if his two friends ended up together, but it was still too early for that. Stop with the wild speculation. There's nothing inappropriate happening. They're simply filming normally. Is it possible that Gu Heqi possesses prophetic abilities and is even armed with a DSLR? Ah, indeed, opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. Jiang Yan mused as she glanced at the newly discovered gossip about Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat relieved. While she would not interfere with Jiang Yu's romantic affairs, often teasing them in her mind, she believed that pursuing a relationship was still premature and everything should wait until after graduation. Suddenly, the door swung open. Shuiji and the others fell to the floor in shock. Looking up, they saw Jiang Yu glaring at them, while Gu Heqi stood to the side, clutching the DSLR like a guilty child. Ahem. Please, continue, Jiang Yan urged as her group scrambled to their feet and fled. You two step outside. Jiang Yu glared at Gu Heqi. Gu Heqi dared not argue and quietly exited Jiang Yu's room. Having already captured the photos he desired, he could simply transfer them to his phone for a screensaver later. Once Gu Heqi had left, Jiang Yu slammed the door shut, flinging himself onto the bed in frustration, pounding the mattress while his ears burned with embarrassment. These friends with their twisted thoughts. How infuriating. Did they think he was a person who lacked boundaries and was overly eager? Honestly, couldn't they keep their thoughts clean? It was not until the owner arrived with the flowers that Jiang Yu finally descended from upstairs. The owner directed his employees to help Jiang Yan and the others plant the flowers and shared tips on their care. Jiang Yan was thoroughly satisfied with the owner's service and expressed her intention to return for future purchases. The owner, pleased, took his leave. Once the owner and his team departed, Jiang Yan surveyed the transformed garden with satisfaction and declared to Jiang Yu and the others, "Now that Guhachi has a DSLR, let us take a photo." Everyone agreed, and they snapped a picture. With that completed, it was nearly time for dinner. Dinner consisted of hot pot, the most convenient option for their large group. Just as the food was ready and they were about to dig in, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Everyone halted their movements, looking curiously toward the entrance. Jiang Se strode in with long legs. Clatter! Shueji's chopsticks fell onto the table in surprise. The abrupt noise drew Jiang Se's attention to Shueji, whose eyes flashed with a strange light before he turned to look at Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu. "Have you eaten, elder brother?" Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu quickly stood to ask if he would join them. Jiang Se's gaze unintentionally drifted over the visibly tense Shueji, and without answering whether or not he would join, he merely inquired if he would be interrupting them. "Of course not. Elder brother, please come and eat." Shui Xingji and the others called out, inviting Jiang Se to take a seat. "Others don't get this opportunity. Don't foolishly waste it." "Indeed," Zhong Li Jiaza echoed. "Unkerijing Xuyi. I also want to, it's just that my legs feel weak and my heart is racing. What should I do?" Shueji nearly cried, fearing he would embarrass himself in front of Jiang Se. "Where's your ambition?" Shueji silently lowered his head, apologizing for his current lack of confidence. Seeing this, everyone was relieved they had not seated Jiang Se next to Shueji. It would have been disastrous if Jiang Se had been beside him. After Jiang Se took his seat, Jiang Yu handed him a pair of chopsticks. He glanced at the timid Shueji, who couldn't bear to look at Jiang Se, feeling somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, considering his friend's feelings, he quietly informed his elder brother, "Elder brother, my friend is your fan. He is a bit too excited to see you." "Fiancé nadiv." "Not at all. Your friend is quite adorable, like a little kitten." Hearing Jiang Se refer to a kitten, Jiang Yu couldn't help but recall their first meeting, thinking, perhaps he thinks you resemble a kitten even more, considering you acted like one in front of him. What's wrong? Perhaps Jiang Yu's expression was too peculiar, prompting Jiang Se to look up in confusion. "Nothing," Jiang Yu replied, pulling out his phone to message their brother group chat, saying, "Shueji, can't you show some ambition? I want to, but I just can't control myself. Just wait. I'll create an opportunity for you, and you mustn't waste it." "What opportunity?" Shueji asked, puzzled. "Yes, elder brother," Jiang Yan added, looking expectantly at Jiang Se. Jiang Se recalled the photograph Jiang Yan had sent him that morning, showcasing her and Jiang Yu in swapped identities, and nodded. "Ahem. My friend would like to take a photo with you, if that's all right." Xui exclaimed. "Oh." Jiang Se turned to Shueji, who once again froze in place. "Of course. However, it must not be shared." "No, it won't be," Shueji whispered. "The photograph with Jiang Se is certainly one that he will treasure. How could it possibly be leaked?" Just the thought of taking a picture with Jiang Se caused Shueji to stiffen while an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. Observing his foolish demeanor, the others could only shake their heads in exasperation. This fellow indeed had the potential for a romantic fixation. Chapter 127. An unexpected incident throughout the entire process. His mind was a blank slate. He merely did whatever others instructed him to do. Wouldn't that make him appear quite foolish? Suddenly, Shueji became aware of his concern and turned to his good friends. "Did I act particularly foolish just now?" Su Xingji chuckled. "What do you think?" "You resembled a silly wooden puppet." The others nodded in agreement. Shueji exclaimed in dismay, crouching down and vigorously tousling his hair. "I must have left a poor impression on Jiang Se. He must think I'm quite the fool." "Enough of this nonsense," Song Qingzhou said, placing a reassuring hand on Shueji's shoulder. "Jiang Se didn't regard you with the eyes of a fool. He has seen plenty of fans who become tongue-tied in his presence. He is quite accustomed to it. So relax." "Really?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Jiaza and Shuyan. Jiang Se's gaze towards you was completely normal. He most likely doesn't care about your silly appearance." Upon hearing this, Shueji felt somewhat reassured. However, once he arrived home, he couldn't resist sending a message to Jiang Yu, inquiring whether Jiang Say thought he was foolish. "You're quite silly. But my brother doesn't think so. He actually finds you rather adorable, like a little kitten. So stop overthinking." "Really?" Shuiji felt a twinge of disbelief. "I would lie to you." Finally, Shuiji allowed himself to relax. Subsequently, he fixated on Jiang Yu's remark that Jiang Say found him quite adorable, warmth creeping into his cheeks. "I must clarify." Shuiji suppressed his elation, puzzled by what Jiang Yu was about to say. "I don't care what feelings you have for my second brother, but you must not provoke him before graduation, understand?" Jiang Yu was aware that Jiang Say genuinely cherished his acting career. Thus, he wished to prevent any obstacle from arising in Jiang Say's path. Especially considering that his brother might have experienced a rebirth, it was crucial that Jiang Say remembered Shuiji, who had left a significant impression on him. Even if Jiang Say appeared indifferent by nature, who could say for certain? Matters of the heart are often unpredictable. He naturally understood Jiang Yu's concerns, even deeming them excessive. He did not believe Jiang Say would harbor any feelings for him. Yet, had Jiang Say truly been reborn? Did he still remember Shuiji? Although hope seemed dim, Shuiji still wished for Jiang Say to retain memories of him. "After graduation, I can assist you." Upon reading this message, Shuiji felt a rush of embarrassment. He longed to decline, asserting that he would not pursue Jiang Say, yet the words clung to his tongue, refusing to be spoken. "Well, it appears I indeed have inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Say." In the end, he shamefully felt his heart flutter. Jiang Yu, receiving confirmation, let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Jiang Say, who was watching television with them, internally apologizing. "Sorry, second brother, but I must temporarily cut off your romantic interests. This flower of yours is still too young. Once it matures, I will certainly not stand in its way." Before long, the doors to Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's rooms opened simultaneously. Their rooms were adjacent, and as the doors swung open, they found themselves locking eyes. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yan initiated. "Just a little something." "What is it?" Jiang Yu emerged from his room, extending his hand from behind to reveal a tricolor cat plush toy. "A gift for you. Consider it a housewarming gift." Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile at the sight. "We truly are in sync." Jiang Yan produced a rabbit plush toy from behind. "This is for you." Upon seeing the rabbit plush, Jiang Yu paused in surprise. Jiang Yan had indeed mentioned previously that he would give him a rabbit toy. "How about it? Do you like it?" "I love it." After handing over the rabbit, Jiang Yan snuggled the cat plush. "Me too. I really like it." Jiang Yu held the rabbit tightly. The two exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. At that moment, Jiang Say, who was descending the stairs, paused to listen to their laughter, a faint smile gracing his lips. His choice had been the right one, he thought. Sunday. Upon waking, Jiang Yan instinctively opened the Bagua dictionary. Blinking sleepily, she suddenly sat upright. Rubbing her eyes, she took a closer look, gasping in disbelief. What was happening? A staggering 20,000 gold coins had been credited to her account. This left Jiang Yan utterly bewildered. She had initially assumed that the Bagua dictionary had malfunctioned when it previously credited her with 10,000 gold coins. Now, it had gifted her with an additional 20,000. Could it be that the Bagua dictionary had indeed malfunctioned again? Otherwise, how could this 20,000 gold coins be explained? Was it truly a reward for altering her classmates' futures? After all, the only confirmed change so far had been for Jiang Yan, and it was after this alteration that she received the initial 10,000 gold coins. Next was Chu Ju, whose future had also changed, yet no coins were awarded to her. The current situation regarding Li Xinyang remained unclear. If the coins were indeed a reward for her changes, the amount would align perfectly. But why did it take so long for the coins to arrive after altering Chu Ju's future? Could it be that she needed to wait until his family resolved their issues before it could be considered a successful change, thus causing the delay in the coins? Jiang Yan struggled to comprehend, settling for this speculation. If that were the case, then Li Xinyang was safe now. Jiang Yan lacked Li Xinyang's contact information and was not well acquainted with her, making it awkward to inquire about her situation. She glanced at the class group chat, noticing it was quiet, likely because many had yet to rise, leaving no one chatting. It seemed she would have to wait until school tomorrow to find out more. Jiang Yu, who was merely a wall away from Jiang Yan, heard her thoughts. Thus, he tagged Li Xinyang in the class group chat, urging her to respond, as Jiang Yan wanted to know about her well-being. Li Xinyang's situation had indeed concluded, and she was currently free, having seen Jiang Yu's message. She organized her thoughts and replied in the class group chat. "What assignments did the teacher assign?" "I'm only returning to school on Monday, and am worried I won't complete them in time. Jiang Yan, still holding her phone, naturally saw Li Xinyang's message. Seeing that she mentioned returning on Monday, it essentially confirmed that Li Xinyang's future had indeed changed. If it hadn't, she would already be trapped in the mountains. The gold coins bestowed by the Bagua dictionary were likely the rewards for altering everyone's dismal futures. Jiang Yu had heard Jiang Yan's thoughts throughout, and he inquired in the small group about Chu Ju's situation. That illegitimate child has long been dealt with. My father would not leave someone who harmed our family unresolved for so long. Jiang Yu noted this with curiosity. Had Jiang Yan's speculation been incorrect? Were the coins not a reward for altering her classmates' futures? Or was the Bagua dictionary indeed malfunctioning, causing the delay in the reward for altering Chu Ju's future? Could it be that others' futures had also changed? One classmate inquired. That shouldn't be me. Though my future likely won't occur anymore, the matter remains unresolved. My mother is still gathering evidence. Su Xingji interjected first. Nor would it be me. I probably have to wait until the corresponding timeline passes for it to count as a change. Hao Xingxing added quickly. I've already decided to apply to other schools. So if my future is deemed successfully altered, it will be contingent upon receiving an acceptance letter from another university, He Ying stated. Classmates who were aware of their altered futures stepped forward to assert it wasn't them. After all, according to their timelines, it was still early. Could it be EB? Li Xinyang's suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. Isn't EB's timeline still early? EB, what do you think? It's possible it might be me. EB pondered for a moment. If Jiang Yan's speculation proved correct, it was likely him. The drug traffickers had all been apprehended. I was the one they harmed. Yet now they were all captured, which meant my future was assuredly altered, signifying that the future had indeed been successfully transformed. Is this certain? Uncertain, but there is an 80% probability, even if it is EB. But why did Chu Ju succeed in altering the future, while Jiang Yan did not receive 10,000 gold coins? Yet Li Xinyang and EB did? This remains a mystery. Everyone contemplated yet failed to derive a reasonable answer, and could only temporarily abandon the matter. After all, their assumptions hinged on the premise that the one who successfully altered the future was EB. Jiang Yan, however, did not dwell excessively on this issue. She languished on her bed for a while until Jiang Yu called her for lunch, prompting her to rise. Upon descending the stairs, she found Jiang Yu and Jiang Sei already waiting for her in the dining room. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed, and, as she approached, she remarked that they need not wait for her next time. After taking her seat, Jiang Yan casually opened Douyin and began to serve herself some dishes. However, a message arrived on her phone by Jinhua, the chairman of Shuoyang Group, met with a car accident last night. Despite overnight rescue efforts, he could not be saved and passed away at 11:30 this morning. Reportedly, Shuoyang Group is. Jiang Yan was taken aback. This Shuoyang Group sounded vaguely familiar. Glancing down, her eyes widened in astonishment. She abruptly looked at Jiang Yu, who also bore a shocked expression. Evidently, her instincts were not mistaken. Jiang Sei, seated nearby, frowned upon hearing this news, a hint of confusion clouding his gaze. Completely focused on this matter, Jiang Yan failed to notice Jiang Sei's unusual demeanor. She hurriedly opened her notes to search for information, quickly locating records pertaining to Bai Lu. After perusing the details, her confusion deepened. In Bai Lu's future, her grandfather's passing was supposed to occur during her college years. How could it happen now? Jiang Yan contemplated, yet could not find an answer, prompting her to reopen the gossip encyclopedia to search for Bai Lu. Scrolling quickly to the end, she repeatedly reviewed Bai Lu's future, confirming that indeed, her grandfather was supposed to pass during her university years. What is happening? Jiang Yan found herself perplexed. This was the first time the gossip encyclopedia had aired. Thus, the encyclopedia must have malfunctioned, which is why it had granted her so many gold coins. While mulling this over, she scrolled through Bai Lu's information, and her thoughts suddenly halted. Bai Lu was aware that her father was not a good person, which led her to inform her grandfather. Her grandfather had been quietly gathering evidence, believing that his daughter was beyond saving, and that only a drastic measure could awaken her. Therefore, after the car accident last night, he decided to collaborate with an old friend to stage his own death, compelling Zhou Ru to reveal his true colors. So, it was like this. However, this perspective still indicated that the gossip encyclopedia's future was incorrect. How did Bai Lu know her father was not a good person? I had not even written her a note yet. Jiang Yan was bewildered. Could it be that an invisible hand was disturbing fate? Precisely. That invisible hand is your own. Jiang Yu mused internally, grappling with whether to share this information with everyone. Of course, the most pressing question was whether to inform Bai Lu. He worried that if he told Bai Lu and she did not perform well, then Bai Lao Ye's elaborate scheme would come to naught. Unable to decide for himself, he approached Yi Bi and Chu Ju, forming a group chat to solicit their opinions. Speak up. Jiang Yu found Yi Bi's words reasonable and relayed Jiang Yan's sentiments in the group chat. However, Bai Lu likely had no mind to check her phone at that moment, remaining silent in the chat. In frustration, they decided to send Hao Xingxing and He Yingying to check on her and relay the information. The two agreed to undertake the task, staging a false death. Bai Lao Yi was indeed troubled over his daughter. There was no other choice. Only a severe blow could awaken her. The compassion of parents is truly profound. Once Zhou Ru's true identity was exposed, it was likely that a short pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. That is indeed true. While everyone discussed, Jiang Yan wrestled with the idea of informing Bai Lu, ultimately deciding against it. The person involved knew nothing. Their performance would be more heartfelt that way. If she refrained from speaking, she would still be able to sense Jiang Yan's thoughts. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Yan. Do you know the chairman of Shuoyang Group? Fiancé mantanda kalendiminer. Fiancé nadit slightly. Hurry and eat. The food will get cold. The two complied. Just then, Jiang Yan stole a glance at Jiang Sei and searched for his name in the gossip encyclopedia. As Jiang Sei's information appeared, Jiang Yan quickly scanned it and found the answer she sought. Indeed, second brother has been reborn. Chapter 128. Gratitude. Gift. Jiang Yu paused at her eating for a few seconds, then resumed with a distracted demeanor. Is there substantial evidence indicating that second brother has been reborn? Upon hearing of Bai Lu's grandfather's car accident and subsequent death, second brother was taken aback, for he knew that the chairman of Shuoyang Group would not pass away for several years, and the cause would not be an accident, but rather a natural death. If it were not for his rebirth, how could he possess such knowledge? Although surprised, second brother displayed no desire to investigate further. Well done, second brother. However, in second brother's memories from his rebirth, Bai Lu's grandfather was also supposed to pass away in a few years, implying that the gossip encyclopedia had provided an accurate future. Why then had Bai Lu's family's future diverged? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu grew tense. How frustrating. I cannot comprehend. Perhaps it is her ancestors below, striking their heads in despair until she discovered the clues. Jiang Yan sighed and immersed herself in her meal. Jiang Yu also felt relieved. Regardless of Jiang Yan's thoughts, as long as the secret remained hidden, all would be well. Yet, could the ancestors truly be knocking their heads below? Jiang Yu shivered, tightly gripping her chopsticks, glancing around. Yes, very good, the sun is shining brightly. Looking at the two individuals present, she nodded affirmatively once more. It is not a solitary endeavor. All is well. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu exchanged glances. Must we work during our holiday? Are celebrities always this busy? Shall we go take a look? Jiang Yan inquired. Jiang Yu hesitated, saying, Isn't that inappropriate? Let's go check. What if there is something we can assist with? Fine, all right. Unable to resist Jiang Yan's persuasion, Jiang Yu agreed. The two tiptoed upstairs. The soundproofing of the entire villa was excellent. They could not pinpoint which room Jiang Sei was in and could only quietly wander outside. Upon reaching the balcony, they noticed the floor-to-ceiling window of the study was open, so they peered in and found Jiang Sei inside. Jiang Sei held a paintbrush, diligently sketching on paper. Jiang Yan, with her keen eyesight, clearly saw that the paper displayed designs for clothing. The two exchanged glances and quietly descended the stairs. To their surprise, second brother was designing garments. Jiang Yu exclaimed, feigning astonishment. Yes, indeed. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, but thought to herself, You are unaware of this, are you? Our second brother is quite a renowned fashion designer in the industry, known as Mr. Me. I wonder which influential figure has commissioned him to design garments. Working even during his holiday. After discovering what Jiang Sei was engaged in, the two tended to the newly planted flowers and plants. Time flew by. Half a month later, at the Chu residence, madam, this is a gift sent by Mr. Jiang Sei. The butler presented a gift box before Fu Liyue. Ever since she no longer had to worry about her brother's life events, she appeared radiant, seemingly rejuvenated by several years. While trimming flower branches, upon hearing this, she turned to the gift box placed on the table. The messenger indicated that this was a token of gratitude from Mr. Jiang Sei for President Chu's support of his younger siblings last time. I understand. Fu Liyue smiled and nodded. The housekeeper discreetly withdrew. Fu Liyue opened the gift box and, upon examining its contents, was momentarily taken aback, before she elegantly unfolded a beautifully packaged deep blue gown. As she fully beheld the exquisite dress, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was simply stunning, and even someone who had seen countless beautiful gowns like her couldn't help but praise it. The more Fu Liue looked at the dress, the more it seemed familiar, not due to a similar style, but rather because of the craftsmanship and materials used. Contemplating a certain possibility, she hastily lifted the hem to inspect it, and indeed, in a small corner, she discovered the intricately embroidered character Me. Fu Liue was overjoyed. It was a creation by Mr. Me. How did Jiang Yan acquire this? There had been no news of Mr. Me taking any commissions recently. Although she was uncertain how Jiang Yan had obtained Mr. Me's work, she was genuinely fond of this gown. Chu Qinyu had assisted Jiang Yan and Jiang Yudu to Chu Ju's request, thinking it wasn't their fault, and unexpectedly found this delightful surprise. Remembering that there was another outfit inside, Fu Liue eagerly unwrapped it, revealing a suit in the same color scheme, clearly designed to match the gown. Jiang Yan had indeed been thoughtful. Fu Liue mused happily, contemplating which upcoming banquet she would attend wearing this ensemble with Chu Qinyu. Meanwhile, the Su, Song, Jiang, and Jiang families all received a token of gratitude from Jiang Yan. The ladies were thrilled to see the gifts and, like Fu Liue, planned to don Mr. Me's creations at the next banquet, certain they would become the focal point of attention. While the parents reveled in the joy of the gifts, their children were indulging in the feast. Was it really necessary to make such a grand affair? Linla glanced around at the nearby tables, all occupied by their classmates. Hadn't they agreed that only a few would come? Yet, now everyone was present. Jiang Shui chuckled. What can we do? Everyone wants to see it live. Unrequited. What about you? Is everything ready? Yibi asked. Linla nodded. I prepared everything when I first heard about it, and I've been gathering evidence. That's good. When the time comes, let her have it, and then confront her with the evidence. Leaving her speechless, Su Xingji remarked. Honestly, Linlu, you're too gentle. If it were me, I'd project the evidence on the big screen, exposing her actions to everyone. Jiang Yan expressed her dissatisfaction with Lin Li's mild approach. Tang Ji nodded repeatedly, asserting, for someone so shameless, she shouldn't be shown any mercy. Zhou Qingya, regardless of what others said, remained an unfeeling nodding machine, thinking to herself, you're all right. I just don't want to be too ruthless. Seeing her demeanor, the others ceased their discussions. By the way, isn't the class president's hot spring incident about to happen? Perhaps today is a good time to slip him a note, Jiang Zhua thought, feeling a pang of anxiety. Was it truly about to occur? Was the efficiency so low? Jiang Zhua felt a wave of concern wash over her. Don't worry. We'll form a group to go to the hot spring resort. We will definitely rescue you, someone assured her. Jiang Zhua, witnessing this, replied, I could just choose not to go. Oh, that's true, Jiang Zhua suddenly realized. I could simply not attend, so why worry? Let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Zong found himself in a familiar office, meeting with a close friend and strong ally. Listen to this, the man said, placing his phone before Jiang Zong. Jiang Zong clicked play, and the conversation echoed through the office. Yuan Jie instructing Yuan Xiu to invite Jiang Zhua to the hot spring resort. Naturally, Jiang Zong smiled, though his eyes betrayed no amusement. Recognizing Jiang Zong's displeasure, the man inquired, what do you plan to do? With the evidence I've found, it would be sufficient to deal with that lecherous individual aiming for our dear nephew. Sufficient? That won't do. Jiang Zong remarked thoughtfully as he sent the recording to his phone. The man, a longtime friend of Jiang Zong, quickly understood his intent and voiced his concern. Isn't this too dangerous? The previous incident left a significant psychological scar on our nephew. What if another deviant emerges? I will assure him that there is no cause for concern, Jiang Zong replied. The man shrugged and muttered, fine, you're his father. You decide. I'm done with this for now. It has been exhausting. Of course, the man waved his hand and departed. And don't let this upset you. It's not worth your anger over such a pervert, Jiang Zong nodded with a smile. After the man left, Jiang Zong replayed the audio, listening to the youthful, clear voice of the girl, and a cold smile crept across his face. Yuan Xiu, what a name. Not only is she fixated on my wife, but she also plots against my son. Even if she is friends with her father, I shall grant her no leniency this time. In chapter 129, at the wedding venue, Jiang Yan felt as though he were a scavenger in a melon patch, sampling bits of fruit here and there, utterly blissful. That sister's ex-boyfriend has now become her stepfather. Ugh, a scoundrel who got involved with his own sister-in-law. How disgusting. This man prefers men or those of much older age. and countless elderly gentlemen have fallen victim to his predations. They feel ashamed and have yet to report him. How vile. He is far too cautious to be caught. The classmates instinctively glanced at Yi. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, Yi subtly indicated that he had noted that individual and would keep an eye on him. He won't last long. Yi's speed was commendable. Does this young lady have no self-awareness? She wants it all. Clearly has a new boyfriend, yet cannot forget her ex. And when her ex finds a new girlfriend, she resorts to sabotage, causing their breakup. Her friend tells her this is wrong, yet she remains oblivious to her faults. Well, it seems those with issues are often the last to realize it. Following Jiang Yan's gaze, the others spotted a rather attractive girl. While she was indeed beautiful, it seemed she had her own problems. The more they listened to Jiang Yan's thoughts, the stronger their desire grew to introduce their future partners to him. Minor flaws in a future partner could be overlooked, but scoundrels were absolutely unacceptable. Well, as long as you're happy, they noted, observing the odd tone in Jiang Yan's voice directed at a muscular tattooed man who looked quite intimidating. What had this man done? Jiang Yan's tone was peculiar. Did he have an unusual hobby? I know. This tattooed fellow seems tough, but is likely a softy at heart. Though such thoughts crossed their minds, Jiang Yan couldn't help but inquire, I'm curious about your perspective. You enjoy wearing women's lingerie. I have no qualms about personal preferences. However, today you don a white shirt, yet underneath, you wear red lace underwear. Are you not concerned about sweating or accidentally getting splashed, revealing everything? Or perhaps the exposure excites you? If that's the case, then forget I asked. The classmates gaped in shock. What? Wearing women's lingerie? Red lace? How niche? Jiang Yan was right. Personal preferences shouldn't be judged. A twinge of concern arose for the man, fearing he might end up soaked and humiliated. This man appeared to be a true specimen of the human condition, indeed. I had sensed it before, and now, after hearing her speak, I am even more convinced. The image of a muscular man reduced to tears, begging for mercy, is quite captivating. This is a chat group, not a platform for literary exchange. My dear sisters, I implore you, please wear some trousers. In any case, let's keep an eye on the elder brother and ensure he does not suffer social demise. Upon reflection, we truly are a group of benevolent youths. Upon hearing this, everyone shared a slight smile. They chuckled together once more. Never mind. I have no desire to comment further. The peculiarities of the entire class can remain peculiar. After all this time, I have not been affected in the slightest. Everyone remarked, look at Ling Shichu. That fellow is actually rubbing his foot against Xiaolu's under the table, causing Xiaolu to blush profusely, nearly wanting to disappear into the cracks. Truly, you both are connoisseurs of flirtation. To avoid being criticized by Jiang Yan, everyone could only steal glances at Ling Shichu and Liu Mian, while their classmates at the same table openly observed them. Liu Mian covered his face and lowered his head, too shy to meet his classmates' gaze, inwardly lamenting that Ling Shichu was once again tormenting him. Ling Shichu maintained a calm demeanor, smiling at everyone, earning their admiration for his remarkable composure. He was clearly teasing Xiaolu, yet he remained unperturbed. Xiaolu, dear Xiaolu, you truly cannot compete with him. The group silently mourned for Liu Mian, who would likely be forever at Ling Shichu's mercy. This sister is truly unfortunate. Her husband and his family have been deceiving her, solely for her wealth and property. The so-called sister of her husband is, in fact, his unregistered wife from his hometown. They frequently engage in affairs, taking advantage of her business trips to indulge in their escapades, with her husband's parents providing cover. I must slip her a note. Jiang Yan pulled a notepad from her bag and swiftly began to write. What? Classmate Tangji's parents are in a mutual crush. Yet due to the interference of a petty individual, they believe they have forced each other. Tangji, seated at the same table as Jiang Yan, was taken aback to learn that Jiang Yan had stumbled upon her family's secrets. She glanced in the direction Jiang Yan was looking and indeed spotted her mother and father. It seems their families have business dealings, hence the invitation. However, upon hearing Jiang Yan's thoughts, Tangji could not help but cast a furtive glance at her own parents. To think that her oddly matched parents were experiencing a mutual crush? Who could this petty individual be? Tangji clenched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth. Since she became aware, all she had witnessed were her parents' suffering and unhappiness. If a petty individual was truly the cause of their plight, that would be utterly outrageous. Tangji's mother and father met at the same university, their first encounter in the library. They both fell for each other at first sight, but kept their feelings concealed. In an attempt to encounter each other, they would both frequent the library, yet they never spoke. Eventually, Tang Ji's father learned that her mother came from a wealthy family and, feeling unworthy, buried his affection. From that point on, he ceased visiting the library. Unaware of these developments, Tang Ji's mother continued to go to the library, but after many fruitless visits, she stopped. Tang Ji's mother, lovesick and melancholic, confided in her best friend. Her friend, upon hearing the tale, took it upon herself to investigate Tang Ji's father. Her first love is Tang Ji's mother. Okay? Tang Ji was momentarily stunned by this revelation. The petty individual was none other than Aunt Lu, who had always treated both her and her mother kindly. Why would she do such a thing? Wasn't she a good friend of her mother's? Chapter 130. The past, it is incomprehensible what Aunt Zhong's friend seeks. Such friends are the reason the term best friend is taken on a somewhat negative connotation. Indeed, I merely wish to state that people wear many masks. There are both good and bad individuals, and while some friends may be detrimental, others are virtuous. We are reasonable beings, so we cannot fathom the motivations of such a friend. Could it be that this friend harbors feelings for classmate Tang's father? That seems plausible. Otherwise, why would she lie without cause? Jiang Yan, seated beside Tang Ji, glanced at Jiang Yan and quietly inquired, "What do you think is the reason behind it?" Tang Ji's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, making it difficult for her to think clearly. Asking her was futile. She had no inclination to ponder the matter. Ultimately, she felt a surge of anger. Her mother had always been kind to Aunt Lu, yet it was Aunt Lu who had caused her parents such prolonged suffering. Tang Ji felt utterly nauseated. If Aunt Zhong had been misled by her friend regarding Uncle Tang, what about Uncle Tang? Surely, this friend could not be deceiving both parties. Could she? As Tang Ji contemplated this, a frown creased her brow, as confusion began to swell within her. Yes, her mother had been affected by Aunt Lu's machinations. But what of her father? Did he not love her mother? If he did, should he not be happy to be with her? Reflecting on the cold, awkward atmosphere that surrounded them, akin to an air conditioner that only emitted chill, Tang Ji's heart ached. She had attempted to thaw the ice between them. Yet each effort had backfired, leaving both parties displeased. She could not discern the cause of their discord, and ultimately ceased her attempts, fearing that it might lead to their divorce. At times, she even contemplated whether their separation might be for the best. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had never broached the subject with them. Otherwise, if they did indeed separate, she would have nowhere to shed her tears. Upon learning that Tang Ji's mother had given up on the relationship after discovering that Tang Ji's father had a beloved, Tang Ji's father, oblivious to this, was still struggling with whether or not to pursue Tang Ji's mother. On one hand, he was a poor student reliant on student loans, fearing he could not provide a good life for Tang Ji's mother. On the other hand, as an orphan, he felt inferior and believed he was unworthy of her. After much contemplation, Tang Ji's father resolved to work hard to better himself, aspiring to become worthy of Tang Ji's mother before pursuing her. With newfound determination, he threw himself into his endeavors. As Tang Ji listened, her confusion only deepened. If her father had been striving to be worthy of her mother, how had he ended up in this predicament? Other classmates shared her bewilderment. In truth, I have heard a few snippets about Aunt Zhong and Uncle Tang from my family. Tang Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Her family had become fodder for others' gossip. However, before this classmate could elaborate, Jiang Yan was quick to interject. Although Tang Ji's father had everything meticulously planned, sometimes reality defies expectation. In his quest to promote his software, he encountered a certain software tycoon at a hotel. However, instead of the tycoon, he stumbled upon Tang Ji's mother, who seemed to be in a precarious situation. Recognizing that she was likely drugged, he took her to his own room. Yet, under the influence of the drugs, when Tang Ji's mother saw her beloved there, she could not restrain herself. Seizing Tang Ji's father's phone and clinging to him, Tang Ji's father, wishing to be a gentleman, found it difficult to resist, and they ended up becoming intimate. Upon hearing such scandalous gossip, everyone felt a touch of embarrassment as it pertained to their classmates' parents. Tang Ji, too, found herself in a rather awkward situation. Unprepared for the revelation that her parents had engaged in a fleeting affair, she found herself at a loss for words, her toes incessantly tapping against the ground. It was no wonder that whenever she inquired how her parents, despite their apparent dislike for one another, had ended up together, they would stammer and evade the question. The truth was, it stemmed from a one-night encounter. Were she to find herself in a similar situation, she would undoubtedly struggle to discuss such matters with her own children. Indeed, that was the crux of the issue. A classmate who had previously claimed to be privy to insider information reaffirmed Jiang Yan's assertion. The others, sensing the delicacy of the topic, hesitated to delve deeper, aware that it concerned the private affairs of Tang Ji's parents. Speculation filled the air regarding why Tang Ji's father had not expressed his feelings. Was it due to self-loathing for having lost control, leading him to believe he had coerced Tang Ji's mother, thus refraining from revealing his emotions? This theory seemed plausible. Another possibility was that Tang Ji's mother's close friend had interfered. The following day, both parents were engulfed in guilt and expressed remorse towards one another. Tang Ji's mother felt a profound sense of wrongdoing, having inadvertently placed herself in the role of a third party, disrupting the relationship between Tang Ji's father and his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Tang Ji's father was filled with disdain for himself for having faltered and made a mistake. Their somber expressions led them to assume that the other must harbor feelings of dislike, perhaps even disdain. Nevertheless, Tang Ji's father demonstrated responsibility. Aware that Tang Ji's mother might not reciprocate his feelings, he still refused to be the archetypal cad who would abandon her. He pledged to take responsibility for the situation. Although Tang Ji's mother was relieved by his willingness to take responsibility, she did not wish to jeopardize his relationship with his girlfriend, hence she declined, asserting that their encounter was merely an accident and that they should act as if nothing had transpired. After stating this, she departed, leaving Tang Ji's father to grapple with the chilling realization that she did not harbor affection for him. Failure to clarify matters could indeed lead to misunderstandings, especially since Aunt Joan believed that Uncle Joan had a romantic interest elsewhere. The group nodded in agreement. In light of such events, how could two people in love remain apart? I am aware of the answer, but I shall refrain from divulging it. Let us heed Jiang Yan's words. A classmate chuckled, provoking a sense of curiosity among the others. Yet, Tang Ji began to form her own suspicions. Then why did Tang Ji's mother resort to traditional medicine? With Jiang Yan's reminder, everyone realized they had overlooked this detail. Who was orchestrating against Aunt Joan? Could it be her close friend? It seemed that initial assumptions led them to suspect Aunt Joan's friend, as she would be the least likely to raise any defenses against her. At this juncture, we must introduce another character. The group was on high alert. Could there truly be a fourth individual involved? This meant that the one who had drugged Aunt Joan was highly likely to be this fourth person rather than her friend. The possibility of a fourth character seemed more substantial than that of a friend, for Jiang Yan would not have mentioned a fourth person without reason. In Tang Ji's mind, a particular figure sprang forth. Her mouth fell agape. No, it couldn't be. Could it truly be him? If so, had her parents committed some unspeakable sin in a past life to warrant such devious individuals intruding upon their lives? Tang Ji set her phone down, clasping her hands tightly, swallowing nervously as she silently prayed that it was not him. Otherwise, it would be infuriating. Tang Ji's father had a friend, a former college roommate. Tang Ji's expression immediately soured. Anger surged within her. It was indeed this person. How despicable. Why did he have to meddle between her parents, causing them unhappiness for over a decade? How could one individual wreak such havoc for so many years? Tang Ji could scarcely bear to think of what might happen to her parents after her eventual departure from this world, without her as the glue binding them together. And with mutual misunderstandings prevailing, they might very well separate and go their own ways. She had mentally prepared herself for the likelihood of her own demise, uncertain of the manner in which it might occur, yet she was grateful for the chance to alter such a dismal fate. Most importantly, she had devised a plan to help her parents resolve their misunderstandings. She refused to allow her parents, who genuinely loved one another, to remain unhappy for a lifetime due to the machinations of a petty individual, perpetually missing out on each other's affection. This friend, while possessing some wealth and being considered a second-generation affluent individual, paled in comparison to Tang Ji's mother. His disdain for Tang Ji's father stemmed from a desire to derive a sense of superiority from their friendship, believing that comparison would highlight the perceived deficiencies of Tang Ji's father. Having lost his parents at a young age, Tang Ji's father had become an orphan, relying on student loans to attend university, leading to a life of financial struggle, often wearing inexpensive clothing. His friend, adorned in designer brands, basked in the glow of attention, relishing the fact that others noticed him first, thinking to himself, no matter how handsome or capable you are, Tang Yi, you will never garner the same recognition as I do. Fortunately, he had refrained from voicing such sentiments, lest he be met with a harsh reality check. After all, The other party's daily income now exceeded his own. Tang Ji glared at the table in frustration. That Uncle Chun was insufferable. Not only did he look down upon her father, but he also used him as a mere backdrop to elevate his own status. How infuriating! She could not help but think of Uncle Chin's rotund figure and balding head, and her anger dissipated. Her father would always be far more handsome and wealthier than him. How vexing that must be for him. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Ji's friend had learned of Tang Ji's mother's status as the heiress of Sun Yuan Group and had plotted to win her over, hoping that one day he could inherit the company and ascend into a higher social circle. Setting aside the fact that Tang Ji's mother was already taken, it was unlikely she would ever be interested in a man of his caliber. Therefore, it came as no surprise that he failed in his pursuits. This rejection incited a fit of rage within him, prompting him to concoct a nefarious scheme to force an unwanted intimacy. Fortunately, Tang Ji's mother sensed something amiss and left before that repugnant man could succeed. While she knew that the man had failed, Tang Ji could not help but feel a surge of anxiety upon thinking of Uncle Chun. How detestable it was that he had once coveted her mother. Such a man, even if her mother were to be blind to his flaws, would never pass muster with her grandfather. He was a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, believing he could lay claim to the Tang family's legacy. Who gave him such misplaced confidence? If it were not for the passage of time, she would undoubtedly seek evidence to expose him. The group regarded Chun Xingzhan's actions with disdain, their contempt palpable. Time passed, and 2 months later, Tang Ji's mother discovered she was pregnant. Just as she had anticipated, Tang Ji mused internally. In a state of panic, she sought out Tang Ji's father to disclose the news. Once again, he pledged to take responsibility for the situation. Tang Ji's mother, unable to part with the child conceived from her union with Tang Ji's father, who was none other than Tang Ji herself, reluctantly agreed. Tang Ji's father lived in a humble rural area, where the people were generally kind-hearted, and he himself was quite naive. Thus he unwittingly shared his intention to marry Tang Ji's mother with his friend. Upon hearing this, the friend could barely contain his jealousy. He had exerted great effort to win the affection of someone who ultimately eluded him, only to discover that she had been effortlessly claimed by someone he had always deemed unworthy. Anger and jealousy coursed through him, and a wicked thought crossed his mind as he feigned hesitation, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had something to say but was reluctant to voice it. Does your mother truly have a white moonlight? Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their gaze towards T. Ingzich appeared utterly bewildered. I have no idea. I've never heard of that. Moreover, didn't Jiang Yan say her mother loves her father? Likely, that despicable fellow had concocted this tale. Her friend, in pursuit of Ingzich's mother, had undoubtedly done his homework. Indeed, Ingzich's mother had a friend abroad, and they had shared a close bond since childhood, often teased as a little couple. In reality, however, Ingzich's mother and her childhood companion did not share such a relationship. Her childhood companion was gay, and in an era when such matters were frowned upon, he had asked Ingzich's mother to act more intimately with him to avoid suspicion. Thus, they had always interacted as sisters. Ah, so that is how it is. Ingzich exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this from a friend, Ingzich's father felt his heart plummet, revealing a bitter smile. Yet he remained silent, fearful that mentioning Ingzich's mother's pregnancy would tarnish her reputation. He came to a painful realization. Ingzich's mother had only agreed to be with him for the sake of their child, which filled him with bitterness and sorrow. My goodness, what were you thinking? With Ingzich's mother's stature, would she truly be with someone she does not love merely for a child? How could such an astute person act so foolishly when it comes to her? Alas, love indeed renders one blind. Jiang Yan was utterly speechless. Others shared a similar sentiment, casting disappointed glances at Ingzich's parents. Ingzich joined the collective, regarding her parents with a look of disapproval. Noticing their daughter's gaze, Ting and Ting exchanged puzzled looks. Chapter 132. Jealousy. Upon hearing these words, Ingzich's mother felt as though she had been doused with cold water. The guilt, self-reproach, and sense of wrongdoing she had tried so hard to ignore washed over her once more, bringing her immense anguish. She contemplated telling Ting why that she no longer wished to marry him, but when faced with him, the words caught in her throat, leaving her in a tumult of conflicting emotions. Even on their wedding day, she was unable to shake off her worries and find joy. Witnessing this, Ting grew increasingly convinced of Siege and Xang's words. sinking into his own despair. He viewed himself as a despicable person for ensuring that the one he loved could not be with her true love. In sum, misunderstandings marred their wedding day, leaving both of them unhappy. While they were discontented, Tian's mother's friend and Sage in Jiang Yan found delight in their turmoil. Hearing this, Tian's revised her plans. She resolved not only to help her parents resolve their misunderstandings, but also to organize a new wedding for them, ensuring they would have no regrets. Sensing her intentions, her classmates at the same table as Tian's, including Jiang, offered their assistance without hesitation. Tian's graciously accepted. She intended to surprise her parents with this wedding, so she needed to keep it a secret from her family, requiring the help of her classmates. As for Li Qiaox and Sage in Jiang Yan, she thought they could stay as far away as possible. Ch in Jiang Yan's disdain for Ty stemmed from his long-held belief that someone he deemed inferior had surpassed him. Similarly, Li Qiaox's jealousy of Ngw arose from a sense of competition. Prior to junior high, their families were of similar standing, and although she admired Ngw's beauty, she genuinely regarded her as a friend. However, shortly after graduating middle school, a poor decision led to her family's business suffering greatly. While they did not go bankrupt, their financial situation deteriorated significantly, leading to strict limitations on her spending. Initially, she did not mind, but as her allowance dwindled as Ngw continued to enjoy her privileges, a sense of imbalance began to fester within her. Over time, this imbalance morphed into an overwhelming jealousy that consumed her, transforming her into a puppet filled with envy towards Ngw. She yearned for Ngw to experience a downfall even greater than her own. Unfortunately, Loz's keen business acumen ensured that his enterprise thrived, leaving Li Qiaox's hopes dashed repeatedly and her twisted jealousy escalating. Thus, she began to spread rumors about Ngw, feigning accidental disclosures. Other classmates, recognizing her as Ngw's closest friend, assumed her careless remarks must be true, leading them to regard Ngw with suspicion. Consequently, Ngw endured over a year of cold bullying at school, with only Li Qiaox remaining by her side, deepening Ngw's trust in her, oblivious to the fact that Li Qiaox was the architect of her plight. Tian's was infuriated by this revelation. She wished she could teleport herself directly in front of Li Qiaox to confront her for spreading rumors and bullying her mother. While she too experienced moments of jealousy, such extreme envy was alarming. How could one guard against such treachery? Who would suspect that the very person they trusted the most would be the one to propagate malicious gossip? In such moments, those who stand beside one could truly be a source of salvation, only to discover that the so-called savior was, in fact, the one who pushed them into the abyss. How can one defend against such betrayal? Did Li Qiaox not feel the pangs of conscience for treating someone who trusted her so deeply in such a manner? If she possessed a conscience, she would not have acted in such a way. Everyone could not help but express their sympathy. Jealousy is an intrinsic human trait. As long as one possesses emotions, a twinge of jealousy is natural. However, when jealousy spirals out of control, it becomes perilous. Thus, how could Li Qiaox, consumed by envy, possibly be pleased to see Ngw achieve her desires? Even if Ngw found happiness with the one she loved, Li Qiaox would still seek to undermine her joy. In fact, to feel superior in her own marriage, she deliberately lowered her standards, choosing someone who adored her, thus ensuring her happiness contrasted starkly with the suffering of Ngw, which would bring her delight. Tian's recalled Li Qiaox's husband, Wnsh Shu, who was indeed a fine man, albeit with questionable taste. What could Wnsh Shu possibly see in Li Qiaox? Despite her current disdain for Li Qiaox, she still hoped she would not betray Wnsh Shu, for he truly was a good man. Both sides, recognizing their mutual dislike, felt sorrowful for having forced each other into marriage. This gift was destined to backfire. They all thought in unison. On the verge of tears, realized that even if her father believed her mother had feelings for someone else, he was still trying. That wretched Li Qiaox. What should I do? I want to confront her. Without confronting her, the frustration in my heart will never dissipate. Should I take her to a secluded place? Be cautious. Bai is watching you. Bai responded, while I understand your feelings, violence is unlawful and unwise. Perhaps we should consider alternative methods? Bai believed there was still a chance for redemption. Minor confrontations might not lead to significant consequences, but serious altercations could spiral into major issues. Given T.'s level of anger, it was certain that any confrontation would escalate dramatically. Then what do you suggest? Target her vulnerabilities. The happier and more harmonious your parents are, the more she will suffer. Psychological blows can be far more damaging than physical ones. There is merit to that idea. T.'s nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Bai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tang Ji is not obstinate. Chapter 133, Regret is Nonsense. Tang Yi sought information from Liu Xiaoxin, realizing that it was akin to a chicken offering New Year greetings to a weasel, a self-inflicted predicament. Liu Xiaoxin informed Tang that Zhong Mingwu had a fondness for carnations, when in truth, she adored champagne roses. Oblivious to this fact, Tang Yi jubilantly prepared a large bouquet of carnations to present to Zhong Mingwu on her birthday, surprised to receive flowers from her beloved. Even if they were not her preferred choice, Zhong Mingwu was filled with joy. However, with Liu Xiaoxin present, how could she remain elated for long? When the two were alone, Liu Xiaoxin displayed an expression of hesitation, piquing Zhong Mingwu's curiosity about her distress. Employing her usual tactics, she feigned reluctance, claiming she did not wish to say anything but could not bear to see her dear friend deceived. Naturally, Zhong Mingwu became even more inquisitive, prompting Liu Xiaoxin to reluctantly reveal that Tang Yi's former girlfriend was particularly fond of carnations. This revelation struck Zhong Mingwu like a blow, leaving her despondent at the birthday banquet. Observing this change, Tang Yi was perplexed. He recalled Zhong Mingwu was previously so joyous, yet now she seemed disheartened. Unable to fathom the cause, he refrained from questioning her directly and instead sought counsel from Chen Xingjian. Chen Xingjian, in his typical manner, informed Tang Yi that Zhong Mingwu was likely upset because she had not received a birthday gift from her childhood companion. He further explained that in previous years, her childhood friend would always present her with gifts, but perhaps due to her marriage, the friend chose to refrain to avoid any misunderstandings. Tang Yi's heart sank at this notion, filled with bitterness. Liu Xiaoxin and Chen Xingjian's frequent misguidance had led to misunderstandings between the two, resulting in their current predicament. Jiang Yan sighed, seemingly filled with regret over their situation. Others shared this sentiment, lamenting that without the interference of petty individuals, the couple would undoubtedly have found happiness. Their misunderstandings had persisted for over a decade, consuming half of their lives. Alas, why do these two not possess the ability to communicate? Why do they heed the prattle of others, instead of inquiring about each other's feelings? Had they simply asked one another, they could have avoided a decade of anguish. The mouth is meant for expression, not merely for decoration. The crowd exchanged glances, taken aback by Jiang Yan's unconventional approach. Reflecting on her words, they realized the truth in her statement. Why not engage in an open and honest dialogue regarding their marital matters instead of listening to the foolish musings of misguided friends? Initially feeling regretful, they now recognized that the couple had squandered over a decade. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Very well. It seems I am a compassionate individual who cannot bear to witness tragedy. Allow me to lend you a hand. I shall write a note for Tang. She is astute enough to discern what to do. With that, Jiang Yan produced a notepad and began to write. Moreover, I must warn her to be cautious of Liu Xiaoxin's daughter. Originally, Liu Xiaoxin's daughter was not inherently malicious, but her mother's incessant whispers led her astray. Driven by jealousy, she deliberately sought out a nefarious individual, disguising him as someone Tang Ji would admire, divulging all of Tang Ji's preferences to him. Consequently, Tang Ji genuinely fell for this scoundrel, eventually marrying him, leading to her tragic demise. Following Tang Ji's passing, her parents also fell apart, living out their days in solitude. Jiang Yan, reflecting on this, cast a disapproving look at Tang Ji. As for you, Tang Ji, I just praise your intelligence. Yet you exhibit none when it comes to your own life. A man who perfectly matches your preferences appears, who is also familiar with your likes, and you fail to exercise caution? How could you not be wary and instead fall into a trap? Tang Ji shrank back at these words. She could not fathom her future self's reasoning. It was astonishing that she had not recognized the oddity of this man's arrival and had subsequently developed a relationship with him. Surely, it was a case of being bewitched. It was no wonder her fate had turned tragic. Nevertheless, Her parents' future aligned closely with her suspicions. No matter, she would change such a future. Contemplating this, Twinge glanced at Jiang Yan, who was engrossed in writing, and offered a grateful smile. Without Jiang Yan, she would not have the opportunity to alter her fate, and she vowed to repay her kindness in the future. As for Yan, she scoffed, wishing him to go away. Despite her current disdain for Lu Qiaoxin, she could not extend that animosity to her mother, only to realize they were two of a kind. It was unfortunate for Uncle One to be burdened with such troublesome individuals. At that moment, a servant approached Lin Lu, whispering a few words in his ear. Lin Lu nodded and addressed the group. I have something to attend to. I will be stepping away for a moment. After speaking, he followed the servant out. The others, receiving his message, became animated. Was a grand spectacle about to unfold? Each awaited eagerly. Upon completing her note, Jiang Yan looked up to see the others' excited expressions. Leaving her puzzled, she surveyed the surroundings, noticing nothing unusual, which only deepened her confusion. What was amiss? Had they all lost their senses? Wait, where did Lin Lu go? Jiang Yan, scanning the area again and failing to spot Lin Lu, felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that Lin Lu had gone to confront his stepmother? Oh no, I forgot to inform Lin Lu that his stepmother is plotting against him. Jiang Yan quickly rose, excusing herself to the restroom as she hurried to find Lin Lu. Observing her departure, the others grew restless. Sitting idly was not an option when they could witness the action firsthand. They exchanged glances, an unspoken agreement passing among them, and after a brief game of rock, paper, scissors, 5 classmates took it upon themselves to pursue Lin Lu. When they caught up to Jiang Yan, they feigned confusion, asking, Jiang Yan, what are you doing here? Isn't the restroom in the opposite direction? Jiang Yan, maintaining her composure, replied, I heard some commotion and came to check it out. What about you? Oh, we were looking for Lin Lu regarding something. Jiang Yan, not suspecting anything amiss, nodded and quietly indicated the room. I just heard Lin Li's voice, so I stopped. He's inside. She mimicked a knocking gesture. I was thinking the same. Jiang Yan, focused on rescuing her classmates, overlooked the logical inconsistencies of their conversation. Thus, the 6 reached a consensus and gently opened the door a crack, allowing them to hear the unfolding events clearly. I called you over for no other reason than to express my gratitude. Zhang Wenwen, appearing fragile, slowly reddened her eyes. I thought you despised me and would not attend my wedding to your father, yet you still came, for which I am truly thankful. Ah, so your gratitude equates to slandering him? Jiang Yan's thoughts caught Lin Lu off guard, nearly betraying his composure. He glanced toward the door, spotting several heads peeking in, rendering him momentarily speechless. To avoid revealing his surprise, he quickly redirected his attention to Zhang Wenwen. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan discreetly raised her phone, activating the recording feature. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Zhang Wenwen lightly brushed her ear before suddenly tearing her beautiful wedding dress. Chapter 134, The Spectacle. Zhang Wenwen, while ripping her gown, emitted terrified cries and lunged toward Lin Lu, attempting to collapse onto the sofa to create a scene of being forced. Prepared for her actions, Lin Lu remained vigilant, swiftly jumping back like a startled rabbit, halting only when pressed against the wall, keeping a wary eye on her. Zhang Wenwen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. After touching her ear, she tossed an object under the sofa and promptly collapsed onto the floor, retreating in fright, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a pitiful image of someone who had been thoroughly bullied. Lin Lu observed her intently, noting her swift change in demeanor, and couldn't help but muse that the Golden Rooster Award should indeed be bestowed upon her. If she were to act, who could argue that the entertainment industry lacks talent? Suddenly, the door swung open with a forceful bang. Zhang Wenwen raised her head just in time for a tear to cascade down her cheek, falling dramatically. This woeful appearance unmistakably conveyed a sense of great injustice. The word husband was lodged in Zhang Wenwen's throat as she narrowed her eyes at the 6 individuals behind Lin Yang, nearly losing her composure. Where did these 6 little rascals come from? When did they arrive? Although a flicker of panic surged within her, her robust mental fortitude allowed her to maintain her composure. Calling out husband with a tone of feigned grievance and tugging at her tattered wedding dress, casting a fearful glance towards Lin Lu before hastily lowering her head, trembling. At this moment, anyone unaware of the situation could easily surmise what had transpired. A resounding slap echoed through the room. All eyes turned toward Lin Yang, who had struck Lin Lu without heeding any explanation, their brows furrowed. Chu Ju's gaze turned icy. His temperament resembled that of the Fu family, fiercely protective. "Uncle, isn't it rather inappropriate to strike someone without discerning right from wrong?" Jiang Yan interjected, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Lin Yang. Just as the gossip compendium describes, this fellow disregards Lin Li's explanations entirely. At the core is a lack of love. "Thankfully, I recorded a video. Soon enough, your face will be thoroughly slapped." Lin Yang, rather than acknowledging any fault, grew displeased by a girl's retort, coldly responding, "Is it even necessary to ask? The evidence is glaringly obvious. If you are blind, you should seek treatment sooner rather than later. Uncle, I presume you have some wealth. I could assist with your medical expenses." Jiang Yan smiled slightly at this, replying, "Thank you, uncle. However, I believe you might require a checkup yourself. For your issues extend beyond mere blindness. Certain areas seem to be rather problematic. I've heard that natural color palettes are in vogue lately. Perhaps you should consider acquiring a few items. They are quite appealing." Lin Yang frowned, though he did not comprehend the sarcasm in Jiang Yan's words. He coldly huffed, questioning her lineage, remarking on her lack of upbringing and advising Lin Lu against bringing just anyone into the fold. "Ah, but given that you are already a beast, it is no wonder you associate with such uncouth individuals." Lin Yang's frigid gaze fell upon Lin Lu, who felt an icy chill envelop him. Even though he was well aware that Lin Yang would not stand by him, a flicker of hope still resided within him. Yet, that slap shattered his last vestige of optimism. He couldn't help but recall his last encounter with Fu Lisan, whose considerate demeanor was something Lin Yang would never extend to him. "My friend is perfectly fine. There is no need for your unsolicited commentary." Lin Lu's expression remained impassive as he regarded Lin Yang, asserting that rather than lecturing his friend, he ought to educate his own woman not to resort to despicable tactics. "Husband, I didn't Zhang Wenwen interjected at an opportune moment, her voice quivering with a heart-wrenching sob. Though she wept, she did not neglect to clarify the situation. Each word was laced with slander, yet Lin Yang, being someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, found himself swayed by Zhang Wenwen's tears, which made her resemble his girlfriend even more, naturally inclining his sympathy towards her. He raised his hand to strike Lin Lu again, but was halted by Lin Li's intervention. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Li's resistance only fueled Lin Yang's fury. "You have the audacity to bully your father's woman and still think you have a right to resist? Engaging in such inhumane acts, you still possess the audacity to defy? Anyone else in your position would be too shamed to continue living. Those capable of such actions would not feel shame. Otherwise, they wouldn't engage in them," Jiang Yan murmured from the side. Lin Yang was momentarily silenced. "Do not interrupt when others are speaking. It is the most fundamental etiquette." "But I lack upbringing," Jiang Yan replied, blinking innocently at him. "How could you say such a thing about yourself?" Chu Ju entered the fray, disregarding the context and solely believing the one-sided narrative, labeling his own son as a beast, while he himself was an even greater beast, lacking in manners. "What you say holds a grain of truth," Jiang Yan concurred, nodding in agreement as she smiled at Lin Yang. "Apologies, uncle, but I am quite well-mannered. I would never refer to my son as something less than a beast, nor would I strike others indiscriminately. Uncle, it appears you may have not only physical issues, but also some cognitive ones. Perhaps a visit to a neurologist would be prudent." Ah, indeed. The remaining four acted as a comedic ensemble, subtly live-streaming the events for the entire class to witness. Lin Yang was on the verge of losing his composure. "Oh dear, Annie, you really shouldn't sit on the floor. It's cold. Please do rise." Jiang Yan smiled sweetly at Zhang Wenwen, reaching out to help her stand. Zhang Wenwen was baffled by Jiang Yan's intentions, but remained cautious, having discerned that these 6 individuals were aligned with Lin Lu. Realizing this, she felt a twinge of unease. After all, her initial script had not included such a scenario. She had envisioned others present, but none were meant to side with Lin Lu. The current situation was rather unfavorable for her. "Oh dear." Jiang Yan suddenly released her grip, feigning exaggerated surprise as she covered her mouth. Zhang Wenwen, who was relying on Jiang Yan's assistance to rise, nearly stumbled to the ground due to the abrupt release. Gritting her teeth internally, yet maintaining a pitiful facade, she queried Jiang Yan about her intentions, startled by her actions. As she spoke, she instinctively touched her abdomen. Lin Yang, already displeased with Jiang Yan, grew even more irked, roughly pushing her aside to check on Zhang Wenwen, concerned since she was pregnant. Observing her tattered wedding dress, Lin Yang quickly removed his jacket to drape it over her. "You are endangering the life of a pregnant woman with such behavior," Lin Yang exclaimed, Clearly, your friends are no better. My apologies, Jiang Yan obediently replied, leaving Lin Yang perplexed about her true intentions, sensing she might be plotting something. Jiang Wenwan, who was supposed to be understanding, displayed a facade of magnanimity, stating, I'm fine. I simply hope this classmate will be more mindful in the future, as not everyone is as accommodating as I am. I truly apologize. I was just taken aback by Andy's appearance, Jiang Yan replied, unwavering in her gaze. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. For a moment, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Jiang Wenwan, unsure of Jiang Yan's insinuations, wondered if it implied she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yes, you. I have not altered my appearance at all. Just then, she heard Jiang Yan say, It's that someone. Surely you know whom I mean? I have no idea who you are referring to. Jiang Wenwan maintained her delicate demeanor, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, you're unaware? Then certainly, Uncle Lin must know. I've heard that Annie Zhang resembles Uncle Lin's college sweetheart quite remarkably. I was told that Uncle Lin once severed ties with his family over that girl. Wow, Uncle Lin, you must have adored her dearly. Jiang Yan had already consulted the gossip compendium regarding Jiang Wenwan and was unaware of the existence of Lin Yang's college girlfriend, believing she had captivated a wealthy suitor. I also heard that your study safe is filled with photos of you and her. Alas, such devoted individuals like you are becoming increasingly rare. At this juncture, Jiang Yan appeared to recall something, dramatically covering her mouth and casting a nervous glance at Jiang Wenwan, whose expression had become increasingly difficult to maintain. I apologize, Aunt Zhang. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely remarked on the striking resemblance between you and that lady. No, not at all. You bear no similarity whatsoever. Uncle Lin must genuinely care for you. Please do not overthink it. Enough. Lin Yang's secret was unveiled, and he, consumed by shame and anger, raised his hand in a violent gesture. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to confront him when Jiang Yu from the Atmosphere Group stepped forward to grasp Lin Yang's hand. Uncle, my sister is simply straightforward. You surely wouldn't hold it against a child, would you? Faced with a barrage of rebuttals, Lin Yang discarded his pretense, gripping Jiang Wenwan's hand tightly, and coldly remarked, Understand your own identity. Do you think I am unaware of why you are with me? Everyone has their own motives. If you wish to attain what you desire, you would do well to behave and listen. Jiang Wenwan was taken aback, embarrassed in front of so many, her face flushed crimson. Yet she recognized the truth in Lin Yang's words and chose to retreat. She gently caressed her abdomen, suppressing the malice in her gaze. This child was her only support. No need for your concern. My living expenses will be provided by my father, Lin Lu replied coldly. Lin Yang momentarily failed to grasp the implication of Lin Li's words. Lin Lu had no intention of elaborating, simply stating, My father will soon discuss my guardianship with you. I hope Mr. Lin can cooperate at that time. Also, my friend was right. You should consider getting a medical checkup. As Lin Lu uttered this last remark, he cast a glance towards Lin Yang's lower body. By the way, I sent you a video. Do take a good look at it. Although he believed Lin Yang would likely downplay it out of affection for Jiang Wenwan, it was of no consequence. He merely sought to prove his innocence. Let us depart. Lin Lu addressed Jiang Yan and the others. They nodded and followed suit. How did Lin Lu know he is not his father's biological son? Jiang Yan pondered in confusion. Upon hearing this, everyone became tense. Lin Lu regretted having spoken so openly before Jiang Yan, but his anger had propelled him to say it. Most importantly, he had never discussed guardianship with Fu Lisen. A supplementary ticket should suffice, right? Although he had initially declined, Fu Lisen still provided for him. I understand. It must have been during Chu Ju's birthday when his parents noticed something amiss and conducted a paternity test. Lin Lu fervently nodded within his mind. Indeed, that was correct. You truly grasped the situation. No one understands better than you. The others exhaled in relief. Jiang Yan was considering their well-being. She would find a reasonable explanation, and they need not be on edge every single time. Exactly. Why choose Lin Yang, a fool, over a handsome, wealthy, and caring father? Surely, something is amiss. Thankfully, you do not share that flaw. L'un smiled résignedly. Although the scene was quite chaotic, they had finished their meal and had no intention of leaving. After all, they had given gifts, so they were obliged to enjoy a feast before departing. When the wedding commenced, neither Jiang Wenwan nor Lin Yang wore a smile. Even as they tried to force one under the officiant's guidance, it remained utterly unappealing. This only fueled the curiosity of the uninformed guests, who eagerly inquired among themselves. Classmates aware of the truth casually hinted at bits of reality, such as the notion of a stand-in, while remaining silent regarding Lin Lu. After indulging in food and drink, the classmates of Class 12 departed the hotel in a grand procession. Lin Yang, who should have stayed with Jiang Yan, pursued Lin Lu, blocking his path, his gaze fixed intently upon him. What did your earlier words mean? Lin Lu replied with an unchanged expression, the literal meaning. Is this how you speak to your father? Lin Yang expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Li's demeanor. Lin Lu could not help but chuckle. Before you utter that, perhaps you ought to reflect on your own attitude? Mr. Lin, rather than wasting time here, it would be prudent to undergo a comprehensive medical examination. Once you do, all your uncertainties will be resolved without the need to consult others. Lin Lu paused momentarily before adding, I only hope that at that time, Mr. Lin can exhibit the same level of tolerance towards your woman as you do today. With that, Lin Lu turned away, refusing to cast Lin Yang another glance. Some individuals, despite misjudging others, remain ignorant of the need for an apology. It is truly a sign of poor upbringing. Jiang Yan sarcastically remarked as she passed by Lin Yang. Upon learning that Lin Lu had recorded the video, Jiang Yan refrained from sending it to Lin Yang, instead feeling that Lin Lu had shown commendable growth after suffering so much from Jiang Yan. Some people are simply like that. Chu Ju added to Jiang Yan's words. That is why they meet their comeuppance, is it not? That makes sense, the other classmates chimed in unison. I heard that the spring collection has launched. Should we take a look? But it's winter now. Isn't it too early? What does that matter? For some, every day feels like spring, does it not? Indeed, spring is a time of renewal and vitality. It feels refreshing. Listening to their chatter and recalling Jiang Yan's earlier remarks about nature-themed clothing, even Lin Yang, however dull he might be, grasped their underlying insinuation, and his face turned pale. Witnessing this, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere had subtly shifted towards a more harmonious tone. Chapter 135. The malicious female supporting character the following day. The classmates of Class 12 attended lessons as listlessly as ever. However, Bai Lu appeared particularly spirited. This was hardly surprising, as apart from her time in Class 12, she had to feign an air of deep sorrow and melancholy elsewhere to avoid raising suspicions with Zhou Ru. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say it was all an act. After all, in recent days, Zhou Ru, perhaps believing the Shuoyang group was firmly within his grasp, had ceased to maintain his facade, engaging in numerous actions that caused distress for both her and her mother. Although she had learned of these matters from Jiang Yan's heartfelt confessions, the reality of their occurrence still caused her heart to ache. After more than a decade of affection, how could one simply dismiss it? Only someone as heartless as Zhou Ru would be indifferent to the years of relationship he shared with her and her mother. As Bai Lu pondered these troubling thoughts, she could not help but let out a sigh. Noticing her phone vibrating vigorously, she glanced at it to find Jiang was speaking in the group chat. I am in tears. He informed me that he has investigated Yuan Jia and found that this scoundrel indeed harbors ulterior motives towards me. He even uncovered the scheme involving Yuan Jia and Yuan Siyu attempting to lure me to the hot spring resort. So I must comply when Yuan Siyu approaches me. Can you believe this? Is this truly my father? He wants me to agree to Yuan Siyu's plan, to serve as bait. Is he trying to exacerbate my psychological trauma? Had he not been my father, I would have berated him mercilessly. Kulme. Let's collectively book rooms. Hurry and sign up with me. Me. Reserve a room right next to the class monitors. I want to watch the spectacle up close. Let us book all the rooms surrounding the class monitors. The entire class shall go to the hot spring resort. I've never been there in my life. How exciting. Do any of you possess empathy? Jiang Zhuo rolled his eyes at his classmates, who were only interested in spectating. Once ensnared, innocence is lost. Class monitor, you are so clever and capable. You will surely be well prepared. We need not overly concern ourselves. I have faith in you. Indeed, class monitor, you can do it. By the way, that pervert wouldn't T by all the rooms surrounding the class monitors. Would he? Otherwise, if something were to happen, wouldn't T the neighboring rooms here at all? No need to worry. The hot spring resort Jiangzhua is being invited to has excellent soundproofing. The pervert must have considered this, which is why he chose that particular resort. I see. I've learned something new. Observing everyone animatedly discussing what to bring that day, Bai Lu sighed once more. This time, she could not participate in the endeavor. Why don't you go instead? Bai Lu's good friends, He Yingying and Hao Xingxing, could hardly bear to see her sighing in despair. However, before Bai Lu could finish her sentence, Hao Xingxing interjected, you can simply say you're going to unwind. Given the recent troubles at your home, it is quite reasonable to seek some solace. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, she needed to step out and refresh her mind. Spending all day indoors was suffocating amidst that dreadful atmosphere. Do not forget to mention this matter in the group chat. Jiang Zhuo organized his thoughts and brought up the idea of visiting the hot spring resort in the group chat. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan immediately recalled the incident at the hot spring resort and chimed in, expressing her desire to go as well. She swiftly began writing a note, intending to discreetly pass it to Jiang Zhuo after class. Once she finished the note, Jiang Yan opened the gossip compendium, scrolling through random snippets to earn some coins. The moment Jiang Yan's thoughts were audible, her classmates, who had been engaged in other activities, paused to lend an ear. They were curious about what had provoked her inexplicable laughter. Do you know why vampires do not eat spicy food? Why? Someone quickly responded. The anticipation in the room was palpable. Almost simultaneously, that person and Jiang Yan answered, because vampires prefer to eat. Because they enjoy eating. The classmates who had low thresholds for humor chuckled at the absurdity. Jiang Yan shot a bemused glance at Zhou Qingya, who had burst into laughter. While you're here giggling, your fiancé is busy kissing Transfer Student No.1 against the wall. You might as well be living in a fantasy land. Zhou Qingya's smile faltered, while the other students began to grin. Was this rumor reliable? Jiang Yan's production was guaranteed to be of high quality. But I am left wondering where they are. Do I wish to catch them in the act? Meh. I'm raising my hand. By the way, who is Transfer Student No.1? I know. She's a remarkably talented girl, with a dancing aptitude that is off the charts. Our school's dance instructor adores her. Ling Shichu, who sat next to Liu Ke, clarified. He was also enrolled in a special dance course, and after Transfer Student No.1 arrived at Twinge Academy, they ended up in the same class. However, he was merely moderately gifted, while Transfer Student No.1 was undoubtedly a prodigy. On her first day, a performance of classical dance had captivated the entire class. If she were to become Zhou Qingya's rival, it seemed likely that Zhou Qingya might face defeat. Her name is Su Nu, and it seemed she transferred to the same class as Zhou Qingya's fiancé, Jiang Yi. Upon realizing this, everyone thought to themselves, isn't this a case of proximity leading to favor? Let me see what future awaits my foolish deskmate. If her fiancé is kissing someone else, it seems she might be out of luck. As Jiang Yan spoke, she searched for Zhou Qingya's name. Did Jiang Yi truly harbor any ambiguous feelings for that transfer student? If so, what did he think of himself? TSK. Qingya seems to have taken on the role of the malicious female antagonist from a campus romance novel. Zhou Qingya looked perplexed. Jiang Yan glanced over. Zhou Qingya forced a smile and waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. Qingya, my dear, it is quite difficult to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Why must you fixate on just one blade of grass? There is an expansive forest out there. You possess beauty and wealth. In the future, you could have a plethora of handsome, charming male models at your beck and call. Isn't that better than Jiang Yi? How could those male models possibly compare to Jiang Yi? Indeed, there are many two-legged men, yet there is only one Jiang Yi. Zhou Qingya pondered. Qingya, Jiang Yi has a misogynistic tendency. Only when he is with Transfer Student No.1, Sun Yun, does he not feel disgusted. It is only with her that he can truly engage. Even if you two were to marry in the future, he may still not be able to perform. Cough. The classroom was filled with a chorus of coughs, and many faces turned crimson. Jiang Yan glanced at her classmates, but chose not to comment. After all, they had grown accustomed to such discussions. Indeed, habit could be a formidable force, Jiang Yan mused. The others thought, well, at least Jiang Yan would not claim they were possessed anymore. Habits can be quite beneficial. With that in mind, their fingers did not cease their movements. Wait, is this really what we can hear? No way. Does Jiang Yi have such a hidden ailment? This only means, Zhou Qingya, you think too much. A lack of performance can last a lifetime. He cannot provide you with happiness. Cut your losses, sister. As everyone frantically debated in the group chat, they stole glances at Zhou Qingya. Zhou Qingya was completely stunned. Jiang Yi actually had such a hidden ailment? Her cheeks flushed, but the moment she considered that Jiang Yi could only be with Sun Yun, her face cooled, and her heart sank. She felt as though she had fundamentally lost. Zhou Qingya felt the urge to cry. Had her years of affection come to such an abrupt end? Jiang Yi will be entangled with Sun Yun forever, resembling a sweet campus romance where he kisses her and professes his love, while you become the malicious female antagonist standing in their way. Eventually, your family falls into ruin. Your college entrance exam fails, and you live in perpetual poverty, only to succumb to cancer and die young due to emotional distress. Upon hearing this news, your childhood sweetheart fiancé coldly remarks to Su Niyun, "Why do you pity her? Have you forgotten how she bullied you? She deserves her fate." Zhou Qingyao was left speechless. The phrase "she deserves her fate" echoed relentlessly in her mind. Tears quickly brimmed in her eyes, spilling over. Even if Jiang Yi did not have feelings for her, they had grown up together, supporting each other for a decade. He need not have uttered such callous words as "she deserves to die." What heinous crime had she committed to earn his disdain? Damn it! Someone cursed, accompanied by the sound of a desk being kicked. Jiang Yan's attention shifted from the gossip compendium as she turned to see a classmate hurriedly exclaiming, "Someone tried to evade paying the fare. What a jerk." Oh, it turned out they were playing a game. Jiang Yan understood. Those who leave mid-game are indeed despicable. While Jiang Yi's words may be harsh, I cannot be biased as your friend in this matter. You have indeed committed numerous foolish acts, earning your title as the malicious female antagonist. Zhou Qingyao was filled with confusion. Previously, Jiang Yan had suggested she was playing the role of a malicious female antagonist, and now she claimed it was well-deserved. Had she truly committed some atrocious act? The classmates who had previously defended Zhou Qingyao were now taken aback. Had she truly done something so dreadful that Jiang Yi despised her to such an extent? Had they spoken too soon in her defense? However, it is indeed strange. Qingyao is clearly a good person and does not seem like someone who would engage in malicious deeds. Why does she act foolishly whenever it comes to Jiang Yi? Jiang Yan scrutinized Zhou Qingyao's beautiful face, struggling to comprehend how the Zhou Qingyao of the gossip compendium could differ so drastically from the present Zhou Qingyao. Could it be that Jiang Yi was somehow bewitching, causing Qingyao to behave so irrationally? Zhou Qingyao thought to herself, am I irrational? Following the title of love-struck fool, she had now acquired a new label. She was curious about what foolish things Zhou Qingyao had done. You must realize, Su Niyun is a girl with exceptional dancing talent, and yet you foolishly challenged her to a dance-off during a school performance. Was that not an invitation for humiliation? Moreover, it seemed as though you were cursed, rushing to ruin Su Niyun's costume, thereby creating an opportunity for Jiang Yi to play the hero. Jiang Yi directly showcased a splendid performance outfit, allowing Su Niyun to shine as the most resplendent swan in the literary gala. Meanwhile, you fell on stage, transforming into an ugly duckling and becoming a subject of ridicule. Most crucially, your misdeeds were witnessed and recorded, subsequently shared on the campus forum, severely tarnishing your reputation. Not to mention, you had bullied the girl Jiang Yi admired, which could only deepen his disdain for you. Zhou Qingyao felt utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Was Jiang Yan truly speaking of her? How could she possibly engage in such behavior? Her concern for this matter surpassed her embarrassment from the literary performance. Some classmates who were on friendly terms with Zhou Qingyao wore expressions of confusion. Had Jiang Yan not explicitly mentioned her name, they would have had to ponder who could commit such a despicable act. Although Zhou Qingyao was somewhat infatuated, she was not a bad person. In fact, she was a bit naive and incapable of such deeds. How had she morphed into such a vile and foolish individual in the future depicted by the Gossip Almanac? Could she have truly fallen under a spell, despite having merely a nodding acquaintance with Zhou Qingyao prior to this? My instincts told me she was not capable of such wickedness. Other classmates nodded in agreement. Moreover, you even intentionally placed a thumbtack in Su Niyun's dance shoes. Had she not been fond of shaking her shoes beforehand, she could have seriously injured her feet. For a dancer, legs are of utmost importance. This is truly malicious. I would never do such a thing. Zhou Qingyao cried. Thank you, Ran. This matter is too bizarre. I also believe you're not that kind of person. Could it be you were truly bewitched into acting this way? Although before Jiang Yan's arrival, they had been playing with their small groups and were not particularly familiar with classmates outside, they at least understood each other's characters. Consequently, they trusted Zhou Qingyao. Knowing her true nature, perhaps, as Jiang Yan suggested, she acted irrationally whenever she encountered Jiang Yi, and it might be best for her to distance herself from him. A classmate proposed this idea, and Jiang Yan would undoubtedly have wholeheartedly agreed if she had heard it. Zhou Qingyao became disoriented whenever she was near Jiang Yi. Hence, she must stay away from him. Perhaps letting go of Jiang Yi was the right choice. Zhou Qingyao pinched her palm, trying to suppress her tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. They had known each other since she was 6, and she had cherished her feelings for Jiang Yi for many years. Letting go would be immensely challenging. His words, You deserve it if you die, had left an indelible mark on her heart. Qingya, what is wrong? Jiang Yan turned her head, noticing Zhou Qingya's tear-streaked face, which bore signs of profound sorrow. Has someone bullied you? Zhou Qingya shook her head. I was merely reminded of some upsetting matters. Really? Jiang Yan remained unconvinced. Truly. Jiang Yan scrutinized her for a while before nodding. Very well. Should you require my shoulder or embrace, they're always available to you. Please do not cry. What sorrow cannot be overcome? Your face is all smeared from tears. Jiang Yan gently retrieved a tissue, tenderly wiping away Zhou Qingya's tears. Being so close to Jiang Yan's beauty, witnessing the concern in her eyes, Zhou Qingya's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. I can manage this myself, she stammered, snatching the tissue from Jiang Yan's hand and wiping her face haphazardly. Thankfully, she had not applied makeup today. Otherwise, her face would have been a mess after such a vigorous wipe. Why is Zhou Qingya blushing? Jiang Yan teased. Meow sang, I smell the lilies of my hometown blooming. Chapter 136. Cardcaptor Qingya. In this matter, Jiang Yi is not entirely blameless. While he and Qingya were still engaged, he was flirting with another girl, displaying irresponsibility towards both Qingya and Su Nuyan. They all emphatically agreed. Indeed, we hope Zhou Qingya can see things more clearly. As Jiang Yan said, there are plenty of men in the world. Not just men, there are many women as well. True. Just as Zhou Qingya managed to regain her composure and glanced at her phone, she thought, what do you mean there are many women? She was merely startled by Jiang Yan's beauty from up close. It did not imply any romantic feelings towards women. And as for the blooming lilies, they were not blooming at all. Regardless, we should keep an eye on Qingya in the future, so she does not act as if possessed and commit misdeeds. Jiang Yan noted this incident in her memo. Everyone in the small group expressed their intention to remain vigilant, ensuring Zhou Qingya would not turn into the vile character depicted in the gossip almanac. Our endeavor to assist Zhou Qingya could be dubbed the operation to rescue the malicious female supporting role. Haha, sounds reasonable. We shall call it that. Even if the King of Heaven arrives, we will not allow you to become the wicked female antagonist. Zhou Qingya found this simultaneously amusing and disheartening. Yet she felt touched by everyone's concern for her. Additionally, her family's bankruptcy was a matter that required attention, as it involved the hard work of several generations. When Qingya was young, she was astonished to see a cat transform into an adorable cat girl, prompting her to purchase a magic wand and daily attempt to cast spells on her cat to make it transform. After a month of failed attempts, she ran to her parents in tears, claiming she had bought a counterfeit wand, as her cat could not transform. How adorable was little Qingya! Even if she had 1,000 magic wands, her cat would never become an adorable cat girl. If it could really transform, it would be as if at first people thought this was merely a gimmick video of a cat turning into a cat girl until it felt familiar. I would say Jiang Yan must have read her fair share of novels. In Zhou Qingya's case, it should be. The food background is that I was reborn at the moment Jiang Yi held Su Nuyan's waist and kissed her. In this life, I no longer want Jiang Yi. Just as I was about to abandon Jiang Yi and stride toward a beautiful future, he found me, clutching my sleeve and pleading with tears to see him one more time. Darling, who is he? My new love embraced my slender waist, glaring at Jiang Yi with hostility. He is not anyone important. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Yi was utterly shocked, heartbroken, and cried out in despair. No, Iya, you're lying, right? You once said you would love only me. I remained unmoved, viewing him as a stranger. You said that was in the past. The former Zhou Qingya is no more. Now it is Nugula Qingya. I turned my back on Jiang Yi without mercy, my new love at my side, as the rain poured down in torrents. That day, the rain fell as heavily as when yipping was thrown out for money. The urge to write quickly was overwhelming. Insomnia set in. In the restroom, my legs went numb from squatting, and just as I was about to leave, the person next door, crying, said, "Don't go. Let me finish listening. I am a local dog. I love to watch." Passing by, I spat, pure malice. Goodness, you all understand the comments. The person involved, Zhou Qingya, at that moment had countless words to express her grievances, but could only gaze tearfully at her phone, secretly thinking of the audience watching her plight, wishing they would return her feelings of sorrow. Little Qingya wanted to share her favorite cake with Jiang Yi, braving the rain to rush to his house. Unfortunately, the road was too slippery, and she fell, chipping a tooth and getting herself all dirty, yet she managed to protect the cake, ensuring it remained unblemished. She successfully shared her favorite treat with Jiang Yan, but regrettably, he had a dislike for women and did not take a single bite, discarding it in the trash. Zhou Qingyao's heart ached, so he never ate it. No wonder when she later asked him how the cake tasted, he was vague. This was why. Did he never try any of the things she frequently shared with him? Did he find her incessantly sharing her favorite things annoying? Realizing this, Zhou Qingyao's tears fell uncontrollably once more. She no longer wished to cause Jiang Yan any concern, so she deliberately leaned on the table, turning her back to him and pretending to play on her phone. Jiang Yan glanced at her, unaware of anything amiss, and continued to read. Chinya was particularly fond of cardcaptor Sakura, so she purchased a complete outfit resembling Sakura's, along with a matching magic wand and the same Kuro cards. When the Sunshine Flower House was empty, she would sneak in to cast spells, just as she was getting into the rhythm of her incantations. Her mother arrived with a group of affluent ladies for a tour of the Sunshine Flower House. Chinya had just recited, "Key that conceals the dark power. Show your true strength before me. Now, in the name of your master, Chinya, I command you to lift the seal," and elegantly tapped her magic wand on the Kuro card, only to turn around and find a row of people at the entrance. Indeed, it was quite graceful. Zhou Qingya thought to herself, well, all sadness has dissipated at this moment. She desperately wished to crawl under the table. Could someone not spare this heartbroken soul? Even now, she could still feel the acute embarrassment of wanting to flee the Earth from Mars. Even if she had merely been seen in Sakura's outfit, it would have been far preferable to being caught reciting her lines. No one understood this feeling better than Xueji. He had ample experience, often portraying female characters, so everyone could relate to that discomfort of being seen or recognized. Once, while trying on a sexy skirt at home, his father unexpectedly walked in. They exchanged stunned glances, and his father, momentarily taken aback, muttered apologies and left, closing the door behind him. After that incident, his mother sought him out for a chat, trying to alleviate his embarrassment. His father had completely misunderstood, thinking he had a peculiar hobby, prompting his mother to intervene and assure him not to feel burdened. He had to exert considerable effort to clarify the situation to his parents. Conversely, Li Kunan had not encountered such predicaments, as his parents were also into gaming. His only source of embarrassment was running into classmates at conventions. However, he had yet to meet any classmates from his class. This incident with Chinya reminded him of classmate Tangji. Tangji never anticipated that she would appear in Jiang Yan's thoughts, especially not during such an awkward moment, and immediately felt anxious. She was also filled with confusion. Although she was an anime enthusiast, she had never played the game. Why would Zhou Qingya think of her? Tangji had an immense fondness for the character Jing Yuan from Honkai Impact, and it's been a fortune customizing a life-size figure of him. Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is the power of the wealthy." Tangji froze, knowing exactly what Jiang Yan was about to say. Meanwhile, the other classmates regarded her with peculiar and subtle glances. Tangji felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes. "I absolutely did not engage in any strange activities with a life-sized figure of Jing Yuan. I am a respectable person." Her multiple exclamation marks clearly conveyed her agitated state. "Well, we didn't say anything," they replied. "Your hasty defense only makes it seem like you have something to hide. As the saying goes, explanations are mere veils." "How infuriating. Your looks speak volumes," she retorted. "Is this the prowess of a Jing Yuan fan? I am humbled. By the way, is your Jing Yuan the 6100 version? Great one. May I add you as a friend?" On the day the life-size figure of Jing Yuan arrived, Tangji had it delivered to her dedicated room for character merchandise. Yes, her home featured a special room for her beloved characters, with each character having their own expansive space. Truly the mark of a wealthy individual. Were it not for the need to store merchandise in other houses to see them regularly, she would have purchased a separate room for each character to display their respective items. Upon hearing this, her classmates were left in awe of Tangji's lavish lifestyle. Particularly, those from more modest backgrounds were astonished, knowing they shared a classroom with a group of affluent peers, but never imagining the extent of her wealth. Some classmates felt envious of Tangji, not merely because she could buy character merchandise at will, but because her parents supported her interests. Unlike them, whose parents would scold them for even purchasing posters or stickers, some would go so far as to tear down the posters they had placed on their walls. After arranging the figure of Jing Yuan, Tangji gazed at the imposing figure of the general, feeling a rush of excitement that bordered on madness. At that moment, a maid knocked at the door, and since it was not locked, it swung open at the slightest touch. The maid, upon witnessing Tang Ji's frantic and twisted movements, fled in terror, exclaiming, "Oh no, the young lady is possessed by a demon." Behind her, Tang Ji reached out desperately, calling, "Wait, I'm not what you think. Don't say such things." Subsequently, her mother instructed the household staff not to disturb Tang Ji while she was in her character merchandise room. However, Tang Ji felt that this rule was more detrimental than beneficial. It made her seem as though she engaged in unsavory conduct in her merchandise room. That incident was merely an exception due to her overwhelming excitement. Tang Ji, may I ask you a question?" Tang Ji waved her hand dismissively. "Ask away." At this moment, she remained oblivious to the impending inquiry. Is a life-sized figure of the general complete? Some seasoned classmates understood the underlying implications of this question and struggled to suppress their laughter. Does a life-size figure of the general have that part? Tang Ji's face instantly flushed red. The other innocent classmates exchanged bewildered glances, soon filled with boundless curiosity. Yes, does the customized life-size figure have that feature? Everyone turned to Tang Ji, hoping she would provide an answer. Yet her silence spoke volumes. "Can I take a look?" Another classmate quickly added, "I mean a proper look. I'm just curious about how the life-size Jiang Yan looks, not about anything else. I'm curious about which other characters you support. Do you have life-size figures of them?" "No, only Jiang Yan. Feel free to come to my house. There's nothing I need to hide. Today is perfectly fine." At this moment, it felt as if they were young lovers, blissfully enamored. Tang Ji sensed she was becoming an enormous third wheel. Just last night, she overheard the two planning a date, and she anticipated being alone at home while her classmates visited, confident they wouldn't disturb the couple. Everyone was eager to see the life-size Jiang Yan, so they decided to visit Tang Ji's home. Naturally, Jiang Yan was included in this gathering, and Tang Ji announced in their group chat that her customized life-size figure Jiang Yan had recently arrived and invited everyone to come and see it. After all, that was the primary reason for their visit, and her invitation was entirely reasonable. Jiang Yan, too, was intrigued and would not miss such a lively occasion. Thus, as soon as school was over, everyone boarded the bus that Tang Ji had arranged her home. Knowing her classmates were coming, Tang Ji had informed the butler in advance. Therefore, when they arrived, drinks, snacks, and fruits were all prepared. They had even arranged dinner ahead of time. Considering the large number of people present, the steward, after consulting with Twinge, arranged for a barbecue party. Everyone's attention was focused on the surrounding rooms of Twinge, leaving them oblivious to the details. Like children in a kindergarten, they lined up under Twinge's guidance to tour her adjacent rooms. When they reached the room adjacent to Jiang Yan, they took pictures with the figurines of Jiang Yan and others, while some merely stood by, curiously observing. After the photo sessions and tours concluded, they moved to the garden to commence the barbecue party. Twinge noted she must inform someone about the servant who had been bribed by Ling Shichu, as she was relaying family matters to her daily. As the group engaged in grilling meat, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Another piece of gossip had emerged. Chapter 137, The Abyss. Twinge followed Jiang Yan's gaze, memorizing the appearance of that servant. She had anticipated the presence of Ling Shichu's informant within her household. Given Ling Shichu's keen interest in her mother, it was impossible for her to merely wait for information to be shared. She must have sought other channels to stay informed about her family's affairs. This channel was inevitably linked to someone working in their household. Fortunately, during a candid discussion with her parents yesterday, she had dismissed everyone else. Ling Shichu was likely still bewildered as to why her parents' relationship had suddenly improved. Let her ponder and fret over it. Neither she nor Jiang Yan would deceive her parents again. The only aspect of this situation that displeased her was her parents' inherent kindness, choosing not to pursue their wrongdoings, but rather severing ties completely. Such leniency was truly unfair to this group of nefarious individuals. Was it possible that their family's Uncle Jiang also had issues? He had been their loyal steward for decades. The steward had directly punished his son and sent him away. Twinge felt relieved upon hearing this, though she worried about Uncle Jiang's emotional state. After all, having such a disappointing son would sadden any caring individual. Should she give Uncle Jiang some time off to ease his mind? As Twinge contemplated, others in the group were also discussing. It was no wonder that the nation sought to prohibit gambling, drugs, and vice together. This steward had likely been with the Twinge family for many years, accumulating significant wealth, far more than an average salaried household, only to have it squandered by a spendthrift child. Each of these vices must be avoided at all costs. Indeed, it was said that in less stringent times, some individuals, blinded by gambling, had sold their wives and children, while others, driven to despair, resorted to robbery and murder, committing heinous acts. Each regulation has its rationale, much like the rules governing the subway. Twinge felt an unsettling sensation, akin to swallowing a fly. Was she truly a magnet for scoundrels? Now, after the fellow drawn to Wnin, another ordinary man in his 30s was fixated on her, casting a shadow over her views on romance. Indeed, the world of two-dimensional characters seemed far more appealing. Twinge lit up her phone screen, admiring a handsome image of Jiang Yan, which finally calmed her racing heart. However, Twinge's future did not record this incident, likely indicating it never transpired for some reason. Thus, she felt reassured. Jiang Yan suppressed the urge to disclose this matter to Twinge, curious about why the man had not acted. Given his personality, he should have taken action, unless the steward had discovered something that prompted a timely intervention. Jiang Yan's inquisitive gaze fell upon the steward. Twinge exhaled in relief, glad she would not have to bear such psychological burdens. Regardless of the man's reasons for inaction, as long as he did not disrupt her life, she would be content. Suddenly, Jiang Yan exclaimed dramatically, drawing everyone's curiosity toward her line of sight, which landed on a dark-skinned young maid with decent features. Was there perhaps some explosive gossip? The crowd grew excited, speculating about connections akin to those surrounding Sage Ju's family, where a maid had designs on his father and a male servant had intentions toward his mother. Twinge also felt a surge of tension. Following the previous incident with a maid from Ch Ju's household, she had conducted her own inquiries within her family. Although she had not identified the traitorous individual, she was certain that none of those in her household harbored inappropriate intentions toward her parents. Yet, with one exception that had not been investigated, Twinge felt uncertain. Moreover, Jiang Yan noted that the young maid was a new hire, and her background was largely unknown. This young lady is the runaway wife of the CEO, Jiang Yan remarked. Twinge, momentarily stunned, stammered, Who was this runaway wife? Not only was Twinge taken aback, but others were also momentarily speechless at Jiang Yan's statement. The term runaway wife. Was it indeed what she thought? The group gazed at the young maid with renewed astonishment, oblivious to her identity being revealed. The maid appeared lost in her thoughts. Had she darkened her complexion to avoid being recognized? More likely, she feared being pursued. Everyone was curious about her true appearance. Even with her darkened skin and questionable makeup, her features suggested she was not unattractive. Whose wife could she be? There were countless CEOs in their country, and many relatives among their classmates bore the title of CEO. It was first necessary to rule out those from their class. The young maid had run away from home after her husband smiled at another woman, choosing to relocate to another province to avoid being quickly found. She had even taken a position as a maid in the Twinge household, disguising herself out of fear that her beauty would attract unwanted attention. Many of the wealthy second-generation students in Class 12 felt relieved. They had feared she might be a mistress of one of their relatives, but it turned out she was from another province. They wondered if her husband would be able to find her, considering the vastness of their country. However, leaving home simply because her husband smiled at another woman seemed rather impulsive. Perhaps he had merely been polite to a business partner. Was this not a bit excessive? Without knowing the full circumstances, they refrained from judgment. Surely, her husband must have doted on her, allowing such capriciousness. Otherwise, would she act so recklessly with someone who was indifferent? Is this woman a lunatic? Jiang Yan's focus shifted once more. The others followed suit. Twinge glanced over. It was a cleaning maid from their household. Curious about why she was deemed a lunatic, Twinge listened intently. This woman pretends to be friendly to the family's employers, but often disparages them behind their backs, claiming that with such vast wealth, they only have one maid, and soon it will all belong to others. She even hopes her son, who has been divorced twice due to domestic violence, might try to court Twinge, believing that then the Twinge family would belong to them. How naive! Jiang Yan's disdain was palpable. Twinge could only look up to the heavens in exasperation. It seemed she had indeed become a beacon for scoundrels, attracting all manner of undesirables. Who remembered that she was still a 17-year-old minor? With everyone fixated on her, one would think they had some shame. The other classmates were at a loss for words, merely advising Twinge to remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared by any inexplicable individuals. I will, she assured them. Once she mastered self-defense techniques, Should anyone attempt to play the hero in front of her, she would swiftly dispatch them with a few moves, leaving those with ulterior motives dumbfounded. Just imagining it felt exhilarating. With this thought, Jiang resolved to pursue self-defense training. As for her instructor, she looked toward Jiang Lian. Isn't this readily available? It not only allows for cultivating a good relationship with Jiang Yan, but also offers an opportunity to learn the self-defense techniques that Twinge has acquired from the system. Resolute in her decision, Twinge resolved to find a moment to speak with Jiang Yan later. The expression of disgust evident on Jiang Yan's face was unmistakable. Everyone turned to the male servant who occupied Jiang Yan's thoughts, speculating about the abhorrent actions he might have committed. Meanwhile, Twinge silently prayed that it was not something vile related to her or her family. It was revealed that he had gambled and accrued debts he could not repay, resorting to the unconscionable act of secretly taking his underage daughter to a hotel where his creditors awaited. He left his daughter alone with the creditor in the hotel room before absconding. How could a person stoop so low? That girl must have endured a lifetime of misfortune being his daughter. Fortunately, she was discovered by others before any harm befell her. Although the creditor was apprehended, he remained at large due to the lack of evidence linking him to the crime. Such a heartless individual. Why do such people not meet with a meteorite on their way out? Twinge felt her composure fraying. Was her home a den of monsters? Why was it filled with such grotesque beings? It was imperative to investigate the situation of the household staff thoroughly to prevent any repercussions for her family. One of the servants frequently took advantage of Twinge's absence, masquerading as a cleaner to don her clothes and post pictures online, crafting an image of a wealthy heiress, amassing tens of thousands of followers in the process. Twinge was genuinely horrified. While she had no issues with friends or family borrowing her clothes, the thought of a stranger doing so was utterly unacceptable to her. A thorough investigation was non-negotiable. Fuming, she was approached by someone. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Twinge embraced the elderly man's arm. The presence of two unfamiliar elderly figures caused her classmates to fall silent. "I came to discuss something with your father," Grandfather Zhong said affectionately, observing Twinge. "I tried calling your father and mother, but neither answered, so I thought I would come check on you." He smiled at her classmates, hoping not to intrude. They quickly shook their heads in denial. However, one of the elderly men accompanying Grandfather Zhong fixed his gaze intently on one of the students. "What a surprise to encounter you here. Do you know who that old gentleman is?" "How could we not?" Someone muttered. "We've been tailing him for half a month." Another classmate, also on a stakeout, chimed in. Either he didn't go to a certain place, or he just barely missed it, hence the missed opportunity to meet. With that, their gazes shifted to Jiang Sui. Having seen the photograph of her maternal grandfather, she recognized him instantly. At that moment, anxiety gripped her heart. This meeting was entirely unanticipated. What should she do now? Approach him directly to acknowledge their kinship? The chance was rare, and they had already missed so many opportunities. Yet, she lacked a paternity test. To avoid being discovered by Mo Li Hua, she had left the test at Li Xian Yang's dormitory. Do not panic. If this time does not work out, there will be others. Just aim to become familiar, someone advised Jiang Sui, helping her regain her composure. Twinge noticed her classmates' unusual expressions, but could not check her phone while standing next to Grandfather Zhong. So she continued, "My parents went on a date. They likely set their phones to do not disturb to avoid interruptions." Grandfather Zhong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that response. He understood the dynamic between his daughter and son-in-law. If his daughter hadn't approved, he would not have entrusted Twinge to a man of such humble means. Indeed, Twinge nodded, glancing at Grandfather Lan beside Grandfather Zhong, and inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed gentleman is?" Grandfather Zhong, suppressing his curiosity, introduced. "This is the chairman of the Lan family, Lan Wei-chun. You may address him as Grandfather Lan." Upon hearing this, Twinge scoffed, "Grandfather Lan, do not speak well of my grandfather. He certainly does not think I am clever. He must be saying I am foolish." "You are mistaken. You have wronged your grandfather." Lan Wei-chun chuckled, his amusement evident. Changing the subject, he asked, "Is this a class reunion?" Indeed, Grandfather Zhong, unlike Twinge, who was blissfully unaware, furrowed his brow at Lan Wei-chun's inquiry. Lan Wei-chun noticed the change, but knew this was not the time for explanations. So he continued, "Could you tell me the name of that student? She bears a striking resemblance to my late wife." Twinge followed Lan Wei-chun's gaze and was momentarily stunned. It was Jiang Sui. Lan Wei-chun and Lan Shuyun. At this moment, she finally understood why everyone had reacted strangely. Should she inform Grandfather Lan? Please hold on a moment. Tang Ji quickly stepped aside to open WeChat, swiftly scanning through her classmates' messages before relaying the current situation. Should I tell the truth? Yes. Go ahead. We were concerned that Jiang Sui and Lan Shuyun did not resemble each other enough for Grandfather Lan to believe us initially. Now that we know she resembles her grandmother, it should be fine. Exactly. Just follow the excuse we previously discussed, another classmate reassured. Grandfather Zhong gave Tang Ji a knowing glance. Have you thought about how to phrase it? He felt truly exasperated with his Na-Vi granddaughter. Thankfully, Tang Yi was capable of shouldering responsibilities. Otherwise, he feared the vast company would be left in the hands of the two of them, likely sold off while they merrily counted the profits. Realizing that her previous actions had inadvertently revealed her awareness of certain matters, Tang Ji reflected. No wonder Grandfather always says I am foolish. I truly am quite naive. It was infuriating that the astute classmates had not warned her. The clever students felt helpless. Having witnessed her previous gesture, their warnings would have been futile. Chapter 138. I drops, she is Jiang Sui. Tang Ji composed herself and explained to Lan Wei-chun. She is the daughter of Lan A.E. and do go. Well, Uncle do please allow me to finish. Lan Wei-chun quelled his curiosity and nodded. The story unfolds like this. My classmate, Jiang Sui, once stumbled upon an ambiguous interaction between her mother and Uncle Du, whom she had seen before. You know that Du Linglong also studies at Tongji Academy, and sometimes Uncle Du picks her up. Jiang Sui wished to ascertain if she was Uncle Du's daughter, so she enlisted the help of our classmate Wang Zhong-yi, whom you know as well. Jiang Sui asked him to obtain a sample from Uncle Du, and with the assistance of Song Qingzhou, they conducted a paternity test. Due to Jiang Sui's mother's mistreatment, she decided, on her friend's advice, to have both tested together. The results revealed that Jiang Sui was indeed Uncle Du's daughter, but not her mother's. Jiang Sui was puzzled and sought our assistance to devise a plan. Ultimately, Wang Zhong-yi noticed some resemblance between her and Lan A.E., leading to speculation that Jiang Sui might be Lan A.E.'s daughter. He procured a sample from Lan A.E. and sent it for paternity testing, which confirmed that she was indeed Lan A.E.'s daughter. Upon learning this, we suspected there must be some underlying issues but refrained from taking any rash actions, intending to inform Grandfather Lan about the situation. Unfortunately, our classmates had been tailing Jiang Sui, missing several chances to meet you. Perhaps due to blood ties or other reasons, despite the missed encounters, you finally managed to meet. Tang Ji spoke in one breath, feeling parched. Zhong Leo Yizi never anticipated that he would hear such tantalizing gossip. He listened with rapt attention, occasionally patting Lan Wei-chun's arm, urging him to relax and not let his emotions get the better of him. After all, it was merely a matter of Du Junhe's improper liaison with that woman, leading to the unfortunate exchange of children. Lan Shuyun had undergone a paternity test back then, confirming the mother-daughter relationship. Who would believe that Du Junhe was not involved in this scandal? The thought of how their family had aided Du Junhe, only to be repaid with betrayal, caused Lan Wei-chun's blood pressure to soar. Jiang Sui's mother had never treated her well. Tang Ji, indifferent to Lan Wei-chun's current state, directly applied eye drops. Even if she hadn't, Lan Wei-chun could have investigated himself. Her intent was simply to stand up for Jiang Sui. It was clear that Jiang Sui had the potential for a brighter future. Lan Wei-chun endeavored to maintain her composure. Even more distressing was the fact that due to her mother's negligence, Jiang Sui had sustained a severe injury to her hand, rendering her unable to play the piano for extended periods. Jiang Sui, like Aunt Lan, possessed remarkable talent in piano. As Lan Wei-chun listened, her body tensed further. Tang Ji anxiously watched Lan Wei-chun, concerned that she might truly suffer a health crisis. For a moment, she regretted having spoken up. Jiang Sui had been observing them from a distance, and upon noticing Lan Wei-chun's distressed expression, she felt a pang of worry, although she was also hesitant. Ultimately, her concern won out, and she approached Lan Wei-chun, cautiously asking, "Are you all right?" Lan Wei-chun grasped Jiang Sui's hands, gazing at her with both affection and sorrow, saying, "My dear child, you have endured much." Jiang Sui, taken aback by the attention, could only shake her head and respond, "I'm fine. I take good care of myself." Seeing Jiang Sui's mature demeanor only deepened Lan Wei-chun's compassion. To facilitate their conversation, Tang Ji and Zhong Leo Yizi led them to a different area. The other classmates began to murmur among themselves. After this reunion, Jiang Sui's future will surely change, they thought in unison. feeling delighted that Jiang Sui could escape a tragic fate and reunite with her true family. Jiang Yu presented a perfectly grilled, peeled shrimp to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan accepted it with a smile, taking a generous bite and praising Jiang Yu's culinary skills without reservation. Jiang Yu, though modestly claiming it was nothing, felt a swell of pride within. While he may not excel in cooking, grilling meat was certainly his forte. "Here, little fish," he said. Naturally, Guichi did not miss the opportunity to show his attentiveness, offering grilled beef to Jiang Yu, his eager eyes peering out from beneath his hair. It seemed that not accepting it would be a grave injustice. Jiang Yu found himself bemused by this line of thought, yet he accepted the grilled beef with gratitude, reminding Guichi not to neglect his own appetite. Guichi readily acquiesced, nodding vigorously. "Come, Qingzhou, eat more, don't let yourself go hungry." Su Xingji held out a piece of grilled meat to Song Qingzhou, who exaggeratedly clapped and laughed, exclaiming, "Xingji, you're amazing. This is so much love infused. It's absolutely delicious." Jiang Yu observed with amusement, while Xueji chuckled softly to himself. Qin Shuyan regarded them with a faint smile in his eyes. Meanwhile, Liu Mian had just grilled a piece of his favorite potato slice when a furry head suddenly leaned in and devoured it. Liu Mian was taken aback. He turned to see Ling Shichu wiping his mouth, remarking, "Not bad. Keep it up. You." Liu Mian's fingers trembled in anger, his face flushed. Cursing under his breath, he resumed grilling potato slices, while Jiming Chun and Wang Yanyan, curious about Ling Shichu's comment, leaned closer to Liu Mian, inquiring what Ling Shichu had said. "Nothing." Liu Mian huffed. Ling Shichu was indeed shameless. Who did he think he was, acting so brazenly? Liu Mian grumbled, his ears burning with embarrassment. Jiming Chun and Wang Yanyan exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their culinary endeavors. "I can't believe Shi Yao has been obsessively shipping little fish and Guichi since she saw them together, even drawing fan art of them, including some rather risque pieces," Jiang Yan exclaimed, gazing at Li Shi Yao, who was seated with Zhao Yining. He had never expected the shy and bashful Li Shi Yao to secretly create such audacious artwork featuring her brother and Guichi. In reality, they hadn't even shared a kiss. Yet in her illustrations, they had already achieved perfect harmony in life. Li Shi Yao took a moment to process Jiang Yan's revelation, her face reddening like the grilled crayfish. She felt utterly mortified. This was disastrous. Now everyone knew she was an exuberantly imaginative person. Chapter 139, The Transaction. Yet, more than this incident, she was concerned about whether she could maintain her anonymity. Realizing this, a wave of intense fear surged within her. She had always kept her identities distinctly separate, and the thought of them merging only deepened her dread. Li Shi Yao could not help but tremble, her inner turmoil becoming evident on her face. Sensing her distress, Zhao Yining immediately grasped Li Shi Yao's hand, reassuring her not to be afraid. "Everyone in the class is kind. They won't mock you or look at you strangely. And besides, being curious is part of human nature. There's no need to feel ashamed." The other students who had noticed Li Shi Yao's unease, considering her naturally introverted and shy personality, quickly deduced her fears and began to comfort her, assuring her they would keep her secret safe. If her identity were ever revealed, it would not be through their lips. At that moment, Li Shi Yao had no mind to check her phone, so Zhao Yining began reading the messages one by one. Listening to Zhao Yining recite those words devoid of emotion, Li Shi Yao found it amusing, causing her fear to dissipate. "I'm all right now. Thank you, Yining." Li Shi Yao maintained a serious expression, suppressing her laughter. Seeing her on the verge of laughter, Zhao Yining understood that she was truly fine and ceased reading from the group chat. The others, relieved, decided that no matter what Jiang Yan said next, they would avoid teasing Li Shi Yao. "I'm sorry for drawing you and Guichi without your permission." Li Shi Yao naturally apologized to Jiang Yu and Guichi. Though Jiang Yan had yet to reveal Li Shi Yao's identity, being in the same circle, he had already guessed it. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity with that comic he had stumbled upon earlier. It was based on him and Guichi. The thought of the risque side stories made Jiang Yu flush with heat. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grabbed Guichi's arm. To prevent Jiang Yan from overhearing, he leaned in close to Guichi's ear and whispered, "You must not read that comic. If Guichi, who harbored feelings for him, happened to see it, what would happen in their youthful exuberance? He couldn't allow Guichi to make a mistake. Indeed, he must not let him err." "All right," Guichi replied reluctantly, a hint of disappointment in his voice, appearing rather dejected. Jiang Yu, feeling sympathetic, added, in the future, when we're together, you can read it. After saying this, Jiang Yu quickly distanced himself from Gu Heqi, lest Gu Heqi sense the heat radiating from him. If shyness could manifest, he would surely be steaming. Okay, Gu Heqi perked up immediately. Meanwhile, Su Xingji and the others found themselves in a state of conflicted emotions. They were quite curious about the nature of that comic, yet it involved their close friend, which made the situation somewhat awkward. If you wish to see it, then go ahead. The main storyline is focused on Qin Shui. While the side stories are more explicit, it's fine to skip the side stories. He noticed that it wasn't just Su Xingji who was conflicted. Other classmates were equally entangled in their thoughts. Alas, I will conceal the explicit side stories. Li Shichu felt deeply troubled, but now that the principal was aware, she felt embarrassed to continue illustrating such content. However, this might disappoint her supporters. Sigh. One cannot have both fish and bear as paw. The title of the comic still features their names. Qiyu. Oh, I must check it out soon. Jiang Yu immediately became alert and quickly exclaimed in the group chat, "We must hide the explicit side stories immediately. We cannot let Jiang Yan see it." How could he face Jiang Yan otherwise? Although nothing has transpired in reality, it would still be quite awkward. She hurriedly executed the necessary actions. After completing the task, she reminded Jiang Yu, "I've hidden it here, but I'm unsure if any readers saved it. I can't worry about that now. Let's leave it as it is." Jiang Yu felt equally helpless. Trudisore. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Wow. Shiryao is still a notable creator in the doujin community, who knows how many eager fans she has fed. She has produced works featuring characters from popular games, with quality rivaling that of a certain renowned artist. There's no comparison. That artist's work is simply alluring. Li Shiryao felt a rush of shyness while simultaneously being modest in her heart. I once stumbled upon an exceedingly risky bathing illustration of Jing Yuan. It couldn't possibly have been your creation, could it? Even though she wasn't present, Tang Ji didn't miss out on the gossip. Recalling the time she encountered that scandalous illustration while scrolling through Jing Yuan fan art. That bathing illustration remained securely stored in her phone's encrypted album. If no one else created it, it must have been my work, she said bashfully while covering her face. Ah, are you accepting commissions? I'm willing to pay any amount. Tang Ji, the little wealthy girl, seized the opportunity to flaunt her financial prowess. I can, but you'll have to wait until winter break. That is fine, as long as it's possible. Great, let us chat privately about the details later. In plain view of everyone, the two completed their transaction. My goodness, this is making me feel tempted. I've searched, and Wang Kuma doesn't draw risky illustrations. Does he? Yes, that is correct. I'm following you. I'm hungry. I'm ready for more. Indeed, many seasoned individuals are present in our class. Be careful, Yibi is watching you all. Yibi. Li Shiryao suddenly recalled this, and, in a panic, looked in Yibi's direction, hastily stating in the group, I am not spreading any works. This is purely for love-driven creation. Absolutely no profit involved. Yibi genuinely considered sending her a screenshot of the transaction process she had with Tang Ji, but fearing it might cause her distress, he refrained. I didn't see anything. Upon witnessing this, everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Li Shiryao felt relieved. She was genuinely worried about being apprehended, especially due to Huang's involvement. That would be utterly humiliating. Chapter 140. Lock the door. Once, Shiryao went to the movies with her best friend and discovered a particular area that seemed perfect for something thrilling, leading her to start concocting ideas in her mind. At that moment, her friend asked her what she thought, to which she immediately replied, quite good. Adding a hypnotic element could put the audience under a spell, causing them to shift from their seats to the screen. The recipient would protest, but the instigator, with malicious intent, would make him face the hypnotized audience, uttering flirtatious remarks that would leave the recipient blushing, radiating a rosy hue. The most mortifying part was that everyone around them could hear. My goodness, if it were me, I would certainly want to stay indoors for a month. Li Shiryao covered her face, feeling as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Even though this incident had occurred a long time ago, the mere thought of it still made her wish to vanish. Who could understand her feelings? It was akin to watching adult videos in a crowded public space and being watched. So did you draw it? Yes, I did. I found it on her personal page. Is this the renowned creator? Even if it led to her social demise, she still had to illustrate it? Impressive, I must commend her. Moreover, Shiryao had lingering doubts regarding certain anatomical compositions, And one afternoon during a holiday, she secluded herself in her room to watch instructional videos, diligently taking notes. Her earnest demeanor made it appear as if she was tackling some serious academic issue. As she immersed herself in her notes, someone quietly approached her from behind. Once a video concluded, she stretched, her hand brushing against a soft wall, only then realizing something was amiss. Turning around, she found her mother standing silently behind her. Wow, this level of social embarrassment surpassed even that of the cinema incident. This serves as yet another reminder of the importance of locking doors. Please, do not say another word. Ling Shichu felt utterly mortified. Now, everyone was aware of her video-watching habits. Alas, she only watched those videos to facilitate her drawing of Xiao Huang. Truly not out of lewdness. Zhao Yining, at a loss for how to comfort Ling Shichu, merely patted her shoulder in a gesture of solace. Goodness, this is so mortifying. How can one continue living like this? The fact that she was both watching and taking notes made me tear up. Your dedication is commendable. Thus, one must cherish every creator's works, for who knows what embarrassing situations they might have endured while creating them. Locking the door is indeed crucial, whether in childhood or adulthood. From personal experience, I recall a time when I enthusiastically practiced lines from a television drama in my room, only to have my parents record it because I hadn't locked the door. To this day, it remains in their cloud storage, and I feel utterly humiliated. I can't help but wonder what happened next. However, Jiang Yan didn't elaborate on the continuation, instead mentioning another piece of gossip regarding Ling Shichu. The follow-up involved my mother discussing the matter with me for an entire evening, enlightening me on various topics. Heaven knows, I only intended to gather material, but I hadn't informed my family about my artistic pursuits, so I could only resign myself to my fate with tears in my eyes. Seeing that everyone was genuinely curious, Ling Shichu reluctantly shared her story, albeit with a hint of shame. However, since then, she has made it a point to repeatedly check that she has locked the door. Darn it, Jiang Yan muttered under her breath, redirecting everyone's attention back to her. Having gained some experience, many classmates could vaguely guess that Jiang Yan's progress likely involved Ling Shichu's future. Given her tone, it seemed there might be troublesome individuals in Ling Shichu's future. She was eager to discover who this troublesome person could be. Previously, having observed Shichu and her best friend as close bond, she had assumed the friend to be a good person, only to realize that she was, in fact, a villain. Jiang Yu's inner thoughts caused Ling Shichu's heart to tremble. What does this mean? Is her dismal future tied to her best friend? This was her closest companion since childhood. She hadn't even confided in her parents about her artistic endeavors, yet she had shared them with her best friend. Although she hadn't disclosed her pseudonym, she had hoped to keep it a secret from anyone other than herself. After all, the fewer people who knew about her pseudonym, the better. Most importantly, the majority of her work consisted of explicit content. In such a scenario, how could she possibly reveal her pseudonym to her best friend? Ling Shichu had always been extremely guarded about her pseudonym, but during college, her friend discovered it. Upon realizing that Shichu was creating explicit content, her friend registered a secondary account to follow her, using the threat of exposing her pseudonym to extort money from her. Shichu, being shy and timid by nature, found herself at the mercy of her friend, who knew exactly how to manipulate her. As expected, Shichu dared not speak out, and had no choice but to transfer money to her. Having tasted this newfound power, her friend naturally became increasingly greedy, her appetite only growing. Under duress, Shichu had been compelled to continuously provide her friend with financial assistance. However, Jiang Yan was infuriated. Her so-called best friend had never considered keeping matters confidential. Ultimately, the affair became widely known, with many of Shichu's relatives calling to express their disapproval, chastising her for her disgraceful behavior and claiming she had brought shame upon her family. Numerous classmates at university frequently gossiped about her, while some unscrupulous men lewdly confronted her, questioning her supposed promiscuity and making unwelcome advances. Over time, Shichu grew increasingly withdrawn and developed severe depression. Despite her parents' unwavering support, she ultimately chose to take her own life, escaping a world that filled her with profound dread. Even before such a tragedy unfolded, Shichu seemed to sense her impending helplessness and despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. Those negative emotions enveloped her like a dense net, leaving no escape. She refrained from disclosing her true identity to anyone, not even her closest family or friends, in order to prevent such a calamity. Yet, her vigilant efforts proved futile culminating in betrayal by her closest confidant. Why? Tears streamed down Yao's face as she pondered. Why would she treat me this way? What offense have I committed against her? Yao was utterly bewildered. Observing her distress, Zhao Yining sighed, feeling no affection for Yao's so-called friend. She had just managed to console Yao, only to have her efforts squandered by the betrayal. Zhao Yining embraced Yao gently, whispering soothing words in her ear, while Jiang Yan hurried over to provide comfort as well. The others tactfully rose and gathered around them, shielding Yao from Jiang Yan's sight, preventing her from noticing the unusual scene. Chapter 141. The Original Sin of Jealousy. How could you be so cruel? It is said that money can facilitate transactions, and she had already taken Yao's money, yet she spread the word indiscriminately. It was truly outrageous. What harm had Yao done to them? Was it necessary to treat her so poorly? Perhaps they had even admired her work, yet they still chose to insult her. It was truly despicable. They probably lived by the sea. While these people were certainly vile, I believe Yao's friend is the most detestable. Indeed, those closest to you often know precisely how to wound you most deeply. It is true. Yao, you need not fear too much. This is something that will occur in the future, so simply remain vigilant against her. Yes, and do not be too sorrowful. Such a malicious person is not worth your tears. Regardless of how things develop, you must protect your identity. We will keep it a secret. My words are not intended to imply that your identity is shameful. You understand the reason well enough. Rest assured, we will not let a single word slip, not even in our dreams, to reveal Yao's identity. Everyone expressed their solidarity in the group chat. Zhao Yining repeated the comforting words of their peers to Yao, who had become lost in her own world. Finally, her attention was drawn back as she pondered why her friend would treat her this way. After graduating high school, Yao began accepting various commercial commissions, such as illustrations and character designs for games, thus becoming financially independent. In contrast, her friend, living extravagantly, found herself perpetually short on funds, resorting to secret online loans, leading to a life of hardship. Consequently, upon learning that Yao had started earning a considerable income, her envy deepened, particularly when she witnessed Yao spending money without a second thought while she struggled to repay her debts. Upon discovering Yao's secret, her friend resorted to extortion. And even after obtaining what she desired, she sought to ruin Yao, spreading the news far and wide. Throughout this ordeal, Yao had maintained her trust in her friend, concealing her own distress to spare her friend's worries, while her friend feigned innocence without a hint of guilt. I have begun to believe in Xuanzi's theory of inherent human malice. Jiang Yan was simultaneously furious with both Yao's friend and Yao herself. Yet, she recognized that Yao could not be blamed entirely. People possess different personalities and approaches to handling situations. Some courageous individuals bravely defend their interests in the face of gossip, while individuals like Yao are unable to confront such rumors and protect themselves legally, becoming easy prey. Is that truly the case? Yao stared blankly into the void. She too had experienced jealousy towards others, but had never contemplated harming them. Why could her friend so carelessly inflict harm upon her? They had grown up together. Had their bond crumbled under the weight of jealousy? Yao felt an emptiness within her. Jealousy, perhaps, but it seemed her friend was inherently wicked, otherwise. Why had she not acted upon her own jealous sentiments? I concur. Every individual experiences a spectrum of emotions, including jealousy. Yet moral standards often prevent them from acting upon such feelings. Clearly, Yao's friend lacked any moral compass, which allowed her to commit such despicable acts. I wonder if Yao's friend sleeps soundly at night? Does she ever dream of Yao standing at her bedside, questioning her? That would be a scene straight out of a horror film. I cannot say whether Yao's friend fears this, but someone in our class certainly should. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Jiangyu. As Jiangyu inched closer to Guheqi, she shot them a glare, prompting them to quickly avert their eyes. While it is unwise to generalize, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Sighing deeply, Jiang Yan suggested, let's write a note to Yao, advising her to safeguard her identity and remain vigilant, so that others cannot exploit her vulnerabilities. Jiang Yan pulled out a notepad, avoiding Jiangyu and the others as she began to jot down her thoughts. She glanced at her phone, noting a message from her friend inquiring about the gathering hosted by Tangji's family. In that moment, seeing a message from her friend felt devoid of her previous eagerness to share. Instead, she was enveloped in a profound sense of coldness. However, they were right. It would be best to sever ties only after Jiang Yan delivered the note, providing a rational explanation to deflect inquiries. With this in mind, Shuriao exited her conversation with her friend. Opening the class group chat, she found Jiang Sui sharing her conversation with Lan Weichen. Although Lan Weichen had expressed unwavering trust in her, Jiang Sui still proposed undergoing a paternity test for safety's sake. The class supported Jiang Sui's cautious approach. By having Lan Weichen conduct the test, it would also quell any whispers suggesting that Jiang Sui had fabricated the results. Furthermore, Lan Weichen intended to act discreetly, planning to discuss the matter with Lan Shuyun and arrange for Jiang Sui to meet her. Judging by her grandfather's demeanor, it appeared he had already devised a plan for revenge against Du Jiunhe. Do you have any leads? I am utterly at a loss, Jiang Sui confessed. Throwing up her hands, she struggled to fathom Lan Weichen's revenge strategy. Chu Ju raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Bi. Although they said nothing, they understood each other's thoughts. Clearly, they were on the same wavelength. To exact a thorough revenge on someone like Du Jiunhe, one must ensure he gradually loses what he holds dear. This insight from Chu Ju sparked a collective realization among the group. Although the subsequent words remained unspoken, everyone comprehended their shared understanding. A captivating performance awaits, igniting the enthusiasm of all. What? The young lady of Shisha group is actually a fiancé of innocence? Everyone, including her husband, perceives her as a naive and carefree flower, blissfully ignorant. In truth, this is merely an act she maintains, finding the role of a clever woman to be exhausting. Thus, she has chosen to embrace a carefree existence, portraying an airhead persona. However, upon the tragic demise of her son, she descends into madness. It is at this moment that everyone realizes she is not the simple-minded flower they believed her to be, but rather a carnivorous plant, expertly disguised for years. Hark! That name of her son sounds so familiar. Simultaneously, all eyes turn towards Wang Yan, Liu Mian, and Ling Shichu. Who embodies this deceptive persona? Is it his delicate wife, the seemingly innocent mother? Chapter 142, The Chicken Brother. The name Jiming Chun strikes a chord of familiarity. Jiang Yan ponders, feeling as though she has encountered this name before. Hearing her thoughts, the others attempt to draw her attention to Jiming Chun by calling out his name. However, Chu Ju intervenes, cautioning against such coincidences that may raise suspicion. Indeed, encountering the same individual at every juncture of necessity appears dubious. While previous instances could be dismissed as mere coincidence, any further occurrences would undoubtedly be problematic. What if she cannot recall? No need for concern. Jiming Chun is relatively close, and she should be able to recollect. Just as this student shares their opinion, Jiang Yan casually remarks, "My former deskmate, the one seated beside Xiao Lu, is none other than Jiming Chun." Upon hearing this, everyone sighs in relief, silently affirming, "Indeed, that's him, our dear Chun classmate. I wonder if it's the same person? Surely, a Haven T stumbled upon the gossip of my own classmate." Jiang Yan searches for the name Jiming Chun, and soon the page loads. Her eyes widen in disbelief. This is indeed Jiming Chun. Remarkable. I've stumbled upon a gossip of my own classmate. Truly, Class 12 possesses an aura of the mystical. As she muses, she glances at Jiming Chun, who is with Liu Mian and the others. Fearing his acting skills may falter, Jiming Chun deliberately turns away, presenting only the back of his head to Jiang Yan. Yet, she remains indifferent to his position, simply seeking to confirm his identity. Jiming Chun clenches his fists, internally exclaiming, "Let the storm rage on. Let me witness my demise. I hope it is not too grotesque. I do not demand a dignified end, but at least a complete one." He adds silently to himself, "So that's it." Jiang Yan nods. Jiming Chun's father has a mistress, who also has a son. However, since he is a love child, the surrounding community is well aware of her circumstances, often casting judgment upon her and her son. To her, Jiming Chun's mother appears as a soft target, easily manipulated. Whenever Jiming Chun's father presents a request, she is bound to acquiesce. Yet, she never anticipated her proposal would be rejected by Jiming Chun's father, who refused to comply. The mistress, dependent upon Jiming Chun's father, dared not contest him, and thus seethed in resentment. Her son, infuriated, would shout that he is merely a lowly, illegitimate child, subjected to scorn and bullying. The mistress, unprepared for her son's humiliation, stormed into the school. Overcome by embarrassment, her son jumped from the second floor, resulting in a fracture but not death. Yi Ming-chuan, radiant and sociable, starkly contrasts with his mother's gloomy and solitary son. She even speculates that Ji Ming-chun's father's refusal was due to Ji Ming-chun himself. As for Ji Ming-chun's mother, she believes that the naive flower would undoubtedly panic upon losing her child, and with a few comforting words, she would surely treat him as her own. Thus, driven by malice, she shoves Ji Ming-chun into the path of traffic, leading to his tragic demise, scattered and crushed. How tragic! Other classmates may have met their end intact, but Ji Ming-chun is left in pieces. His face pales. Why does it seem that the more one wishes to avoid certain thoughts, the more they manifest? How can my handsome visage be reduced to such ruin? Ji Ming-chun gingerly touches his handsome face, overwhelmed with sorrow. It is a cruel twist of fate. A splendid youth, yet before his full bloom, he meets his end. Liu Ke-mian, noticing his classmate's pallor, assumes he is merely frightened and offers consolation. Do not be disheartened. At least you have not suffered physically, have you? I would gladly endure some pain rather than see my charming face and sculpted physique shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Alas, the fate of beautiful men is often tragically brief. Lo que me observes. Wang Yan, hearing Ji Ming-chun's lament, is unsurprised as it falls within expectation. After all, Ji Ming-chun is undeniably self-absorbed. He would not allow any sharp object near his face, fearing even paper might mar his exquisite features. Ling Shichu disregards Ji Ming-chun's narcissistic musings and inquires, "Do you know who this mistress is?" Ji Ming-chun tosses his half-long hair, slightly lifting his chin to reveal his most flattering profile before responding, "I do not know. My father has so many mistresses that I cannot count them on both hands. Today it may be this one, tomorrow another, and the day after perhaps someone else altogether." The trio cannot help but feel incredulous at the chaotic nature of Ji Ming-chun's father's private life. How can he manage such a tangled web? Does he not fear demise by such indiscretions? Furthermore, Ji Ming-chun's nonchalant demeanor leaves others perplexed. Typically, one would expect anger upon discovering a parent's infidelity. At this moment, Ji Ming-chun halts, his eyes widening slowly. Upon learning of his father's infidelity, he was indeed furious and rushed to inform his mother, who remained indifferent. Hearing her dismissive comments, he began to perceive her not only as a naive flower, but also as utterly love-struck. Now, reflecting on Jiang Yan's previous words, could it be that his mother spoke in such a manner intentionally? Moreover, she consistently refers to his father as Ji Ge, while his father calls her Yu Ge. The latter sounds more appealing, yet at times resembles a call for a goose. Perhaps she does so on purpose. The mistress must have a few screws loose. While bullying is inexcusable, she should have anticipated the scrutiny that would accompany her choice to become a mistress. Furthermore, does she believe that her son would shed the label of an illegitimate child simply by entering the Ji family? That is indeed a common sentiment. In our circle, illegitimate children are held in the lowest regard. If her son were to infiltrate our community, although he may not face bullying, he would certainly not receive kindness. And his situation could be even more dire than it is now. The mistress has truly lost her mind to associate such matters with Ji Ming-chun and act in such a manner. However, it must be said, Ji Ming-chun is indeed unfortunate. This could be deemed an undeserved calamity. Blissfully enjoying time with friends, he finds himself maliciously thrust into a tragic fate, his life abruptly halted, and even in death. His remains are treated with disdain, reduced to a ghastly sight. I can only imagine the psychological toll on all present. Goodness, had I been there, I would bear the psychological burden for a lifetime, too terrified to sleep with the lights off. That is far too horrifying, too gruesome. We must identify the deranged mistress to safeguard Ji Ming-chun. I understand. However, his father never allowed those mistresses and their illegitimate children to dance before him and his mother, and he had not deliberately paid attention to them. So he truly did not know who they were at that moment. Fortunately, there were some clues, such as the fact that one of the mistresses had a son who was bullied, which significantly narrowed down the possibilities. After all, even if his father was notoriously unfaithful, it was unlikely he would have an overwhelming number of illegitimate offspring. Under the scrutiny of many, the mistress committed such an act, and naturally, she could not escape the legal consequences, She was arrested and imprisoned for the crime of intentional homicide. However, the idea of inflicting harm on others to fulfill one's own love is utterly unacceptable to most. People nodded in agreement. No matter the nature of love, it should never cause harm to others. While this was the general sentiment, the truth remained that her son was also G.S.H. Shu's son. With his mother in prison, G.S.H. Shu became his guardian not out of indifference but necessity. One could only hope that Ji Mingchuan's father would not act foolishly. You need not worry about that. My father may be unfaithful, but he is certainly not a fool. Ji Mingchun had great confidence in his father. He struck a handsome pose and smiled at Lu Quimian, indicating, "See, I told you my father would never do such a thing." After Ji Mingchun departed, the villa felt considerably emptier. Even a child could bring some liveliness, especially since she had previously been unable to conceive due to health issues. Ji Mingchuan's father needed an heir to eventually take over the family business. When Ji Mingchuan's father heard his mother say this, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a statement from her. Although he did not wish to harbor doubts, he could not help but wonder if Ji Mingchuan's mother had ulterior motives, perhaps secretly bullying the illegitimate child. Yet, Ji Mingchuan's mother said, "I ought to hate him, but whenever I think of the fact that he shares half of your blood, I cannot bring myself to hate him. It is pitiful for a child to be all alone out there, and his mother has already faced punishment. That is sufficient." I believe Xiao Chun would not object. Gazing into the loving eyes of Ji Mingchuan's mother, Ji Mingchuan's father felt that she truly loved him deeply, prompting him to resolve to treat her better. Ji Mingchun was dumbfounded. What did she mean by saying Xiao Chun would not object? He had plenty of objections. Were it not for his mother's peculiarities, he would have wanted to curse her out, even if she were his biological mother. Had it not been for Jiang Yan's comments about Ji Mingchuan's mother being merely an act, just hearing this part alone would have led him to believe she was a quintessential lovesick fool. He felt that Ji Mingchuan's mother was scheming something, but he was too simple-minded to deduce the answer, only able to vaguely speculate that she wished to torment the mistress's son. A person capable of feigning naivety and a love-struck demeanor for so many years likely had motives far beyond mere torment. Would any of the astute individuals care to share their thoughts? If they had no thoughts, they ought not to indulge in baseless conjecture, especially when it did not align with the temperament of our class. The clever ones exchanged glances. Although no words were spoken, they were all thinking along the same lines. If that were the case, Ji Mingchuan's mother was far more than a mere man-eater. However, the information they possessed was insufficient to support their theories, which is why they remained unvoiced. Ji Mingchuan's mother welcomed all and instructed the housekeeper to care for everyone, frequently inquiring about their well-being. Those within their circle looked down upon Ji Mingchuan's mother, believing she was truly beyond redemption. Not only did she fail to seek vengeance for her deceased son, but she also brought the illegitimate children home one after another, treating them as if they were her own. Even Ji Mingchuan's relatives could no longer stand by, urging her not to let love blind her, to regain her clarity. The outcome, of course, was futile. The notion of love extending to all. Merely hearing this made my blood pressure spike. The more I listened, the more I began to doubt Jiang Yan's initial claim. Was Ji Mingchuan's mother truly acting? For some reason, I felt that this was like the calm before a storm. Ji Mingchun himself became increasingly perplexed. Although the events currently unfolding indeed seemed characteristic of his mother, what was her ultimate goal? The Ji family's life was as tranquil as a mirror-like sea. Yet everyone knew that beneath the calm surface, tumultuous waves surged. Thus, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 143. Just amplifying desire, everyone held their breath in anticipation. The main event had arrived. Let us refer to the mistress's son as illegitimate child number 1. Illegitimate child number 1 fell down the stairs and, coincidentally, broke his leg. Once this incident came to light, everyone suspected that it had been orchestrated by Ji Mingchuan's mother. Those who had initially looked down upon her began to reassess their opinions, surprised to find her enduring such humiliation for the sake of self-restraint. While everyone suspected her, she chose to call the police, requesting an investigation to clear her name. It was proven that Ji Mingchuan's mother was not responsible. It was Ji Mingchuan's father's illegitimate child No.2 who acted out of frustration after a quarrel with illegitimate child number 1. Following the incident, Ji Mingchuan's mother wept in front of his father. Her tears like rain on a pear blossom, appearing quite pitiful. She expressed that even if the entire world misunderstood her, she would not feel sorrowful. However, her father's doubts about her love were the true source of her anguish. Upon witnessing this, Ji Mingchuan's father felt immense guilt. realizing that Qianyu had loved him so deeply, yet he had doubted her. This realization prompted him to shower Ji Mingchuan's mother with even more affection. The incident involving illegitimate child number 1 was merely the beginning. In the following days, the 5 illegitimate sons and 3 illegitimate daughters who arrived at the Ji residence encountered a series of unfortunate events, each losing limbs or suffering some form of disfigurement. Naturally, Bai Qianyu, who was not their biological mother, became the prime suspect, yet each time it was proven that she had no connection to the incidents. The conflicts arose from the illegitimate children themselves. The intensity of their infighting rivaled the struggles for imperial succession in ancient times. As these illegitimate children battled amongst themselves, their mothers would not remain idle either, engaging in contests that rivaled palace intrigues. The ultimate outcome, of course, was mutual destruction. Upon hearing that his father had 9 illegitimate children, Ji Mingchun was left utterly speechless. His father was not only unfaithful, but also a prolific sire, was he not? He had initially thought there were only 3 or 4 illegitimate children, yet shockingly, the number doubled. The other classmates were equally stunned. With so many illegitimate children, one could easily form 2 tables for mahjong, with leftovers to spare. One could only say impressive. It is indeed G.S.H. Shu's prowess. I can only wonder, does Ji Mingchuan's father take no precautions? If all these illegitimate children banded together, how could Ji Mingchun possibly stand against them? My father is quite unfaithful as well. But to prevent the occurrence of illegitimate children, he opted for a vasectomy. Wait, did you just reveal something significant? How do you know this? My mother told me. The crowd responded, well, we have nothing more to say. However, do you think there are any traces of Ji Mingchuan's mother in the conflicts among those illegitimate children? This is rather mystical. How did it escalate to such a degree? It is one thing for them to quarrel, but to end up mutually incapacitated is quite another. I personally believe, much like with the incident involving illegitimate child number 1, that Bai Ai's confident decision to involve the police indicates she truly had no part in it. As for how these illegitimate children ended up in such disarray, I am too simple-minded to comprehend. However, the astute individuals led by Chu Ju wore knowing expressions. Their suspicions were accurate. To house a group of competitors in the same space was bound to create conflict. They held direct stakes in one another, each desiring to emerge victorious. One could only say that Bai Qianyu had made a shrewd move. Since you all wish to send your sons to the Ji family, then let them all come. As for who will ultimately prevail, who can truly say? The lovers, upon discovering that their children have become disabled, furious, rushed to confront Ji Mingchuan's mother, blaming her for failing to care for her son. However, they were met with a stern reprimand from Ji Mingchuan's father. Yet now, with their hopes dashed, they no longer heed Ji Mingchuan's father and demand an explanation from his mother. Amidst this chaotic scene, Bai Qianyu, elegantly adorned, descends the staircase. What explanation do you seek? She inquires as she approaches. Ji Mingchuan's father urges her not to intervene, assuring her he will handle the matter. Nevertheless, Bai Qianyu, who usually holds him dear, pays him no mind and addresses the lovers. They are not my sons. Why should I concern myself with them? Since you sent your sons here, you ought to have been prepared for the consequences, should you not? And you must be aware of your mother's intentions in sending you here, resulting in your current predicament. Is this not the consequence of your own actions? The transformation in Bai Qianyu astonishes both Ji Mingchuan's father and the lover's illegitimate children, as if they were encountering her for the first time. One of the lovers, recovering from the shock, incredulously questions Bai Qianyu, suggesting she is fully aware but chooses to feign ignorance. The others wonder if she has lost her mind, unable to comprehend how someone they deemed a naive romantic could possess such insight. Bai Qianyu, with an air of calm, responds, "What of it if I know? Why do I not stop them?" The sharpness in her interlocutor's voice pierces the air as they press on. Bai Qianyu remains unperturbed, replying, "I have already stated. They are not my sons. Why should I intervene? Do you truly believe that upon entering the Ji household, they become my sons? My Xiao Chun, though somewhat self-absorbed, is irreplaceable. If you covet what belongs to him, you must be prepared to pay a price. One cannot expect to gain without offering something in return. Such is not the way of the world." Her words leave all present in a state of disbelief, unable to accept that the person speaking so boldly is Bai Qianyu. At this moment, Ji Mingchuan's father also comes to a realization, demanding to know if Bai Qianyu has played a role in this situation. With a smile, she replies, "I have done nothing. It is merely that humanity's insatiable desires give rise to endless cravings. Desire, after all, is a formidable force. Look at them. Their current state is the finest testament to this. Qinyue's statement bears a hint of deception. She has indeed played a part in magnifying the desires of these illegitimate children. What does it mean that my Xiao-chun is merely self-absorbed? Yiming-kun, adopting a handsome posture, mutters in dissatisfaction. The fact that I am dashing is undeniable. How can that be considered self-absorption? Despite his grumblings, Ji Mingchun feels a profound sympathy for Bai Qinyue. He recalls Jiang Yan's earlier remark that his mother chose to embrace a carefree, foolishly sweet persona, yet now, in her quest for vengeance, she has become ensnared in a web from which she can no longer escape her carefree existence. Chapter 144. A dog, Ji Mingchun's mother, is truly formidable. My son is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can replace. In short, you are unworthy. I understand. From this day forth, Bai shall be my idol. It is surprising to realize that desire has fueled their conflict. Yet, it makes sense, for they are all vying for the Ji family's fortune, and from the outset, harmony was unattainable. Consider the significance of stoking the flames. This matter appears straightforward, yet executing it discreetly without arousing suspicion is quite challenging. Only Bai possesses the innate ability to convince everyone that she is truly a naive romantic. While her inherent qualities are admirable, her talent for amplifying the desires of this group is remarkable. One can only say that Ji Mingchun's mother has an astute grasp of human nature. Otherwise, these illegitimate children would not have all fallen into her trap. At this moment, the lovers grow increasingly agitated, asserting that Ji Mingchun's demise bears no relation to them, as they too are Ji Yu's sons, entitled to inherit his company and a portion of his wealth. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinyue erupts into manic yet graceful laughter. Tears stream down her face, perhaps not from laughter, but from a well of sorrow. It seems that, aside from illegitimate child number 6 and his mother, everyone else has been complicit in this scheme. Last year, after a drunken night, Ji Yu had inadvertently revealed to one of the lovers that he had established a while long ago, bequeathing the company and the majority of his wealth to Ji Mingchun, leaving only a meager sum for their sons. Naturally, the lovers were incensed. They had pursued Ji Yu for his riches, and now that the inheritance was so paltry, their dissatisfaction was palpable. Excluding the 2 lovers who genuinely cared for their children, the others convened to plot. Ultimately, they resolved to position their sons within the Ji household, believing proximity would yield favor. However, they were cautious, reluctant to provoke Ji Yu before their plans bore fruit, lest they lose everything. Thus, they directed their ire towards lover number 1. Lover number 1, enticed, approached Ji Yu, but was swiftly rebuffed, leaving her with no recourse. Seeing this tactic fail, the others devised another plan involving some unruly students at illegitimate child number 1 school, who began to bully him under the guise of his status. This strategy proved remarkably effective, perhaps too effective, as they did not anticipate that lover number 1 would go so far as to eliminate Ji Mingchun, effectively erasing the very heir to Ji Yu's fortune. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into stunned silence. It became clear that they too had played a role in this intricate web of deceit. No wonder Bai Qinyue sought to encompass all illegitimate children, save for number 1. Ji Mingchun felt an icy chill sweep over him. What had he done wrong? Simply because he was a legitimate child, he had become their target? Ultimately, was it not their insatiable greed that drove them? His father had already left them a fortune. Yet they remained unsatisfied, yearning for more. Moreover, if it were not for his father's reckless sowing of seeds, would such chaos have arisen? At that moment, the lovers, realizing Bai Qinyue was privy to all their machinations, shrank back, too frightened to speak. Bai Qinyue, however, seized the moment to declare, "As for your claims regarding Ji Yu's company, it remains his company." Ji Yu, baffled, wondered what she meant by that, hastily making a phone call, only to find himself in a state of shock. He had been sidelined, and unbeknownst to him, the true power within the company had subtly shifted to Bai Qinyue. Upon learning this, the lovers felt as though the very sky had fallen upon them. Observing their dismay, Bai Qinyue could not contain her joy, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what shall we do? The very things you covet are now mine. Are you not elated? Why do you not smile? Oh, you are unhappy? No matter. I am quite delighted." Finally, she addressed the group, "Now kindly leave my home. Oh, how could I forget to mention? Your father, your man, is now but a dog relying on me for sustenance, unable to afford your alimony. Thus, you must now fend for yourselves. My company is even seeking cleaning staff. I welcome you to apply." With that, aside from Jiu, the entire group was unceremoniously cast out like refuse. Jiu, still in disbelief, turned to Bai Qianyue, questioning why she would act in such a manner, uttering such insulting words. Ignoring his expression of shock, Bai Qianyue hummed a tune and departed. Jiu, contemplating an escape, surveyed his surroundings, only to find all the servants regarding him with cold disdain. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Ji family had long been under the control of Bai Qianyue, with the entire villa belonging to her. Ji Mingshun, no longer concerned with appearing handsome or elegant, stared blankly, utterly unable to believe what he had just heard. Was this truly his mother? So striking, so cool, so domineering. The notion that your father, your men, are now but a dog living off my fortune starkly contrasted with his mother's usual demeanor, creating a profound sense of dissonance. It was truly surreal. I declare that from now on, Aunt Bai Qianyue is my idol. I will resolutely learn from her. The phrase about being a dog living off my fortune was exceedingly derogatory. It seemed that Aunt Bai truly despised Uncle Ji. How could she not? His lover had caused the death of her son. I can only say, Aunt Bai is remarkable. Not only has she seized control of the entire Ji family, but she has also effortlessly brought all of Ji family's companies under her wing. Truly impressive. A model for our generation. Although this is indeed remarkable, Aunt Bai can no longer afford to be complacent. At the mention of this, everyone exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Why does our class not have a single good ending? Perhaps, as Jiang Yan suggested, it's due to bad feng shui or some curse. Let us not dwell in despair. At least we have the opportunity to change this grim future. Everyone was taken aback and nodded in agreement. Indeed, their chance to alter the future was already a rare gift. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Yan. The classmates were suddenly moved and turned their gazes toward her. Noticing their attention, Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. Chapter 145, A Place Not Abandoned. Although she was unsure of what had possessed the students of Class 12, Jiang Yan briefly questioned it before dismissing the thought. Instead, contemplating whether to write a note to Ji Mingshun at the beginning of the next semester or to do so now. The situation concerning Ji Mingshun would unfold in the next semester, a time frame neither too short nor too long, which is why she felt so conflicted. Just tell me now, so I can conduct an investigation without arousing your suspicion, Ji Mingshun silently prayed. Perhaps her prayers were effective, as Jiang Yan ultimately decided to write the note immediately. The primary concern was that several classmates had already changed their futures, and she feared triggering a butterfly effect that might lead to unforeseen consequences. Simultaneously, she resolved to inform those classmates who had yet to learn about their futures to prevent any unpredictable changes arising from the butterfly effect. Regardless of whether these events would occur prematurely, it was wise for everyone to maintain a sense of vigilance. Upon hearing this, the classmates felt even more moved. Jiang Yan felt fortunate to have them. As long as Jiang Yan openly reminded them, they would be able to make arrangements in advance. And even if she later discovered their secrets, it would all make sense. Meanwhile, the few remaining classmates, still unaware of their futures, began to stir with anticipation. Although public execution was mortifying and awkward, the ability to know the future made that discomfort seem trivial. With this thought, those yet to glimpse their futures contemplated how to catch Jiang Yan's attention, only to hear her declare that they had eaten enough gossip for the day, casually shutting off the gossip guide and turning to watch short videos. The classmates, seeing this, had no choice but to temporarily suppress their restlessness. Frankly, I am quite curious about Wang Zhiji's future. Why? Wang Zhiji asked, puzzled as to what about her future intrigued everyone. The classmates exchanged silent glances, inwardly thinking, I sent it because you always speak astonishingly, leading us to wonder if your future involves being struck down due to your ungracious words. Beside her, Wang Zhongyi also felt curious about his future, but if it were to be tragic, it would undoubtedly involve Wang Huaibei. This thought filled him with annoyance. On Friday, to avoid crossing paths with Jiang Zhua, the students of Class 12 collectively headed to the hot spring villa immediately after school, utilizing their financial prowess. They booked all the surrounding rooms of Jiang Zhua. Their swift actions meant that Jiang Zhua, who had quietly planned to go, was unable to secure a room near him. This caused him some anxiety, fearing unforeseen events that might prevent him from reaching Jiang Zhua in time. Once a decision was made, he would never regret it. Yet at this moment, he he felt a pang of regret. Upon arriving at the hot spring villa, Jiang Zhua intended to speak with the guests in the rooms surrounding Jiang Zhua's to see if he could use his financial influence or other means to negotiate a room swap. However, upon discovering that all the surrounding rooms were occupied by Jiang Zhua's classmates, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Jiang Zhua truly could not keep any secrets. Yet, he felt somewhat reassured. These young people were certainly more agile than he, capable of staying up late and responsive to unexpected situations. He was not alone on this trip. He needed a reliable witness for any potential confrontation with Yuan Jia. Jiang Zhua and Yuan Xiu would not arrive at the hot spring villa until Saturday. So on Friday, they could enjoy themselves freely without hiding to avoid alarming anyone. Jiang Yan and the female classmates soaked in one of the hot spring pools. Sipping coconut juice, she opened the gossip guide. Initially intending to browse random gossip, she reconsidered due to the potential butterfly effect and decided instead to look into her classmates' futures to learn their fates early and avoid any mishaps. With this in mind, she surveyed the area, selecting classmates who had not yet seen their futures. Hearing Jiang Yan's thoughts, those such as Wang Zhizhi and Zhao Yining, who had not peered into their futures, felt a surge of apprehension. Jiang Yan was unaware of which classmates had already looked into their futures, so she opted for a straightforward approach using her fox window to scan for someone who had not yet looked. She quickly identified a classmate who had not yet seen her future. It was decided Su Tuesday. At the mention of her name, Su Tu sank slightly into the water. Her deskmates, Hao Xingxing and Bai Lu, along with the Ying, gathered around her, ready to comfort her should anything troubling arise. Su Tu was indeed filled with trepidation. Her current life was quite blissful. Her parents were loving, and her family harmonious, with both her father and mother treating her well. She felt truly happy. Yet, it was precisely because of her happiness that she worried more. If her future were grim, it would likely stem from some misfortune befalling her family. The mere thought of her parents or brother encountering an accident left her restless. The sword of Damocles hanging over her was finally about to fall. She could not help but tremble, but fortunately, submerged in the water, no one noticed her distress. Wow, someone in their village got married, but on the wedding day, the groom called for special services because he felt he wouldn't last long and didn't find it worthwhile, so he invited the best man to join. The service provider refused, leading to a dispute, and someone reported it. As a result, the entire village learned of the groom's antics the night before the wedding, causing the bride to call off the marriage on the spot. What a character! To do this the night before marriage. How insatiable can one be? Thankfully, he stopped before it was too late. Otherwise, once the bride married him, it would have been too late. The girls present listened to this juicy gossip, their faces displaying disdain. Thankfully, the bride was not infatuated and made a decisive choice. As Jiang Yan previously stated, it's hard to find a three-legged frog while two-legged men are everywhere. Why cling to a single tree? If it's not good, let it go. There's bound to be someone better. The men's hot spring pool was adjacent to the women's, allowing them to overhear, saving the girls from having to repeat Jiang Yan's thoughts. Upon hearing such gossip, the boys were equally speechless. Just how desperate could that man be? It's infuriating. It's men like him that tarnish our reputation. Indeed, in our area, when girls are asked why they don't date, they say that 9 out of 10 men are scoundrels, with the 10th being particularly despicable, saying that even dating dogs is off the table. Ultimately, it is a few scoundrels who tarnish our reputation, leading others to believe that all men embody such depravity. Rest assured, I shall never act in such a manner. I am wholeheartedly devoted to treating my wife with utmost care. Upon hearing this, the boys immediately turned their gaze toward the speaker. Oh, does that imply you already have a partner? The classmate was left speechless. Are the boys now so gossipy? No, I was merely speaking. Well, if any of us were to become a scoundrel, it would be evident to Jiang Yan at a glance, right? And even if he doesn't express it fully, everyone understands. At that point, the entire class would know who the scoundrel was. A sudden silence enveloped the room. I spoke up, and everyone turned their attention to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked over at two individuals who were closely situated, Lackey Mian and Ling Shichu. This is not a deserted place. I hope you can exercise some restraint. Everyone followed his gaze, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Lackey Mian's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly distanced herself from Ling Shichu, exclaiming, "He came over on his own. This has nothing to do with me. I have a fear of hot springs, and being with you prevents it from acting up." Ling Shichu showed no signs of embarrassment and leaned in closer again. The group collectively sighed in disbelief. A fear of hot springs? Why not admit that you're suffering from Bleh Mion's thirst? Pay attention, ye be warned. Casting a watchful eye on the two, Ling Shichu shrugged, feeling that these people were merely envious of his relationship. He had no intention of overstepping. He was simply enjoying a reasonable closeness with his wife. Despite his thick skin, he still understood boundaries. Meanwhile, Bleh Mion felt utterly mortified, cursing Ling Shichu internally. Chapter 146. The brave one. Who would have thought that Su, who appears so gentle and demure, is actually a warrior? At this revelation, many classmates instinctively turned their attention to Su, curious about what actions had earned her the title of warrior from Jiang Yan. Su herself pondered what she had done that could be deemed courageous. Was it her fierce one-hour duel with a particularly ferocious black dog from the neighboring village? Or perhaps her playful spinning with a bear cub by its ears? Or maybe her riding the village's great water buffalo in a battle? None of these seemed particularly remarkable. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, Jiang Yan provided the answer. When she was young, she expressed a desire to keep a pet and approach her brother with the idea. Upon hearing this, her brother readily agreed and began to rattle off names of pets from the neighboring village. But Su declined all of them and instead presented the small green snake she had brought. Her brother, still quite young at the time, was so startled that he jumped 3 feet back, urging Su to throw the snake away. Su, perplexed, asked her brother why she couldn't keep the small green snake, planning to catch a small white snake in the future to reunite with by Su Jun and the little green one. Hearing this, her brother nearly cried, and it was only with their parents' intervention that Su ultimately abandoned her desire to keep snakes. One must admit, Su was truly remarkable. She was unafraid to catch snakes at will. If it were me, seeing a snake would send me leaping farther than her brother did. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's thoughts, many classmates nodded in agreement, fervently supporting his words. They too would flee at the sight of such a creature. It was astonishing to discover that Su, who seemed so refined, was indeed so brave, which explains why Jiang Yan labeled her a warrior. Surrounded by admiring gazes, Su bashfully scratched her head, still struggling to comprehend. Was capturing a snake really worthy of such admiration? She had done so many times for fun. Su was indeed a curious character, having once fiercely barked back at a large black dog for an entire hour after it had growled at her while passing through the neighboring village. How could she engage in such a prolonged exchange of barks without laughing? The girls gazed at her in disbelief. Su shrank further into the water, realizing the absurdity of recalling such an event. It was funny, and she couldn't help but laugh. The girls joined in, while Jiang Yan simply gazed upward. It was all quite normal. It was just a manifestation of a spirit. In a certain light, Su could indeed be considered a talent, whether in capturing snakes or barking back at dogs. The boys, thoroughly entertained, couldn't resist commenting in the group chat. This exchange of barks was quite a clever usage. I wonder how Su managed to engage in such a lengthy barking match without breaking into laughter. If it were me, I would have been doubled over in laughter within a minute. Perhaps I'm just a bit dull? Regardless, I did not find it amusing at the time, but now it certainly seems hilarious. You've taken a long while to notice that someone teased. Su, puzzled by this remark, turned to look at how Xing and the others. Is that so? They nodded. Very well, Su mused, though this hand chicken isn't that mobile device. Her brother was indeed no longer crying. He must have been rendered speechless. Is this truly a chicken? How fascinating to interpret a mobile phone in that manner. I've gained insight today. The girls in the hot spring pool with Jiang Yan were struggling to suppress their laughter, enviously glancing at the boys who were free to laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Su's face grew warm. Help at that moment. She truly did not understand what a mobile phone was. She heard her brother repeatedly mention chicken and mistakenly thought he meant a literal chicken. Believing he wanted one, she went to catch a chicken for him. Little did she know, this was a misunderstanding that led to great hilarity. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan's gossip catalog was remarkably astute, capable of uncovering such ancient stories. Could he possibly unearth events from her life before the age of 7? Sutu's harassed. She had fallen gravely ill at the age of 7, rendering her incapable of recalling anything from before that time. Although her parents insisted those memories were insignificant, she yearned to hold on to every precious moment spent with her father, mother, and brother. Contemplating this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Su's eyes. Chapter 147. On the path to greatness, Su it seems, as quite the scandal," Jiang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. The others perked up, brimming with excitement and ready for what was to come. Bring on the revelations. They felt prepared for whatever might unfold. In contrast to the others' enthusiasm, Su Tu remained perplexed. What scandal could she possibly have? Her village was rife with explosive gossip, but she believed she had none of her own. However, the next moment, Jiang Yan declared, Su Tu is not her parents' biological daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Tu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Left in a state of utter shock, observing her demeanor, how Xing and her companions swiftly grasped her hand beneath the water, hoping to lend her some strength. Jiang Yan's revelation was indeed accurate, meaning Su Tu truly was not her parents' biological child. This news must have been profoundly disheartening for her. The other classmates, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from making light of the situation and offered comforting words, assuring Su Tu not to dwell on it too much. As long as she lived happily, does it really matter whether her parents are her biological ones? Would you truly harbor dislike for them simply because they are not your biological parents? Though I may not be privy to the intricacies of your familial circumstances, the whispers I have encountered regarding you reveal a glimpse into your life. Your parents and elder brother treat you with utmost kindness, never allowing the absence of biological ties to mar their affection. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to have such loving guardians. Observing our classmates, many endure the harshness of unkind parental figures. My astonishment is genuine, devoid of any convoluted sentiments. As the initial shock subsided, Su Tu, prompted by how Xing and others, glanced at WeChat. While their concerns may have been unfounded, she recognized their intentions stemmed from a place of care, leaving her genuinely touched. As for her parents, they shall eternally remain her parents. Although curiosity about her biological parents occasionally surfaces, she harbors no desire to seek them out. Her current happiness is ample. The pursuit of her biological parents could jeopardize the joy she presently cherishes and sever the bonds with her beloved family. She is not foolish enough to pursue such a path. She fervently hopes her biological parents do not await her coming of age to send a mediator seeking her out, requesting her to provide for them in their old age. She prays earnestly in her heart to the deities of fate. Originally, Su Tu was to be sent to a welfare institution, but her adoptive parents, unable to bear the thought, chose to adopt her instead. They concealed the truth of her adoption from her, attributing her lost memories to a grave illness, a notion she wholeheartedly believes. Her adoptive parents have always treated her as their own, and her brother has regarded her as his true sister. Although he has yet to graduate from university, he takes on part-time work during his free time, generously providing much of his earnings to support Su Tuesday, concerned about her potential exclusion at the elite Twinge Academy. Where affluent students abound, he ensures she has sufficient funds for quality clothing and necessities. While his worries may be unfounded, as everyone in their class is kind-hearted, his intentions are sincere and heartfelt. Su Tu is truly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful family. I share your sentiment. Reflecting on her father, mother, and brother, Su Tu smiled softly. Meeting them is undoubtedly the most fortunate event of her life. Does her brother harbor significant misunderstandings about them? Surely. Although their bond was not as intimate before Jiang Yan's arrival, they would never resort to bullying. Perhaps they have been influenced by novels and dramas, leading them to believe that affluent individuals are inherently disdainful of the less fortunate and inclined to bullying. Apologies, my brother is merely worried about me. I have assured him that everyone in our class is amiable and would not engage in casual bullying. It is quite common for many to perceive us in such a negative light. Observing her surroundings, Su Tu noticed that her affluent classmates were genuinely indifferent, which eased her worries. In contrast, other classmates, who pondered more deeply, felt their hearts tighten with concern. They were genuinely worried that Su Tu's happiness might be shattered. Given the tendencies of their class, it is highly probable that her joy could be disrupted. One cannot help but wonder if Su Tu possesses the strength to endure such a fate. Many were filled with trepidation and silently prayed to the deities of folly, wishing to exchange 20 years of their roommate's single life for Su Tu's happiness and peace. At times, the happiness of others can alleviate the burdens they bear. Suddenly, Jiang Yan recalled the ominous fate that seemed to haunt their class, leading him to worry that Su Tu's family might face some misfortune. The thought of Su Tu's father being a ranger intensified his anxiety. Could something have befallen him? After all, being a ranger carries its own risks. Sensing Jiang Yan's unease, Su Tu too became anxious. Speculations about her potential misfortunes concerning her family crossed her mind. Yet she fervently hoped the issues would pertain to her and not her loved ones. Jiang Yan hastily continued to scroll down to uncover Su Tu's future. What? Su Tu is the lost daughter of the Tang family from the neighboring province. Su Tu was left astounded. The Tang family? Well, she was aware of wealthy families. But aside from her classmates, she had no knowledge of this particular family. Her father had casually mentioned their jewelry business while reviewing household items. Tang's jewelry, right? My mother often purchases from their line. So does that family? My mother does the same. She buys every new product they release. The students from class 12, who were not involved in the jewelry business, had no recollection of Tang's jewelry. Those from average financial backgrounds were similarly unaware, while some students whose families fell between the two extremes had heard of them and shared their insights, hoping to provide Su Tu with a broader understanding. No wonder you possess such talent in jewelry design. It must be hereditary. How Xingxing and her friends, who shared a desk with Su Tu, had a deeper understanding of her background and recognized that her admission to Tungji Academy was due to her innate talent in jewelry design. I merely wanted to express admiration. I did not intend to undermine your efforts, Hao Xingxing quickly added, fearing Su Tu might misinterpret her words. Su Tu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I'm not concerned. Does this not imply that Su Tu is destined for greatness? Upon reading this, Su Tu felt indifferent. Even after learning about the Tang family's wealth, she found it distant and uninviting. Despite acknowledging their affluence, her thoughts were solely focused on remaining with her current family. While she did not wish to dampen spirits, she suspected the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Some astute individuals began to sense the underlying tension. Meanwhile, less discerning classmates, recalling the seemingly cursed fate that befell their class, stifled their excitement. Chapter 148. The adopted daughter. It would not be entirely accurate to say she was merely lost. Rather, Su Tu is the daughter abducted from the Tang family. 10 years ago, Su Tu and her brother were taken to an amusement park by their parents, and due to a moment of carelessness on her brother's part, they fell victim to human traffickers. Later, Su Tu cleverly managed to escape. But having been raised as a princess, her lack of hardship left her vulnerable to illness. During her flight, weakened by sickness, she fell from a cliff, ultimately being rescued by her father. So that is how it unfolded. Su Tu was momentarily taken aback. It seems your biological parents cherished you deeply. Indeed, they treated her like a princess. If they did not love her, they would not have cared for her. I do not mean to cast doubt, but do you not find it strange that Su Tu's disappearance did not prompt a police report? Logically, there should have been an official record, and even if they were not in the same location, her information could still be traced within the system. Yet the police assigned to Su Tu's case found no leads. Initially, I was inclined to chastise you for harboring delusions of persecution upon hearing your first words, but your subsequent reasoning is quite compelling. Some students, previously caught in their emotions, began to regain their composure. Fortunately, Jiang Yan provided clarity. After Su Tu's abduction, the Tang couple was inconsolable, crying day and night. However, they seemed to harbor a distrust of the police and opted not to report the incident, choosing instead to conduct their own search. The outcome was predictable. Nothing yielded results. They only discovered through surveillance that she had been taken by a stranger, which proved unhelpful. They did post missing person flyers, but given that Su Tu had relocated to another city, it was of little use. As for why they did not utilize the internet for a missing person announcement in this digital age, they feared that malicious individuals or enemies might retaliate against Su Tu's day. That explanation seems plausible. Yet, why did they not report it to the authorities? Though Su Tu now appears to be living a happy life, the group fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the weight of the revelations. The actions of the Tang family are indeed difficult to evaluate. You might say they are indifferent to Su Tu, yet she weeps day and night in sorrow. Alternatively, you might argue they care for her, as they refrain from reporting to the police and engage in futile efforts. Could it be that they have committed some heinous act, which renders them too fearful to involve the authorities? Who can say? Perhaps you should investigate Yi Bi, although that might not be prudent, considering they are Su Tu's biological parents, as some classmates have pointed out. Yi Bi herself remains at a loss for words. All of this is mere conjecture, devoid of any evidence. If she were to hire someone to investigate and found no wrongdoing, would that not be a waste of resources? The previous inquiries were substantiated by Jiang Yan's evidence, which allowed for a thorough investigation. At this moment, Su Tu's feelings towards her biological parents are exceedingly complex. She senses that they do not seem like normal individuals. Upon hearing this, her lips pursed in dismay, and tears welled in her eyes. Her parents have truly forsaken her. A brighter future could be fashioned by her own hands. As long as she is with her family, that is all that matters. Her female classmates, witnessing her distress, were at a loss for words on how to comfort her. After all, her parents had good intentions. Who does not desire a better path for their children? Consequently, silence enveloped the group. Through her biological parents, she learned that the girl in question is the adopted daughter of the Tang family. They urged Su Tu to get along well with their adopted daughter, stating that during her absence, the girl provided them with immense solace, helping them to cope with the pain of losing her. How perplexing. They have lost their own daughter, yet instead of searching earnestly for her, they adopted another girl and poured all their affection into her. Jiang Yan gasped in astonishment. She found herself momentarily speechless regarding the Tang family's peculiar behavior. Even without having seen the subsequent developments, she could surmise the tragic origins of Su Tu's plight. The others silently echoed this realization in their hearts. She had suspected her biological parents might be of unsound mind. Now, she was eager to witness how they might mistreat her. So to fumid inwardly, contemplating that once she discovered how they had wronged her, she would relay every detail to her parents, allowing them to see what this so-called better future truly entailed. However, that was merely a thought. She could not afford to reveal such matters. Most importantly, she did not wish to cause her parents or brother any worry. Thus, even if she could tell them, she would refrain from doing so. There was no way around it. Normal individuals could hardly comprehend the thoughts of those who are not. Wang Zhizhi struck a chord with her observation. It begs the question of who proposed this idea. If it was Su Tu's biological father, then there would be quite a spectacle. And if it were her biological mother, that too would be a riveting affair. Perhaps due to her growing curiosity, Su Tu, who often felt dull-witted, surprisingly grasped the implications. How extraordinary! Yet Su Tu herself remained bewildered. The realization dawned on her, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. If what they speculated was true, would her future in the Tang family not become even more unbearable? If that adopted daughter turned out to be troublesome, akin to Jiang Lian's constant scheming against Jiang Yan, then how would she be able to seek justice for herself? Uncertain, she mused perhaps there was a hint of conscience, though not much. Well then, Su Tu found herself helpless and hoped Jiang Yan would disclose the location of their graduation gathering so she could avoid any encounters with the Tang family altogether. Chapter 149. The revenge plan. The individual who initially proposed adopting a child was none other than Su Tu's elder brother, who was wholly devoted to the welfare of the adopted daughter. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was taken aback. This had not crossed their minds. What was most astonishing was the age of Su Tu's elder brother at the time. How could he have considered replacing his own sister with an outsider? They were left utterly perplexed. Su Tu herself was equally at a loss. Although it was not either of her biological parents who had brought this up, it was hardly a better situation. The idea that Su Tu's elder brother would undertake such actions stemmed from a long-conceived conspiracy. The word conspiracy echoed in their minds, igniting a sense of excitement. They mused that it was indeed peculiar for a young child to make such an unreasonable proposal, indicating that deeper motives were at play. What could these hidden circumstances entail? Who else was involved? Might it be Su Tu's biological parents? Continuing to listen would reveal the truth. But there was a 50% chance it involved her parents. Su Tu's elder brother's homeroom teacher was the former girlfriend of their biological father. When they parted ways, it was a tumultuous separation, culminating in them severing all ties. After their breakup, the ex-girlfriend dated numerous individuals, only to find that none compared to Su Tu's biological father. The more she compared, the more dissatisfied she became with her current partner, creating a vicious cycle. Throughout this period, she continually idealized Su Tu's biological father. However, the class reunion shattered her dreams. The man she had long revered, as handsome and admirable as she remembered, was now happily married, boasting about how wonderful his wife was and how charming their son was. The stark contrast left her feeling deeply resentful, leading her to devise a minor scheme that night. The crowd fell momentarily silent, grappling with the implications of this revelation. Was it truly so easy for a man to rekindle old flames with an ex-girlfriend? Not all men are like that. One should not condemn all males based on extreme views. Thus, the adopted daughter must be the illegitimate child. It seemed highly probable. Their speculations had not gone awry. While the collective sentiment was one of disbelief, Su Tu found herself curious about whether the Tang family was aware of this situation. Although uncertain, she felt it was likely her biological mother was oblivious. Otherwise, no rational person would willingly raise their husband's illegitimate child. In reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of sympathy for her biological mother, who had been kept in the dark while showering affection on the adopted daughter. However, this was no concern of hers. Her tragic future was undoubtedly intertwined with the Tang family, and she felt no need to curse them. Her restraint was already generous. At most, she would repay the debt of her birth by revealing to her mother that the adopted daughter was her father's illegitimate child, sparing her the embarrassment of remaining uninformed. Su Tu's biological father might have harbored some lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, but he ultimately favored his current wife. Thus, the following day, he treated the encounter with the ex as an unfortunate accident, leaving without looking back. The ex-girlfriend, witnessing this, felt her heart shatter, sinking into despair for a considerable time. Later, upon discovering her pregnancy, she joyfully sought out Su Tu's biological father, but he dismissed her without a moment's pause, thrusting a check into her hands and instructing her not to pursue him any further. Feeling profoundly insulted, she left without accepting the check. She considered terminating the pregnancy, but due to her unique physiology, she risked losing her ability to conceive altogether. Reluctantly, she brought the child to term, subsequently abandoning the baby at an orphanage before hastily marrying someone else. However, the humiliation of being cast aside with a check remained a bitter memory she harbored, knowing she lacked the means to retaliate against Su Tu's biological father. This resentment simmered within her until one day, Su Tu's elder brother appeared in her class. The resemblance between him and Su Tu's biological father was striking, igniting an instant recognition in the ex-girlfriend. Upon inspecting the student's parental information, she confirmed he was indeed the child of Su Tu's biological father. With this revelation, the audience understood that the main event was about to unfold, and they collectively braced themselves for what was to come. The former girlfriend, under the pretense of social practice, frequently took classmates to the welfare home to interact with the children there, deliberately creating opportunities for Su Tu's biological brother to connect with her daughter. Privately, she approached her daughter and suggested that there was a way for her to become a wealthy child, but she must heed her mother's words. Without hesitation, the adopted daughter agreed, as she felt little affection for the mother who had abandoned her. With mutual intentions, the relationship between Su Tu's brother and the adopted daughter flourished. Furthermore, the former girlfriend often whispered disparaging remarks about Su Tu in her brother's presence, leading him to gradually develop a dislike for her. Especially as their parents became neglectful of him due to Su Tu, he became increasingly convinced that the former girlfriend was right. As long as Su Tu was around, their parents' love and attention would never focus on him again. Thus, on the day they visited the amusement park, when he saw a stranger taking Su Tu away, he did not intervene or inform their parents, choosing instead to remain silent. However, when he observed his parents' distress, he felt a twinge of regret and sought advice from the former girlfriend, who, of course, did not suggest adopting another child, but merely expressed her own uncertainty about what to do. Feeling lost, Su Tu's brother could not approach his parents or rely on his teachers. He could only think of his companion, the adopted daughter. When she regurgitated the words given to her by the former girlfriend in front of Su Tu's brother, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Su Tu, shouldn't we see what you are doing? Su Tu, am I truly your biological daughter? Su Tu, how rude. Su Tu expressed her silence with 6 dots. Despite the personal nature of the matter, she felt no excess negativity and had no desire to unleash a torrent of curses upon them. To her, the Tang family was merely a collection of strangers. Listening to their gossip, even when it pertained to her, felt like the affairs of others. She did not comprehend the former girlfriend's actions. Was she not seeking to provide her daughter with a better life? How could that be construed as revenge? Was not the identity of the adopted daughter the finest form of retribution? This was indeed a bomb poised to explode at any moment. Imagine, amidst your blissful life, one day being informed that your beloved adopted daughter is, in fact, the offspring of the third party who disrupted your family. Surprising, is it not? Yet, the emotional toll on Madame Tang would likely be far greater. She could not tolerate the presence of any competition. Once the identity of the adopted daughter was revealed, the entire Tang household would crumble, and that would be the grandest form of vengeance. Even if their family remained intact, The identity of the adopted daughter would always be a thorn in their hearts, preventing genuine happiness. As long as their lives were marred by discontent, the former girlfriend's revenge would be fulfilled. After absorbing the words exchanged amongst everyone, Su Tu became even more resolute in her decision to distance herself from the Tang family. The intrigues of a wealthy family were too numerous. Her own family was preferable. Besides, it was not her social circle, and forcing herself into it would yield no joy. Chapter 150. This is her revenge plan, alas. Su Tu shares a similar plight to mine. She was living a good life, yet others had to come and wreak havoc upon it. Indeed, Su Tu cast a sidelong glance. She was grateful to the Tang family for their inability to satisfy everyone, creating discontent all around. However, Su Tu was wholly indifferent to the Tang family, caring only for her adoptive family. Thus she paid no mind to the adopted daughter's provocations, even dismissing them entirely. The adopted daughter's actions struck like a fist against cotton, leaving her feeling like a fool. The very things she prized were met with Su Tu's scorn, rendering her efforts futile and making her feel as if she were scavenging for discarded trash, which she mistakenly regarded as treasure. This only fueled her resentment towards Su Tu's day. Fine, I admit it. The adopted daughter and the Tang family are indeed not of the same ilk. They are all rather dim-witted. Su Tu cherished her own family, and thus paid no heed to the Tang family, which became her fault. Another who could not find fault within herself. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of incredulity. To harbor such hatred for Su Tu was rather petty. It was clear we had encountered many like her before. Ultimately, it was about displaying her sense of superiority. She wished to convey to Su Tu that even if she were the biological daughter of the Tang family, they would still love her more than they loved Su Tu's day. Unfortunately for her, Su Tu was indifferent, and thus her sense of superiority could not be showcased in Su Tu's presence, rendering her a pitiful peacock displaying its feathers in vain. This made sense. Su Tu nodded in agreement, feeling overwhelmed. She could only envy the adopted daughter. When the Tang family rallied around her, she would wallow in sorrow. Thus the adopted daughter would be satisfied, right? The thought of herself weeping daily because the Tang family favored the adopted daughter over her sent a shiver down her spine. The Tang family was indeed a den of demons. She must avoid falling into their trap. The adopted daughter's resentment towards Su Tu would undoubtedly lead her to schemes of sabotage. It is said that when someone is favored, they can act with impunity. Even when evidence lies before them, they remain blind to it, pointing fingers at the unloved. Hence, Su Tu endured much injustice in the Tang family. But she did not wish to worry her adoptive parents. Therefore, each time she spoke with them, she assured them she was doing well, leading her adoptive parents to believe she truly was thriving. Alas, fate can be cruel. If only Su Tu could voice her grievances, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Upon hearing this, Su Tu felt a sudden pang in her heart. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. To avoid being seen by Jiang Yan, she lowered her head, letting the tears fall into the hot spring. How Xing and the others, upon witnessing this, gently patted her shoulder. From our third-party perspective, it is easy to speak without feeling the weight of the situation, but those embroiled within cannot see as clearly. Regrets often arise in such ways. However, it matters not. Now that Su Tu is aware of these truths, such occurrences will not repeat in the future. The more sentimental classmates calmed their heightened emotions slightly and continued to listen to the narrative. Su Tu's university was in the neighboring province, and although she spent most of her time in the school dormitory, she often encountered the Tang family, enduring their cold treatment and injustices. At that time, Su Tu deeply regretted choosing a university in the neighboring province, but the decision was irreversible, and she could only grit her teeth and continue her studies, planning to find a job in a city far from the Tang family after graduation. Unfortunately, her good fortune was short-lived. Her life would forever be halted at the age of 20. Just under 3 years remained until she turned 20. However, now that she was aware, her lifespan would not merely dwindle to 3 years. Next year, when filling out her college applications, she would absolutely avoid universities in the neighboring province. Su Tu reminded herself internally, curious about how she would meet her demise. As long as nothing unfortunate befell her family, she believed she would be fine. Ironically, 10 years prior, Su Tu had been taken by human traffickers due to her brother's indifference. 10 years later, her brother inadvertently caused her death by pushing her from a building. Perhaps due to this precedent, when the news of Su Tu's death due to her brother reached the group, they were not surprised at all. In contrast, Su Tu found herself holding her breath. rifling through her memories in an attempt to recall her life before the age of 7. She sought to understand whether she had indeed treated her brother poorly, thus inciting his deep-seated dislike for her. Unfortunately, she failed to uncover any clues. Her memory showed no signs of being disturbed. You probably do not feel sad, so I will not offer you comfort. I can only say that if you cannot avoid them, it may be best to speak openly and clearly, continuing to live with your adoptive parents. Indeed, as long as the matter is clarified with resolute attitude, the Tang family, valuing their reputation, will not pursue the issue endlessly. As for your adoptive parents wanting you to have a better life, a little charm will suffice. Yes, if I cannot avoid the Tang family, this is what I shall do. After Su Tu finished speaking, she expressed her gratitude to everyone. This time, she would speak her mind. Just when everyone thought Su Tu's matter had come to a close, they heard Jiang Yan say, "One can only say that evil deeds bring evil retribution." Oh, Su Tu's brother and adopted daughter have faced retribution? Everyone perked up with interest. Su Tu was equally curious about what kind of retribution they had suffered. She hoped it would bring her some joy. What? The ex-girlfriend still has a role to play? Everyone was astonished at this revelation. They had presumed the ex-girlfriend had exited the stage, but indeed, her revenge had yet to be unveiled, and the Tang family remained unaware of the adopted daughter's true identity. Thus, was the retribution simply the ex-girlfriend exposing the adopted daughter's identity? It seemed highly plausible, and everyone, including Su Tu, concurred. The adopted daughter, upon learning that the Tang family had located their biological daughter, despite her confidence in her unshakable status, felt a tinge of crisis. Consequently, she sought counsel from her biological mother. Listening to the ex-girlfriend's words, the adopted daughter immediately cast aside her hesitation and complied. Thereafter, she began to intentionally seduce Su Tu's brother. Initially, he treated the adopted daughter as a sister, but upon being enticed, his feelings transformed, and he fell deeply in love with her. Even after the adopted daughter chose to maintain a proper distance due to her unchanged status, Su Tu's brother continued to adore her fervently, engaging in acts of intimacy and affection. Under such relentless advances, the adopted daughter was left utterly defenseless, and the two officially became a couple. Everyone was left speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, what a thrill! How naive I was to think that the ex-girlfriend's revenge merely involved revealing the adopted daughter's identity. I never anticipated that her ultimate goal was this. It seemed unfathomable. The ex-girlfriend was not omniscient. How could she possibly foresee that the Tang family would find Su Tu? Even if Su Tu had not appeared, the ex-girlfriend would have found other excuses for the adopted daughter to seduce Su Tu's brother. So this was it. But was it not too explosive? It was precisely because of the explosive nature that there was a thrill in vengeance. I find the ex-girlfriend quite terrifying, regardless of the situation. The adopted daughter is still her biological child. How could she treat her so? I do not pity her. Rather, I feel she is somewhat pitiable in a certain sense. Perhaps this is what they mean by the wicked must also have their moments of pity. At this moment, Su Tu felt utterly numb. Even if Jiang Yan had not divulged the subsequent details, she could imagine the explosive moment when the adopted daughter's identity was revealed. Although she did not consider herself particularly astute, she vaguely sensed that the ex-girlfriend would likely expose the adopted daughter's identity in a striking manner. Chapter 151. 10 years their romance was not without its challenges. When they confronted the Tang couple, they faced opposition. However, armed with their persuasive tongues, the Tang couple ultimately consented to their relationship. From that point onward, their romance flourished smoothly, leading to a harmonious engagement and subsequently a wedding. On their wedding day, instead of showcasing their joyous documentary, evidence revealing the bride's true identity emerged. Indeed, on the day of their nuptials, amidst a gathering of industry elites, the ex-girlfriend exposed the adopted daughter's identity. The Tang family became the center of attention. In that moment, their world crumbled. Although the Tang family eventually fell apart, they became the subject of endless ridicule within their circle. The ex-girlfriend's revenge was, without a doubt, a resounding success. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence, collectively reflecting how ruthless. I had envisioned various scenarios of the adopted daughter's identity being publicly revealed, yet I never anticipated it would occur in front of such a vast audience at a wedding. Even if their family disintegrated, those aware of the incident would forever associate it with them. The ex-girlfriend is indeed ruthless. To provoke someone like her is terrifying. Regardless, Jiang Yan is right. Evil begets evil. Indeed, It was Su Tu's brother who had pushed Su Tu, leading to her tragic fall and death. Yet he remained unscathed, now marrying another. Clearly, he had not faced any punishment. The revelation of this matter serves as a form of retribution, albeit a rather lenient one. In a few years, his feelings for the adopted daughter might fade, and he would find another woman to marry and start a family, continuing his life with ease. Observing the sentiments of those around her, many felt a surge of indignation. Alas, Su Tu would never find peace in death. Su Tu, now you realize how precious your biological daughter is? Were you all this time? Late sentiments are worth less than weeds. Without needing to mention Jiang Yan's sarcastic tone, even the listeners would mock the Tang family upon hearing her words. Su Tu, unabashedly displayed her disdain, waving her hand as if to brush away something filthy. She was already deceased. Could they not avoid associating with her? It felt so ominous. Now, even in death, she could not attain peace. How Xingxing and the others, witnessing this, patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Ever since she became her husband's daughter, Madame Tang has been furious, breaking and throwing things as a daily occurrence. She often regrets having treated her biological daughter so contemptibly for the sake of that adopted daughter, frequently visiting Su Tu's grave to repent. Unfortunately, Su Tu did not like pink. I do not like pink. Su Tu thought to herself, finding it somewhat amusing. After all this time, her biological mother did not even know her favorite color, yet she was there repenting, oblivious to whom she was truly addressing. How difficult it was to discover someone's preferences. She did not even care to understand. Alas, it was her parents and brother who truly suffered. Upon learning of her demise, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken, she mused, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her. Madame Tang does possess some redeeming qualities. At least she knows how to repent. However, Mr. Tang and Su Tu's brother never considered her. One is focused solely on his own grief, while the other ponders his lost love. Only Su Tu's adoptive parents genuinely cared for her. Yet, burdened by their daily sorrow, her adoptive parents' health deteriorated, and they soon passed away. Although Su Tu's brother was also heartbroken, he refused to believe that Su Tu had merely fallen accidentally. He endured his grief while searching for the truth. Unfortunately, the Tang family was powerful, and as a mere individual, he found it immensely challenging to confront them and seek evidence. Upon hearing that her adoptive parents had succumbed to sorrow following her death, Su Tu bit down on her wrist, stifling a sob. She had anticipated their blame, but never imagined their grief would lead to their demise. If only they could believe it was merely an accident, she thought. They should not investigate further. What if her brother encountered misfortune as well? The girls, noticing her distress, feigned movements in the water, creating a barrier between Jiang Yan and Su Tu to prevent Jiang Yan from noticing Su Tu's turmoil. How Xingxing and the others pried Su Tu's hand away, not allowing her to continue biting her wrist, which bore the marks of her teeth. Shall we step outside? How Xingxing suggested, observing Su Tu's struggle to suppress her tears. Bai Lu and He Yingying nodded in agreement, intending to help Su Tu rise, but she shook her head. Her voice trembled with emotion as she uttered, "No, I want to continue listening. I cannot rest until I know my brother's fate." Seeing her determination, they refrained from further persuasion, only offering comfort that the future could be changed and there was no need for excessive worry. Su Tu nodded, acknowledging their words. Yet, understanding did not alleviate her sorrow. Jiang Yan's attention was entirely consumed by the gossip compendium, oblivious to the actions of those around her. In her mind, she continued to narrate. After an arduous search for evidence that left him at a loss, Su Tu's elder brother approached the current president of Gu Yuan Group, Zhongli Jiazhe, with a sense of desperation. At that time, Zhongli Jiazhe, unwilling to witness the injustices he once faced befall others, used his own resources to establish an investigative organization dedicated to uncovering the truth for those in need. If the facts aligned with the claims of the parties involved, his organization would assist in proving their innocence. If not, he would not hesitate to act. This was the very reason Su Tu's brother approached Zhongli Jiazhe with his last glimmer of hope. Zhongli Jiazhe's team was remarkably efficient. Despite the passage of time, they uncovered critical clues and successfully gathered evidence that brought Su Tu's elder brother to justice. A decade after Su Tu's funeral, he finally stood before her grave once more. He had refrained from visiting her, believing that without having given her the justice she deserved, he had no right to appear before her. Alas, may this time their family find peace. Having glimpsed Su Tu's future, Jiang Yan felt a wave of emotion and decided to close the gossip compendium, opting instead to scroll through short videos to lift her spirits. Meanwhile, her classmates were enveloped in a subtle sorrow. 10 years. How many such spans could a person endure? Su Tu hastily exited the hot spring and dashed to the changing room. By the time Hao Xingxing and the others caught up, Su Tu was already in tears. The three, being sensitive souls, couldn't help but feel their eyes redden at her distress. They offered no words of consolation, but simply remained in her company, silently supporting her as she vented her emotions. Fortunately, the truth had ultimately come to light, and Xiao Dijun had done an admirable job. To think that after all the twists and turns, it was Xiao Dijun who lent a helping hand. Remarkable indeed. Zhongli, you are truly outstanding. While others tear down umbrellas for themselves after being caught in the rain, Zhongli chooses to provide shelter for others, exemplifying true greatness. Faced with the praise from his classmates, Zhongli Jia felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated his future involvement. However, the fact that he could establish such an organization to aid others indicated that he had managed Guhi Chi's company quite well, which alleviated his concerns. Excellent work. Su Xingji and the others gave Zhongli Jia a thumbs up. He smiled shyly in response. Chapter 152. Who is he watching? On Saturday, the energetic youth who had reveled into the early hours of the morning remained blissfully asleep as the sun climbed high in the sky. Only a handful of disciplined students had risen early. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm, and indeed, those early risers stumbled upon a curious occurrence. Upon closer inspection, they quickly pulled out their phones to compare photos of Yuan Jie, sent by Jiang Zhua in their group chat. The comparison confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed him. Arriving at such an early hour, perhaps he was trying to stake his claim. They exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement to discreetly follow him. The hot spring resort they were at prided itself on privacy, aside from soundproofing. There were no surveillance cameras, except in the lobby, entrance, and around the hot spring area. This lack of monitoring was precisely why the resort thrived. Many guests preferred not to have their comings and goings recorded. They trailed Yuan Jie to Jiang Zhua's room and stealthily recorded him, using his key card to enter. It was unclear what transpired within, but after half an hour, he finally emerged. Once Yuan Jie had moved on, though they were curious about Jiang Zhua's room, lacking a key card left them powerless. They decided to share the recorded video in the group chat, advising Jiang Zhua to remain vigilant. Jiang Zhua, who had not slept well the night before due to the impending risk he was about to undertake, woke up early and saw the video as soon as it was sent. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt a wave of discomfort. Had it not been for the necessity of venturing into that room, he would have been repulsed by the thought. Nevertheless, feeling repulsion aside, he meticulously observed Yuan Jie, hoping to glean some insight from his actions. By repeatedly analyzing the video, he indeed discovered something alarming. Damn! This pervert installed a hidden camera in my room. Jiang Zhua noted the pinhole camera concealed in Yuan Jie's pocket. The early risers, upon thorough examination, confirmed it was indeed a hidden camera, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. One lamented the unfortunate fate of their class monitor, now targeted by such a deviant. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their sympathy while reminding Jiang Zhua to avoid alarming the perpetrator and not to focus too much on the camera. I understand. By the time Jiang Yan awoke, it was nearly lunchtime. She sluggishly prepared herself before heading to the dining area, where her classmates had already changed into their clothes and gathered in small groups for lunch. Spotting Jiang Yu waving at her, she quickly made her way to the vacant spot beside him. Why didn't you call me? Jiang Yan felt embarrassed that she had slept in while everyone else was awake. As a superlative beauty, she was conscious of her image and did not wish to be labeled as a sleepyhead. Perhaps you should check your phone first, Jiang Yu replied with a sidelong glance. Considering the excellent soundproofing, he made the call directly. Jiang Yan opened her phone to find a dozen missed calls from Jiang Yu and several WeChat calls. All right, I may have misjudged you, Xiao Yu. Clearing her throat, she swiftly changed the subject. So what delicious food do we have? Jiang Yu, not wishing to dwell on the misunderstanding, proceeded to inform her of the day's dishes. As Jiang Yan listened while scanning the food selections in front of him, she eagerly retrieved her favorites. Just as she was picking up food, someone approached her, also reaching for the dishes. She cast a glance at the individual, but initially thought little of it. However, before long, she became increasingly aware of his lingering gaze directed towards Jiang Yu and his friends, which was unsettling. Narrowing her eyes, Jiang Yan discreetly opened the gossip compendium and used the fox's window to scan the individual. The information that surfaced left her speechless. So, it turns out he is the pervert coveting the class monitor. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's silent thoughts, the classmates from the 12th class, who had already recognized Yuan Jie, breathed a sigh of relief. They had worried that Jiang Yan might not know who he was and fail to investigate his gossip, but she had done so. Discovering this was fortunate. Perhaps it could lead to evidence of his wrongdoing, ensuring that when Yi Bi intervened, Yuan Jie would struggle for the rest of his life. Wait, he was just casting those lecherous glances at Xiaoyu. Could he have ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Gu Hiqi clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes, hidden beneath his hair, glinted like a sword aimed at Yuan Jie. Jiang Yu pressed down on Gu Hiqi's hand, signaling him to remain calm. He himself doubted it. He was not a heartthrob. Surely not everyone who encountered him would develop feelings. Damn it, if that bastard Yuan Jie dares to have any improper intentions toward Xiaoyu, I will undoubtedly take action while he sleeps. The male classmates felt a shiver run down their spines. Their gazes toward Jiang Yan now laced with fear as they silently reminded themselves to steer clear of her, unaware that her thoughts had frightened the boys. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth and continued to observe. Phew, fortunately, it's not Xiaoyu he is fixated on. Your lower half is safe. With a sinister glance at Yuan Jie, Jiang Yan resumed her scrutiny. As Yuan Jie was selecting dishes, he felt a sudden chill on his neck. Puzzled, he reached up to touch it, but found nothing amiss and resumed picking food. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, seemed to understand immediately. He remarked that it was impossible for anyone to be looking at him. However, who could this person be observing? Jiang Yu scanned their table, first ruling out Gu Hiqi, as Yuan Jie would not be able to see his face. Could it be Xueji? Jiang Yu cast a suspicious glance at Xueji, understanding her gaze. Xueji quickly waved his hand, silently indicating that it was definitely not him. I suspect it is you. Su Xingji concurred with Jiang Yu. Xueji found himself at a loss for words and replied, let us not go there. I'd rather not be implicated. Jiang Yan, with a sinister expression and shadows cast upon her, gave off an eerie vibe as she thought to herself, even the man watching Xiaoyu is unacceptable. Everyone simultaneously mused that Jiang Yan might indeed be better suited for the role of a villain. Only then did they realize what Jiang Yan had said. Wait, Yuan Jie was looking at Jiang Yu's man, which must mean he was looking at Gu Hiqi. They all suddenly turned their gazes towards Gu Hiqi, who was equally bewildered. What? The creep was actually sneaking glances at our Hiqi. Jiang Yu glared at Yuan Jie's back, filled with indignation, wishing she could bore a hole into him with her eyes. Don't be angry. Getting upset won't do you any good, Gu Hiqi said, gently grasping Jiang Yu's hand. I only have eyes for you and one glance at anyone else. Don't worry. However, how did Yuan Jie come to fixate on Hiqi? Had he seen Hiqi's face? Just as his confusion deepened, Jiang Yan provided the answer. Just now in the hallway. When Yuan Jie brushed past Gu Hiqi, a gust of wind blew, lifting Gu Hiqi's hair, and Yuan Jie caught a glimpse of that stunningly handsome face, which made his heart flutter. He planned to wait until he got the class leader's body before seizing the opportunity to pursue Gu Hiqi. Chapter 153. The oranges are settled. Both of them want him. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? The collective scornful gazes fell unabashedly upon Yuan Jie. Yet to avoid exposure, they averted their eyes when they caught each other looking. This guy was utterly consumed by lust. Just a glance from him felt ominous. Gu Hiqi, you need to be cautious. I will be vigilant. Thank you all, Gu Hiqi proclaimed. The next moment, Jiang Yan chimed in, hey, if you're so capable, why not go after Gu Hiqi then? Jiang Yan's cold laughter stirred a peculiar tension among the others, who exchanged subtle glances towards Gu Hiqi. Was Jiang Yan finally set to enact a dramatic intervention? Don't underestimate Gu Hiqi just because he appears slight. He is quite practiced. Yuan Jie wouldn't stand a chance without my intervention. Gu Hiqi remarked, this sounds as though you specialize in this area. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings and noticed a hint of fear in the gazes of several male classmates directed at him. To prevent any misunderstandings, Gu Hiqi quickly clarified, I practice quite seriously. Jiang Yu promptly restrained her skepticism, nodding earnestly, yes, I believe you. Su Xingji, overhearing, raised an eyebrow and signaled with his eyes, be careful. Your nose might grow longer. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, dismissing his concern. How infuriating. The neutering package is far too lenient. He should experience the 18 tortures instead. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly tagged Yi Bi in their group chat. It seemed Jiang Yan was about to address Yuan Jie's criminal actions. Yibi felt utterly exasperated. Even without being tagged, he would certainly take note of it. Many of the coerced boys had developed severe psychological issues, with some even ending their own lives. As names were mentioned, Yibi swiftly jotted them down in his notes. Others, fearing Yibi might miss recording everything, also helped compile a comprehensive list of victims. Upon reviewing the assembled list, Yibi's brow furrowed. Merely these names were insufficient to bring Yuan Jie to justice, without direct evidence linking him. Even a mediocre lawyer could secure Yuan Jie's acquittal. Yibi could only hope that these victims retained some evidence or that Jiang Yan would divulge additional incriminating details. This pervert is cunning. Fearing a day of reckoning or betrayal, he would destroy any incriminating videos immediately after viewing, leaving no loose ends. Yibi Sikit, realizing they could no longer count on such evidence. The others, who had also considered videos as proof, suddenly looked dejected. Why was he so meticulous? They merely intended to offer him a chance for a fully catered experience, devoid of malicious intent. Moreover, those coerced boys have been silent for at least half a month. Even if they rise to accuse Yuan Jie now, without evidence, he might retaliate against them. Was there truly no way to hold him accountable? Indeed, the law is vast, and there must be a flaw somewhere. I am certain that at least one of the victims has retained evidence. Whether or not they will come forward remains uncertain. Why not come forward? Isn't this an opportunity to seek justice for themselves? Such matters are complex. Many girls who have faced assault often choose silence. And even fewer boys report being victimized by men. Observing this, the group's mood soured. I say, don't be too disheartened. Once Jiang Jui's situation unfolds, he'll surely face repercussions. Don't underestimate Jiang Jui's father. I can't imagine that General Jiang would easily let Yuan Jie off the hook. With Chu Ju's reminder, the group suddenly recalled their purpose for visiting the hot spring resort. Indeed, they had come to observe the situation up close, not merely to help the class leader, but to catch Yuan Jie in the act of his crimes. Their spirits were instantly lifted, unbeknownst to Jiang Yan. The group's emotions had surged like a roller coaster. She was taken aback by the subsequent revelation, her mouth agape and her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Wait. He is also involved in illegal gambling on the side. Goodness, he is entangled with gambling and drugs. If he doesn't get caught, who will? Upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of relief. This guy was undoubtedly headed for trouble. Here comes another achievement for Yibi. What a pity that Yibi wasn't a police officer. With all these accomplishments, a promotion would have been certain. Uncertain how he operated, whether he ran an underground casino or an online gambling site. It didn't matter, he was finished. Some among them were already in custody. Reading this, the group couldn't help but chuckle, finding Yuan Jie somewhat more agreeable at that moment. This guy has set up a gambling site abroad, with profits reaching astronomical figures. No wonder it said that the most lucrative methods are outlined in the criminal code. He is quite astute, perhaps sensing that his operation is becoming unmanageable and contemplating fleeing abroad. This is also why he is so eager to possess the class leader before he turns 18. Oh, and now he has added Gu Heqi to the mix. After acquiring Gu Heqi, he plans to make his escape. What a pity. Jiang Yan smiled at the thought. You want to be able to escape. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Yibi seemed to recall something. He couldn't remember which family member had mentioned that they were investigating a gambling site. Could it be Yuan Jie's? Yibi stroked his chin. Regardless of whether it was his operation, capturing him would be inevitable. Let us write a note to Yibi right away. Otherwise, she would have to report him, which will be too easy to trace back to her. Her sources of information are rather difficult to elucidate. Am I any easier to explain? Yibi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yan, feeling utterly helpless. Were it not for the safety net provided by his father and grandfather, he would be unable to clarify his own sources of intelligence. Chapter 154. The action as night descended, Jiang Zhua emerged from the hot spring, only to find Yuan Siyu awaiting him outside the men's pool, his emotions a turbulent mix. If Yuan Siyu were merely waiting for him, he would not have felt much, for he had already vented his frustrations. However, she held in her hands a bottle of orange juice, his favorite flavor, evidently intended for him. Regardless of how conflicted he felt, Jiang Zhua knew he must not betray his emotions, instead donning a smile, as usual, while approaching Yuan Siyu. Upon seeing him, Yuan Siyu beamed a sweet smile and naturally extended the orange juice to him, expressing how relaxed she felt after the hot spring and thanking Jiang Zhua for accompanying her. Your gratitude is beyond my capacity to bear, Jiang Zhui thought inwardly. Yet he maintained a polite smile, uttering words of reassurance, stating it was merely a small effort. Noticing that Jiang Zhui had yet to drink the beverage, Yuan Siyu grew slightly anxious and remarked, I know Jiang Zhuigij likes orange juice, so I bought a bottle to show my appreciation. I hope it suits your taste. Jiang Zhui's lips twitched in response. Were it not for the fear of jeopardizing their plan, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. This is merely ordinary orange juice. I have consumed it before, and with added substances, what good is it now? Does it not suit your taste? My apologies, I must have bought the wrong one, Yuan Siyu said, her head drooping in a pitiful manner, her fingers fidgeting like a child caught in mischief. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Zhui would have consoled her with a few kind words, but at present, refraining from scolding her was already showing her considerable grace. So, should I drink it or not? Jiang Zhui found himself at a loss. Rationally, he understood that to play his part convincingly, he ought to drink. Yet, emotionally, it was a far more challenging pill to swallow. Drink, he admonished himself. Be a man and face it head-on. What is there to fear? Just go for it. Class leader, are you not capable? Doubts arise. It is time to take your medicine. Everyone is here. It is merely a spike. Drink. What is there to be afraid of? Jiang Zhui gritted his teeth. This group of youngsters truly had the luxury of speaking without experiencing the discomfort firsthand. Setting aside his phone, Jiang Zhui reached a decision. Meanwhile, Yuan Siyu, who had been waiting for him to comfort her while hoping he would drink the spiked beverage, noticed Jiang Zhui's prolonged silence and discreetly glanced up, only to find him engrossed in his phone. This left her perplexed. Was Jiang Zhui acting strangely? Wasn't he always the first to offer her solace? Why was he ignoring her this time? Did he perhaps discover the scheme involving her and her uncle? Yuan Siyu's heart raced with anxiety as she carefully observed Jiang Zhui's expression. At that moment, Jiang Zhui set down his phone, twisted open the bottle cap, took a sip, and smiled at her, proclaiming, The taste is delightful. I truly enjoy it. Enjoy it, you say? Jiang Zhui scoffed internally. I swear I will never touch orange juice again. He vowed. Engaging in casual conversation with Yuan Siyu, they soon arrived at her room. Upon seeing her enter, Jiang Zhui hurriedly made his way to his own room. The effects of a drug had begun to take hold, leaving his body somewhat weakened. Once back in his room, Jiang Zhui collapsed onto the bed, striving to ignore the pinhole camera hidden within the space, and instead took to his phone to send a message in the group chat. Remember to rescue me. The 10,000 heavenly soldiers are ready for action. Class leader, we are on it, rest assured. Do remember to send out a distress signal in the main group. Do not get it wrong, or we may struggle to explain why we burst into your room, considering how soundproof this place is. I understand. All units, please take note. The target has appeared. Photography team in position. Armed unit in position. Cheerleading squad in position. Jiang Zhui mused. Is this truly reliable? I hope I do not end up with regrets and emotional scars. Yet having already consumed the spiked drink, he found himself irrevocably on this path. I'm at your door. Jiang Zhui placed his phone aside, quickly sitting up, but soon slumped back onto the bed, feigning confusion, then pondering, and finally realizing, leading to a state of panic. He hastily grabbed his phone, but his hands lacked strength, causing it to tumble onto the bed. Feeling a sudden surge of anxiety, Jiang Zhui thought, no way. Am I about to face disaster? He struggled to turn over and activate the phone screen just as the door swung open. Wearing a hood and a loose black trench coat, Yuan Jie stood at the threshold, his gaze fixated on Jiang Zhui, unmasked desire evident in his eyes. A wave of nausea washed over Jiang Zhui, but he could not reveal his discomfort. Instead, he furtively glanced at his phone while typing, asking in a panic who Yuan Jie was. Yuan Jie remained silent, unwilling to expose his voice for recognition. The mere thought that the person he longed for was within reach ignited a fervor within him. He swiftly approached Jiang Zhui's bedside. Jiang Zhui hastily grasped his dormant phone, attempting to unlock it when Yuan Jie snatched it away and tossed it aside. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Zhui managed to utter, feeling utterly drained. This sensation of weakness was unbearable. He swore that if he ever agreed to serve as bait again, he would consider himself a fool. Yuan Jie remained silent, his gaze greedily scanning Jiang Zhui's form. He licked his lips and reached out toward Jiang Zhui. Desperately, Jiang Zhui recoiled. This was no longer an act. He truly wished to avoid Yuan Jie's touch. Yet, contrary to his desires, Yuan Jie managed to make contact, his hands roaming across Jiang Zhui's face, inching toward his lips when Jiang Zhui evaded him. Yuanjia's discontent fueled his aggression. He lunged onto Jiang Zhua, forcibly gripping his cheeks, intent on kissing him. Jiang Zhua's eyes flared with rage as he prayed for assistance, while fervently attempting to evade him, despite his weakened state. To his surprise, his frantic flailing struck Yuanjia in the eye, prompting a pained yelp before he quickly stifled his cries. Rubbing his eye, fury surged in Yuanjia's remaining eye as he raised his hand to slap Jiang Zhua just as the door burst open. A throng of individuals rushed in, pulling Yuanjia off Jiang Zhua, raining blows upon him. "Are you all right?" Chu Ju and Yi Bi refrained from joining the fray, instead rushing to Jiang Zhua's side. Jiang Zhua rolled his eyes, weakly responding, "Not at all. Had you arrived even a moment later, I would have been assaulted and beaten. I'm left with psychological scars." They feigned coughs, refraining from rebuttal as Jiang Zhua glanced at the group chat messages, grasping the reason for their delayed arrival. Had Yuanjia not acted, they might have rushed in to attack him, only to be met with accusations. Thus, someone proposed they wait for a moment. During that time, Yuanjia would act, but not truly harm Jiang Zhua, and indeed, he had done so, allowing them to strike without fear of retaliation. Moreover, the footage from the pinhole camera he had installed served as the best evidence. Their commotion attracted attention, and several guests who had not yet entered the room gathered around. Jiang Zong, who had been observing closely, arrived with Jiang Zhua's uncle and others accompanying him. Hearing the commotion, they ceased their assault, turning to the speaker. Then looking past him to Jiang Zong, immediately lamenting, "Uncle Jiang, this pervert has nefarious intentions towards the class leader. Please hurry." Jiang Zhua seems unwell. Though aware that the 12th grade classmates would ensure Jiang Zhua's safety, he still felt a pang of worry without witnessing the situation firsthand. "He has been drugged," Yi Bi stated. Jiang Zong furrowed his brow and gently touched Jiang Zhua's face, relieved to find it not feverish. Thankfully, it was not that kind of medicine. "Xiao Zhua, how are you feeling?" At that moment, Jiang Zhua lacked even the strength to roll his eyes, fixating instead on Jiang Zong with a gaze that silently accused him, thinking, "What do you think?" Aware of his own culpability, Jiang Zong enlisted Chu Ju and Yi Bi to carry Jiang Zhua. "Elder brother, I will take Xiao Zhua to the hospital. Please handle things here." Jiang Zong's elder brother cast a worried glance at Jiang Zhua, nodded, and then turned his icy gaze towards the collapsed Yuanjia. The middle-aged man now comprehended the situation but felt a sense of unease, unable to grasp the full picture, and asked, "Did you call the police?" The group exchanged glances. "We forgot," Yi Bi remarked. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Bi in surprise, thinking, "How is this young master involved?" He glanced at the groaning Yuanjia, regretting his decision to accompany Jiang Zong to the hot spring resort. Relieved that Yi Bi was not the one in trouble, for he could only imagine the consequences. "Call now?" A classmate shook his phone. That student promptly dialed the police, relaying the details, and was assured that help would arrive shortly. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Deputy Chief," Yi Bi introduced. The middle-aged man acknowledged him and again looked at Yuanjia, whose face was bruised in various shades. He wondered if Yi Bi had been involved, feeling increasingly perplexed. "Uncle," he fell by himself. "It has nothing to do with us," a classmate spoke up. Others quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, he fell all on his own. Were it not for the potential damage to his image, the middle-aged man might have rolled his eyes. A group of individuals had assaulted Yuanjia. It was not just him, others had witnessed it too. Indeed, he fell by himself. It has no relation to the students here. Jiang Zhua's uncle spoke on behalf of the group. The middle-aged man felt even more helpless. After the police arrived, everyone followed to give their statements. Those who remained to search the rooms naturally discovered the bottle of drink and the pinhole camera. Following the clues, they also found the surveillance video on Yuanjia's phone. During this time, Yi Bi took the opportunity to call his family, informing them that Yuanjia might be the owner of the online gambling website they were investigating. As for what actions they would take, he had no say in the matter. He was merely a minor. After recording their statements, the group received a lecture from the police about the consequences of violence before being allowed to leave. Once outside the police's line of sight, they exchanged glances and smiled in unison. This collective experience seemed to deepen their bonds significantly. "Wang Zongyi, you idiot, just perish already," suddenly scolded by Jiang Yan. Wang Zongyi responded, "Why are you cursing at me?" Chapter 155. Nurturing waste. Jiang Yan felt a bit dejected after being lectured for an hour alongside her classmates. So she opened the gossip compendium, hoping to find amusement in a classmate scandal. Using a method of selection, she chose Wang Zongyi. Upon searching his information, she was utterly speechless. Wang Zongyi appears quite clever. Why is he so foolish? Jiang Yan could not fathom it. Wang Zongyi, bewildered, wondered what he had done to provoke Jiang Yan's repeated insults. Other classmates looked at Wang Zongyi with expressions of helplessness. Wang Zongyi rolled his eyes. Everyone has done foolish things. I am not the only one, and besides, I have not committed many. You must have done countless foolish things without even realizing it. Wang Zhizhi interjected. Wang Zongyi began to ponder if what Wang Zhizhi said held any truth. Shall we go for a late-night snack? Chu Ju proposed, believing that gathering together would allow them to better hear Jiang Yan's gossip. Although this meant they would have to communicate via their phones, it posed no significant issue. Sure. Everyone understood Chu Ju's intention and readily agreed. Thus, the 12th grade classmates headed to the dining hall together. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts continued. Wang Zongyi's stepmother is clearly not a good person. Yet he foolishly treats her as if she were his biological mother. How naive. Jiang Yan gazed at Wang Zongyi, who walked ahead, perplexed as to how he could be so blind. Wang Zongyi, feeling scrutinized, froze. What did it mean that his mother was a bad person? She had always treated him well, even better than his brother. His heart was in turmoil. He refused to believe his mother was a bad person. No, even if she were, she had always been good to him. But was that truly the case? What insider information do you have? I heard others mention Wang Zongyi's family. It seems his biological mother unexpectedly gave birth prematurely and died during childbirth. Soon after, his father remarried his stepmother. The public explanation was that Wang Zongyi was still young and needed a mother. While the specifics of their family situation remain unclear on the surface, his stepmother indeed treated him well. But that kindness must be genuine, someone remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at EB, unsure of his meaning. Is it possible for kindness to be insincere? I am merely speculating. Jiang Yan will likely say that Wang Zongyi naturally saw the messages in the group, his feelings growing increasingly complex. Memories of his mother's treatment of him flooded his mind, and he found no fault in her actions, feeling guilty for doubting her. He trusted his mother. Perhaps she was indeed a bad person, but at least she was good to him. Do you believe she truly cares for you? Does she treat you better than her own son? What a ridiculous notion. She has her own son whom she does not treat well. Yet she is particularly kind to you. There must be a special reason, or she is simply a saint. Otherwise, it seems suspicious, doesn't it? Even if your stepmother is genuinely a good person, it would not make sense for her to treat you better than her biological son. At most, she would treat you equally, without favoritism. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It made sense. While I do not believe that all stepmothers are wicked, it seems odd for one to treat a stepson better than her biological child. Indeed, unless Wang Zongyi's biological mother had some favor to bestow upon his stepmother, she is merely repaying kindness. From what I know, there are very few cases where a stepmother is exceptionally kind to a stepson. Most are either indifferent or treat both children equally, with a slight bias towards their own offspring. The remaining portion tends to be negative. But if Wang Zongyi's stepmother is not truly good to him, what could her motives be for creating the illusion of kindness? Is it to gain Wang Zongyi's gratitude and sincere treatment? Or is it merely for appearances? The uncertainty loomed. Thus, he resolutely believed that his mother was genuinely good to him and admonished himself not to waver, for that would betray her kindness. Meanwhile, some astute individuals who had seen through the truth remained silent. In your understanding of kindness is that when you skip classes to race cars, she encourages and supports you. Claiming this is the vibrant phase of youth, the time for thrilling pursuits. Her kindness lies in steadfastly protecting you when you bully others, assuring you that you are in the right and doing splendidly, that life should be lived freely. Her kindness is telling you not to worry about your abysmal grades, assuring you that you are wonderful as you are, and that even if you cannot grasp these basics, you will surely succeed in life. Please, Wang Zongyi, do you even think? Regardless of the foolish, erroneous, or absurd actions you undertake, she will always praise you, protect you, and believe you are without fault. Is this truly a form of kindness? Were it not for your inherently good nature and the realization of your missteps during middle school, which prompted you to temper your behavior, you might have long since become one of those bullies. Your stepmother has always treated you well. Yet this kindness serves merely to coddle and enable your stagnation. Brother, how could you not comprehend such a simple truth? Your stepmother believes academic pursuits to be insignificant. Would she compel her own son to study day and night? She considers skipping classes and fighting to be a mere whim. Would she instill in her son the importance of attending classes and cultivating good relationships? She is convinced that you will be free from worries in the future. Would she push her son to learn about the intricacies of your family's business? Brother, ponder this with your underutilized intellect. Your younger brother is proficient in 4 languages and consistently ranks first in his studies. What skills do you possess? He is amiable and well-liked by all, while you, on the other hand, might inquire among your elementary school classmates who does not harbor disdain for you. Your brother has already grasped a considerable portion of high school knowledge. What do you know? Aside from inflicting emotional pain on the only brother who genuinely cares for you, what else do you offer? Jiang Yan's relentless words fell upon Wang Zongyi like a barrage of meteors. The notion of being coddled to the point of becoming a failure, all under the guise of kindness from his mother, was a bitter truth to confront. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that he truly was a person of little capability. In contrast, his brother excelled, often subjected to comparisons that mocked him for being less mature and accomplished than his younger sibling. In moments like these, their mother would reassure him that such remarks stemmed from jealousy. Those who belittled him were merely envious of his effortless existence, while they themselves were forced to grovel for even the slightest benefit from the Wang family. After hearing his mother's words, the initial desire to strive and prove himself to those critics faded into indifference. Thus, Jiang Yan's assertions rang true. Wang Zongyi's complexion paled slightly. Chapter 156. The Origin of Hatred. Is he truly lost in his own thoughts? What does Wang Zongyi truly think? How could he have never recognized such an evident issue? After all, Wang Zongyi had been raised by her since infancy. Did she not harbor any affection for him? It seems not. From the description, it appears that his stepmother aims not only to render him a failure, but also to mold him into an arrogant, lawless individual who bullies others without restraint. Fortunately, Wang Zongyi has begun to awaken to this reality. His stepmother is truly formidable. She simultaneously manipulates him while ensuring he remains grateful to her, as if she were his biological mother. Oh, are you questioning your stepmother? Such skepticism is only natural. His father hastily married her following the death of his biological mother, which raises numerous concerns. He claims it was because Wang Zongyi required a mother after his birth. Surely, a wet nurse could have sufficed. The distinction between a wet nurse and a stepmother is minimal, as a stepmother may harbor resentment towards her husband's children, while a wet nurse may mistreat the employer's children. However, relatively speaking, the likelihood of a wet nurse abusing the employer's children is less than that of a stepmother showing disdain for the original offspring. Thus, it is evident to all, is it not? If this is the case, then Wang Zongyi is indeed unfortunate to accept a thief as a mother. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Zongyi, whose pallor indicated that further discussion was unwarranted. They could only offer him consolation, assuring him that he was merely deceived and that it was not too late to comprehend the truth. However, the revelation that Wang Zongyi had an older brother was unexpected. He had never mentioned him before. Is it not quite normal to omit such details? Jiang Yan had stated that Wang Zongyi's sole talent lay in hurting the heart of the only person who sincerely cared for him, indicating that their brotherly bond was fraught with tension, likely stemming from their stepmother. This reasoning holds merit, though Wang Zongyi's emotions were complex, rendering him unable to focus on his incessantly vibrating phone. He could not help but think of his brother, Wang Huaibei, in light of the realization that his stepmother had been deceiving him. Reflecting on the past 17 years, every memory associated with Wang Huaibei was unpleasant. Yet Jiang Yan asserted that the only person who genuinely cared for him was his brother, Wang Huaibei, the very brother he found so intolerable. Throughout their lives, Wang Huaibei had incessantly lectured him, urging him to study diligently, adhere to the law, and temper his temper to avoid explosive outbursts. Such incessant admonishments, compounded by Wang Huaibei's disdain for their mother, led to his growing animosity towards him. In truth, he began to truly loathe Wang Huaibei in the 4th grade when he overheard his brother express hatred toward him, attributing it to their mother's death during childbirth. Upon hearing those words, he was heartbroken and cried for an extended period. Their mother, upon witnessing his tears, held him close, offering gentle comfort and inquiring about the cause of his distress. He spoke candidly, and she advised him against harboring resentment toward Wang Huaibei, explaining that his brother's sorrow stemmed from the loss of their mother. With time, he would heal. She suggested that perhaps Wang Huaibei's animosity was not directed at him personally, but rather toward her, which inadvertently affected his feelings toward his brother. She even encouraged him to maintain some distance from her, to avoid inciting Wang Huaibei's disdain. Oh, and at that moment, he resolutely told his mother not to separate from her, declaring that if Wang Huaibei despised him for disliking their mother, then let him continue to harbor that hatred. He would reciprocate. His mother, upon hearing his declaration, appeared elated. Initially, he believed her joy was solely due to his heartfelt sentiments, but reflecting on Jiang Yan's words, he now suspects her happiness may have had deeper implications. After all, he had chosen her over Wang Huaibei. Since then, he had ceased to engage with Wang Huaibei and gradually nurtured a growing disdain for him. Although Jiang Yan claimed that Wang Huaibei was the only one who genuinely cared for him, those words of hatred could not possibly be insincere, could they? Jiang Yan could not help but exhibit a sardonic smile. After Wang Zongyi learned through Jiang Sui that Du Linglong was not a good person, he subtly advised his stepmother against continually orchestrating encounters between his brother and Du Linglong. Wang Zongyi felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, leaving him bleeding profusely. Wait a moment. Wang Zongyi suddenly realized a troubling revelation. In light of the matter regarding Du Linglong, did his mother conspire with his brother to deceive him? When he had trusted them, treated them well, and harmed Wang Huaibei for their sake, had they been mocking his foolishness behind his back? A chill coursed through Wang Zongyi's heart. Wang Zongyi particularly despised his brother, a sentiment rooted in the memory of overhearing his brother express hatred toward him during their childhood. Upon hearing this, Wang Zongyi quickly reined in his emotions, suppressing the turmoil within, eager to gauge Jiang Yan's perspective on the matter. However, Wang Zongyi had only overheard half of the conversation before fleeing, thus missing the subsequent context. That was a trap set by his stepmother, fool. With the arrival of her own son, her aspirations naturally shifted toward him. Yet, there remained the eldest son, Wang Huaibei. She feared that one day Wang Zongyi and Wang Huaibei would unite against her son, jeopardizing his prospects of success and inheritance of the Wang family's wealth. Thus, she resolved to sow discord between Wang Zongyi and Wang Huaibei, ensuring reconciliation became impossible before systematically dismantling their bond. Therefore, she approached Wang Huaibei, deliberately guiding him to utter those words, ensuring that Wang Zongyi would overhear. In truth, the earlier remarks stemmed from the initial grief over their mother's death during childbirth. When Wang Zongyi arrived and heard, "I hate Zongyi because our mother died giving birth to him," he was unable to accept it and ran away, missing the subsequent statements. Later, Wang Huaibei remarked, "When he held my hand, which was trembling from the sorrow of my mother's passing, the warmth and softness that emanated from him made it impossible for me to harbor any hatred or disdain towards him. After all, he is the child that my mother fought so hard to bring into this world. He is the one she cherished. How could I oppose my mother's love? Therefore, do not entertain any thoughts of sowing discord. I shall not abandon Ajong." Wang Zongyi was taken aback. So this was the entirety of the conversation? Indeed, it was my mother who had urged me to seek him out, saying she had prepared a delightful little surprise for him. That was why he had ventured into the kitchen at that moment, only to overhear such words. At this moment, Wang Zongyi felt a pang in his heart. The feelings he had harbored for his stepmother and her son over the years now seemed like a cruel joke. They must have viewed him as a fool, a mere jester. Chapter 157, Death by Swallowing a Blade. To be candid, merely hearing that statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. If Wang Zongyi were in the present, upon hearing such words, he would likely have rushed forward to grab his brother by the collar and declare that he despised him just as much, rather than fleeing after hearing only half of the conversation. It is curious why Wang Zongyi chose to run away at that time, when he could have listened to the entirety. When one has feelings for another, hearing hurtful words directed at oneself can indeed compel one to flee, for the mind struggles to accept it, fearing even more painful truths might follow. I must admit, the stepmother understood Wang Zongyi well. As a classmate had previously mentioned, had it been in the present, the stepmother would not have employed such tactics. I still cannot comprehend how the stepmother could behave in such a manner. After raising him for over a decade, one would develop a bond, yet she still calculated against Wang Zongyi. All humans possess selfishness. The stepmother's selfishness outweighed her feelings for Wang Zongyi, which is why she would calculate against him without hesitation. Alas, I can already foresee Wang Zongyi's future. I too foresee it. Surely, it will come to pass that Wang Zongyi and his brother will succumb to the machinations of the stepmother. Wang Zongyi will come to realize his stepmother's true nature and the scheme she has harbored for years, ultimately leading him to profound sorrow and melancholy. Another possibility is that, upon discovering everything, Wang Zongyi becomes darkened by vengeance, seeking to retaliate against his stepmother, resulting in mutual destruction. At this moment, Wang Zongyi was engulfed in sadness and, thus, had no inclination to check his phone, remaining oblivious to the speculations regarding his future. Yet, he had previously contemplated his own fate, predicting it would be grim and inevitably linked to Wang Huaibei. However, now that he understood Wang Huaibei was the only one who treated him with kindness, that speculation was rendered invalid, and all sources of tragedy pointed towards the stepmother. Therefore, even without viewing the group messages, his predictions aligned with those of his classmates. Sigh. Jiang Yan sighed softly, contemplating the cruelty of fate. Jiang Yan mused inwardly, his expression growing more complex. Due to the stepmother's scheming, Wang Zongyi inadvertently caused the death of his brother, leading to immense trauma that drove him to madness. Subsequently, he was confined to a psychiatric hospital by the stepmother, ultimately dying by swallowing a blade during a fit. Jiang Yan's thoughts struck him like a heavy hammer, nearly rendering him breathless. He killed Wang Huaibei? Wang Zongyi stared blankly into space. Although he despised Wang Huaibei, he had never contemplated the latter's demise. Yet in the future, he would be the one to end Wang Huaibei's life. Even if it was all part of the stepmother's scheme, he would still be the executioner of his own brother. A chill coursed through Wang Zongyi's body. The other classmates were equally taken aback, unable to fathom that Wang Zongyi's future would unfold in such a manner, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. A single calculation resolving two matters at once. How terrifying. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, one might not even comprehend how they met their end. It was clear that their paths need not have converged in such a tragic manner. If only Wang Zongyi could have placed a bit more trust in his brother. Do not dwell on regrets. Does he not know now? He is no longer a child and understand what must be done. Reflecting on Wang Zongyi's situation, I was reminded of the school bully. Xiaqi's parents seem to have no boundaries when it comes to him, regardless of whether his actions are right or wrong. They always praise him, never deeming him at fault. Many have remarked that they excessively indulge Xiaqi. Before hearing this, I too shared that belief. Now, however, it fills me with dread. By the way, how has the planning for gathering those individuals progressed? I have been pondering how to invite them. If we were to host a gathering ourselves, inviting adults would be acceptable if they were parents, but it would feel awkward and unreasonable otherwise. After much discussion, we decided to extend invitations during a birthday banquet of an adult, the nearest being my grandfather's birthday. Does that mean we cannot attend? Yes. It is only reasonable to invite them an event organized by adults, so I apologize. I still wish to hear it live. How frustrating. Those who can attend must relay it thoroughly. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. But how will Jiang Yan attend? Setting aside the fact that she has fallen out with the Jiang family, even if she had not, they would not bring her along given their disdain for her. We had anticipated this, which is why we did not invite the Jiang family, but rather Jiang Sei. The invitation mentions Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu. So Jiang Sei will be bringing them along. What? Seigu is going? Oh, how I long to go. Shueji, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. His family has some business dealings with the Jiang family, so it would be reasonable for him to attend, right? Ahem. Jiang Yu is currently on high alert around him. Shueji felt a blush creeping onto his face. He thought Jiang Yu's vigilance was ridiculous. He did not believe he possessed such charm that would attract Jiang Sei, who was emotionally distant. However, to reassure his friends, he would endure the discomfort of not meeting Jiang Sei. Of course, he needed to clarify that it was not because Jiang Yu had made a promise to him that he would help him pursue Jiang Sei after graduation. Absolutely not. He was losing his mind. What nonsense. In any case, I hope you can have a heartfelt conversation with your brother and prevent such a future from occurring for Wang Zongyi. Sigh. Jiang Yan sighed again, her tone tinged with melancholy. Regarding Wang Zongyi, I am at a loss for how to convey this to him. If I were to write him a note informing him that his stepmother does not care for him at all, that her kindness is merely a means to gain his trust and render him a burden, he would likely dismiss it and toss the note into the trash. Perhaps if I approached it differently, encouraging him to eavesdrop on his stepmother and brother, he might overhear explosive revelations, but he would probably dismiss it as a prank, even suspecting his brother. Jiang Yan pondered, resting her chin in thought. To untie the knot, one must first bind it. Perhaps I could approach it from his brother's perspective, telling him that he only heard half of the story and should seek out his brother for an honest conversation. I wonder if that would work. Jiang Yan hesitated. The other classmates nodded in agreement internally. Whatever you say, he will believe. Do not hesitate. Be bold. Hesitation leads to defeat. In stark contrast to the other's fervor, Wang Zongyi felt utterly drained. The information conveyed by Jiang Yan left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. It was a call from his stepmother. Each evening, while he was out having fun, she would call to check on him. In the past, no matter how weary he felt, he would eagerly answer her calls. But now, he had no desire to pick up the phone. He needed peace. Wang Zongyi swiftly ended the call with his stepmother. As soon as he hung up, she called again. He continued to decline her calls, and she persisted, so he ultimately switched off his phone. At last, the world was silent. Chapter 158, Recent Developments Monday. A piece of news regarding bullying surged to the trending topic, creating quite a stir. The students of Class 12 were already prepared, thus they were neither surprised nor curious. Merely thinking to themselves, it has finally arrived. The bullying incident involving the school bully was about to unfold. The students of Class 12 were eager and excited, fully aware that some time had passed since this matter began, and their enthusiasm was palpable. However, they were reminded to temper their excitement. The precise timing of their actions remained uncertain, and it was wise to conserve their energy for the developments concerning Xiaoqi. Jiang Zhua, concerned that the group's fervor might lead to missteps, issued a gentle reminder. It was important to mention in the group chat that Jiang Yan should also participate. She would undoubtedly keep an eye on the situation and take action in tandem with them. Following suit, Chu Ju added that their plan was straightforward. Akin to those who had conspired against Xiaoqi, they intended to film videos under the guise of promoting anti-bullying, inadvertently capturing discussions involving Xiaoqi and the subsequent filming. Speaking of which, what had become of Yuan Bian? Someone recalled Yuan Jie, who had been beaten by them 2 days prior. What else could he do? He was hiding in the orange grove. The details were murky, but my father mentioned he wouldn't be emerging anytime soon. The group turned their gaze towards Yi Bi, the most informed among them. As for the specifics of the situation, I was unaware, but I did know that after his capture, victims had come forward with evidence. Therefore, there is no need to worry that he had received a lenient sentence for failing to successfully assault Jiang Zhua. Even though the charge of operating an online gambling ring was substantial enough for Yuan Jie, they hoped he wouldn't merely face that accusation, as it would be grossly unfair to the other victims he had harmed. Hearing this from Yi Bi, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The wounds inflicted on the victims would not vanish, but justice was on the horizon. By the way, how much longer would the old man feign death? Upon someone inquiring about this matter, everyone instinctively looked at Bai Lu. I believe it will be soon. My mother has completely given up on Zhou Ru. The time is ripe. We are merely waiting to deliver the final blow to Zhou Ru. As Bai Lu spoke, a wave of sadness washed over her. Having heard Jiang Yan's words initially had already caused her distress. Experiencing it firsthand was far more painful. Had she not been mentally prepared, the blow would have been even more severe. In just over a month, her mother had lost nearly 10 pounds, appearing considerably haggard, which pained her deeply. Though she could only choose silence, only a significant blow could awaken her mother. Otherwise, even if Zhou Ru lost everything, he would be like a stubborn piece of gum that refused to be discarded. What about the others? How have you all been? Since it was he who brought up the subject, his mother did not conceal anything from him. I have temporarily resolved my situation. After all, even if my family is wealthy, I cannot imprison others. The future remains uncertain, but I will maintain my distance from him, Song Qingzhou stated. Zhou Qingya glanced at Jiang Yan and quickly typed a message. I am currently distancing myself from Jiang Yi, and as for other matters, such as annulling the engagement, that will require a gradual approach. My mother and I have reconciled, and I've heard they have already contacted Du Jun and his brother regarding arrangements. Though I am unclear on the specifics, Jiang Sui remarked. Lin Lu expressed some ambivalence about this matter, given that his mother's encounter with Fu Lishun was not particularly favorable, and he feared the Fu family might harbor grievances against her, even though she was no longer alive. My family as well, Chu Ju interjected. Lin Lu nodded slightly. I'm also distancing myself from Yin Lu Li, no longer acting as a sycophant, Ji Nin quickly declared, sincerely reflecting on his actions. Although he did not consider being a sycophant to be problematic, he did not wish to be perceived as one who failed to repent. The engagement has been annulled. Qin Shuyan's message was succinct, seeing that everyone's situations were gradually improving. The group felt a wave of joy. After all, if they could continue in such a positive manner, Jiang Yan mused that the bleak future of their class would transform. They would no longer bear the cursed labels of Class 12, such as the unfortunate class or the toxic class. As everyone shared their recent developments, Jiang Yan casually scanned the room and randomly selected a classmate, Wang Zhizhi, who was fortuitously chosen. Caught off guard by the mention of her name, Wang Zhizhi paused momentarily, filled with curiosity about her future. As for any embarrassing gossip, it mattered not. Everyone has their share. The wheel of fortune turns, and it was merely her turn. If her amusing anecdotes could bring joy to others, then they had fulfilled their purpose. Classmates who were sneaking glances at Wang Zhizhi noted her enthusiastic demeanor and couldn't help but admire her positive mindset, while simultaneously wondering what fate awaited the infamous knife wielder. Wang Zhizhi. Surely, it could not be as they conjectured, that she met a tragic end due to her ungracious remarks. Although Wang Zhizhi's feelings at that moment were unknown, it was likely her cousin wished to sew her mouth shut. Everyone agreed that this was quintessentially Wang Zhizhi. They collectively mourned for her cousin, who had the fortune of having such a sister. How could one endure the embarrassment of wearing red underwear on the outside, parading around like a warrior? Just the thought of it was enough to induce social death. That kind of dark history could only belong to her, Wang Zhizhi. I would wager that this incident has already spread throughout her cousin's class. Though her cousin was indeed unfortunate, I genuinely wish to laugh. Ha ha! Wearing red underwear on the outside. It is only fitting for Wang Zhizhi's cousin. The sight of a string of laughter prompted everyone to imagine someone running through the streets in red underwear, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In that moment, they truly admired Wang Zhizhi's cousin. A little companion from Wang Zhizhi's hometown had once desperately wanted to eat at a banquet and inquired of his grandmother when they could feast. His grandmother replied, "When your grandfather passes away." The little companion then asked when that would be, and when his grandmother did not respond, he ran to ask Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi advised him to keep vigil by his grandfather's bedside. That night, once everyone had fallen asleep, the little companion sneaked to his grandfather's bedside. When his grandfather awoke in the middle of the night and saw someone standing there, he nearly had a heart attack. Upon realizing it was his grandson, he asked what he was doing there, to which the boy replied, "I'm waiting to see when you die, so I can eat at the banquet." That night, the little companion was thoroughly punished. The next day, Wang Zhizhi went to find her friend and immediately asked, "Did your grandfather die? Didn't he say we would eat at the banquet?" Well, she had successfully gotten her friend into trouble once more. Chapter 159. Who do you like? Out of curiosity, is the little companion still Wang Zhizhi's friend? The little companion said, "Thank you for being in my life. You have warmed all 4 seasons." One dares to speak, and the other dares to act. Frankly, the little companion is quite a character, and it's no wonder he became friends with Wang Zhizhi. Did you all notice that the little companion's grandmother is also quite a character? Indeed, the little companion inquired, "When do we eat at the banquet?" Grandmother replied, "When your grandfather dies." Grandfather quipped, "I guess I have to bear all." Ha ha! The little companion is no longer just a little companion. As they grew up, gender differences and academic pressures led to them gradually drifting apart. Seeing this, no one chose to comment further. Such scenarios are quite common. Childhood friends who were inseparable often become mere acquaintances as they mature. One day, a woman adorned with a gold necklace approached Wang Zhizhi's mother and other aunts, feigning to admire her jewelry. When she noticed everyone's gaze, she began to boast. Wang Zhizhi was present at that moment and heard her claim that her husband had gifted it to her. Purely out of curiosity, she innocently asked, "Oh, it was given by uncle? Hasn't he been caught and taken away? Is he out already?" The atmosphere fell silent, the tension palpable. It was Wang Zhizhi's mother who broke the silence, saying in jest, "Children speak without thinking. Don't take it to heart," before hurriedly pulling Wang Zhizhi away. Wang Zhizhi recalled that incident, blinking her eyes in confusion. Could it be that she had misspoken? Yet, her curiosity had been genuine at that moment. Listening to the surrounding onlookers, they mentioned that someone had been apprehended. Hence, when she heard the aunt mention that her husband had bought her a necklace, she innocently wondered if the aunt's husband had been released. Indeed, people are remarkably difficult to understand, Wang Zhizhi mused. Meanwhile, her classmates exchanged glances, astonished that such a thing could occur at the hands of Wang Zhizhi. They glanced at her, noting her bewilderment, and were not surprised in the least. Wang Zhizhi, utterly oblivious to her own words, seemed unaware even when she had unwittingly stripped away someone's veil of modesty. At that moment, They were increasingly convinced that Wang Zhiji's future would lead to someone acting out in anger against her. Aside from such a fate, they could not conceive of any other. It is worth noting that all of Wang Zhiji's embarrassing gossip was derived from others' misfortunes. Her social blunders were merely reflections of others' missteps. Everyone nodded in agreement. While their own gossip revolved around personal embarrassments, Wang Zhiji's tales were exclusively about the misfortunes of others. No need to mind, for Wang Zhiji's narrative style diverged significantly from theirs. Moreover, there was a university student residing in Wang Zhiji's neighborhood. One day, while waiting outside Mishui for her milk tea, Wang Zhiji spotted the university student and his girlfriend purchasing bubble tea. As she waited, she couldn't help but observe the couple. The university student, bewildered, inquired about her intentions. With genuine curiosity, Wang Zhiji remarked, "Didn't you previously mention to your friends that you enjoy having girls beneath your feet? Is that how your girlfriend is?" At her words, the entire milk tea shop fell silent, all eyes turning toward the university student. His girlfriend regarded him with a knowing smirk. Surely, the university student was drenched in embarrassment. Oh my, what a social catastrophe. To state it so bluntly, just imagining it made me cringe in vicarious embarrassment. Pure curiosity surged within me. Would his girlfriend find satisfaction in that revelation? Curiosity is one thing, but delving deeper may be unnecessary. The matters of that young couple are best left to themselves. I wonder, when Wang Zhiji makes such remarks, does she truly feel no shame? If it were I would certainly harbor curiosity, but would never voice it aloud. Why should I feel embarrassed? I merely seek the truth. The group fell into a momentary silence. It was precisely because of her uniqueness that she often spoke astonishingly without awareness. Jiang Yan, unaware of the complex emotions swirling among her peers, chuckled as she absorbed Wang Zhiji's gossip before redirecting her attention to Wang Zhiji's future. Upon doing so, her smile faded and her brow furrowed slightly. Oh dear, another childhood sweetheart. Curiosity piqued once more. The group turned their attention back to Wang Zhiji. Could it be that she had a childhood sweetheart? Judging by Jiang Yan's tone, it seemed that Wang Zhiji's future was intricately linked to this childhood companion. Could it be? Not only had misfortunes befallen their class, but even childhood sweethearts led to no good outcomes. Indeed, it appeared that both their class and others' childhood sweethearts were cursed with unfortunate fates. Did anyone in their class even have a childhood sweetheart? Caution was warranted. Jian Zinyue observed the discussions with pursed lips, remaining silent. Yet, her heart was in turmoil. Despite her desire to trust her own childhood sweetheart, the fact remained that she was merely harboring a secret crush. The prospect of a tragic future might indeed be connected to her childhood friend. No, it couldn't be. Jian Zinyue shook her head. Yan Xian was not that kind of person. However, many had believed that individuals were not such, only to be proven wrong. As Jian Zinyue contemplated these thoughts, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Should she perhaps take subtle actions to capture Jiang Yan's attention and glimpse her future? Though she was filled with trepidation, deep within, she yearned to uncover whether her dismal future was entwined with the heart of Yan Xian, whom she had cherished for many years. No one was aware of Jian Zinyue's inner concerns. Everyone was more intrigued by Wang Zhiji's revelation of having a romantic interest, curious about the nature of her childhood sweetheart. I don't like Zhao Yuan, Wang Zhiji exclaimed, utterly perplexed. When did she ever develop feelings for her childhood sweetheart, Zhao Yuan? Or was it that her future self had lost her mind, or perhaps her vision, leading her to develop an affection for Zhao Yuan? The others were equally baffled by Wang Zhiji's statement. What? Wang Zhiji does not fancy her childhood sweetheart. But Jiang Yan's tone implied that Wang Zhiji's tragic future was somehow related to him. Wait a moment. We seem to have fallen into a cognitive trap, Chu Ju realized. When childhood sweethearts were mentioned, their minds instinctively conjured romantic entanglements, leading them to assume Wang Zhiji's feelings for a childhood companion. Others soon followed suit, reminding themselves not to let preconceived notions cloud their judgment. Who said childhood sweethearts had to harbor romantic feelings for one another? Nevertheless, curiosity soared regarding how Wang Zhiji's tragic fate was intertwined with her childhood sweetheart. Not to mention, even Wang Zhiji herself was intrigued. To understand Wang Zhiji's situation, we must first discuss her childhood sweetheart, Zhao Yuan. They both lived in the same neighborhood, mere doors apart, which allowed them to grow up together, frequently going to and from school. Some gossipy classmates playfully dubbed them a couple, claiming that Wang Zhiji was Zhao Yuan's little wife. This continued until high school, where their paths diverged. Wang Zhizhi entered Twinge Academy, while Zhao Yuan attended an ordinary high school. Though the latter was unremarkable, Zhao Yuan consistently ranked at the top. Despite not attending the same school, due to their proximity, Wang Zhizhi often found herself delivering items for Zhao Yuan at his mother's request and thus frequently visited him. Understandably, during their high school years, a girl from another school, particularly one who was quite attractive, visiting Zhao Yuan regularly led others at his school to believe that she was his girlfriend. When they inquired, Zhao Yuan, for reasons unknown, refrained from denying the claim, resulting in everyone assuming he had a girlfriend from Twinge Academy who doted on him and visited frequently. This situation marked the beginning of Wang Zhizhi's misfortune. Wang Zhizhi was left perplexed. Is Zhao Yuan unwell? I'm not his girlfriend. Why doesn't he refute it? Is it a lack of assertiveness? Or perhaps a manifestation of vanity or the competitiveness inherent in teenage boys? If it is the latter, then he is rather immature. No wonder that one time, when I outperformed him in an exam and secured the top spot in the school, he hid in the cupboard and cried. Wang Zhizhi muttered to herself. Hearing this, Yibi curiously asked when it had occurred. Crying over not being first in an exam must have happened when we were quite young. However, considering Wang Zhizhi's typical manner of speaking, Yibi felt uncertain about her guess. Middle school, Wang Zhizhi replied nonchalantly. Yibi was left speechless. So that was merely a few years ago. Thankfully, Zhao Yuan had not overheard. Otherwise, given the sensitivity of adolescent boys, he would likely feel mortified. I am quite dense. Unable to connect Zhao Yuan's failure to deny Wang Zhizhi as his girlfriend with her future misfortunes. Perhaps later, when Wang Zhizhi finds someone she genuinely likes and finally manages to pursue that person, they might hear rumors of her having a childhood sweetheart and assume she is being unfaithful, leading to an angry confrontation with tragic consequences. Alternatively, they might expose her supposed infidelities, warning others not to be deceived by her. Then Wang Zhizhi became the target of online bullying. After fully understanding the situation, she sought clarification from Zhao Yuan, but Zhao Yuan, unwilling to bear the blame, refused to agree. Ultimately, Wang Zhizhi fell into a deep depression, leading to her tragic demise. It is quite plausible that such a scenario could unfold. Although the speculation is reasonable, I believe it is highly unlikely that Zhizhi would descend into such despair. Upon hearing this classmate's remarks, everyone could not help but conjure a vivid image of a despondent Wang Zhizhi, which sent shivers down their spines. No, the thought of a depressed Wang Zhizhi is indeed too haunting. They simply could not fathom such a version of her. The imagined reality was far too terrifying. I agree. It is indeed logical. I too believe I would not succumb to depression, but would rather strive to gather evidence instead. Wang Zhizhi contemplated the classmate's assumptions and realized that she would not let online harassment lead her to despair. In fact, I believe that if Wang Zhizhi were truly subjected to online bullying, she might very well elevate the blood pressure of those who harassed her, or perhaps even resolve the matter decisively, leaving the bullies questioning their own existence. In this regard, Wang Zhizhi would not falter. What does that mean? Wang Zhizhi was perplexed by her classmate's insinuation. Is this implying that she is eloquent? Yet, she had never recognized this talent within herself. Lost in thought, Wang Zhizhi pondered whether it was a gift she had overlooked, one that others had discerned. If this were the case, perhaps she could attempt to develop this ability. Should her classmates learn of her intentions, they might beg her not to pursue it further. It is already infuriating enough. Should she hone this talent, she might truly provoke someone to the brink of fury. Wang Zhizhi was unaware that she had been labeled as Zhao Yuan's girlfriend. One day in her senior year, a flamboyantly dressed girl with yellow hair approached Wang Zhizhi. She rudely scanned Wang Zhizhi from head to toe and scoffed, suggesting that Wang Zhizhi was nothing special. She then remarked that she had her eyes on Wang Zhizhi's boyfriend and hoped Wang Zhizhi would be more interesting. Wang Zhizhi was utterly bewildered, finding the girl's behavior nonsensical, and began to dial a number. Seeing this, the girl snatched Wang Zhizhi's phone away and questioned whether she intended to report her boyfriend, the academic prodigy. Wang Zhizhi calmly replied, "No, I merely wish to inquire if any patients have gone missing from Qingshan Hospital." Ha ha! Indeed, Wang Zhizhi is quite the talent. Others chuckled softly in agreement. Wang Zhizhi's resilience in confrontation remained unwavering. When Wang Zhizhi heard Jiang Yan mention that a girl with yellow hair was confronting her with nonsensical remarks, she too wondered if the girl had escaped from a mental institution. However, given that Jiang Yan and the others were laughing, it seemed unlikely. So who is she? A boyfriend? Oh, does that refer to Zhao Yuan? After much contemplation, Wang Zhizhi concluded it must be Zhao Yuan, as he was the only one who had not denied her status as his girlfriend. The girl with yellow hair misinterpreted Wang Zhizhi's words, thinking she was lying. She claimed to have informed Zhao Yuan that she would make Wang Zhizhi pay for it, and then departed. Wang Zhizhi, on the other hand, found the girl increasingly peculiar. She then proceeded to call various mental hospitals in the city to inquire if they had lost any patients. Receiving no affirmative responses, Wang Zhizhi took to her social media to announce that a yellow-haired lunatic had appeared nearby, urging everyone to exercise caution. Hilariously, Zhao Yuan even liked the post and commented for Wang Zhizhi to stay safe. Little did he know that the lunatic she referred to was the very girl who had been relentlessly pursuing him. Indeed, it is Zhao Yuan, Wang Zhizhi thought with a disdainful curl of her lips. This Zhao Yuan only brings her trouble, although it may be superstitious. Should she sprinkle grapefruit leaves with water after every encounter with Zhao Yuan to ward off any mischief he might bring her way? Not only does he waste her time, but he also brings about negative influences. If Zhao Yuan truly wrongs her, she would certainly release a video of him falling into a cesspit, ensuring his reputation was tarnished. Upon hearing her mutterings, Wang Zhongyi sprayed water all over himself. Wang Zhizhi turned to him with a look of resentment. "I apologize, I didn't mean to," he stammered, feeling a bit guilty under her gaze. "Your words just surprised me." As he spoke, he began to dry Wang Zhizhi off. "I truly did not intend to. Please don't play the great compassion mantra every day." Setting aside the question of its efficacy, merely listening to it daily could drive anyone to a state of neurosis. "Rest assured, I am a good person and would never do such a thing." Wang Zhizhi's assurance seemed to ease Wang Zhongyi's concerns, though he remained skeptical. "You previously played the mantra for the class monitor who wasn't even dead." Wang Zhongyi mused that if one day Wang Zhizhi were to hear of his misfortune, she would likely send a wreath before even confirming his safety. Faced with Wang Zhongyi's lack of trust, Wang Zhizhi felt helpless. She truly would not engage in such activities. She merely spoke out loud. However, if Wang Zhongyi were to perish one day, she would certainly send him a grand wreath and a grand house, accompanied by the great compassion mantra. Reflecting on this, she realized she was indeed a considerate and caring classmate. In essence, the girl with yellow hair was a recent transfer student from Zhao Yuan's school. Upon her arrival, her unconventional attire and flamboyant style stirred quite a commotion among the students, ensnaring the hearts of many naive boys. Yet, she exhibited no interest in these easily won admirers. Instead, she found herself captivated by Zhao Yuan, who paid her no mind. Indeed, for both men and women, the unattainable remains eternally alluring. Everyone wholeheartedly concurred. When something is unattainable, it becomes precious, but once obtained, it is often met with disdain. Thus, she fervently pursued Zhao Yuan, while Zhao Yuan, being rather unremarkable himself, rejected her advances, citing his relationship with his girlfriend, Wang Zhizhi. One would think he could simply state his disinterest instead of deflecting to his girlfriend. This very statement prompted the yellow-haired girl to seek out Wang Zhizhi, leading to her provocative remarks. After confronting Wang Zhizhi, the girl began to avoid Zhao Yuan. This sudden withdrawal perplexed Zhao Yuan, who was accustomed to her persistent pursuit. Driven by curiosity, he decided to skip class to confront her. When she saw him, the girl fled, but Zhao Yuan managed to catch up with her. Furious, he apologized on behalf of Wang Zhizhi, insisting she was a good person, and rambled on. The yellow-haired girl, delighted by Zhao Yuan's view of her, kissed him excitedly and dashed away, leaving Zhao Yuan grinning foolishly. Afterward, recalling Wang Zhizhi's humiliation of the girl, he stormed off to confront Wang Zhizhi, demanding to know why she bullied the yellow-haired girl, insisting he had no connection to her, not even as friends, and admonishing her not to be jealous. "Oh, no connection? Is that so? Even though we kissed, we have no connection?" Wang Zhizhi retorted, perplexed by Zhao Yuan's nonsensical rant. "Did you drink too much sewage? Perhaps you should visit a hospital for a checkup. I suspect some sewage might have seeped into your brain when you fell into the cesspit." Chapter 161. Weary of it all. Everyone gazed at Wang Zhizhi in admiration. Truly, she is remarkable. If one were to possess a gentler disposition, they would likely endure this inexplicable grievance with a sense of resignation. Having been subjected to such remarks, it is probable that the individual in question would feel too embarrassed to remain. In the face of a scoundrel, the instincts of classmate Zhizhi truly shine. One might inquire whether he dares to persist in his entanglement. Fortunately, there was no one in their vicinity. Otherwise, Zhao Yuan would have been too ashamed to face anyone. It is indeed a pity that no one witnessed the embarrassing scene involving such an absurd individual. After Ji exposed a dark chapter from Zhao Yuan's past, he fled in disarray, refraining from further troubling her. However, he became rather intimate with a girl with blonde hair, skipping classes to indulge in nightlife and reckless driving. He willingly accompanied her in whatever she desired, reveling in the sense of liberation from his true nature. Yet, this indulgent lifestyle took a toll on his academic performance, causing his grades to plummet. During a mock examination, this perennial top student fell below the top 10. Naturally, the teachers sought to discuss Zhao Yuan's decline in performance with him, yet he remained reticent, attributing his struggles to excessive pressure and promising to adjust his state of mind. The homeroom teacher, adhering to a sense of responsibility, informed Zhao Yuan's parents about his significant drop in grades. Zhao's parents, feeling anxious, questioned him, but he, unwilling to reveal the truth, resorted to the same evasions he used with his teacher. Their disbelief led to further inquiries, which only resulted in Zhao Yuan's anger and silence. In desperation, his parents considered approaching Ji. Having grown up together, their bond was strong, and, as peers of the same age, she might communicate with him more effectively than his elders. Thus, Zhao's parents reached out to Ji, hoping she could inquire about the reasons behind his declining grades and offer assistance. Since Zhao Yuan had previously uttered a series of nonsensical statements, Ji had been reluctant to engage with him. However, out of concern for Zhao's parents, who had always treated her kindly, she agreed to help. At this juncture, Jiang Yan expressed dissatisfaction with a dismissive pout. Ji was acutely aware that she should not meddle in Zhao Yuan's affairs, yet human emotions are complex. She found it challenging to refuse Zhao's parents, who had cared for her as if she were their own daughter over the years. Nevertheless, she now understood that this situation could lead to dire consequences for her future, and thus she resolved not to assist any further. Following her realization of Zhao Yuan's actions, she had firmly decided to sever ties to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon visiting Zhao Yuan's institution to gather information, Ji discovered that many recognized her and informed her of Zhao Yuan's dalliance with the blonde girl, noting that they frequently skipped classes. They reassured her that there were plenty of good men available. Confused, Ji pressed for clarification, only to learn that many assumed she was Zhao Yuan's girlfriend, and now they believed she had been abandoned by him. Ji found this utterly absurd, yet upon understanding the situation, she confronted Zhao Yuan, urging him to postpone any romantic pursuits until after the college entrance examination, which was imminent. Zhao Yuan, however, interpreted Ji's words as jealousy, insisting that he had always regarded her as a sister. He dismissed their parents' comments about their potential future together as mere jest and assured her that his academic performance would not hinder his examination preparations. Upon hearing this, Ji perceived that Zhao Yuan was quite deluded. She then quipped, "Would you like me to arrange an organ donation agreement for you?" Zhao Yuan was perplexed. Ji elaborated, stating that since he could no longer use his eyes or mind, they could be of service to someone in need. Understanding her insinuation, Zhao Yuan deemed her remarks unreasonable and turned to leave. At that moment, the blonde girl emerged, clinging to Zhao Yuan's arm with a pitiable expression. Zhao Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, quickly comforted her, asserting that he was merely clarifying matters with Ji and would cease all future contact. Seeing the blonde girl made Ji realize why she had approached her with those comments. Consequently, she posted a message on social media declaring that the crisis had been averted and that there was no need for concern, noting that although the girl with blonde hair might not be entirely sane, she was not mentally ill. Ji pondered deeply. Truth be told, she had yet to understand how Zhao Yuan had perceived her feelings for him. She had not engaged in any behavior that could have led to such a misunderstanding. If his assumption that their shared commute implied affection was valid, then she had no retort. Were it not for their family's close relationship and their proximity as neighbors attending the same school, she would not have commuted with Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's confidence was astonishing. He presumed that Ji harbored deep affections for him despite her never having expressed such sentiments. It was bewildering to fathom his thought process. Thus, Ji's assertion that he should consider donating his eyes and mind to those in need rang true. Observing Ji maintain her composure reassured me. As it stands, there seems to be no profound animosity between them that would lead him to harm her. Perhaps there are events yet to unfold. It is likely for otherwise. They would be too petty to allow such trivial matters to disrupt their lives. Following the second mock examination, Zhao Yuan's grades fell yet again, landing him in the 15th position. Frustrated, Zhao Yuan's parents once more sought Ji's assistance. Ji, possessing a kind heart and recognizing her childhood friend's academic decline, did not wish to see his promising future obliterated. Therefore, she revealed the truth about Zhao Yuan's early romantic entanglements to his parents. Upon hearing this, they promptly took action, enforcing a separation between the two and closely monitoring Zhao Yuan's activities. As a result, his performance in the college entrance examination improved significantly. While he did not achieve the top rank in the province, he placed within the top 10. After the examination, Zhao Yuan was confronted by the blonde girl's friend, who, in tears, chastised him for not seeking out the blonde girl the previous night. She accused him of causing her distress, claiming that it led to her suicide attempt. Zhao Yuan was taken aback and rushed to the hospital to find the blonde girl, but she refused to see him. Her friend, infuriated, informed Zhao Yuan that the blonde girl was too traumatized to meet any males and urged him to cease his performative displays. Had he sought her out, the situation would not have escalated. Zhao Yuan, bewildered, insisted that he had received no communication from the blonde girl. Her friend expressed surprise, questioning whether his ex-girlfriend, Ji, had failed to deliver a letter to him. Zhao Yuan, increasingly confused, inquired about the letter. The blonde girl explained that due to strict parental supervision, they had entrusted Ji with the letter, intending for her to pass it on to him. This revelation shifted the blame to Ji. Zhao Yuan, in his infatuation, failed to recognize the absurdity of the situation. The fact that the blonde girl chose to send a letter via Ji, a student from a different institution, rather than their mutual classmates, was indeed problematic. However, Zhao Yuan did not see it this way. He believed Ji's failure to deliver the letter stemmed from her unrequited feelings for him. In reality, Ji had never received any letter, as the blonde girl was unaware of which class Ji belonged to at Twinge Academy. She had simply sought assistance from a random student at the academy to deliver the letter. When that student could not locate Ji and with the looming college entrance examination, they ultimately decided against pursuing the matter further, as who sends letters these days anyway? Regardless of the truth, compounded by Ji informing his parents of his romantic involvement in the letter, Zhao Yuan's resentment toward her grew immensely. Most critically, the blonde girl had not been assaulted. This was an act she orchestrated herself. Initially, she relished Zhao Yuan's affection, which he reciprocated wholeheartedly, but eventually, she grew weary of it. As she contemplated how to end their relationship, Zhao Yuan's parents intervened and forced them to break up. This action incited her anger. While she could accept a breakup, it was unacceptable for Zhao Yuan's parents to dictate the terms. In retaliation, she devised a plan to leave a lasting impression on Zhao Yuan, ensuring he would harbor animosity towards his parents. Wang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She was entirely innocent in this situation. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's arrogant assumption that she had feelings for him, perpetuating the rumor that she was his girlfriend, she would never have been embroiled in the chaotic romance between the two of them. It was no wonder Jiang Yan remarked that Zhao Yuan's refusal to deny the rumors marked the onset of her tragic fate. Indeed, it was the beginning of a catastrophe. At this moment, Wang Ji wished she could draw a circle and curse Zhao Yuan. Although she knew superstitions were unwise, she found herself longing to buy a talisman to curse him, believing that simply drawing a circle lacked sufficient potency. If she didn't vent her anger somehow, how could she ever find solace? Moreover, she was left to wonder how this scoundrel would retaliate against her. Her only hope was that her parents would not be implicated. 2 years later, both Wang Ji and Zhao Yuan entered their third year of university. At this juncture, Zhao Yuan began fervently pursuing Wang Ji, even enlisting the help of both their parents. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she could not claim to be exceptionally clever, she was astute enough to realize that Zhao Yuan's pursuit was undoubtedly an act of revenge. Unbeknownst to her, while she would never truly develop feelings for Zhao Yuan, if she did not encounter someone she genuinely liked, she might find it convenient to acquiesce to his advances. Damn it, she thought, wishing she could eliminate that scoundrel. Grinding her teeth, she wore a fierce expression. What Wang Ji could conceive, her classmates could also surmise. They were all indignant, expressing their disdain for Zhao Yuan, who toyed with the emotions of others. Such a cad deserved to meet a grim fate. Would Wang Ji ever find herself attracted to him? If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. She fervently hoped it would not come to pass. Future Wang Ji, Keep your eyes wide open and do not fall into his sweet trap. Given that it was a tragedy, they would undoubtedly end up together. One classmate's remark silenced the group. Even Wang Zhizhi, who was resolute that she would never fall for Zhao Yuan, felt a flicker of doubt. Though Wang Zhizhi did not harbor feelings for Zhao Yuan, she lacked any other romantic interests. Seeking an uncomplicated path, she ultimately agreed to Zhao Yuan's pursuit. The group fell silent, quietly observing Wang Zhizhi. Was she truly willing to bet her future for the sake of convenience? Under the scrutiny of her classmates, she nervously touched her perspiring nose, reasoning that she had little choice. Having not encountered someone she truly liked, and with the encouragement from her parents and Zhao uncle and aunt, it seemed natural for her to consent to the childhood friend's advances. Once they began dating, Zhao Yuan showered Wang Zhizhi with meticulous care and affection, almost to the point of granting her a life of ease akin to a princess. Their peers witnessed Zhao Yuan's kindness and praised him as an exemplary boyfriend. Even though Wang Zhizhi did not have feelings for Zhao Yuan, under such relentless affection, her heart began to waver. While it could not be described as an undying love, she found herself developing affection for him. Thus, when Zhao Yuan proposed, she accepted without hesitation. The classmates turned their gaze toward Wang Zhizhi, their expressions a mix of disappointment and frustration. How could she have been so easily won over? Wang Zhizhi fidgeted with her fingers, remaining silent. As someone entrenched in the situation, she lacked the perspective to grasp Zhao Yuan's true motives. At that moment, Zhao Yuan's kindness was overwhelming. Who wouldn't be touched by such devotion? Although Wang Zhizhi struggled to accept the idea of eventually developing feelings for Zhao Yuan, it was no longer a matter of acceptance. This time, she was resolute that she would not fall for him. However, the future version of herself had already fallen for him and accepted his proposal. It seemed Zhao Yuan's plan for revenge was about to unfold. Wang Zhizhi contemplated this, and many classmates shared her thoughts. After Wang Zhizhi accepted Zhao Yuan's proposal, he treated her even better. Consequently, she became an object of envy for many girls. Some acquaintances even shared their daily lives online, attracting a following of fans who relished their sweetness. Thus, Zhao Yuan and Wang Zhizhi became a moderately famous couple online. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan continued to treat Wang Zhizhi with utmost kindness. After 5 years of dating, they decided to marry. Given their minor fame, they opted to live stream the event. On the day of their wedding, upon witnessing this, Jiang Yan cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Zhizhi, her jaw clenched in anger. If Zhao Yuan were present, she would undoubtedly tear him apart. Other classmates began to sense that something was amiss. Could he really be causing trouble at the wedding, especially during a live stream? How ruthless would he be in such a situation? What would he possibly be plotting? They found themselves unable to decipher his intentions. Being rational individuals, they struggled to understand such a twisted mindset. Some clever classmates felt that they were being subtly insulted. Please, they were also normal. They were simply perceptive enough to make educated guesses. Meanwhile, Wang Zhizhi clenched her fists, holding her breath in anticipation. She was determined to see what Zhao Yuan had in store. As the video was meant to showcase their love story, it instead revealed a scandalous video of Wang Zhizhi. The impact was overwhelming. Her mind went blank. Although she was still a minor, it did not imply ignorance of such matters. Engaging in such acts was out of the question. No matter how reckless she became, she would never resort to such behavior. Wang Zhizhi's breathing quickened. What role did Zhao Yuan play in this? Her classmates were equally stunned. Was this truly Zhao Yuan's method of revenge? It was beyond cruel. As for whether Wang Zhizhi would be considered such a person, they believed in their classmate. In an instant, Wang Zhizhi became a viral sensation online. Everyone knew her as a girl who engaged in scandalous behavior, a heartless individual who, despite having a devoted boyfriend, sought satisfaction elsewhere. In this affair, Zhao Yuan emerged as the perfect victim. Naturally, the wedding was abruptly halted. Wang Zhizhi had become the butt of the joke, leaving her parents unable to hold their heads high among relatives. Wang Zhizhi bit her lip fiercely. On her left, Jiang Sui reached across the aisle, grasping Wang Zhizhi's arm gently, whispering, "Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. Such a thing will never happen again, and we, your classmates, will ensure it doesn't." Jiang Sui's words rang true. If she did not find peace, they could all go after Zhao Yuan, beat him up, and hang him in the park. Wang Zongyi chimed in. "Indeed, that's right," echoed Gao Yuhua and Lin Lo. Yi Bi understood the gravity of the situation for a girl and refrained from making light of it. instead pondering how they could execute their plan without getting caught. Alas, she had inadvertently implicated her parents. Even though the origins of her scandalous video remain unclear, regardless of how it came to be, both she and her parents are subjected to relentless attacks. Surely, it must be related to Zhao Yuan. What on earth has he done? Wang Zhizhi is certainly not that kind of person. She must have been framed by Zhao Yuan. This was a live broadcast, after all, a well-known online influencer stream. Zhao Yuan is utterly despicable. Regardless of the collective anger felt by the onlookers, Zhao Yuan is not present to face the wrath, leaving them to vent their frustrations in their chat group. It was during that same incident that numerous marks of affection were found on her body. Yet Zhao Yuan claimed they were evidence of intimacy between them. Wang Zhizhi firmly believes this assertion. Reflecting on the matter now, she confronts Zhao Yuan, assured that she possesses no recording devices, speaks freely. Zhao Yuan had drugged Wang Zhizhi on her birthday during their senior year, subsequently assembling a group of men to record a video of her. His motivation for such an atrocious act was to exact revenge on Wang Zhizhi for not delivering a letter to him, which ultimately led to the humiliation of a girl with blonde hair. Zhao Yuan further claimed that he had grown weary of treating Wang Zhizhi well. Had it not been for the need to maintain a FA and meticulously erase all evidence, he would have exposed everything and severed ties with her long ago. He even expressed his disgust with every moment spent with Wang Zhizhi, stating that after each encounter, he felt compelled to cleanse himself multiple times due to her perceived impurity. Chapter 163. A hat for him. Jiang Yan's curses were harsh and unsparing. The group refrained from making light of the situation, as they were all equally appalled. How could Zhao Yuan, that scoundrel, engage in such vile behavior? The level of his shamelessness is truly infuriating. Setting aside the fact that Wang Zhizhi lacks evidence to prove Zhao Yuan orchestrated everything, even if she did possess such proof, what would it matter? She would still be branded as an indiscreet girl engaging in promiscuous activities. This is reminiscent of how a young woman, unmarried and without children, was publicly shamed simply for picking up a package, leading to widespread gossip and condemnation. Even if she managed to vindicate herself, proving that the rumors were malicious fabrications, the aftermath would remain unchanged. Those who had witnessed the slanderous content would still perceive her as a woman who, while her child slept, engaged in infidelity, regardless of her marital status. Thus, it is said that the simplest and most cost-effective way to destroy a woman is through the spread of slander. For even if innocence is proven, the repercussions of such falsehoods are indelible. Wang Zhizhi's plight is genuine, and even if she is a victim of scheming, the reality remains. Recognizing this truth ignites a furious fire within her classmates from Class 12, a rage that refuses to abate. Meanwhile, Wang Zhizhi clenches her fists tightly, her teeth gritted, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. No matter how strong she attempts to be mentally, she is still merely 17. She cannot fathom what her future self will be like. Yet, in this moment, faced with such a calamity, she doubts her capacity to endure. Perhaps in the future, she may never find the strength to persevere. Otherwise, it would not be a tragedy. Wang Zhizhi is acutely aware that so much time has passed, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover evidence from the past. Moreover, given Zhao Yuan's cautious nature, it seems unlikely she could ever coax the truth from him. As she contemplates these matters, she finds it deeply ironic that Zhao Yuan, who typically shows little cunning toward others, has directed all his malice toward her. Although the situation appears dire, Wang Zhizhi refuses to concede. She endures the slander and various online attacks in her quest for evidence, even when confronted by opportunistic bloggers wielding cameras, interrogating her about the price of her supposed services and labeling her a promiscuous woman. She does not succumb. She relentlessly pursues the truth, undeterred by verbal abuse or physical intimidation. However, the death of her parents becomes the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Unable to withstand the incessant scrutiny, they choose to end their lives by carbon monoxide poisoning while Wang Zhizhi is out searching for evidence. Wang Zhizhi bites her lip fiercely, blood trickling down. Jiang Yan, who has been closely observing her, feels a jolt of concern, gripping her hand tightly. Please don't do this. I know you're hurting, but don't harm yourself. It's not your fault, and punishing yourself won't solve anything. If you hurt yourself, it will only worry your parents. Initially silent, Wang Zhizhi loosens her grip upon hearing Jiang Yan's words. The metallic taste of blood fills her mouth, echoing her inner turmoil. Even though she had anticipated a tragic future, The news of her parents' suicide is unbearable. Yet, Jiang Yan's words ring true. She should not inflict pain upon herself, but rather seek retribution against Zhao Yuan. Yes, Zhao Yuan has done nothing to deserve this. Yet his irrationality is infuriating. If she does not take action against him, her resentment will never dissipate. At this moment, she feels an emotional resonance with her future self, as if she has traversed this painful path before. The heart-wrenching anguish and overwhelming hatred crashing upon her resolve like a tidal wave. Even if the law permits, not even 1,000 cuts to Zhao Yuan would quell her fury. How then might she find peace? Perhaps, like Gu Heqi and Zhongli Jiaza, she should ensure her enemy lives in eternal despair without respite. Her classmates quietly glance at Wang Zhizhi, noticing her fragility, and collectively sigh. Surely, their class must have offended some deity, for why else would they suffer such misfortune? The cursed class 12, indeed. With this thought, their spirits dampen further. Those aware of their grim future ponder the inevitable tragedy awaiting them. Meanwhile, the few who remain ignorant of the future are gripped by worry, reaching a peak of anxiety. Though it may seem ill-timed, one classmate suggests, why don't we do something attention-grabbing to catch Jiang Yan's eye and perhaps reveal our own scandals to glimpse our futures? There's agreement among them. The thought of waiting any longer feels unbearable. Fang Luo expresses her concerns, feeling overwhelmed. An orphan, a foster daughter, a childhood friend, and foster parents who hardly care for her. She fears she might become the first in the class to be labeled a heartbreaker. She can't even entertain the thought of who she might hurt, as it terrifies her. I, too, began with a childhood friend who understands my current turmoil. I dread becoming like Wang Zhizhi. My situation is even worse. I'm not afraid to admit it. In the end, when my scandal surfaces, you all will know. And some of you probably already do. I have a crush on my childhood friend. Jian Danhua, feeling defeated, confesses. She too worries that her childhood friend might be a source of her misfortune. She suspects that if her future ends tragically, it may be linked to her childhood companion. This sentiment is almost universally understood among them. Jian Danhua's expression falters as she realizes her secret is not as well concealed as she believed. Does Yan Xian know as well? She wonders anxiously. Jian Danhua bites her lip, troubled. While she and Yan Xian share some common ground, she also recognizes the complexities of those she knows. But she believes Yan Xian is not a scoundrel. Of course, that is merely her perception. Reflecting upon the earlier remarks made by Jiang Yan, many statements appear to be far from the truth. Nonetheless, he is indeed a scoundrel. In any case, Jian Tongxue must exercise caution and, while not yet deeply entangled, should extricate herself to assess the situation. Even if it is ultimately verified that he is not a rogue, it would not be too late to re-engage. Jian Danhua offered a wry smile, wishing it were as simple to detach as it seemed. For over a decade, the shadow of Yan Xian had loomed over her life, permeating every aspect of her existence. Let us not dwell on my matters for now. What course of action should we take regarding Zhi's predicament? If we do not act, an unsettling sense of unease will persist. It has been some time since I've felt such fury. Clearly, it is imperative to thwart the vile man and his misguided accomplice. Since he finds such delight in a metaphorical green hat, let him thoroughly relish the warmth and comfort bestowed upon him by his beloved blonde. Chapter 164. A wolf's demise indeed. We must take action. However, prior to that, we need to facilitate Wang Zhizhi's clean and decisive withdrawal from their narrative, lest they cling to one another like an unyielding adhesive. Yes, once Wang Zhizhi has distanced herself, it is crucial that they do not part ways. According to Jiang Yan, the blonde is the type who loses interest once her desires are fulfilled. Thus, to ensure they reap the consequences of their actions, they must remain together, allowing them to torment one another. Yet, this alone will not suffice to quench our thirst for vengeance. We must devise a more comprehensive plan to ensure their discomfort, particularly concerning Zhao Yuan. Let us refer to him derogatorily, for he is unworthy of having his name spoken. Observing her classmates' discussions in the group chat, Wang Zhizhi felt some of her anger dissipate. After marking Zhao Yuan's name in bold red on the blacklist, she took a moment to regain her composure and ponder what her future actions might entail. Her uncertainties were soon resolved. Following the death of her parents, the notorious Wang Zhizhi found herself utterly alone, unencumbered by ties, which prompted her to seek retribution. She infiltrated Zhao Yuan's home, and after he consumed tainted water, she utilized her tools to murder him and dismember his body. Subsequently, Before the evidence could surface, she fled to the mountains and took her own life. Jiang Yan sighed, speculating that the moment Wang Zhizhi learned of her parents' demise, she lost all motivation to continue living. Even if her innocence remained unproven, she no longer cared. Yet, the simmering resentment within her could not simply be extinguished by death. Thus, she opted for the most gratifying means of revenge against Zhao Yuan, the one who had precipitated her downfall. Much like the incessant incidents of extortion, there remained those willing to extend a helping hand. Even she, when removed from the fray, might voice a detached opinion about not meddling, but when faced with her own tribulations, she would likely step in to assist. Wang Zhizhi was not surprised by the outcome. After all, she had contemplated dismembering Zhao Yuan herself, and it was only natural for her unencumbered and resolute future self to take such drastic measures. Her classmates, however, were taken aback, casting furtive glances at Wang Zhizhi. While some among them were not strangers to murder, most instances were acts of mutual destruction. The most notorious was the frenzied Qin Shuyan. Yet it was Wang Zhizhi who had truly crossed the line with her dismemberment. It seemed likely that in her future, she would not bother to clean the scene. The mere thought of such a gruesome and terrifying spectacle sent shivers down their spines, and they silently mourned for the unfortunate soul who would discover the aftermath, anticipating the psychological scars that would ensue. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Wang Zhizhi is indeed a formidable adversary. Jiang Yan, having gathered her tumultuous emotions, gazed at Wang Zhizhi with admiration. The others nodded in agreement. After all, murder and dismemberment are no trifles. Wang Zhizhi, in her humility, merely thought to herself that it was nothing noteworthy. After dismembering Zhao Yuan, she steamed his head, captured a photograph, and scheduled it to be sent to the blonde's email. Indeed, Zhao Yuan, that wretched soul, had rekindled contact with the blonde after his vindictive acts against Wang Zhizhi, meeting her privately to boast about his revenge. Had Wang Zhizhi not discovered the lingering affection between the two while perusing his phone, she would not have sent the photograph. In addition to steaming Zhao Yuan's head, she cooked and minced all his internal organs, except for his stomach, and stuffed them back inside him. Perhaps this was her way of indicating that he possessed a heart devoid of compassion. Jiang Yan noted this with a shiver down her spine, contemplating the mental state that future Wang Zhizhi might inhabit. How terrifying! Gasps of horror echoed through the room, as they realized that her actions were not only ruthless, but also included the steaming of internal organs. Many timid classmates trembled at the thought. The group chat fell silent, as no one dared to speak. How I hope that wretched soul finds solace in his unique fate. Even as Wang Zhizhi attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a quote from Fu Ning Na, silence prevailed. Instead, they opened Douyin, searching for legal awareness videos, which they then shared in the group chat, tagging Wang Zhizhi to encourage her to watch, lest she inadvertently be swayed by her future self and commit an offense. Wang Zhizhi, confronted with the barrage of legal videos, found herself momentarily speechless. I still have so many splendid years ahead of me to enjoy. I am not foolish enough to engage in illegal activities. Gao Yuhua, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. How wonderful! Another companion to share in the enjoyment of such enlightening videos. Students from Class 12 were enthusiastic, sharing every relevant video they encountered. Despite his assurances that such a future would be avoided, they persisted in their actions. It seemed inevitable that Wang Zhizhi would eventually confront similar challenges. Unaware of Gao Yuhua's inner thoughts, Wang Zhizhi felt a wave of frustration. She had made her stance clear, yet her classmates continued to share legal videos about trust between individuals. After Wang Zhizhi's scheduled photograph reached the blonde's inbox, the latter did not view it until several days later, prompting her to immediately alert the authorities. Zhao Yuan, being a public figure and a victim in the Wang Zhizhi incident, was widely recognized. Thus, when this heinous crime came to light, it rapidly became a topic of heated discussion. Wang Zhizhi had left no room for ambiguity, leading the police to promptly identify her as the prime suspect. This revelation sparked confusion among many netizens, as Zhao Yuan was a victim of infidelity, and Wang Zhizhi had no apparent motive to kill him, especially in such a brutal manner. The strength of the online community proved formidable. Otherwise, we would not witness the tragic outcomes that arise from cyberbullying. As netizens peeled back the layers of the situation, they uncovered the truth, resulting in a dramatic twist. In the multi-partner incident involving Wang Zhizhi, it became clear that she was, in fact, the most innocent party. Jiang Yan sighed once more, At least Wang Zhiji's reputation would not follow her into death. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiji displayed little emotional response. They say that late affection holds little value, and the truth is no different. Her entire family perished, rendering the revelation of truth ultimately meaningless. No, there is still value. At the very least, her parents would not be posthumously burdened with the disgrace of being the parents of a woman who conducted herself without propriety. Wang Zhiji pondered. Her classmates, unaware of Wang Zhiji's thoughts, felt a sense of joy for her. Though the truth arrived too late, at least she would no longer bear the weight of blame. Indeed, some extreme individuals will not relent even in death, desecrating graves with impunity. Exactly. Such an incident occurred in our locality, where an elderly man, unable to contain his anger, dug up a grave in the dead of night and disposed of the ashes in a filthy ditch. How unsettling it is that even in death, there is no peace. Wang Zhiji observed her classmates' discussions, yearning to declare that she had already passed on. And who cared about others' actions? However, she thought better of it and chose to silently watch the conversation unfold. Zhao Yining's sister is, astonishingly, a reincarnated being. This revelation stirred a tempest of astonishment among the crowd. They were momentarily diverted from their thoughts of Wang Zhiji, mouths agape in disbelief. They exchanged glances, seeking affirmation from their peers to validate their own incredulity. Another reincarnator? And she is Zhao Yining's sister? All eyes turned to the quiet girl beside Jiang Sui. Despite the spotlight on her, Zhao Yining struggled to muster a smile, finding herself equally astonished by Jiang Yan's thoughts. Her sister is a reincarnator. It was utterly inconceivable. When did her sister's acting prowess become so exceptional? Or perhaps it was the very nature of her reincarnation that endowed her with such experiences, enhancing her skills effortlessly? Despite these musings, an unsettling feeling lingered in Zhao Yining's mind. Chapter 165. Has she taken the protagonist's script? The universe is indeed unjust. Jiang Yan clenched her small fists in indignation. Zhao Yining, sensing the source of Jiang Yan's frustration, bit her lip, choosing not to elaborate. Even though Jiang Yan had yet to glimpse her future, Zhao Yining was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited her and its connection to another. A pang of pain shot through her heart as she inhaled deeply, casting aside the tumult of thoughts. Zhao Yining's sister, having seemingly acquired everything, could even be reborn. How utterly unfair. Was she, perhaps, the one who had taken the protagonist's script? Perhaps so. Reflecting on the past, Zhao Yining nodded slightly, adding in her heart that her sister was more likely the favored protagonist. Everyone adored Zhao Yushi, Zhao Yining's sister. Indeed, Zhao Yining's sister had truly claimed the protagonist's script, while Zhao Yining herself seemed to have been cast as the troublesome villainess. Zhao Yining could not entirely dismiss this assessment of her classmate. After all, her mere existence posed an obstacle to the universally beloved Zhao Yushi. Was it possible that Zhao Yining's tragic fate was entwined with her sister's? With her sister being reborn, she undoubtedly held the upper hand, capable of achieving great success. Then, while her sister ascended to greatness, Zhao Yining would remain stagnant, subjected to comparisons and incessant gossip. Even her boyfriend being drawn to her radiant sister, resulting in betrayal. Ultimately, Zhao Yining would succumb to darkness, only to be beautifully defeated by her sister. Becoming a pariah in the eyes of all, it seemed rather plausible. Perhaps it was best not to voice such thoughts. This was not a novel, and one could not simply declare a character's descent into darkness as if it were a foregone conclusion. Art originates from life, after all. Little did they know, reality was far more thrilling than fiction. Indeed, when compared to reality, novels often appear quite tame. What did Zhao Yining think? She sat in silence, observing. The crowd chuckled, noting that her spirits remained unscathed. Zhao Yining contemplated her classmate's theory and shook her head. She understood Zhao Yushi well, given her sister's intellect and temperament. She would likely never achieve anything substantial, even with the advantage of reincarnation, for she had no interest in economic matters, not even paying heed to lottery tickets. If one were to inquire about upcoming television dramas that would become hits, she might have a vague idea. Or, if asked about future luxury items that would trend, she could enumerate them with ease. In summary, had she possessed the acumen to invest in such matters, perhaps she could have forged a successful path. However, Zhao Yining only believed there was a mere 5% chance of such a possibility. Zhao Yining had once been quite happy. Before her sister's birth, her parents lavished all their affection upon her. They would braid her hair beautifully, adorn her like a delicate little princess, and always remember her favorite things, showering her with gifts and taking her on trips. Although the arrival of Zhao Yushi divided their love, at least their affection still remained for her. Everything changed, however, when Zhao Yushi fell gravely ill. During that illness, she noticed that her parents' attention shifted entirely to her, neglecting Zhao Yining. Thus, she deliberately sabotaged her own health, rendering herself frail and sickly. As she had anticipated, her frailty garnered all her parents' love, while Zhao Yining became a mere weed, subject to disdain. Jiang Yan found Zhao Yushi's actions utterly incomprehensible. Was it truly worth sacrificing one's health to gain parental affection? Perhaps it was, Zhao Yining mused. For Zhao Yushi, securing all the attention and love of others, even at the cost of a slightly inferior constitution, was likely a fair trade. Zhao Yushi, with her beauty and sweet voice, evoking sympathy through her frailty, garnered the affection of not just her parents but everyone around her. This was why Zhao Yining believed such actions were justified in Zhao Yushi's eyes. Even now, knowing that her sister's ailments were self-inflicted, Zhao Yining harbored no ill thoughts. After all, it was inconceivable for her to disclose that Zhao Yushi's condition was entirely of her own making. Others, including their parents, would certainly dismiss her claims, possibly viewing her as envious of Zhao Yushi, thus leading her to refrain from voicing such opinions. She readily admitted to feeling jealousy and envy toward Zhao Yushi for receiving their parents' undivided love. At times, she wished she had never experienced their love at all, for then she would not harbor foolish hopes or suffer pain from their repeated favoritism and neglect. In this instance, I stand with Jiang Yan, unable to comprehend the behavior of those who inflict harm upon themselves to gain affection from others. It seems rather flawed. I understand the desire for attention and the occasional manipulation, such as feigning illness, but deliberately rendering oneself frail is beyond my grasp. Was she truly unafraid of the possibility of genuine demise? From the moment Zhao Yushi became frail, the most frequently uttered phrases in Zhao Yining's household were about Yushi's delicate health. You must accommodate her, they would say. How could you be so inconsiderate? Yushi is unwell. Why not indulge her? If she falls ill again, what then? The situation escalated to the point where Zhao Yining felt like the most superfluous member of the family. The three of them formed a family unit, while she was merely a trespasser disrupting their happiness. They would dine out without inviting her, purchase gifts without considering her, and celebrate Yushi's birthday at the finest restaurants to fulfill her desires, while completely neglecting Zhao Yining's birthday, even compelling her to kneel and apologize to Yushi on her own birthday to seek forgiveness. They would bestow thousands in pocket money upon Yushi while begrudgingly providing Zhao Yining with mere meal money. Jiang Yan observed this with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Zhao Yining still harbored hope, so it was a matter of mutual consent that allowed her to endure such hardship at home. However, she recognized that this was a case of being too close to the situation to see clearly. Had Zhao Yining taken on the perspective of an outsider, she would surely awaken to the truth, rather than humbly beseeching her parents for just a glance. Even subjecting herself to Zhao Yushi's whims and allowing herself to be trampled upon. Humble supplication. Did Jiang Yan perceive her actions as such? Zhao Yining found herself lost in thought. Jiang Yan's words struck her like a hammer, leaving her in a state of confusion. The other classmates felt that Jiang Yan had perhaps gone too far, but they merely murmured in their hearts, unable to voice their concerns, casting worried glances at Zhao Yining. They had not anticipated that this typically quiet and academically accomplished student, second only to Zhongli Jiazi, would be enduring such distress. They hoped she would not be swayed by Jiang Yan's words, for desiring parental love is a natural inclination, one that most people share. It is merely that some, having faced repeated disappointment, cease to yearn for it. Certainly, not all classmates believe that Jiang Yan's words are excessive. Some even feel that such comments are necessary to awaken Zhao Yining. One should not exhaust oneself emotionally and physically for those unworthy. The foundation of loving others is to love oneself. It is perfectly acceptable for a person to be a tad selfish. Chapter 166. I truly deserve this. The extent of this favoritism is comparable to that of Wang Yanyan's parents. I understand that some individuals are inherently biased, but this is excessively so. Indeed, I too find it incomprehensible. This sister appears to have everything one could desire, even the gift of reincarnation. No wonder Jiang Yan claims it is unfair and incomprehensible. It seems she has achieved a complete life. What, then, is the purpose of her rebirth? It is essential to recognize that human beings are often insatiable. Perhaps she harbors some regrets that compel her to seek another chance at perfection. Merely listening to Jiang Yan's description leads one to perceive this sister as someone difficult to coexist with. Having been reborn, one wonders how she might torment Zhao Yining further. Yet, we ought not to interpret everything negatively. What if she faced some unfortunate events prior to her rebirth, only to realize that her sister was the sole person who treated her well? Consequently, she might choose to cherish Zhao Yining upon her return. Upon regaining her composure, Zhao Yining found herself momentarily speechless. Apologies, she does not consider herself a good person. Should she flourish in the future while Zhao Yishi suffers? Her mere abstention from adding to Zhao Yishi's troubles would already reflect a semblance of conscience. How could she possibly extend kindness toward her? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any rebuttal, as it was crucial to safeguard the purity and positivity of her well-meaning classmates' hearts. She chose to protect, while others opted to disrupt. Alas, it appears you have yet to grasp the essence of our class. Come, allow me to elucidate. Class 22 of the second year is destined for tragedy. Indeed, with that realization, the beautiful expectations you harbored dissipate entirely. Oh dear, I must admit my oversight. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Yan continued reading, her alertness heightened. Zhao Yining appears particularly susceptible to being led astray. How so? The others inquired with curiosity. Zhao Yining, however, was utterly perplexed. She believed herself impervious to such fate. As a child, she was so tempted by the aroma of fried chicken and hamburgers that she followed someone without a second thought. Yes, she simply followed them. If that person had been malicious, the outcome would have been dire. It seems Zhao Yining must be considered a focal point of concern to prevent her from meeting a fate similar to that of Hao Xing. Fortunately, she encountered a good-hearted individual who, noticing her longing gaze, generously offered her an entire bag of food. Such a thing transpired? The classmates widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Zhao Yining. Imagining her drooling at the sight, they soon erupted into laughter. How amusing! Zhao Yining's recollection of the incident brought a subtle smile to her lips. To this day, she remembers the kind young man who had given her that bag of food. Of course, her fondness was not rooted in any special feelings for him. Her gratitude stemmed solely from his generosity. What stood out most was his exquisite attire, which seemed ill-suited for indulging in fried foods. Lacking the knowledge of fashion, she could not identify the material or brand, but it was evident that his clothing was extraordinarily expensive. To put it simply, it was as if a prince were dining on street food. The young man left a lasting impression on her as he held the incongruous fried chicken and hamburger. In gratitude for his kindness, she gifted him a paper crane she had folded. One might assume it was discarded, as it was merely a piece of paper. Zhao Yining mused. Simultaneously, Hao Xing, mentioned in the tale, withdrew slightly, asserting she would not be led astray this time. Hunger, however, compelled her to venture onto the streets in search of something to eat. The smiles of the crowd abruptly faltered. Apologies, I should not have laughed so heartily just now. I truly deserve this, they collectively thought. Jiang Sui empathized with Zhao Yining, recalling her own experiences. However, she considered herself somewhat fortunate, as her own mother had treated her well after their reunion, unlike Zhao Yining's biological parents. Even Wang Yan, despite the blatant favoritism in his family, had the unwavering love of his grandparents. The most despairing circumstance is perhaps to gain something only to lose it. Perhaps this is why Zhao Yining clings to hope. Jiang Sui sighed and gently patted Zhao Yining's shoulder. I hope you will be well in the future. Naturally, Zhao Yining replied, urging them not to dwell on the past, as those matters were now behind them. Seeing Zhao Yining comfort them in return, her classmates felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Such a wonderful person, yet the Zhao family remains blind to her worth. It is said that if one does not need their eyes, they should donate them to those in need. They silently implored Zhao Yining's parents to consider such an act. Truly, Zhao Yining is remarkably resilient, Jiang Yan mused with admiration. There was an incident during a physical education exam when, in full view of all, Zhao Yining's toes peeked out from her shoes, prompting laughter from the crowd. Yet, she completed the race unfazed. Goodness, had that been me, I would have been mortified and fled the scene as quickly as possible. Yet Zhao Yining calmly retrieved a needle and thread from her bag to mend her shoes. She must have been only 10 at the time. How impressive. The classmates chuckled, recognizing this as one of Zhao Yining's amusing mishaps. Although they acknowledged it as a blunder, they could not help but admire her composure. They shared Jiang Yan's sentiment. If faced with such a situation, they would not have managed to remain so unruffled. In that moment, many felt a profound respect for Zhao Yining. However, the underlying truth remained that it was Zhao Yining's parents who failed her. They had never considered purchasing her a new pair of shoes. The pair she repeatedly wore, coupled with her growing feet, had long since become inadequate, resulting in that embarrassing moment. The discomfort of wearing ill-fitting shoes is unimaginable, yet Zhao Yining managed to endure the entire race in them, demonstrating remarkable resilience that tugged at their hearts. The reason her feet are now notably smaller than her peers is due to her habit of wearing shoes too small for her. While it may not compare to foot binding, it surely must have been quite uncomfortable. Jiang Yan's voice was filled with sympathy. At the same time, she deemed her neglectful adoptive parents as somewhat exceptional among the scum of humanity. Though they mistreated her, they at least provided for her basic needs. Listening to her thoughts, many found their smiles once again fading. Goodness, this is becoming a disheartening trend. It seems they must tread carefully regarding Zhao Yining. Otherwise, they may find themselves awake in the middle of the night, berating themselves for finding humor in her suffering. It appears that Zhao Yining only exhibits confusion in relation to her parents. Otherwise, she remains remarkably clear-headed. Such worthless parents are better left behind. Alas, I too find myself speaking from place of privilege. Though I do not engage with my own neglectful biological parents and harbor no fondness for them, my lack of emotional attachment renders me indifferent to our estrangement. However, Zhao Yining possesses feelings for her parents, making it impossible for her to adopt such a carefree attitude. Were the roles reversed, I could have severed ties with Jiang Yu in the past. But now that is inconceivable. Jiang Yu has become the most significant person in my life. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly, reflecting that you are indeed the most significant person in my life. Zhao Yining's gaze dimmed. In truth, she had long foreseen the bleak futures awaiting each member of their class. Her hopes, she realized, were merely a farce, yet she was reluctant to accept this reality, instinctively choosing to overlook it. Now, Jiang Yan's heartfelt words merely tore through the fragile veil she had placed over her emotions, compelling her to confront the matter directly. Should she surrender? How would they inflict further harm upon her future? She fervently wished for a situation that would not be too disgraceful. That was her only prayer. What? Is your rebirth merely for such trivial pursuits? Jiang Yan was left speechless by the explosive contempt she had encountered. Zhao Yining, regaining her composure, was curious about what Zhao Yishi had done to elicit such a reaction from Jiang Yan. Having been reborn, instead of seeking prosperity through the knowledge from her past life, she is preoccupied with finding a man to lead a life of luxury. How remarkable, indeed. Chapter 167, Another Pervert. Zhao Yining scoffed coldly. This was precisely the sort of behavior Zhao Yishi would exhibit. She had hoped that her rebirth would lead to some advancement. It seemed she had not changed at all. And while Zhao Yishi had been arranged a career path, she was instead pursuing a romantic one. Zhao Yining wondered whom Zhao Yishi had her sights set on, hoping it was someone she recognized so she could observe the drama up close. Some wealthy second-generation individuals were utterly unfazed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Although Yi Bi was also keen to witness the spectacle, his friends remained in the capital, rendering him disconnected from the happenings. However, Chu Ju felt a twinge of caution. Could it possibly involve his cousin or younger relatives? He earnestly hoped not. While watching drama could be delightful, if it involved his own family, it would only turn him into the source of amusement. Zhao Yining was curious about her approach to winning someone over. She pondered whether, being still quite young, her intended target would also be a student, perhaps planning for a path of mutual companionship. It was indeed possible. Her chosen one might be a hidden affluent peer from her school. Alternatively, she might pursue a path of redemption, for what could be more memorable than being a guiding light in someone else's life? How many novels have you read? Zhao Yishi was aiming for a man connected to Zhao Yining. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yining furrowed her brow. A man related to her? She contemplated deeply but could not identify anyone, as her interactions with males were generally minimal. Among those she did interact with, they were merely acquaintances. If she had to name someone, it would be the kind young man who had once shared food with her. Yet, she hoped it was not him. She did not want such a good person to be taken advantage of by Zhao Yishi. The night before the college entrance examination, the rain fell heavier than on the night when Yi Ping had asked for money. Zhao Yishi sought to torment Zhao Yining. intending to undermine her performance the next day by demanding that Zhao Yining fetch her late-night snacks. Zhao Yining, well aware of the significance of the examination, refused. But her irresponsible parents compelled her to brave the downpour for Zhao Yishi's whims. As Zhao Yining had predicted, she caught a cold from the rain. Fortunately, her foundational skills were solid, and despite feeling unwell, she managed to perform excellently. Not only Zhao Yining, but also other classmates breathed a sigh of relief. While the college entrance examination may not hold great importance for many affluent students, for someone like Zhao Yining, it was of utmost significance. It was fortunate that she was not adversely affected. Otherwise, even before the incident transpired, she would have contemplated taking drastic measures against Zhao Yishi. Zhao Yining thought silently. It seemed this man was indeed the one. In that moment, everyone reached a consensus. Goodness, this encounter felt reminiscent of an idol drama. Indeed, wouldn't it be the case that the man would fall for the Zhao classmate who saved him? A life saved deserves a life in return. Observing her classmates animatedly discuss this novel-like encounter, Zhao Yining could not help but smile faintly. Although she did not believe it would unfold as romantically as they imagined, she chose to indulge their fantasies and not shatter their illusions. An instinct, perhaps a premonition, urged her to distance herself from the unknown man, accompanied by a profound sense of dread. Zhao Yining clasped her hands beneath the table, interlocking her fingers tightly to stave off the irrational fear that threatened to make her tremble uncontrollably. Shortly after the examination, the man Zhao Yining had saved, Wen Chun, approached her family, declaring his instant affection for her and seeking marriage. Chu Ju instinctively frowned, but before he could voice his thoughts, Jiang Yan continued her inner monologue. Of course, Zhao Yining did not accept Wen Chen's proposal, as they were hardly acquainted. However, the Wen family was also a prominent and affluent clan, albeit not on par with the likes of Chu Ju's or Lin Li's illustrious families. Their assets could easily be in the thousands or tens of thousands. Thus, under Zhao Yishi's urging, Zhao Yining's parents insisted she forego university to marry Wen Chun. The reason Zhao Yishi, who longed to enter high society, looked down on Wen Chun was due to his disability. An accident in college had left him confined to a wheelchair. Zhao Yishi, proud and ambitious, yearned for the ideal partner, such as a healthy and handsome heir like Chu Ju, and thus dismissed Wen Chun despite his affluent background. Chu Ju felt a sense of finality. No, he had no interest. Yet despite this thought, he could not help but wonder what kind of person Jiang Yan referred to as the miraculous sister. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Chu Ju felt a heat rise to his face, hastily dismissing them as he shot a glare at Jiang Yan. It was all Jiang Yan's fault for constantly mentioning how he and the miraculous sister were intertwined. She had influenced him unduly. Unaware of Chu Ju's inner turmoil, Jiang Yan sneezed unexpectedly and continued reading. However, Zhao Yishi believed that as an ordinary person, it would be exceedingly difficult to connect with high society. Yet, if Zhao Yining married Wen Chun, she would become the current president's sister-in-law, naturally gaining access to the upper echelons of society. This was the rationale behind her urging their parents to pressure Zhao Yining into marrying Wen Chun. And as for Zhao Yining, sigh, Jiang Yan found herself at a loss for words. Was it truly worth sacrificing her desires for the sake of familial bonds and parental love? This was a decision that would affect the entirety of her life. Jiang Yan felt that Zhao Yining had either lost her clarity of thought or had succumbed to years of repression and yearning, leading her to agree to such an absurd arrangement. Indeed, Zhao Yining had consented to marry a man she did not love, relinquishing her opportunity for higher education to appease her parents. Zhao Yining pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Perhaps, as Jiang Yan had suggested, she had indeed lost her way, agreeing to something so ludicrous. For reasons unknown, tears welled in her eyes. Observing Zhao Yining's silence, her empathetic classmates felt their eyes moisten, hoping fervently that Wen Chun genuinely cared for Zhao Yining and would treat her kindly. Zhao Yining, my dear classmate, should you encounter Wen Chun in the future, keep your distance. Just as the emotional classmate wished for Wen Chun to be good to Zhao Yining, they caught sight of that emphatic statement and felt a surge of concern. What was wrong with Wen Chun that warranted such emphasis? How do you know him? We do not know him personally, but we have heard of his reputation, Chu Ju added in the group chat. Even when his legs were functional, his reputation was less than stellar. After the accident, it deteriorated further. Indeed, as far as I know, Wen Chun is a man with violent tendencies, who delights in tormenting his romantic partners in various ways. If it weren't for his extravagant spending and the pressure from the Wen family, he would have been exposed long ago. What fate awaits Zhao Yining then? Many female classmates have begun to worry for her. Once Zhao Yining's mood lightened, she comforted everyone, assuring them there was no need for concern. She would not entangle herself with Wen Shun in the future. Moreover, according to Jiang Yan, Zhao Yishi would pursue Wen Shun, which further removed her from the situation. Although she reassured her classmates, she understood that matters were likely far more complicated. After all, their class had all faced unfortunate outcomes, and hers would not be any better. Even if this pervert were to be taken by Zhao Yishi, given her selfish nature, it was highly probable that upon realizing Wen Shen's true nature, she would push Zhao Yining into harm's way. Additionally, she would be coerced by her parents to re-enter the Wen household. Of course, this was merely her conjecture. After Zhao Yining married Wen Shun from the outside, it appeared that she was deeply cherished, almost enveloped in adoration. Zhao Yishi aspired to enter high society as Wen Shen's sister-in-law. However, Zhao Yining, feeling utterly disheartened by her parents' pressure to marry Wen Shun, resolved to sever all ties with the Zhao family at the moment of her marriage. In retrospect, it would seem that Zhao Yining was not particularly foolish. Rather, she was heartbroken, leading to her utter despair towards her family. In any case, it was impossible for Zhao Yining to assist Zhao Yishi in ascending to high society. Consequently, Zhao Yishi was destined to continue living an ordinary life. Her academic performance was mediocre, thus she only managed to gain admission to a common university. After graduating, she secured a modest job, but her salary was insufficient for her expenses, leading her to frequently borrow money and become mired in debt. Upon witnessing the glamorous and affluent Zhao Yining, her jealousy twisted into something grotesque. She sought out Zhao Yining through other means, aiming to bring about their mutual destruction. Then, she was reborn. Chapter 168. Reunion. How utterly unfair. Why should a murderer be granted rebirth? The group was filled with indignation. Although their class could not be described as particularly malevolent, each of them had faced unfortunate outcomes. Yet, a murderer like Zhao Yishi could be reborn, which left a bitter taste in their mouths. Death, in fact, might be a blessing for my future, Zhao Yining calmly expressed in the group chat. Judging by the comments from Chu Ju and others, as well as Jiang Yan's perspective, it was evident that my life was not as resplendent as it appeared. Perhaps enduring beatings and various forms of torment was commonplace for me, making death a potential release. While she spoke these words, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Upon hearing this, her classmates relaxed their furrowed brows. Indeed, this realization brought a measure of comfort. After Zhao Yishi's rebirth, she resolved to pursue Wen Shun. However, due to Wen Shen's disability and subsequent lack of mobility, coupled with her limited means to approach him, she abandoned the idea after several attempts and decided to await the fateful night. Thus, she continued to ignore Zhao Yining until that fateful rainy night. Preoccupied with thoughts of Wen Shun, she paid little mind to Zhao Yining, even believing that no matter how well Zhao Yining performed in the college entrance examination, she could never compare to being the wife of a wealthy man. That day, she ventured out and encountered a fainted Wen Shun, whom she brought to the hospital, tending to him until his family arrived. Due to her frail health, she caught a cold after being caught in the rain. However, this misfortune ultimately fulfilled her desires, as Wen Shun indeed sought her out afterward, expressing his intent to marry her once she came of age. Zhao Yishi was overjoyed, but pretended to be modest and declined initially. After being pursued several times, she finally feigned being moved and agreed to Wen Shen's proposal. While it was a consensual relationship, the notion of a nearly 30-year-old man pursuing a 16-year-old girl is quite perplexing and difficult to comprehend. The classmates nodded instinctively, unable to grasp the situation. Although Wen Shun claimed he would wait until Zhao Yishi came of age, it still felt rather odd. However, as outsiders, they could hardly voice their opinions, knowing the two were willing participants. Curiously, did Zhao Yishi's parents truly consent to their beloved daughter being with a man nearing 30? By the time Zhao Yishi reached adulthood, Wen Shun would likely be in his 30s. This puzzlement was soon clarified by Jiang Yan. Regarding Zhao Yishi's marriage to Wen Shun, Zhao's parents initially opposed the idea. They genuinely cherished Zhao Yishi as their prized jewel and were reluctant to see their beloved daughter marry a man nearing 30, who also had a disability. However, unable to withstand Zhao Yishi's relentless pleas, they ultimately acquiesced, albeit with a stipulation. She must not engage in any intimate relations with Wenchun before reaching adulthood. How oblivious people can be to their own biases. When faced with a similar situation involving Zhao Yining, they showed no concern for her at all, even pressuring her to marry a man 11 years her senior at Zhao Yishi's instigation. Yet, when it came to Zhao Yishi, they were reluctant in every regard. Sigh. Jiang Yan sighed again, hoping Zhao Yishi would soon see through it all, learn to love herself, and disregard those unworthy of her affection. Although she had anticipated her parents' differing reactions when it came to Zhao Yining, hearing Jiang Yan express it still caused a pang in her heart. Zhao Yining took a deep breath, bitterly contemplating that she ought to abandon that absurd hope. Are you all right, Yining? Jiang Sui looked at Zhao Yining with concern. Zhao Yining shook her head, signaling that she was fine. I was just contemplating whether to apply for dormitory accommodation. This was not mere idle talk. She genuinely pondered the matter. Moreover, staying at home would only invite Zhao Yishi's provocations. Is that so? Jiang Sui remarked, carefully observing Zhao Yining's expression. Noticing no signs of distress, she felt reassured, and a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. With more classmates opting for dormitory living, your evening study sessions must be quite lively. While envious, Jiang Sui would not choose to stay in the dorms. Having recently reunited with her biological mother, she yearned to spend more time with her, even if it remained unspoken. Zhao Yining glanced at Jiang Yan and nodded. Indeed, it will be quite lively. After Zhao Yishi and Wenchun became involved, Zhao Yining found her days growing more tranquil. Fearing that Zhao Yining would vie for Wenchun's attention, would deliberately keep her distance whenever he visited, leaving the two of them with little opportunity to meet. Naturally, Zhao Yining did not involve herself in their affairs. She balanced university studies with part-time work. Sometimes, fate unfolds in curious ways. Upon hearing the earlier content, everyone continued to cheer for Zhao Yining, delighted that she was finally free from entanglements with the two troublesome individuals. However, upon hearing Jiang Yan's reflective tone, they sensed another significant development was on the horizon. They were uncertain of its nature, but knew it must pertain to Zhao Yining's part-time job. It is often said that human nature is akin to a gossip machine. Jiang Yan's rising intonation indicated that the forthcoming information was undoubtedly juicy gossip. Zhao Yining herself felt indifferent. After all, it was merely gossip about her future self, which bore little significance to her. Then, she heard Jiang Yan say, Zhao Yining found a part-time job as a caregiver, primarily responsible for looking after a comatose patient. Indeed, it is the very kind of comatose individual that Chu Ju was originally destined to become. Chu Ju observed that Jiang Yan truly had a penchant for individuals with similar experiences, and it seemed to be a recurring theme. Even though he had evaded such a fate, he was still unable to escape her grasp. His friends Yang Xingqing and Li Kenan stifled their laughter and patted his arm in a gesture of comfort. The coincidence lies in the fact that the comatose individual is none other than the young boy who once showed her a kindness. Zhao Yining could not help but display a look of astonishment upon hearing this. The young man had become a comatose patient? Zhao Yining furrowed her brows. Why would such a good person encounter such misfortune? Clearly, Zhao Yishi was able to be reborn. As Jiang Yan had said, the world is indeed quite unfair. Zhao classmate, do not worry. Do not forget that in the future, Chu Ju's miraculous sister will emerge. She has even healed Chu Ju, so your benefactor will surely be all right. Chu Ju gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that this group of individuals only knew how to create unnecessary commotion. Reminded by everyone, Zhao Yining also recalled that miraculous physician. Although even a miraculous physician could not possibly heal every comatose patient, considering that each person's situation is unique, there was still hope. And that young man is the president of the prestigious Shao family from the capital, a big shot in the financial world, Shao Zheng. Yibi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this familiar name. After all, this man's name was still mentioned by his family. In the past, it was praise. Now, it was lamentation. Although the Chu family was not based in the capital, they were in the same circle as the Shao family. So Chu Ju was aware of this individual. His father and uncle had both advised him to learn from Shao Zheng, for he was indeed exceptional. 3 years ago, Shao Zheng had become a comatose patient while attempting to save someone. Yibi stated in the group chat, to think it was to save someone? Truly a good person, unchanged from childhood. Zhao Yining nodded in agreement. The young man was indeed very kind. Upon discovering that Shao Zheng was the young boy who had once shown her kindness, Zhao Yining began to take even greater care of him, perhaps due to her lack of wariness towards someone who had helped her. Zhao Yining often chatted away at the comatose Xiao Zheng, sharing her grievances, embarrassing moments, and other troubles. Zhao Yining felt a sense of alertness. Jiang Yan's cheerful voice seemed somewhat off. Sure enough, the next moment brought the revelation that, most importantly, Xiao Zheng, like Chu Ju, possesses self-awareness. This means that whatever Zhao Yining says, Xiao Zheng can hear. Zhao Yining's previously calm demeanor finally cracked. My goodness, she was already feeling embarrassed for her future self. Some classmates at this moment found themselves lost in a fantasy, imagining conversations with their pets about things they could not share with others, only for their pets to respond. Oh, master, I am merely a pet and cannot solve your problems. Wait, she could not think any further. If she did, they would only want to buy tickets to escape Earth. Some classmates who also enjoyed sharing embarrassing secrets with their dolls felt a pang of anxiety. Surely their dolls did not possess awareness like humans, right? Chapter 169. Make her be silent suddenly. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. The teacher, entering the room, felt a chill run down their spine. How long would the strange situation in Class 12 persist? Should they notify the principal to bring in a Taoist priest for an examination? The teacher tried to stabilize their nerves, opening the textbook to begin the lesson. The students below the lectern dutifully flipped open their books, although their attention was clearly focused on Jiang Yan, maintaining an outward appearance of seriousness. This only made the teacher, who had a view of the whole class, tremble even more. When had these little devils become so studious? Surely, there must be something supernatural at play. Just as the teacher was becoming increasingly anxious, Zhao Yining had already regained her composure. After all, that was merely a future event concerning her own self, and feeling awkward for a moment was sufficient. However, should she have the opportunity to care for the young man in the future, she would certainly keep her mouth in check and refrain from excessive chatter. Just when she thought everything was improving, a nightmare approached. It was Zhao Yishi who uncovered Wen Chen's true nature. Zhao Yining supplemented in her mind. Upon marrying Wen Chen, Zhao Yishi discovered that reality was entirely different from her imaginings. On the day of their wedding, she was tormented by Wen Chen to the point of injury. She wished to escape, but found no avenue for flight. In desperation, she revealed her secret of rebirth, hoping to secure a better outcome. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of choking disbelief, unable to articulate their thoughts. Was she foolish? Perhaps she was simply too frightened and desperate to flee. I wonder how she thinks she can distance herself from Wen Chen now. Indeed, by saying nothing, she instead pushed Zhao Yining out to take the brunt of it. Perhaps that would provide a greater chance of escaping Wen Chen. However, revealing her trump card means that any ambitious individual would never let her off easily. They wished they could pry open her mind to see what she was thinking at that moment. On a brighter note, while she dragged Zhao Yining into her predicament, she too was unable to escape, was she not? Thinking about it in that light, it does make sense. A case of being more trouble than worth. Zhao Yining commented coldly on Zhao Yishi's actions. When Zhao Yishi laid everything bare, she naturally did not forget to mention Zhao Yining. For those who understood the situation were well aware. However, while her proposal was successful, it ultimately failed. Zhao Yining became the new target of Wen Chen's torment. And Zhao Yishi could not escape either. A person who knows the future is undoubtedly safer under her watch. As she observed the ensuing content, Jiang Yan sighed again. As she released her obsessions and aspirations in pursuit of a brighter future, she had her wings clipped by another. Zhao Yining, now awakened, would certainly not heed any request from her parents to take Zhao Yishi's place. Thus, after she firmly refused, her parents drugged her into slumber. When she awoke again, she found herself in Wen Chen's secluded villa. Meanwhile, her parents had withdrawn her from school while she was being tormented by a pervert, even refusing her coveted exchange student opportunity. In the end, unable to endure the torment, Zhao Yining meticulously planned to set the villa ablaze, leading to her demise. Jiang Yan's tone was laden with regret. Clearly, Zhao Yining had awakened. Her brilliant life had only just begun, and she had bravely taken steps forward. Why then did she meet such a tragic end? Jiang Yan clenched her fists. Damn it, if only Wen Chen and Zhao Yishi had also been in the villa, then it would have been a 2-for-1 deal, and we could have rid ourselves of these two nuisances once and for all. Zhao Yining too felt a sense of loss. Why could they not have been taken along as well? Her future self truly lacked resolve. However, upon considering that her parents had drugged her against her will, Zhao Yining's heart ached with a dense pain. This was the last time she would feel heartache because of them. Zhao Yining reminded herself. Is there a group to carry out the plan? Who are we targeting? Of course it's Wenshun. With Zhao Yishi's frail appearance, what if she retaliates? That shameless individual might just cling to us to manage her future. Indeed, you are quite considerate. In the future, our class's wealthy heirs might want to steer clear of Zhao Yishi to avoid being taken advantage of. Otherwise, they would be unable to escape her. Especially Yi Bi and Chu Ju, as you two come from the best background in our class. In fact, Chu Ju need not be overly cautious. Oh, how so? Chu Ju expressed interest. Since Zhao Yishi is a reborn individual, she is bound to be aware of the news from affluent families. Thus, she would not set her sights on a young master destined to become a comatose patient with a ruined family. Chu Ju, polite are you? Well said. But do refrain from saying such things next time, Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi pouted, expressing that she was merely speaking the truth. Zhao classmate, what are your plans moving forward? First, I will move out of my family home. Since my future self managed to awaken by distancing herself from the Zhao family, I can certainly do the same. As for what comes next, we shall deal with it when the time arises. After all, it is still early until the incident occurs. Upon seeing this, everyone ceased to speak further, as her issue was easily resolvable. In any case, should any assistance be required, do not hesitate to voice it. Yi Bi interjected, I will keep an eye on Wenshen's matters. Although he was unaware of how many young women had suffered at Wenshen's hands, he hoped that in the future, such cases would diminish to the point of extinction. Indeed, a thorough investigation into him is imperative. Such a sadistic individual may very well lose his sanity in his delight of tormenting others, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yi Bi nodded in agreement. When he heard Jiang Yan mention Wenshun, he recalled this very concern, prompting his decision to probe into Wenshen's affairs. Aside from the issues surrounding Wenshun, there was also Zhao Yishi. A means must be found to silence her, preventing her from divulging everything indiscriminately. They were cautious about safeguarding Jiang Yan's inner thoughts, even if regulations forbade their disclosure. After all, human nature is frail under scrutiny, especially in the face of inexplicable supernatural phenomena. The ability to glimpse the future is a formidable ace. Should Zhao Yishi's rebirth be exposed, astute individuals might detect the anomalies within their class, and that would spell disaster. Indeed, due to Jiang Yan's revelations, the futures of several classmates had already shifted. Among them was Chu Ju, as others had remarked. Zhao Yishi's aspiration to wed into affluence naturally led her to monitor wealthy families. Thus, she would become aware of the troubles afflicting Chu Ju's household. However, as it stands, no calamity has befallen Chu Ju's family, creating a conflict with her recollections. She might attribute it to the butterfly effect, while other astute individuals would not share such reasoning. Hence, it is crucial to ensure Zhao Yishi remains discreet. This is quite simple. Present her with videos depicting individuals dissected due to their special abilities, instilling fear. Additionally, procure novels featuring characters subjected to dissection for research purposes, and periodically discuss them in her presence, guaranteed to keep her on edge. The group appear to be quite intrigued by the notion of frightening tales, engaging in animated discussions. Zhao Yining observed quietly, mentally noting their ideas, her fists clenched. Prepare to execute them one by one. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to the excitement surrounding her. After consuming another classmate's future, she temporarily lost the desire to continue, dutifully shutting off the gossip compendium and directing her gaze towards the teacher. Despite her lackadaisical approach, studying remains essential. One cannot solely rely on Jiang Yu for tutoring daily. Uncharacteristically, Jiang Yan attentively listened for 5 minutes before resting her head on her desk. The teacher spoke eloquently, yet her comprehension felt akin to deciphering an ancient script. After all, she understood Jiang Yu's explanations, did she not? Jiang Yan rubbed the back of her head, unable to fathom the disconnect, and decided it was best not to dwell on it. This must be the self-cultivation of a struggling student, she mused. It seems I shall have to persist in relying on my brother. Jiang Yan murmured. Chapter 170. Evidence as time progressed. The fervor surrounding the incidents of school bullying did not wane. Instead, it intensified. During this period, several egregious bullying cases surfaced, undoubtedly igniting the ire of many. Those identified as bullies, without any redaction of their identities, became akin to pariahs, despised by all, to the extent that even children passing by would spit in disdain. Even the notorious school bully of Tongji Academy, Xia Qi, and his scheming minions had become markedly subdued, wary of engaging in further misdeeds. Although they acted under Xia Qi's name to intimidate others, such actions could not withstand scrutiny. After all, Xia Qi had never commanded them to harass classmates, leaving no tangible evidence of his involvement. What is most critical is that Xia Qi, despite bearing the title of a bully, had not engaged in any behavior typically associated with such a reputation, save for skipping classes and dyeing his hair. Xia Qi, who was currently slouched over his desk engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze towards the female classmate standing before him, his expression one of confusion. Though he had never bullied anyone, his classmates tended to fear him, seldom approaching him for conversation. Now, a female student was daring enough to engage him, piquing his curiosity, leading him to scrutinize her with a probing gaze. The girl, feeling the intensity of his scrutiny, became increasingly anxious, nearly straightening into rigidity. "What is it?" Xia Qi inquired slowly. The girl swallowed hard, seemingly gathering her thoughts, and mustering her courage, said, Xia Qi, I have a favor to ask. Could you come with me for a moment? We need to talk privately." She glanced at their classmates, who were eavesdropping with keen interest, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothing. Xia Qi was intrigued by what she might want, so he agreed. The girl visibly relaxed at his response. The two then exited the classroom together. Once they left, the rest of the class erupted in fervent discussion, their chatter revolving around the romantic escapades of young love. Meanwhile, a message was dispatched within the class group of the 12th grade. "Attention, all units, the target has made a move." Received. The 12th grade students exchanged knowing glances and sprang into action. Amidst the escalating bullying incidents, they proposed to film short videos related to bullying, aiming to raise awareness against it. Jiang Yan, eager to aid Xia Qi in altering his fate, promptly resolved to participate, as they were unaware of the precise timing for Xia Qi's agreement to assist in filming the anti-bullying videos. They continued to use the excuse of an unfinished script to delay the shoot. Nevertheless, they diligently monitored Xia Qi's movements. Upon learning he had been summoned, they sensed that their moment had finally arrived. "Jiang Yan, the weather is splendid today. Shall we film?" Jiang Zhua, the director, approached Jiang Yan. "I have no objections," Jiang Yan replied, having received word about Xia Qi's call. She was contemplating how to rally Jiang Zhua, Jiang Sui, and the other cast members when Jiang Zhua preemptively suggested it. Could this be a case of mutual understanding? Jiang Zhua almost choked on his own saliva at the thought. Please, do not attribute everything to telepathy. Did he not notice Jiang Yu's piercing gaze fixed upon him? Fearing a missed opportunity to capture evidence on film, Jiang Yan dismissed her thoughts and said, "Since the weather is agreeable, let us shoot on the rooftop." She had just come across gossip about Xia Qi being invited by a girl for a private chat, driven by curiosity about her intentions, leading him to the staircase leading to the rooftop. As this tale circulated, it morphed into a rumor that Xia Qi was romantically involved with a girl. Predictably, this reached the ears of the class prodigy, who confronted Xia Qi later that afternoon, pinning him against the wall and kissing him. Xia Qi, startled, became hesitant to face the prodigy again, opting to evade him. Consequently, this evasion led to their paths never crossing again. Jiang Yan sighed at the thought. Meanwhile, her classmates gleamed with gossip-laden excitement. "Shall we go?" "Absolutely." They were determined to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang Yan, belatedly realizing she could also be a spectator, felt her earlier sorrow dissipate, replaced by exhilaration. Despite her myriad thoughts, Jiang Yan and her friends moved swiftly, arriving at the staircase leading to the rooftop before Xia Qi and the girl. They were left dumbfounded as they stared at the locked iron door to the rooftop. With so many paths leading to it, how could they conceal themselves without access? "Do not panic, I have the key." Jiang Zhua deftly produced the key. As everyone fixated on him, Jiang Zhua remained calm. Unlocking the door while explaining, "I consulted various bullying locations and found the rooftop to be an excellent filming spot. So I reported to the principal and requested the key." Everyone nodded in understanding. Once atop the rooftop, Jiang Zhua activated the camera and announced, "Let us begin filming. We will capture the scene of Jiang Sui being pushed onto the rooftop." Indeed, the protagonist of their script would be Jiang Sui. After all, Jiang Sui, this poor child, has truly endured the bullying of Du Linglong. Yes, everyone was somewhat distracted, intent on capturing evidence, and fearful that their voices might draw attention. Thus they unconsciously lowered their tones. "Let us commence." With Jiang Zhua's command, They slowly made their way towards the iron gate, Jiang Zhuo also following behind them with a camera in hand. As they progressed at this leisurely pace, they eventually heard footsteps, prompting everyone to instinctively halt. Shortly after, they heard Xiaqi say, "The rooftop door is locked. If there's anything to discuss, let us do so here." Upon hearing this, a female classmate took a deep breath, responded affirmatively, and after a moment's pause, remarked, "Are you aware of the recent bullying incidents that have garnered much attention?" "I have never bullied anyone." Xiaqi furrowed his brow as he uttered this statement, feeling it incongruent with his persona as a school bully, and added, "Bullying the weak is merely the fury of the incompetent. I only engage with the strong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan and the others could not help but lower their heads, their toes wriggling within their shoes. Goodness, how dramatic! To only associate with the strong. Do they not fear that this statement will spread and attract the attention of other bullies? Upon realizing that he was not being accused of bullying, Xiaqi relaxed, inviting her to elaborate. "Please do share." The female classmate, sensing Xiaqi's willingness to listen, also relaxed somewhat. "You see, I wish to create a short video promoting anti-bullying and would like to invite you to play the role of the bully. Your demeanor is quite fitting." I do not mean to imply that you resemble a bully. Rather, I feel you can embody that essence. Do you understand?" Xiaqi waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with her words. After all, his fierce appearance was an undeniable fact. After contemplating, Xiaqi found it agreeable. If this short film could serve some purpose in combating bullying, it would be a commendable endeavor. Although he would portray the school bully, it did not imply that he was a vicious criminal. Assisting in the filming should not tarnish his image. After coming to this conclusion, he agreed. The female classmate, relieved, involuntarily broke into a smile. "Thank you, Xiaqi. We shall begin filming tomorrow. The script is all prepared. We just need you as the actor." As if he were not the only actor needed. After all, in your script, he is the true bully, Jiang Yan scoffed. The others gasped in shock and promptly turned to Jiang Zhuo, who was equally startled, momentarily forgetting whether he had turned on the camera. He hastily checked, confirming it was on, and silently signaled to everyone, "It's recording." Chapter 171. Captivating and engaging as soon as school ended. The students of Class 12 could hardly contain their excitement as they gathered at the school gate, dawdling and reluctant to leave. To appear casual, they clustered in small groups, seemingly engaged in conversation. However, they were actually keenly observing those exiting the school, awaiting the arrival of the school bully. Jiang Yan had merely mentioned that the bully would be pinned against the wall by the neighboring academic prodigy, yet he did not specify the location, nor was it guaranteed to be their usual meeting spot. To avoid missing the spectacle, these virtuous students had no choice but to engage in somewhat covert surveillance. Of course, Jiang Yan, eager to witness the unfolding drama, was among them. At this peak dismissal hour, numerous students were traversing the grounds, and Jiang Yan's focus was entirely on those exiting the school, oblivious to the fact that her classmates from Class 12 were present, including her brother Jiang Yu, who mingled among them. Had she diverted even a fraction of her attention to the others, she would have noticed the peculiar gathering of her classmates, a realization that even someone as oblivious as Jiang Yan could not ignore. Unfortunately, at this moment, she was not alone in her pursuit of gossip. Yi Biechu was equally preoccupied and overlooked the situation. Soon enough, the much-anticipated figure emerged. Amidst a throng of dark-haired students, the strikingly red-haired bully, Xiaqi, stood out prominently. In the vast crowd, they spotted him almost immediately. Unbeknownst to Xiaqi, who was blissfully unaware of what lay ahead, he strode forward with a confident posture, his shoulder bag slung casually, exuding vitality. The students of Class 12, waiting for Jiang Yan to take the lead, followed closely behind her. Oblivious to the trail of followers behind him, Xiaqi proceeded towards the feeding spot as usual. The location where he stored cat and dog food was nearby, a warehouse he had rented. Moreover, his parents were not fond of small animals. Should they discover his secret, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. Contemplating his family, Xiaqi tightened his grip on his bag strap. Recently, it seemed there had been some changes at home. He had attempted to uncover the source of these changes, but to no avail. He felt as though everyone was on guard against him, leaving him with no avenues to explore. More than once, he had entertained the notion that they were a family while he was merely an outsider. Xiaqi pursed his lips. Perhaps he was overthinking. After all, his parents had never been particularly close to him, though others perceived his family as excessively doting, even condoning his misdeeds. the reality was known only to him. After all, if they truly cherished and indulged him, how could they have missed attending even one of his parent-teacher meetings? Each time, they cited work commitments. But whether they were genuinely busy or simply unwilling to attend remained uncertain. Xiachi furrowed his brow slightly, making his expression appear even more formidable. He chose to cast aside these disheartening thoughts, recognizing it would be unfair to project his negative emotions onto his furry companions. Moreover, having navigated through these years, he was undoubtedly living a better life than many, and there was no need to dwell on such matters. The peculiarities at home were likely as irrelevant to him as ever. He simply needed to focus on living his own life. Xiachi quickened his pace. The thought of reuniting with his furry friends filled him with joy. After graduation, establishing a shelter for stray animals would be splendid. It would provide a home for some of the furballs while also indulging his own passion. Xiachi mused aloud, acknowledging that securing funding would require some effort. Although he had saved a considerable sum over the years, he could not afford to deplete it entirely. Some might argue that once he inherited the Xia family fortune, financial concerns would become moot. Should anyone pose such a question, Xiachi would struggle to articulate his reasoning. It was not that he could not express it, but rather that no one would believe him. Despite his parents speaking glowingly about him inheriting the Xia group, in reality, he had never been involved in any of the family business. His parents had shown no inclination to educate him in that regard, nor had they ever groomed him as an heir. Navigating such circles, especially in a prestigious institution like Twinge Academy, where many second-generation wealthy and powerful individuals were groomed for leadership, Xiachi was acutely aware that numerous peers were being prepared as successors, frequently engaging with family business matters. This contradiction perplexed him. Why, with his parents having only one child, did he feel as though he were being treated like a thief concerning the family enterprise? After learning about the Jiang family situation, Xiachi had even questioned whether he was truly his parents' biological son and discreetly underwent a paternity test, which confirmed their relationship. Perhaps his parents' reluctance for him to engage with the family business was due to other plans? Xiachi shook his head, reminding himself not to dwell on such chaotic thoughts. Wouldn't it be more delightful to focus on his furry friends? Just then, a hand reached out from behind him. Xiachi was taken aback, his hair standing on end. It was only when he was pinned against the wall that he discerned the identity of his captor. It was one of his few friends, Yan, a renowned academic prodigy from the neighboring school. Upon recognizing him, the fear in Xiachi's eyes dissipated, replaced by confusion. "You startle me, Yan," he said, his rigid body beginning to relax. However, Yan's expression was far from pleasant. Usually cold and aloof, he appeared even more frigid than usual. "What is wrong?" Xiachi, slowly realizing something was amiss, felt a wave of concern wash over him. Yan was one of the few who genuinely cared for him, not merely befriending him due to the Xia family's reputation. Furthermore, as both shared an affinity for plush toys, Yan held a significant place in Xiachi's heart as a friend. "Are you in a relationship?" Yan fixed his gaze intently on Xiachi's eyes. Xiachi's breath hitched, an indescribable sensation unfurling within him. Was Yan truly asking such a question? Xiachi was perplexed. Yet he remained acutely aware of his persona as the school bully. It was not unusual for a rebel to engage in romantic pursuits, much like how he refrained from disputing rumors about his supposed affection for Jiang Lian. "Is there a problem?" Xiachi raised an eyebrow. Yan lowered his eyelids, his bangs gently swaying with each breath, obscuring Xiachi's view of Yan's expression. The silence stretched uncomfortably long, and their proximity felt too intimate. Yan's breathing was unmistakably audible, causing Xiachi to feel an unexpected surge of tension. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and lightly pushed Yan away. "We could talk, but don't get so close." In the next moment, however, Yan seized Xiachi's hand, nudging his knee between Xiachi's legs, while his other hand cupped Xiachi's face, pressing their lips together. Xiachi was utterly stunned. After a brief, tentative kiss, Yan pulled back, maintaining a distance of about 5 centimeters, murmuring, "Xiachi, you can only be mine." Xiachi's gaze lingered on Yan's pale lips, his face ablaze with heat. Stammering incoherently at Yan, meeting Yan's eyes, filled with obsession, fervent emotion, and desire, sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Finally, he managed to utter, "You're being too much," before he fled in a panic. He had regarded Yan as a brother, yet Yan harbored ulterior motives. What a melodramatic turn of events. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Class 12, satisfied with the spectacle, glanced at the photos shared in their small group before quietly dispersing. Jiang Yan, also eavesdropping, was overwhelmed with excitement but found no one to share it with, leading to a rather abrupt end to her thrill. How frustrating. I wish I could share this with someone. Jiang Yan fumed internally. After all, sharing something that had already happened was inconsequential. But how could she explain something ongoing or future? Jiang Yan sighed deeply. Forget it. Since I can't share, I'll just relish this privately. Chapter 172. The element of awareness. Several days had passed since the incident involving the surveillance of Class 12. Naturally, their photographic evidence-gathering mission had concluded successfully. Currently, aside from Xiaqi's inner turmoil stemming from Huiyan's kiss, everything was calm. Yet, the students of Class 12 understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Let the bullets fly for a while, they thought, eagerly sharpening their metaphorical knives, ready to strike at the deceitful individuals who distorted the truth. With some free time, they opened their gossip compendium, sweeping the classroom with their fox window to filter out those already privy to the information, their focus landing on a page featuring an unfamiliar classmate. The moment Jiang Yan's voice echoed, the previously listless class sprang to life, each student brimming with renewed energy. The teacher, observing this, trembled slightly, pondering why other teachers had not yet summoned a Taoist priest as suggested. Regardless of the teacher's thoughts, those who had crafted woolen scarves as Jiang Yan had instructed were on high alert. Yet, upon reflection, they realized their own gossip had already been laid bare by Jiang Yan and thus relaxed once more. Only Jian and Feng Luo, who had not yet seen their future or engaged in such activities, found themselves holding their breath. Upon hearing the latter comment, Jian also felt a sense of relief. It's not me. I sent my scarf away. Many years had passed, yet her childhood companion still used it. This made her hesitate about whether to send another, fearing that now that they were older, her intentions would be too transparent. Contemplating this, Jian felt a twinge of regret that it wasn't her. Is it finally my turn? Feng Luo took a deep breath, her gaze growing resolute. Let us see how my future unfolds. As for Jiang Yan's mention of the woolen scarf, it was hardly a significant matter. Many had likely engaged in similar acts. Feng Luo's determined expression gradually cracked. Wait, is this something we even need to discuss? It was just a gift that led to a misstep, wasn't it? Besides, my chocolate was consumed by my first love. This was no small triumph. Many classmates who had contemplated similar actions but refrained felt a blush creep onto their faces, genuinely admiring Feng Luo's courage. They hoped for a favorable outcome for her and her first love. Alas, given the nature of their class, such an outcome seemed improbable. A collective sigh swept through, leaving them to wish for a happy ending for her this time. What tragic fate awaited Feng Luo and her first love? Was it a case of I love you, yet you love her? A tangle of misunderstandings, amnesia, and tragic accidents, culminating in a fatal outcome? I'll give you 50 million. Just leave my son or daughter. A mere bowl of kanji could steal her heart. Feng Luo, drenched in sweat, typed in the group chat, enough already. Just because my first love has resurfaced doesn't mean we'll necessarily cross paths in the future. As she said this, uncertainty filled her heart. After all, this first love was her white moonlight, and currently, her white moonlight was rather unfortunate. It's such a pity that the chocolate I painstakingly made was discarded after it caused me to fall and fracture my bone. Thud! Feng Luo felt her heart lurch painfully, a slight ache blossoming. So, it had been thrown away. As she pondered this, her brow furrowed. But wait. To confirm whether her first love had seen her chocolate or eaten it, she had subtly inquired with her brother, who had accurately described her chocolate's packaging. Wait. Perhaps her first love had merely taken a look before discarding it? Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her brother to have seen it. She must have misunderstood. Feng Luo chuckled bitterly. How foolish of her to take pride in this incident. Even if her first love might not have known that the chocolate was from her. But then again, if she were in her current position, she wouldn't readily consume something of unknown origin. Feng Luo managed to regain her composure. Everyone was cautiously observing her expression, noting her transition from a frown to a hint of sadness and finally to acceptance, prompting them to breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed disheartening when something one had painstakingly crafted was not treated with care. Fortunately, Feng Luo's thoughtfully made gift had not been squandered. Feng Luo's ears perked up, filled with curiosity. What do you mean? Seeing her question, the others nodded in agreement, believing it was quite likely. Feng Luo herself thought so as well. At least it would still be consumed by someone else, which certainly did not equate to a waste of her efforts. Many children from less affluent families may have never tasted chocolate. At least, before she left the orphanage, she had never encountered it and was even unaware of its existence. When Feng Luo prepared chocolate, she always did so away from her family. Yet, being a child, she was unable to conceal her actions completely. Her family was aware of her chocolate-making endeavors, dismissing them as mere childish antics, so they paid little attention. Feng Luo silently covered her face. Did her parents and brother know all along? She had thought she was being discreet. However, what did this have to do with chocolate? Feng Luo still could not comprehend. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Had her brother eaten it? A pang of bitterness swelled in her heart. No. Feng Luo's eyes widened in realization. She recalled adding nuts to the chocolate, and her brother had a severe allergy to nuts. The intertwining thoughts of Jiang Yan and Feng Luo converged. So, was her brother hospitalized because of this? Jiang Yan's perceptive mind questioned the situation. Feng Luo's brother, fully aware of his nut allergy and knowing that Feng Luo's chocolate contained nuts, still consumed it without hesitation. Surely there was something amiss. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. The other classmates shared her curiosity. Feng Luo protested, pleading, "Come on, they are siblings. Not everything is about romance. There are other emotions in the world besides love." Chapter 173. Our class also has gems. Yuan Feng. What do you think? Lu Yunyun, Feng Luo's deskmate, chuckled as she looked at her. Feng Luo simply laid her head on the desk, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She understood that these young boys and girls were utterly captivated by matters of the heart. What did she do? She could only forgive them. Being misunderstood would not cost her anything. After all, they wouldn't spread rumors. Wasn't this a bit too thick-skinned? If she were to end up with a boy who had a twin brother in the future, would she really be able to tell them apart? Feng Luo pondered for 5 seconds, uncertain, and concluded that she should be able to distinguish between them. With this thought, she quietly glanced at Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, then gently patted her chest. She could indeed differentiate between them. They were fraternal twins, and despite their striking similarities, their fundamental genders were different. If one could not even discern that, it was not merely a lack of sensitivity, but rather a sign of cognitive dissonance. Lu Yunyun, having perceived Feng Luo's contemplation, did not hesitate to comment. Feng Luo smiled awkwardly, resolving in her heart never to date such a boy. That would eliminate any confusion. Curiously, did you genuinely not feel anything amiss? Your friend didn't say a word the entire time, which is rather odd. Isn't it? Is your friend the quiet type? Not at all. I was preoccupied with other thoughts and didn't pay attention. Otherwise, I would have noticed. Feng Luo decided to redeem herself. While they were still concerned about this issue, Jiang Yan had already swiftly moved on. After finishing her reading, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Her gaze towards Feng Luo now tinged with an air of intrigue. Who would have thought that after consuming so many bizarre tales from others, our class would also produce a gem? The classmates of Class 12 gasped in astonishment, their eyes subtly shifting towards Feng Luo. Feng Luo felt a surge of frustration. Was Jiang Yan implying that she would become a gem in the future? Surely, that was a joke. How could that be possible? She could not be that terrible. Despite her thoughts, a sense of unease crept into Feng Luo's heart. After all, Jiang Yan's insights had never been wrong. Would she truly evolve into a gem? Feng Luo's feelings were complex. If Qingya is a villain motivated by jealousy and foolishness, then Feng Luo is merely muddled by confusion, engaging in absurd actions. Feng Luo's complexion paled slightly. Was it really that serious? Zhou Qingya, equally affected, wore an awkward yet polite smile, thinking, Yin Yin, there is no need to involve her in this. However, they do share a common trait. What commonality? Are they both love-struck? A perceptive classmate pointed out the issue. Zhou Qingya was unanimously recognized as the top contender in the class's love-struck rankings. Zhou Qingya interjected, "Are you all polite?" "Huh? Love-struck? Me?" Feng Luo was taken aback. She had never considered herself love-struck. She believed herself to be quite rational. Perhaps you simply haven't encountered someone who could turn you into a love-struck individual? Feng Luo nodded gently in agreement. That made sense. She certainly did not wish to become love-struck. Yet, the next moment, Jiang Yan's thoughts dismissed her denial. They are both love-struck. Fong Luo could not help but question her own self-awareness. Was it possible that her understanding of herself was flawed, and she really was love-struck? See, I told you. The commonality drawn from Zhou Qingya indicates they are both love-struck. Of course, I mean no offense, Zhou Qingya. Zhou Qingya merely wished to respond with a sarcastic "ha." Clearly, love-struck individuals could lead to troublesome situations. What outrageous things had Fong Luo done due to being love-struck? Curiosity piqued about her love-struck interest. Was it someone currently known to them? Excluding her brother, what do you think? After hearing everyone's speculations, Lu Yinyan inquired about the person in question. Naturally, Fong Luo was aware of the guesses, and, when Lu Yinyan asked, immediately thought of her first love. Regardless of her current feelings or that ethereal image, the answer pointed to her first love. With a frown, Fong Luo considered. Her first love was a wonderful boy, and she did not believe she would act out of line due to being love-struck. He would never prevent her from expressing herself. As for her first love using her love-struck state to manipulate her into wrongdoing, she deemed that possibility to be zero. Just as she had previously asserted, her first love was a good person who wouldn't engage in such behavior. But ultimately, it would depend on Jiang Yan's perspective. The story must begin with Fong Luo's first love. Fong Luo's expression fell. She had just confidently proclaimed that it had nothing to do with her first love. Yet Jiang Yan's assertion that it was linked to her first love implied that she was indeed becoming a gem. Was it possible that her first love had a girlfriend or someone he liked, and she unwittingly became a homewrecker? No. Fong Luo vehemently rejected such a notion. She did not want to be the villain disrupting someone else's relationship. It's just the beginning, don't overthink it. Lu Yinyan patted Fong Luo's hand reassuringly. Fong Luo nodded. Thus, she could not help but develop feelings for her first love. But for various reasons, she had always been too timid to express her emotions. Later, when her brother was sent abroad for studies, and she was admitted to Twinge Academy, she lost touch with her first love. Nevertheless, the beautiful image of her first love remained firmly etched in her heart, often referred to as her white moonlight. This continued until her university graduation. Fong Luo had just graduated and had not yet faced the harsh realities of society, thus rejecting her adoptive parents' and brother's suggestions to work at their company, choosing instead to seek employment independently. Now, the pivotal moment arrived. Chapter 174. Get a grip, so you reunited with your first love, right? Even without hearing Jiang Yan's subsequent words, everyone could guess. It was simply a case of old friends reuniting, rekindling the flames of love. Fong Luo, who had also anticipated this, wore a bitter smile. She wished to throw in the towel. Previously, she could listen to Lu Yinyan's words about an uncertain future. Jiang Yan might merely be using her first love as an introduction. However, now it seemed more like conclusive evidence rather than a mere introduction. So what had transpired? No matter how much she grew, she could not possibly change overnight, could she? Fong Luo found it difficult to envision what her ideal self truly resembled. Upon reuniting with her first love at a new company, she felt an exhilarating rush, especially after spending some time together, as cherished memories and lingering affections from the past surged forth. Upon learning that her first love remained single, she devised a plan to pursue him. What do you think would be a foolish move? Fong Luo pondered, pausing momentarily. I'm not quite sure if this counts as a foolish move. I can't see anything wrong with it. It must not be that, right? I don't believe it's that either. Have you thought it through again? Despite racking her brains, Fong Luo struggled to articulate her thoughts, as they invariably circled back to her brother. Even if it didn't involve directly arranging a meeting, it would surely come up in conversation. Before anyone could speculate further, Jiang Yan chimed in. Given that Fong Luo's first love was once good friends with her brother, she wishes to rekindle their friendship. Jiang Yan's assertion left many in a state of confusion. Wasn't it quite normal to harbor such thoughts? How could this be deemed a foolish move? Some astute classmates, however, sensed an underlying issue. People can change, Chu Ju remarked in the group chat. Jiang Yan's voice followed closely. Fong Luo's idea is commendable. Many share similar sentiments. Yet people do change. The first love, having endured the trials of society, is no longer the warm-hearted youth Fong Luo remembers. He has long been ensnared by the beast known as reality, plunging into the depths of despair. Perhaps during their school days, he did not feel this so acutely, but upon encountering his former friend again, the stark contrast instills a sense of inferiority in him, which can breed intense jealousy. Observing his chaotic life juxtaposed with the seemingly perfect existence of his old friend, jealousy and malice take root and flourish. Thus, he conceives a sinister plan to drag his former friend into his abyss. He wishes to see his once privileged friend, now living a life of subservience, toil for meager achievements, and endure the indignities of working late without compensation. Naturally, he also yearns to elevate himself, aspiring to attain the same leadership status as his friend. Hence, he concocts an evil scheme. Fong Luo shivered involuntarily. Could this truly be the first love she held dear, the one who radiated warmth like a small sun? Her eyes widened, soon brimming with tears. Even without Jiang Yan elaborating, she could surmise the grim continuation. It was certain that she would become a dagger aimed at her brother, inflicting deep wounds. Lu Yinyun said nothing, merely gripping her hand tightly. Such a person, even if they reach the pinnacle, will only do so temporarily, Yibi remarked. Chuju nodded in agreement from across the aisle. This piqued Yang Xingqing's curiosity. Do you all know what that guy's plan is? I'm intrigued. Do share. The surrounding classmates perked up their ears. Noticing this, Chuju exchanged a knowing glance with Yibi, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Maintaining an air of suspense enhances the enjoyment of storytelling. Once the outcome is revealed, the anticipation dissipates. You've gone bad, Yang Xingqing lamented dramatically, as if mourning the downfall of his son. Chuju chose to ignore him. The first love is quite the seasoned player. Moreover, Fong Luo does not conceal her feelings, so he recognized her affection from the moment she rekindled her love. To achieve his aims, he skillfully plays the role of a charming ideal, ensnaring Fong Luo, a fresh graduate, completely. With his occasional sweet words, she dismisses her doubts, believing she is merely overthinking, feeling guilt for not trusting him. Thus, within a few short months, he expertly captivated her. Fong Luo felt as though she had turned to stone. Was the indecisive girl who obeyed her first love truly her? Why did she seem so foreign to herself? Alas, another manipulative cad. Fong Luo, awaken. Do not let such a scoundrel cloud your judgment. This fellow is clearly a master of romantic entanglements. Otherwise, how could he so swiftly ensnare Fong Luo? Classmates urged her to remain vigilant, to stand firm. That guy is only using you. Do not heed him blindly. Cultivate your own opinions. The urgency in their voices felt as though they wished to traverse time and shake her awake, to rid her of her romantic delusions. Moreover, the first love had discerned that Fong Luo's brother harbored feelings for her, and thus frequently appeared before him, engaging in intimate gestures to provoke him. His aim was to inflict discomfort upon her brother. Every time he witnessed the anguish on his face due to their closeness, he felt an exhilarating thrill. You show such concern for Fong Luo's brother. Do you fancy him? Jiang Yan's calm tone dropped a bombshell. For a moment, everyone was left in shock, caught between the revelation that Fong Luo's brother genuinely liked her and Jiang Yan's insinuating remarks. In any case, Fong Luo, the subject of discussion, momentarily froze, unable to process Jiang Yan's words. Each word was familiar, yet woven together, they felt surreal. Who likes her? Her brother? This jest is far from amusing. As her mind finally rebooted, Fong Luo bore an expression caught between tears and a wry smile. My intuition remains as sharp as ever. I suspected something was amiss. Even when Fong Luo was still in the orphanage, her brother had feelings for her. To ensure that Fong Luo would never want for anything and could pursue her aspirations, he conquered his own desires and persuaded his parents to adopt her. I'm utterly moved. He truly loves her. Knowing that Fong Luo would become his sister, preventing them from being together, he still chose to act for her benefit. Chapter 175. Both are infatuated with love. I merely teased earlier, never expecting it to be true. I too am astonished. In comparison to her first love, the disparity is evident. I wonder if her brother has ever regretted it? Regret may exist, but witnessing Fong Luo's current life, which is a far cry from her days in the orphanage, likely renders that regret trivial. Upon hearing this, Fong Luo instinctively nodded. Though her adoptive parents may not have showered her with affection, they never deprived her of anything, nor were they stingy with allowances, treating her as one of their own. Whatever her brother had, she shared. Even if they occasionally forgot, they would make amends later on, just as her brother would prepare for her. Yet, the thought of her brother harboring different feelings for her complicated her emotions greatly. While I too wish to ship Fong Luo and her brother, alas, they are destined for something else. Fong Luo interjected, do not speak as if there is mutual affection between them. Nevertheless, she realized she needed to take measures to extinguish her brother's feelings. He was still young and should not become emotionally ensnared by her. Fang Luo contemplated deeply, observing her. Classmates like Yi Bi and Chu Ju silently sighed, as expected. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's remarks regarding Fang Luo's first love, they surmised that this initial romantic interest was likely an inept individual, despite his self-assured belief in his own talents, which he claimed were merely overlooked by a discerning patron. Yet lack of ability is simply lack of ability. A true gem will inevitably shine, especially in today's information age, where showcasing one's talents is not an arduous task. Thus, an arrogant individual devoid of skills attempting to topple a colossal enterprise is nothing short of fanciful thinking. Consequently, he must seek assistance from other forces, which undoubtedly belong to companies at odds with the Yang family's business. Jiang Yan's inner thoughts soon followed. Upon hearing this, even the most oblivious person would come to a realization, and Fang Luo, too, not surprisingly, understood the intentions of her first love. Thus, in the future, did she betray her brother? Fang Luo's hands trembled slightly. The talentless first love aspired to join a rival company on par with the Yang family, which was undoubtedly a pipe dream, necessitating a stepping stone. That stepping stone was the latest design proposal from the Yang family. Clearly, the only one capable of obtaining this proposal effortlessly was Fang Luo, who was favored and trusted by her brother. Hence, I assert that the future Fang Luo seems utterly daft, unquestioningly complying with her first love's whims. Viewed in this light, Sister Bai Zhou is significantly more astute than she is. Fang Luo's complexion paled further. Jiang Yan's critique hit the mark. The future version of herself appeared to have her mind muddled. Otherwise, how could she commit such foolish acts? The future her would indeed be an ungrateful wretch. Though such a future may no longer transpire, Fang Luo resolutely retained Jiang Yan's words in her memory, vowing to avoid repeating past mistakes. As for her first love, or rather, that scoundrel, may he be cast far away. Should she ever find herself entangled with him again, she would be leading a miserable existence. If others were privy to Fang Luo's thoughts, they would surely admire her resolve and exclaim, "How ruthless! Such a fierce oath!" The first love, having acquired the Yang Company's new project design, naturally secured a commendable position within the rival firm. Although this brought him a taste of success, his ultimate goal was far from simplistic. Indeed, he aimed to pull others from their pedestals and elevate himself in their stead. Given his despicable actions, once he ceased to be of use, he would undoubtedly be the first to be discarded. After all, who would keep a venomous snake, particularly one that is impotent? Indeed, I await the moment of his abandonment. However, the future Fang Luo truly was perplexed. Just a mention of her future self incited frustration in everyone. The current Fang Luo absorbed the gazes of those around her without entertaining any thoughts of "This is not my doing. It is the future me's fault." Understanding that this served as a wake-up call, a reminder not to repeat her past missteps and to never again become the source of harm to her family. In this contemplation, Fang Luo felt an intense surge of guilt and regret emanating from somewhere deep within her being, as if she had genuinely experienced such circumstances. It must be an illusion, for her self-reproach was excessive. Unable to comprehend this feeling, she temporarily attributed it to that reason. Her first love repeatedly exploited Fang Luo to pilfer information from the Yang family. Yet her brother never suspected her, believing himself to be outmatched. Indeed, while he loved her dearly, he too must have been ensnared by the whims of romance. Who, more than anyone, could easily access his computer? It was hardly a stretch to deduce. Truly, it left one speechless. This pair of siblings, not merely related by blood but bound by a shared folly of affection. Upon hearing that Fang Luo's brother had never once doubted her, I was nearly moved to tears, recognizing his deep love. Yet the subsequent remarks left me utterly at a loss, as it did seem plausible. Could it be that I too possess latent tendencies of romantic folly? I pondered this. Yet the sudden twist in perspective led me to question my own judgment. I am simply a hopeless romantic, not a reserve for love-struck minds. Amidst the fervent discussions, the protagonist, Fang Luo, could only offer a bitter smile. She had betrayed her brother's trust, trampled upon his hard work, and transformed his efforts into a weapon that struck back at him. She felt utterly ashamed to face her brother or her parents, and a vague sense of unease lingered within her. Based on the experiences of her classmates, there must surely be more to this story. Thus, the Yang Company gradually succumbed to its adversary, culminating in her first love's treachery. He used Fang Luo to implicate her brother, resulting in her brother's incarceration. To inflict pain upon her brother and to deter any further investigation that might lead back to him, her first love even visited her brother, who at that time was only detained and not yet sentenced, whispering that all the wrongdoing was orchestrated by Fong Luo, warning him that should he insist on uncovering the truth, it would be Fong Luo who would suffer the consequences. Consequently, her brother confessed to all the crimes of entrapment. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Fong Luo could barely suppress her cries. Yet to prevent Jiang Yan from noticing, she had to tilt her head back, sealing her lips tightly, allowing only faint groans of anguish to escape her throat. Her brother was so Navi, it was her doing, and she alone should bear the repercussions. He should not have to suffer on her behalf. Jiang Yan was right. Her brother was indeed a foolish romantic,